Hey bro, if you don't like, subscribe and share, you girlfriend maybe leave you, so subscribe and share light fanfiction audiobook channel. Chapter 1. 3, 2, 1, Let's eat brains. See Circle Calendar 1520. The world's #1 prison, Impel Down, Level 6 Eternal Hell. In the cell, low sobs could be heard from time to time, mixed with bursts of coughing. This suffocating feeling of despair devoured all life. The fate of the prisoners held on this floor has already been decided, either death penalty or life imprisonment. Suddenly, a sharp and piercing friction sound suddenly rang out, crack. The heavy iron door was slowly pushed open, and a light slightly brighter than that in the cell poured in. Immediately afterwards, the sound of iron chains dragging on the ground could be clearly heard, and a group of people slowly walked in. The jailer, the head jailer City-chan, the director Magellan, and a man with a long horizontal scar on his face and an earring in his right ear, Crocodile. Hey! Crocodile exhaled slowly, and after glancing around, he said slowly. The air here is really damp and rotten. There was a barely perceptible trace of loneliness in his eyes as he looked deep into the cell. Burnedy world, frozen in ice, Douglas Bullet, doing handstand push-ups on one finger, Bar-Oric Redfield, sitting in meditation with his eyes closed. In the deepest part of the cell, another figure caught Crocodile's attention. The man was fastened to the cell wall, his body tightly wrapped in cold sea stone chains, leaving no gaps. His limbs were bound and he couldn't move at all. His body was forced to hang in the air, relying on the cold wall behind him for some support. Only the head was barely visible, with messy hair covering most of the face. You know, the cells on the 6th floor of Impel Down were originally made of sea stone, so why is it like this? The dark environment at the moment made it difficult for Crocodile to see his face clearly. Crocodile, stop feeling sentimental and just spend the rest of your life here. Magellan's cold words rang out, and he urged the jailer to continue escorting Crocodile forward. When the word crocodile was heard, a ripple suddenly appeared in the originally silent cell. Some prisoners slowly opened their eyes, some sat up, and then a burst of laughter rang out. Hey, Crocodile, you got defeated by a newcomer? Ha ha ha, how embarrassing. Sand Crocodile? From now on, I'll just call you a stinky water fish, ha ha ha. The prisoners in Impel Down can read newspapers, so everyone knows what happened. Name the newspaper king. However, before Crocodile could respond, City-chan became angry first. She shouted in a charming voice, "Stop making so much noise, you scum!" Then she quickly pulled out a whip and swung it hard in the air. There was a crisp snap sound, and then they were ready to whip the prisoners who made the noise. Magellan saw this and quickly stopped them. Sati, leave them alone for now, and get Crocodile into the cell first. While speaking, Magellan kept rubbing his stomach. It was obvious that the unbearable diarrhea feeling came again. Okay, director. Hearing Magellan's words, City-chan's furious look instantly disappeared without a trace, and he became obedient and docile. Crocodile heard the laughter from the crowd, but there was no trace of anger on his face, nor did he say anything in rebuttal. He just walked towards his cell. Seeing this, the prisoners who had been laughing just now felt bored and shut up, and the cell fell into silence again. Just as Crocodile was about to step into the cell, a deep voice suddenly rang out from deep within the cell. Hey, Crocodile, is that Straw Hat Kid strong? Crocodile stopped in front of the cell and turned to look at the source of the sound. It was Douglas Bullet. Just as Crocodile was about to answer Bullet's question. As the distance was closer, his eyes inadvertently swept towards the deepest cell again. When Crocodile saw his face clearly, his pupils contracted sharply, his mouth opened slightly, and his face was full of disbelief. Blaze Thor? How could he not be dead yet? Crocodile asked subconsciously, with the storm in his heart. Blaze Thor joined the Marine in Sea Circle Calendar 1490 and was a member of Zephyr's first class along with Sakazuki and Borsellino. That year is also known as the most monstrous year in Marine history, and no class of students has been able to surpass it to this day. If Sakazuki and Borsellino are called monsters, then Blaze Thor is a monster among monsters. After only 9 years in the Marine Corps, he was promoted to Marine Admiral at a rocket-like speed, codenamed White Dragon. His strength improvement is unmatched, and he is unanimously recognized as a monster by Roger, Whitebeard, Golden Lion, and others. Whether it was haki, physique, swordsmanship, or fruit ability, they were all top-notch on the sea at that time. At the same time, he was called a madman by everyone because his justice was too extreme, the first extreme justice Marine had seen in many years. No matter whether you have done evil or not, as long as you fly the pirate's flag, in Thor's extreme justice, there is only one way, which is death. This also means that Thor and Sengoku, Garp and others are not on the same path, and their sense of justice is too different. But Thor seemed to have changed in his later years, such as the year when Roger surrendered himself, 1498, which was the year before Thor was promoted to Admiral. Golden Lion caused a riot at naval headquarters and was defeated by Thor. At that time, everyone including Sengoku thought that Thor would kill him. But unexpectedly, Thor did not kill the Golden Lion, but imprisoned it in Impel Down. In Sea Circle Calendar 1499, shortly before Thor's promotion to Admiral, he defeated Douglas Bullet but failed to kill him. Like the Golden Lion, I imprisoned it in Impel Down. It's not a poison point, it will be useful later. Just when everyone thought Thor's extreme justice had changed, everything changed overnight. He had just been promoted to Marine Admiral when he suddenly disappeared, and the world government ordered all information about him to be erased. Only a few people on the sea knew what he had done, which was enough to drive the whole world crazy. But who would have thought that Blaze Thor was not killed, but imprisoned in Impel Down? Everyone caught a glimpse of Crocodile's shocked expression and was not surprised at all. Any prisoner who has entered Impel Down level 6 since Sea Circle Calendar 1499. When everyone saw Blaze Thor's face in the deepest part of the cell, their reaction was the same as Crocodile's. Bullet raised his hand and gently shook the bars in front of the cell. The deep voice sounded again, "Don't be shocked. He is not dead. But it's no different from being dead. He's been like this for 21 years and has never spoken a word." After that, Bullet raised the question again, "Crocodile, you haven't answered my question yet. Is the Straw Hat Boy strong?" Sea Circle Calendar 1496, Douglas Bullet challenges Crocodile, but the result ends in a draw. In Bullet's eyes, Crocodile is not a weakling, which is why he keeps asking this question. But at the moment, Crocodile was in no mood to answer Bullet's question. After he stepped into the cell, a light voice was heard. "Not as strong as you." After watching Crocodile successfully enter the cell, Magellan and others prepared to retreat. Suddenly, the corners of Blaze Thor's eyes twitched slightly, and then he slowly opened his eyes. Blaze Thor, who had not spoken in 21 years, struggled to squeeze out an extremely hoarse voice from his throat that was like a desert. "Hey, Magellan!" Chapter 2. Magellan and the others suddenly stopped in their tracks, and for a moment, the expressions on their faces froze. Magellan's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise that was hard to conceal. This familiar yet unfamiliar voice. A rare look of surprise appeared in Bullet's wild eyes, and he turned to look at Blaze Thor. Redfield's eyes, which had been tightly closed, suddenly opened and a look of surprise appeared on his stern face. Impel Down to the 6th floor, every prisoner who heard Blaze Thor's voice, without exception, felt as if struck by a bolt of thunder. The air suddenly became quiet, and everyone moved in unison, standing up and walking to the cell door, including Crocodile who had just entered. Everyone's eyes turned to Blaze Thor in the deepest cell. At this moment, Magellan seemed to have been relieved of the discomfort of impending diarrhea by an invisible force, and quickly came to Thor's cell. He leaned forward slightly and blurted out, "Master Thor." However, just as the word "will" was about to come out of his mouth, Magellan stopped talking. His eyes were fixed on Thor, with a complicated look in them. Thor slowly raised his head, looked at Magellan calmly, and said word by word, "Tell those old guys I'm leaving." Magellan seemed to be frozen in place, stunned for a long moment before coming to his senses. He then hurried away with a group of people to deliver Thor's words. Then Thor closed his eyes again and returned to his previous quiet state, just silently waiting for someone to come. During this time, Bullet could not hide his excitement and spoke loudly to Thor several times, but the only response he received was deathly silence. Today. Soon, Magellan led the three of them into the 6th floor of Impel Down again. The three men were dressed in uniform, all wearing white suits, dark ties, and masks on their faces. It is undoubtedly an organization directly under the world noble's celestial dragons, and is known as CP0, the strongest shield of celestial dragons and the world's strongest cipher Paul. Each of them was holding a silver suitcase in their hands. In the dim light, the surface of the suitcase reflected a cold light. The group walked hurriedly, without stopping at all, and went straight to Blaze Thor's cell. Before arriving at the cell, Magellan skillfully opened the door and the three of them filed in, while Magellan stayed outside the cell, waiting quietly. Among the CP0 members who stepped into the cell, the leader placed the box on the ground, unfastened the lock, and with a click, the box slowly opened. He took out an object that looked like a control switch. It had a cold metallic glow and smooth lines. As he pressed his finger lightly, in an instant, with a hum sound, a barrier like an electromagnetic barrier suddenly emerged in the cell. The barrier was translucent, emitting a faint blue light, isolating the inside of the cell from the outside world. No matter how carefully one listens outside the barrier, one cannot detect any sound coming from inside. Then he took out a den mushi from the box. As soon as the den mushi appeared, it began to wriggle gurglingly. After a while, a figure emerged, with a scar on the left side of his face, white curly hair, and a shaggy white beard. An old yet dignified voice emanated from the den mushi, echoing within the barrier, "Blaze Thor, you said you wanted to leave." Thor looked at the den mushi, a smile slowly curled up on the corner of his mouth, and responded in a voice so hoarse that it was almost hoarse. "Yes, Jagalusha Satan." In an instant, the appearance of the den mushi suddenly changed, and the original image of Saint Satan disappeared. Instead, there is a bald figure with two splayed mustaches above his lips. Then, a thunderous roar exploded from the den mushi, "Blaze Thor! Have you forgotten what you did back then?" His voice was filled with anger and questioning, "You're still dreaming of leaving Impel Down?" Facing the fierce roar from the den mushi, Thor's expression remained calm and he spoke slowly. "If it's not possible, why did you send CP here? I'm right, aren't I, Topman Wachurai-sama?" Hearing Thor's response, the other end of the den mushi instantly became quiet, and no more sound was heard. Thor continued slowly, "Why, doesn't the world government have any means to check and balance me? After all these years of extracting blood from me, haven't you come up with any results?" Soon, den mushi changed back into the form of Satan Saint and said, "Blaze Thor, it's not impossible to let you go, but, you must be under our control. It's just becoming a running dog of your world government, come on." Thor said, glancing at the CP members in front of him with disdain, and continued. "But I don't want to become a shady person like CP. What I want is to return to the Marine." After hearing Thor's words, the den mushi fell silent again. As for those CP members wearing masks, no one knows what expressions and thoughts they have under the masks. Not long after, the den mushi reappeared in the form of Satan Saint and said, "Satisfy you, Blaze Thor." As soon as Satan Saint finished speaking, the Den Mushi instantly returned to its normal appearance. It was obvious that Marie Joyce had cut off the call. The leader of CP0 put away the Den Mushi and signaled the other two to take action. One of them immediately stepped forward and opened the box in his hand, only to see a row of empty syringes neatly arranged inside. With deft, careful hands, he untangled the sea stone chain wrapped around Thor's arm. Then he picked up the syringe and drew Thor's blood one tube after another. The dark red blood slowly rose through the syringe and was injected into small bottles. After the blood was drawn, the last CP0 member stepped forward and opened his suitcase. In the suitcase, a potion emitting a faint green light lay quietly in a special groove. He took the potion and inserted the pin buckle firmly into Blaze Thor's arm. Slowly pushing the syringe, the green potion slowly injected into Thor's body like a nimble little snake. The moment the green potion entered, Thor felt a strange force rushing through his veins. It was as if countless tiny filaments were spreading wildly in his body, taking root and growing wantonly wherever they went. After injecting all the medicine into Thor's body, the CP0 member spoke slowly in a cold voice. Blaze Thor, this is a special potion developed specifically for your blood. From now on, you must go to the Holy Land every month to obtain the antidote, otherwise, only death awaits you. Chapter 3. After seeing Thor nod, the three CP members took action and untied the sea stone chains that bound Thor. Clang, clang, the sea stone lock chains fell to the floor one after another, making a dull and crisp sound that echoed in the cell. Then with a dull bang, Thor landed steadily on the ground. She was 3 meters tall, with messy black hair draped over her shoulders. He has a strong face, with eyes as sharp as an eagle under thick eyebrows, a high nose bridge, and thin lips tightly pursed. He was wearing a tattered prison uniform that had already begun to rot due to the erosion of the long years, and the rags of cloth fluttered slightly in the air. The CP members subconsciously looked at Thor again, and a strong sense of oppression came over them, pressing into their hearts. Thor began to stretch his body, and his bones made a cracking sound, which was the sound of them moving again after being confined for a long time. Through the tattered prison uniform, Thor's strong physique is faintly visible, as if it contains endless energy. After finishing stretching his body, Thor raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a slightly playful smile. Looking at the CP members in front of him, Yun said, "Let's go, my fellow lackeys." Magellan looked at Blaze Thor slowly stepping out of the cell with a very complicated expression. There seemed to be a little bit of joy in his eyes, but also mixed with an indescribable strangeness, and no one knew what he was thinking in his heart. Thor turned his gaze to Magellan and said slowly in a low but clear voice, "Magellan, thank you for taking care of me over the years. If you can't stand being in Impel Down anymore, just come find me." After saying this, Thor didn't stop any longer and walked straight forward, completely ignoring what Magellan would think about his words. When Thor passed by Bullet and Redfield's cell, Bullet could no longer suppress his emotions. He lunged for the cell door, slamming his hands against the sea stone bars. The loud noise of bang, bang, instantly broke the silence around. Bullet's face was filled with rage at this moment, and he shouted, "Hey, Thor! Don't tell me that after doing something like that, you would choose to become a running dog of the world government again." At the same time, Barrick Redfield, Red Earl, also spoke. He looked at Thor, and his old voice, filled with emotion and regret, slowly sounded. "I never thought that even someone like you would eventually bow to the world government." Although they couldn't hear the conversation between Thor and the world government. But apart from becoming a lackey of the world government and working for the world government, is there any other way to make Thor leave Impel Down? Thor paused slightly when he heard the two voices. He glanced at the cell where the two were and didn't explain anything. Then he continued to walk forward without saying a word, only a meaningful word came out of his mouth. "I'm waiting for you outside. We'll meet again." After that, he ignored the roars and whispers from everyone in Impel Down and walked forward on his own. Behind him, Magellan and 3 CP0 members followed silently with different expressions. At the summit of the Red Line, at the Holy Land of Marie Joyce, 5 figures gathered. The financial god of war, wearing a white Taoist robe, bald head, glasses, and holding a samurai sword in his hand, is Ambaran Vinasu Shulangshen. Shepherd Tenpit Saint, the agricultural warrior god wearing a crimson suit, with blonde hair and a scar on his chest. The god of law, Topman Voculi, is wearing a dark green suit, is bald, has a mustache with 2 side profiles, and has a Madara birthmark on his forehead. The environmental martial god wearing a dark blue suit and long straight white hair, Makas Maz Saint. The god of science defense, Jagalusha Satan, wears a black suit, has white curly hair, a fluffy white beard, a flat hat, and a scar on the left side of his face. Peter Saint was the first to break the silence, with a somewhat complacent tone. After 21 years, Blaze Thor finally came to his senses. Not killing him was the right decision. Saint Voculi folded his hands on his knees and said, "There won't be any problems with the potion developed by Vegapunk, right? Given Blaze Thor's strength, if he loses control, it will be a huge problem." After hearing this, Saint Satan stomped his cane, making a crisp thump sound, his face full of confidence. "There's absolutely no problem. This potion was specially formulated by Vegapunk specifically for his blood. Our people have also verified repeatedly that if he is not given the antidote within a month, his blood will burn and he will die." Nasujiro Sei slowly wiped the samurai sword in his hand. The blade shone coldly in his hand. He said in a cold tone, "Even if something goes wrong, so what? He couldn't succeed 21 years ago, and he can't succeed now either. It's just a matter of some sacrifices." Maz Saint nodded in agreement. "In that case, let him be reinstated as Admiral. Having one more person in the Marine Corps who completely obeys our orders is a win-win situation." Second. Impel Down. An hour passed in a flash, and Thor boarded Sea Peace warship. As the warship broke through the waves, the door of justice slowly opened and the surging sea water surged. The warship entered a specific ocean current, turned its bow, and officially headed towards Marine Ford, the Marine headquarters. Thor now looks completely new. The messy long hair is gone, and his neat short hair makes him look particularly energetic. The messy beard on his face has also disappeared, and his face seems to have not been eroded by time. Compared with 21 years ago, there is almost no sign of aging. Thor stood at the bow with his head held high. The sea breeze was like an unbridled wild horse, whistling towards his face and blowing his short hair wildly. His clothes rustled in the sea breeze, which carried the unique saltiness and freshness of the sea, instantly filling his lungs. He took a deep breath and spoke slowly, his voice full of intoxication, the taste of freedom and beauty. "Naval Headquarters, Marine Ford, Conference Room." Sengoku sat at the head of the table, his eyes deep and unfathomable beneath his iconic frog-shaped glasses. At this moment, he said nothing and waited quietly for others to arrive. Not long after, the door of the conference room was gently pushed open, and he, with grey hair in a simple ponytail, walked in. Behind him is Zephyr, who formed the Pirates Guerrillas 2 years ago and just returned to the headquarters. After entering the conference room, the two nodded slightly, then slowly sat down aside. Seeing Sengoku's serious expression, he couldn't help but ask, "Sengoku, what happened? Why are you calling us all here in such a hurry?" "That's right Sengoku, what's wrong?" Zephyr also asked. However, Sengoku just shook his head slightly. "Let's talk about it after everyone arrives." He and Zephyr stopped asking questions and waited quietly for the arrival of the follow-up personnel. At this moment, a hearty laugh rang out in the corridor like a loud bell. "Ah ha ha ha, Sengoku, why are there no senbei in your drawer?" Just as he finished speaking, Garp, with a striking scar on his left eye, strode into the conference room. At this moment, he was chewing senbei in his mouth, with a look of unsatisfied satisfaction on his face. Seeing Garp's relaxed look, Sengoku, who had been calm just a moment ago, instantly became furious. He stood up suddenly and appeared in front of Garp like a ghost. He grabbed Garp's collar tightly with both hands and roared with his eyes wide open. "Shut up, Garp! Also, did you steal my senbei again?" Chapter 4. In a flash, Sengoku snatched the senbei from Garp's hand. Before Garp could react, he poured all the senbei into his mouth. Just as Garp was about to stop Sengoku, a teasing voice came from outside the door. "Oh my Marshal Sengoku, what on earth are you so anxious about? Borsalino! Shut up! Put away your expression and sit down." Sengoku was also very unhappy when he saw Kizaru's current look and he shouted angrily. Then, ta-da! Ta-da! The crisp footsteps came from far away, and Sakazuki and Kyuzan walked into the meeting room one after another. At this point, Sengoku, Crane, Garp, Zephyr, Sakazuki, Borsalino, Kyuzan, and all the marine executives were present and seated. Everyone was waiting for Sengoku to speak, and judging by his expression, it seemed like something big was going to happen. Sengoku took a deep breath, slowly glanced at everyone, and said, "Blaze Thor, we will be returning to Marineford soon." As soon as Sengoku finished speaking, the entire conference room fell into silence, and the air seemed to freeze. A moment later, this news exploded in everyone's hearts like a bombshell. Sakazuki's eyes widened, with a hint of irrepressible joy in them. He suddenly supported himself on the table with both hands and stood up with a whoosh. His voice seemed to tremble slightly with excitement. "Marshal Sengoku! Who are you talking about?" "Blaze Thor." Sengoku nodded slowly and reaffirmed, "Yes, it's Blaze Thor." "How terrible! This is truly terrible news." Kizaru smiled faintly and pushed up his glasses as he spoke, trying to hide the complicated look in his eyes. Kyuzan's lazy and casual expression disappeared without a trace the moment he heard the news. Instead, his face was solemn and his eyes revealed a hint of contemplation. He and Zephyr glanced at each other subconsciously, both of their eyes filled with shock, as if they couldn't believe their ears. And in Zephyr's complicated gaze, there seemed to be a hint of apology, regret, and self-blame. Garp's expression froze and he became serious at first, but soon he returned to his carefree self. He threw his head back and laughed, "Ah ha 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 ha, the world government, really dares." But after Garp finished speaking, his expression seemed to become complicated again. After getting Sengoku's confirmation, Sakazuki slowly sat down, a smile blooming on his face. The two hands under the table were quietly clenched into fists, trembling slightly due to excessive force, telling of the turmoil in his heart. Sengoku then continued with a stern expression, "After Blaze Thor's return, his Admiral position will remain unchanged, and his codename White Dragon will remain. This is an order from the world government." If Sengoku's previous revelation of Thor's return was like igniting a fire in everyone's hearts, then these words at this moment were undoubtedly pouring a bucket of hot oil on the raging fire. In an instant, the conference room fell into deathly silence again, and everyone's heart felt heavy, as if being pressed by a huge rock. The power structure of the three admirals is now stable, with the Hawks, Doves, and Kizaru's ambiguous faction each acting independently. But with the return of Blaze Thor, all established balances are at risk of being broken. Will it continue with its once extreme ideals of justice, or will it take a completely different stance? Once Thor's position is determined, the division of power under his command is bound to cause a huge uproar, which is by no means a simple problem that can be easily resolved. If he still belongs to the Hawk faction, it will not be a good thing for other factions. If no longer the Hawks, what other faction could it be? After all, factional struggles within Marine have always been fierce, and one move can affect the entire system. Kyuzan was the first to break the silence, his voice languid with a hint of contemplation. "Allah, now that Blaze Thor can come out of Impel Down, will the justice he upholds change? If it's still the same extreme justice as before, how could the world government possibly let him go? But Kuzan's question is destined to remain unanswered, and no one knows what will happen in the end. Everyone can naturally think that since you Blaze Thor can use Impel Down, then you have naturally surrendered to the world government, and your previous justice is no longer applicable. What the world government wants is the balance of the ocean. If there were no pirates and everyone lived and worked in peace, where would they collect the gold from the sky? Then all the member states will become mere decorations, with no meaning of existence. At this moment, a warship flying the flag of the world government slowly docked at the naval headquarters. It was the ship carrying Thor and several CP members, but the scene before him was unexpected. On the deck of the warship, blood flowed freely, and the bright red blood gathered into horrific pools of blood. Several figures were lying in the middle of it, they were the CP0 members. The masks on their faces were completely shattered and scattered aside, revealing distorted faces. They are all filled with anger and unwillingness, but also reveal a deep helplessness. Thor stood in the blood, holding a handkerchief he had found from somewhere, wiping his hands slowly and slowly, his movements elegant and calm. After wiping, he slowly glanced at the people on the ground and said calmly, "I'm sorry, everyone. I haven't moved in so many years, and I'm really itching to do it. I originally thought that every CP0 was very strong, but I didn't expect there were people as weak as you. By the way, you guys are so weak, but you can become CP0? Can you protect the celestial dragons?" It seemed that Thor had not spoken for many years, so he spoke a lot. He continued to say to the others, "Besides, you guys are so ignorant. You keep calling me Blaze Thor, not only omitting the word Admiral, but you also don't bother to show me some respect in your tone. That arrogant and condescending attitude is really unbearable for me." Thor seemed to suddenly remember something and added, "Oh, right. Go back and tell those old guys not to give me orders unless necessary. If I were assigned tasks I didn't like, I'd get impatient." As soon as the words fell, Thor looked down at his clothes, frowned slightly, and said with disgust, "What a shame for the new clothes Magellan prepared for me. It's such a waste." In the blink of an eye, Thor's figure disappeared like a ghost, with only a flash of lightning in the air. When he appeared again, he was already in the square of Marineford. No matter how shocked those who saw his appearance were, Thor just walked slowly towards the conference room where Sengoku and others were. "I wonder if you guys miss me." Sengoku, Garp, Sakazuki. Chapter 5. At this moment, Doberman and Ghost Spider were walking out of the training ground. As soon as they stepped into the square, Doberman found that Ghost Spider beside him suddenly froze as if he had been cast under a spell. The cigar in Ghost Spider's mouth began to tremble slightly uncontrollably at this moment. Then, the cigar fell to the ground with a click, but the Ghost Spider was completely unaware. Doberman couldn't help but frown and said, "Hey, Ghost Spider, what are you doing?" As soon as Doberman finished speaking, Ghost Spider trembled and raised his right hand, pointing it forward with a trembling voice. Doberman, look at that figure. Am I seeing things? That looks like Thor Admiral." Doberman looked in the direction Ghost Spider pointed, and when he saw the familiar figure, he was also stunned for a moment, as if time had stopped at this moment. "There's no mistake, absolutely no mistake. That's Thor Admiral." Ghost Spider finally came to his senses at this time, and couldn't wait to pull Doberman, who was still in a daze, and ran towards Thor. But just as the two took a few steps, the figure in their eyes disappeared without a trace like a phantom. Only a faint arc of electricity remained in the air, proving that the scene just now was not an illusion. Seeing this, Ghost Spider couldn't contain his excitement and burst into laughter. He frantically pulled at Doberman's arm and shouted, "Hey, Doberman! Did you see that? That's definitely Thor Admiral. He's back. Doberman! However, at this moment, Doberman was not as ecstatic as Ghost Spider. His eyes gradually became moist, and he gently struggled to break free from the Ghost Spider's pull, pretending to be angry and cursing, "A-hole! Don't pull my hand!" As he spoke, he kept raising his hand to wipe his eyes, his voice choked with sobs as he spoke intermittently. "I saw it. Yes, that's Thor, Admiral." As Thor got closer to the conference room, the quarreling inside became more intense. Upon closer inspection, it seemed that Sakazuki was arguing with others. "Stop! Marshal Sengoku and others are holding an important meeting inside. No one is allowed to enter." Before Thor reached the door of the meeting room, he was stopped by two guards. Thor looked at the two young faces in front of him and murmured softly, "Newcomers." Then he said in a calm tone, "Don't worry, Sengoku won't blame you." As soon as he finished speaking, Thor's figure disappeared from the guard's sight, and the next second, he appeared at the door of the conference room. Creaky as Thor slowly pushed open the door of the conference room, the originally fierce quarrel stopped abruptly, as if someone pressed the Shizoon button. Everyone's eyes turned to the door, focusing on Thor's figure. The silent Sengoku and Garp, the nodding Tsuru and Zephyr, the slightly excited Sakazuki, and the complicated expressions of Borsalino and Kuzan. "Sorry, Marshal Sengoku. We couldn't stop him." At this time, two guards hurried over and shouted self-blame. Sengoku just waved his hand gently, signaling them to retreat. Thor slowly glanced at everyone, his tone calm, "Long time no see, Marshal Sengoku, Vice Admiral Garp, Vice Admiral Crane, Zephyr. Sensei." Then he turned his attention to Sakazuki and the others and smiled slightly, "And you guys?" Meanwhile, the Holy Land of Marie Joyce. 5 elders sat around the long table, some with gloomy faces, others lost in thought. Saint Satan suddenly slammed the crutch in his hand onto the ground, making a dull sound. His expression was extremely grim, and he said gloomily, "What on earth does he want to do? Is he trying to intimidate us?" Obviously, the CP members had reported Thor's actions on the ship to the 5 elders word for word. Nasu Xiaolangsheng slowly said, "Actually, if you think about it carefully, this is not incomprehensible. After all, who doesn't have a temper when they have strength? His life is in our hands now. It's normal for him to vent his emotions in this situation." Peter Saint disagreed, snorting coldly and speaking sharply, "The point is not that at all. The key is that what he said simply shows that he doesn't take us seriously." "What do you mean by not giving him tasks unless necessary? And what do you mean by not giving him tasks he doesn't like? If everything goes his way, then what's the point of releasing him from Impel Down?" As everyone was arguing with each other, Saint Voculi slowly raised his head and put forward a completely different point of view. "I think these are just minor details. Don't worry too much about them. Since he said he doesn't want to take on tasks he doesn't like, then let him do what he wants." He paused briefly and continued, "Charlotte Linlin has been a bit overly active in New World lately. Why not send Blaze Thor to give her a warning? This is a good opportunity to see what his current strength is." Second. Naval Headquarters Marine Ford. You can see that the atmosphere in the conference room is a little heavy at the moment, because Thor just spoke of his justice. Justice at all costs. Although it has changed compared to the extreme justice many years ago. But the literal meaning alone makes it clear that Blaze Thor is still on the side of the Hawk. It is entirely foreseeable that the hawkish faction in the Marine will become even stronger with the return of Thor. This is exactly what Sengoku and others do not want to see, but the world government's order has been issued and cannot be changed. Now that Thor has made his position clear, he doesn't care what others think. He slowly stood up, glanced at everyone, and finally stopped his gaze on Sengoku, and slowly said, "Marshal Sengoku, I just got back and have a lot to familiarize myself with. Let's end this meeting here." After that, Thor walked straight towards the door of the conference room without caring whether Sengoku agreed or not. Sakazuki followed closely behind him. It was visibly that Sengoku's expression became even uglier, because Thor was really too disrespectful. At this moment, Kizaru also stood up and said in a teasing voice, "How terrifying! It seems Thor's aura is still as oppressive as ever. Now that the meeting is over, Marshal Sengoku, I will be leaving as well." After saying that, Kizaru adjusted his cloak behind him, pushed up his glasses, and left as well. Kuzan and the others did not leave but remained in the conference room, unsure of what to do. This meeting was destined not to have a happy ending from the moment Thor spoke of his justice. As Thor and Sakazuki left the conference room and walked down the square, a rare scene came into view. I saw Doberman, Ghost Spider, and other Hawk members lined up neatly at the door. Everyone held their breath and didn't make a sound. Everyone's eyes were red and moist, and their bodies were trembling slightly with excitement. Then, everyone raised their right hands in unison and saluted. A unified shout echoed throughout the square, "Welcome back Thor Admiral!" Thor and Sakazuki looked at each other and smiled at the same time. Chapter 6. The next day, a notice was sent to the world by the world government and Marine. Justice at all costs. The Marine has added another Admiral force. Former Admiral Blaze Thor has returned, codenamed White Dragon. New World, Tato Land Kingdom, World Kingdom, Cake Island. Charlotte Linlin is immersed in a world of diverse sweets and pastries. Suddenly, an anxious cry broke the silence, "Mom! Mom! Something big has happened, come and take a look." Charlotte Irving, with her signature three-segment fan-shaped orange hair and a newspaper tightly clutched in her hand, ran towards Linlin in a panic. "Owen! How many times have I told you not to disturb me while I'm enjoying my snack?" Linlin was instantly enraged, and her originally kind face suddenly became gloomy. Even though Owen was her biological son, she showed no mercy at this moment, and her eyes were full of anger. Seeing that the situation was not good, Katakuri immediately stepped forward to rescue Owen. "Mom, Owen is so anxious, it must be something important. You can read the newspaper first." After hearing Katakuri's words, Linlin's expression softened slightly, but she still showed obvious displeasure. She glared at Owen and said coldly, "Owen, this better be big news, otherwise I won't forgive you easily." As she spoke, Linlin snatched the newspaper from Owen's hand. The moment her eyes touched the content of the newspaper, Linlin froze, her eyes full of disbelief. After a moment of silence, a sharp, piercing laugh suddenly rang out. "Mama Mama!" Charlotte Linlin laughed wantonly, with a hint of surprise and arrogance in her laughter. "It's really an unexpected major event," she murmured to herself, her eyes fixed on the newspaper, the light in her eyes flickering. "Blaze Thor, you're not dead, and you're back in the Marine, Mama Mama!" In a flash, Linlin's eyes suddenly became sharp and fierce, and the aura around him became cold and chilling. "The captain died after doing that, why are you still alive?" New World, Ghost Island. An extremely tall and burly figure with black hair draped over his shoulders, holding a newspaper in his hand, fell silent. He was wearing a purple fur cape, had a pair of long dragon-like horns, and had an X-shaped scar on his right abdomen. It is Kaido, who is known as the strongest creature and one of the New World Four Emperors, just like Charlotte Linlin. Gulp gulp. Gulp gulp. Kaido held up the wine gourd with the word sky printed on it, and the clear wine poured into his mouth continuously. After a long pause, Kaido slowly exhaled and said, "Blaze Thor, is he still alive?" Then he raised his head slightly, a sharp light flashed in his eyes, and he murmured in a low voice. "I wonder if you, who were as powerful as Roger back then, are still at your peak now." Suddenly, Kaido's face turned grim, and he was reminded of a painful memory that he couldn't bear to recall. The aura around him raged like a raging tsunami. With a loud bang, the wine gourd in his hand was smashed hard to the floor. Kaido's eyes flashed with madness. Lao Zi is now Kaido of the beasts. New World, a ship shaped like a giant white whale is cutting through the waves. It is the famous Moby Dick. Dad. Something big happened. Marco looked serious as he quickly walked towards Whitebeard and handed him the newspaper. What's the matter, Marco? Are there any new people appearing on the sea? Whitebeard said as he took the newspaper. Whitebeard's reaction was identical to Kaido and Linlin's. When he saw the contents of the newspaper, he fell silent. The air around them seemed to freeze, and the crew members subconsciously stopped what they were doing and looked over here. After a moment, Whitebeard swung the Kusugawakiri sword towards the deck and laughed. Gulala. Marco, even if this monster brat is still alive, so what? Being released by the world government means he has completely surrendered to them. As long as our family members are not harmed, it's fine. If anyone dares to harm our family members. Whitebeard's eyes turned fierce, even if he is Blaze Thor. I will not let him go. Marco's originally solemn expression relaxed a little when he heard Whitebeard's words. But his brows were still slightly furrowed. Obviously, he knew that this matter was far from as simple as Whitebeard said to comfort everyone. After seeing the newspaper, the other members of the Whitebeard pirates also gathered around and talked among themselves. A young new crew member looked puzzled and asked Marco. Captain Marco, who is this Blaze Thor? Has there ever been an admiral like him in the Marine Corps? Marco's thoughts seemed to be pulled back to the past. A complex emotion flashed in his eyes, and he said slowly. He's a remarkable figure. Someone who can go head to head with Gold Roger and even my dad in his prime and not be at all inferior. Arguably the most evil figure in the history of the Marines, former Marine Admiral, Blaze Thor, codenamed White Dragon. The new crew member became even more curious and asked, then why have we never heard anything about him? Marco's expression was serious as he continued to explain, although he is a Marine, he is also a madman. Before, all the data was erased by the world government, so it's normal for you newcomers not to know. Marco paused, then stated a fact that was hard for all the new crew members to believe. When he was a Marine Admiral, he did something crazy. He hit Marie Joyce. I can't believe that after doing something that drove the whole world crazy, he is still alive and has returned to the Marines. After saying that, Marco no longer cared about how shocked the other crew members were. His eyes first fell on Whitebeard, then looked into the distance, lost in thought. A lot of things have happened on their ship recently. Thatch, the captain and cook of Team 4, was killed by Teach because of a dark fruit. Now Ace has left the Moby Dick to capture Teach, and at this time a remarkable figure has appeared in the marine. I wonder if this will have any significant impact on the Whitebeard pirates. No one knows Whitebeard's physical condition better than Marco, the ship's doctor. Their father's fighting power is no longer at its peak. If something big really happens, will their father's body be able to hold on? Just as Marco was lost in thought, a voice pulled him out of his vortex of thoughts. Marco. Marco turned around and saw Vista standing behind him, turning his head in the direction of Whitebeard. Marco looked in the direction Vista pointed and instantly shouted at the top of his lungs. Dad! Your body can't handle any more alcohol. Chapter 7. New World, an unknown island. Shanks, it's unbelievable that Blaze Thor isn't dead. Ben Beckman, with his grey slicked back hair, looked at the newspaper in his hand and said in disbelief. At this moment, each of the Red Hair Pirates officers held a newspaper and were discussing Blaze Thor. Shanks tilted his head back and took a big gulp of wine, his Adam's apple rolling. Then he slowly said, Yeah, I didn't expect the world government didn't kill him. He was once a rival to the captain, but now he's completely surrendered to the world government. I wonder what kind of impact the world government will have on the ocean if they release such a madman. At this time, the obese Lachi Lu, with a large piece of freshly ripped barbecue stuffed in his mouth, chubbed incoherently with his cheeks bulging. "Captain, if you and him were to fight, who would be stronger?" Shanks did not answer immediately, but fell into a brief silence. Suddenly, he threw his head back and laughed out loud, "Ha ha ha ha! Lu, why think so much?" After that, Shanks raised the wine in his hand high and shouted to everyone, "Let's continue this party." "Oh! Cheers!" Everyone responded in unison, cheers and clinking of glasses intertwined. New World, Marine G5 branch, abbreviated as G5. This marine unit has always been regarded as an outlier. Their style is completely unlike that of traditional marines, but more like pirates. Not only because they ignored the orders of naval headquarters, but also because they treated pirates ruthlessly and cruelly, and would torture and kill pirates. At this moment, in the office of the G5 branch base chief, a figure was in a frenzy. He clutched the newspaper in both hands, tears and smiles intertwined in his eyes, and he kept whispering in a voice filled with indescribable excitement and madness. "I knew it! I knew it! How could Thor die? You're Blaze Thor!" This person is none other than the base commander of the G5 branch, Derek Rose. His face is covered with battle scars and burns, his head is bald, and he wears a Marine Vice Admiral's coat. Just before he saw the information in the newspaper, he received a phone call. "Ross, long time no see, wait for me at G5. Thor's familiar voice was also the beginning of Ross's frenzy. He also had another identity, and was once Thor's adjutant. Ever since Derek Rose joined the Marine, he has been on Thor's warship. Thor values him very much because of his attitude towards pirates. Finally, he became Thor's adjutant step by step. After Thor got into trouble, Ross and the naval headquarters and world government began to conflict with each other. However, due to his penultimate strength and attitude towards pirates, he became the base commander of the most unique marine branch in New World. After a long time, Ross finally regained some of his sanity, but there was still a crazy gleam in his eyes. He slammed the table, his voice almost breaking, "Virgo! Come here! Notify all the brothers in the base to give Laozi a drink for 3 days and 3 nights. At this moment, the Straw Hat Pirates had just left Alabasta. Everyone looked at Blaze Thor in the newspaper and discussed it, not realizing the seriousness of the situation. Even Nico Robin, the oldest person on the ship, didn't know anything about Blaze Thor. Zoro grinned excitedly and said, "The White Dragon Admiral. I wonder if he's good with the sword." Hearing Zoro's words, Usopp and Chopper instantly bent over, opened their mouths wide, and shouted in shock. "Ah! Zoro! Are you crazy? That's a Marine Admiral! X2. Luffy adjusted his straw hat after hearing this, and his signature smile appeared, "Ha ha ha ha! Who cares about Admiral? I'll beat them all to the ground! I'm going to be the king of pirates!" Then, two bang! Bang! Sounds were heard, and a bump appeared on the head of Zoro and Luffy at the same time. Nami's fist was still hanging in the air, his eyes wide open, teeth clenched, and a sharp voice came out. "You two, could you please stop thinking about fighting? That's the Marine Admiral." He Robin covered his mouth and chuckled when he saw this scene. Sanji was busy in the kitchen at this moment. The Mary was heading towards its next destination, and the atmosphere was very relaxed and comfortable. In every corner of the world, different pirates and powerful people, after hearing the news of Blaze Thor, felt completely different waves in their hearts. Baldigo, an elusive light flashed in Durag's eyes, and he fell into deep thought. On the island of Vermeulen floating above East Blue, Golden Lion Shiki's lips curled up into a wild smile, and he let out a burst of unbridled laughter. In the castle of Krakena Island, Hawkeye Dracul Mihawk was leisurely wiping the black knife in his hand, a glimmer of excitement flickering in his eyes. A deserted small or medium-sized island somewhere in the first half of the Grand Line. Thor and Sakazuki walked side by side in the center of the deserted island. The sand under their feet was dry and soft, and the surrounding buildings were in ruins. Thor glanced around, his brow furrowed slightly. He looked at the ruined buildings on the island and asked, "Why is this place deserted?" "Pirates." After hearing the question, Sakazuki exhaled a puff of smoke lightly, nodded, and a low voice sounded. "This island is quite far from the naval headquarters and various marine bases, so the marine forces can't reach here. So this place has always been a paradise for pirates, who come here to burn, kill, and loot without restraint. The island's residents were powerless to resist and gradually moved away. Slowly, the island became what it is today, a deserted island." As he explained, Sakazuki's fists gradually clenched, his eyes flashing with anger, and he wished he could wipe out all the pirates one by one and kill them all. At this time, Sakazuki seems to care more about the lives of civilians than he did in the original work. Thor patted Sakazuki's shoulder gently and said comfortingly, "Sakazuki, this is not your fault. Marine's power is still too limited after all. It's impossible for him to take care of everything." Thor's tone was a little indifferent. Sakazuki was a little stunned when he heard Thor's words. He didn't expect Thor to respond so calmly. If the Thor of the past encountered a similar situation, he would definitely be even angrier than him, but the Thor of today seems to have changed a lot. "Thor, how should your justice at all costs be interpreted?" Sakazuki feels that Thor's change may be related to the justice he now upholds. Thor looked at Sakazuki and did not directly answer Sakazuki's question. He simply said, "Sakazuki, let's fight first, and then I'll tell you what justice means by any means necessary." After he finished speaking, a hint of interest flashed in his eyes, and he continued, "Let me see if your strength has improved over the years. This is also the reason why the two came to this uninhabited island. On the one hand, Thor really hasn't fought for many years and needs to refamiliarize himself. On the other hand, it is also to see how strong Sakazuki is now." Sakazuki stopped, then lowered his head and slowly adjusted the pink rose in the upper left breast pocket of his floral shirt. Then he raised his head, looked at Thor, gradually smiled, and said, "Hey, Thor. This isn't 21 years ago. You know, you haven't done anything in over 20 years." Sakazuki's tone was filled with a rare hint of provocation. "Do you still think I'm the same Sakazuki who only followed you around and collected military merits?" When Thor heard Sakazuki's words, he also stopped and turned to look at Sakazuki. Looking at Sakazuki's stiff smile, I couldn't help but tease him, "Sakazuki, if your smile isn't pretty, then don't smile. You are more suited to being ruthless and ruthless, rather than showing a tender appearance." After the words fell, Thor took off his cloak and threw it aside, then slowly approached Sakazuki. "Before, you followed me, and in the future, it will be the same." As soon as the words fell, Thor and Sakazuki disappeared from the spot almost at the same time. A strong speed shock wave was formed between the two of them, and the sand of the island flew behind them, forming ripples. The speed of the two was too fast. Boom! With a deafening roar, the two men's inky black fists collided violently in the air, and powerful energy fluctuations instantly swept across like a raging storm. There was a sharp roar in the air, and the surrounding flowers, plants, and trees were shaken violently by the waves. The cracks on the ground spread rapidly like spider webs in the shaking. Chapter 8. Originally, Sakazuki thought that Thor had not taken action for many years and that he should have the upper hand. But the reality was completely beyond his expectations. After that attack just now, he actually felt vaguely that he was somewhat suppressed. Thor's strength, speed, and haki were completely beyond his expectations. However, faced with this situation, the smile on Sakazuki's face became even brighter, and the fighting spirit in his eyes became even more boiling. "That's you, Blaze Thor," he growled, and the two men clashed again, their fists colliding like a landslide. Neither of them used the power of the devil fruit, and they clashed purely relying on their strong physiques. "Sakazuki, you have indeed made a lot of progress, but Thor's tone was low and cold, "It's far from enough." Boom. 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 Every time the two collided, it exploded like thunder, and the shockwaves of energy caused the cracks in the ground to expand. Thor Admiral and Sakazuki Admiral, they are truly monsters. Ghost Spider stared at the violent shaking of the island in the distance, and he didn't even notice that the cigar in his mouth was almost burning out. Yeah, they're truly monsters. They didn't even use the power of the devil fruit, but they created such a strong wave purely with their physical strength. Doberman's eyes were also fixed on the island in the distance, and he said with emotion. The warship the two were on was still a long distance away from the island, but at this moment the warship was constantly floating up and down. It was caused by the constant pounding of the waves caused by the shaking of the distant island. The violent ups and downs of the waves seemed to be about to swallow up the warship at any time. Ghost Spider had already put on a new cigar. After lighting it, he looked at Doberman and said, "Doberman, who do you think will come out on top in this fight between the two?" Doberman said without hesitation, his eyes blazing, "Sakazuki Admiral is strong, but Thor Admiral is even stronger. Even if Thor Admiral hasn't taken action in many years." Ghost Spider's eyes flashed. Even Thor Admiral hasn't taken action in years. Doberman's tone was firm and unwavering. The sea breeze blew violently, and Ghost Spider's long hair danced wildly in the wind. He pressed down the helmet engraved with a two-headed dragon pattern and asked again, "What about the power of the devil fruit?" When Doberman heard Ghost Spider's question, he suddenly laughed, "Didn't you know the answer more than 20 years ago? The destructive power of the Sakazuki Admiral lava fruit is indeed formidable, almost unmatched." As he spoke, the light in Doberman's eyes became brighter. "But the Thor Admiral's fruit, that's the unparalleled thunder. That power is absolutely unmatched." As the words fell, the sea surface began to surge with even more violent waves. "Damn! Doberman! The warship is going to capsize." Several hours passed quietly. "Not enough! Not enough! Your strength is far from enough!" Thor roared, his eyes flashing with crazy fighting spirit, determined to crush Sakazuki completely. His attacks were as intense as a storm, his punches and kicks constantly forcing Sakazuki's defenses. "Are you a woman? Is this the limit of your physical strength? Have you been living a carefree life all these years, Sakazuki?" At this moment, both of them were covered in blood, and the blood on Thor's body was caused by being hit by Sakazuki in the early stage in order to adapt to his body. If Thor was subtly suppressing Sakazuki at the beginning, then now, after fighting for several hours, Thor is completely suppressing Sakazuki. "Damn Thor! Don't look down on me!" Sakazuki roared, and slashed his right leg towards Thor's chest with heart-pounding speed and power. Bang! Although Sakazuki's attack was extremely powerful, it was still completely neutralized by Thor. The next moment, Thor's figure flashed like a ghost, and the huge force of the sweep suddenly hit Sakazuki's waist. Sakazuki had no time to react. Boom! 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 A violent collision sound echoed in the air, and Sakazuki's body was instantly hit like a kite with a broken string, hitting the ground hard. The whole person was dragged like a cannonball, leaving a deep mark on the floor. The stirred-up dust was still swirling in the air when Sakazuki reappeared. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and the bright red bloodline streaked across his resolute face, adding a bit of ruthlessness. At this moment, he was responding to Thor's question, each word seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth, wrapped in unwillingness and fighting spirit. "Thor! I haven't been as carefree these past few years as you say. Ever since you said I was relying too much on the power of the devil fruit, I've been working out every day." As soon as he finished speaking, Sakazuki stomped his feet hard, and the ground instantly cracked, spreading in all directions like a spider web. He was like an arrow shot from a bow, colliding with Thor again. In an instant, the air seemed to be torn apart by this powerful impact, making a sharp whistling sound. However, the situation remained unchanged, and Sakazuki was still suppressed by Thor. Thor opened his mouth and cursed mercilessly, "So what have you been training in these years, Sakazuki?" As the sound fell, the fist arrived. Thor's right fist was like a cannonball, hitting Sakazuki's face heavily. Bang! With a dull sound, Sakazuki's body staggered back a few steps again. Thor, who was a member of Zephyr's first class together with Sakazuki, knew better than anyone how Sakazuki and Borsalino were overly dependent on the power of the devil fruit. Sakazuki might not have taken Zephyr's warning to heart, but he did listen to Thor's words. Simply because Thor is younger than him, more evil and more monstrous than him. Over the years, Sakazuki has never dared to stop training his physique, and has become even stronger than he was in the original timeline. But even so, in Thor's eyes, such strength is still not enough. Thor attacked like a tide, punch after punch, hitting Sakazuki's face continuously. "Damn Thor! Stop slapping me in the face all the time!" Sakazuki roared again, his eyes filled with resentment and frustration, wishing he could tear Thor into pieces. But just as his pitch-black fist was about to swing at Thor's face, Thor's speed became even faster. His body shook, and his fist suddenly fell from above, slamming Sakazuki's body into the ground. Boom! With a deafening bang, the ground shook violently under this blow, dust flew, and the sound waves of the explosion echoed in the air. Sakazuki's face was smashed into the soil, leaving a deep hole in the ground in an instant. Thor looked at this scene without a trace of mercy in his eyes. Who? Sakazuki let out a heavy gasp from his throat. The dust gradually settled, and when Sakazuki stood up, it could be seen that his face was completely deformed. The skin was swollen and blood was oozing from the ears, eyes, nose, and mouth. "Sakazuki, I know how weak your physical strength is. Let me see if your haki is also that weak. Damn Thor! You look down on me too much!" Sakazuki roared. His body suddenly burst out with a fierce bright red energy wave field, and the aura swept across like a ferocious beast. The powerful pressure seemed to be able to destroy everything, and the air wave pressed towards Thor like an overwhelming force. The surrounding stones began to crack under the fluctuation of energy, and the abandoned house completely collapsed before this force. This breath is exactly Sakazuki's Conqueror's haki. Chapter 9. Facing Sakazuki Conqueror's onslaught, Thor showed an even more excited smile. "That's right, Sakazuki, that's the aura. It's much stronger than it was over 20 years ago." Before he finished speaking, an unmatched pressure erupted from Thor as well, and Conqueror's power exploded like thunder. Boom! In an instant, the two Conquerors collided head-on like huge waves. A deafening roar filled the air, and the entire island was divided into two colors. One side is magma red, like the surging magma in hell, the other side is electric blue, like a thunderous lightning rain. The intersection of the two forces caused the air to vibrate, the ground of the island began to shake, and even the sea was affected, causing huge waves. "Haki, a top-tier expert. Even though we're so far away, the pressure is so strong." Ghost Spider stared at the island in the distance that seemed to be split in two, and muttered softly. His face did not look relaxed, and there seemed to be some cold sweat on his forehead. He was trying hard to resist the collision between Sakazuki and Thor's Conquerors. The strong pressure made it seem as if the air was hard to breathe. His eyes involuntarily raised up, and he saw that the clouds in the sky had been split into two halves by two auras. It seemed as if the entire sky was torn into two completely different worlds by this battle. "UBD Ghost Spider, stop lamenting. The boat is about to capsize." The moment Sakazuki's eyes met Thor's, the air seemed to solidify into a sticky substance. Conqueror's aura swirled around the two of them, then suddenly vanished without a trace as if it had been torn apart. Then, the two figures disappeared from the spot almost at the same time, at such a speed that it was impossible to catch them. Bang! A deafening crash resounded throughout the earth, and the two men's fists entangled with conquerors collided violently in the air. Bang bang bang! Every punch hit the flesh, and every collision of fists shook the air like an explosion. The huge shock wave caused a series of roars, and the sonic boom hurt the eardrums. The ground cracked in the violent shaking, and the already dilapidated buildings around were blown to pieces. The battle between the two was like a baptism of doomsday. Sakazuki! Keep going! This is more fun! Thor shouted with wild laughter, pushing Sakazuki to his limits. Thor! Let me see how strong you are! Each of Sakazuki's attacks was more fierce than the previous one, carrying an endless sense of oppression. But even with Sakazuki in this state, he was still in a suppressed situation and could not reverse the situation. Another hour passed, and Sakazuki's body was covered in more and more blood. Bang! With a deafening crash, Thor swept across with Conqueror's entanglement and hit Sakazuki's chest again. The damage Sakazuki received from this blow was heavier than any previous one. Boom! 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 Sakazuki was seen falling backwards, and the trees behind him were broken like pieces of paper. Sakazuki! Let me see the power of your devil fruit again! Thor laughed, seeming to be very satisfied with the battle just now. Sakazuki's figure gradually emerged from the dust, panting heavily, sucking in air in big gulps, bloodline dripping from the corners of his mouth. The rose on his chest, which was about to break, swayed in the wind. Suddenly, Sakazuki laughed. His laughter was low and hoarse. Thor, you are really worthy of me. Then he lowered his head and gently straightened Rose with his right hand, which was stained with his own blood. The bright red bloodline stained the roses, but surprisingly matched well with the pink roses. He took out a relatively intact cigar, put it to his lips, and the heat surged, and the cigar began to combust spontaneously. Call! Sakazuki slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, and the air was instantly filled with the strong smell of tobacco and the heat of flames. He began to walk towards Thor, gusts of hot air following with each step. An aura like roiling magma surged out of him, and one could feel a scorching wave of air rising. Hot magma gradually emerged from Sakazuki's body, and his arms, chest, and half of his face were gradually replaced by magma. When the magma dripped onto the ground, it made a hiss sound. The air seemed to be scorched and the temperature suddenly rose. The moment Sakazuki walked out of the thick dust, the heat wave brought by the magma seemed to swallow everything. The moment he saw Thor, endless magma rolled up, and he swung his right arm violently, and the magma arm flew towards Thor. Dark Hound! As Sakazuki's attack got closer, Thor didn't look nervous at all. He slowly raised his right hand, facing Sakazuki's attack, and whispered softly. Thunder Falcon! Suddenly, an arc of electricity leaped across Thor's palm like a snake, and a trace of electricity pierced the air. Immediately afterwards, countless lightning bolts exploded and gathered rapidly in his palm, crackling like thunder in the sky. Thor pushed his palm suddenly, and lightning spread its wings like a huge eagle, with lightning interlaced and the flashing light illuminated the entire sky. The Thunder Falcon charged straight towards Sakazuki's Dark Hound, electricity cutting through the air, carrying with it an indescribable sense of oppression and speed. That's right, Blaze Thor, the owner of the Logia Thunder Fruit. At the moment when lightning collided with magma, the magma shattered like a burning rock, bursting out with red light. The splashing magma danced in the air like meteors, lightning and flames intertwined like a storm, and the scene was like the end of the world. Immediately afterwards, there was a deafening roar. It was an extremely violent explosion. Boom! In an instant, the land turned into nothingness, and the huge explosion shock wave destroyed everything around it. At the core of the explosion, a huge bottomless pit has formed. The heat waves of the magma and the electric currents of lightning raged together, and the entire island seemed to be shaken by this force. Swish! Crack! The aftermath of the explosion subsided, but the air was still filled with the smell of burning and the echoes of thunder. Sakazuki and Thor stood on both sides of the pit, and their figures collided again. The destructive atmosphere of magma and lightning spread, and the conqueror's oppressive aura covered the entire island like a behemoth. Ghost Spider and Doberman, who were still watching the battle in the sea, were staring at the scene in front of them in complete stupor. The island was now completely filled with thunder and magma, and the breath of destruction could still be clearly felt from such a distance. There were no words to express what was in their hearts at the moment, and they could only swallow their saliva to express their shock. At this moment, the spider demon's den den mushi suddenly rang, bolo 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 bolo. Chapter 10. With his eyes still fixed on the island, Anigamo picked up the den den mushi in a daze. The moment the call was connected, the den den mushi quickly transformed, revealing Sengoku's iconic face, followed by a roar. Ghost Spider! Are you with Sakazuki, Blaze Thor, and the others? And that Doberman guy? Ghost Spider was startled when he heard the voice, and immediately said, Yes, Marshal Sengoku, Admiral Sakazuki and Admiral Thor are now sparring. Ghost Spider answered while trying to calm his excitement. However, Sengoku was clearly losing patience and continued to roar, Go tell Thor and the 5 elders to go to Big Mom's territory and warn them. Apparently, the 5 elders couldn't contact Thor, so they turned to Sengoku, but Sengoku couldn't contact Thor and Sakazuki either. After many twists and turns, it is now Spider-Man who bears the wrath of Sengoku. Seeing this, Doberman stood aside, looking as if it had nothing to do with him. He thought it would be better for Ghost Spider to bear this kind of thing alone. Ghost Spider was instantly speechless. Marshal Sengoku, I can't go and tell Admiral Thor now. Are you kidding me? Are you going to let Ghost Spider go to the island to stop Sakazuki and Thor now? When Sengoku heard what Anigamo said, he seemed to have anticipated what the situation was like. The roaring tone subsided a little, and he slowly asked, How far away are you? Very far. How far is far? UBD Spider. Talk to me properly. Sengoku, who had just calmed down, became angry again when he heard what Anigamo said. About 2 to 3 nautical miles. Ghost Spider said slowly after estimating the distance. After hearing what Spider-Man said, Sengoku simply said, Thor can hear it. As soon as he finished speaking, he hung up the phone. The moment Sengoku hung up the phone, Doberman's voice couldn't help but ring out. Ghost Spider, you've worked so hard, this is the love from Marshal Sengoku, ha 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 ha. While Doberman was laughing, he also patted Ghost Spider on the shoulder, obviously to comfort him. Ghost Spider's face was filled with rage, and he roared, Doberman, shut up, lousy. Do you want to try Laozi's 8 swords style, UBD? Then he turned his gaze towards the island again, took a deep breath, and said, It's time to stop. If we continue fighting, I'm afraid the island will sink. Thor, who was still fighting with Sakazuki, suddenly widened the distance between them. Thor had indeed heard every word of the conversation between Sengoku and Spider Demon just now. He is a monster in himself, and with the enhancement of Thunder Fruit, observation haki is probably unmatched. You know, in the original work, Enel was able to monitor the entire Sky Island with the help of Thunder Fruit, let alone the powerful Blaze Thor now? Seeing Thor suddenly distance himself, Sakazuki also stopped attacking. At this moment, Sakazuki looked extremely embarrassed, but he also exuded an unparalleled handsomeness. Half of his face was covered in blood and flesh, like a torn canvas, while the other half turned into surging magma, emitting a hot breath. The blood-stained rose on her chest was almost completely destroyed, hanging scattered on the torn clothes. This appearance exuded an indescribable unique charm. Thor looked at Sakazuki's current appearance and couldn't help but admire him. Sakazuki, you look like this now, which suits you very well. UBD Thor. What do you mean by that? You're not going to fight anymore? Impossible. Sakazuki was not pleased by the compliment at all. instead his face was filled with anger. He was beaten so badly by Thor, and you want to stop before you even get your revenge? What a joke! Sakazuki, look around. Thor said calmly, Ghost Spider is right. If the fighting continues, this island will sink. After hearing Thor's words, Sakazuki turned around and looked around, only to see that the island was filled with magma and electric arcs. The ground was covered with densely packed holes and cracks of varying depths. The earth could be ruthlessly torn apart at any time, and the island could not withstand the battle between the two at any time. But even though he was watching, Sakazuki had no intention of stopping. He turned his head and stared at Thor with sharp eyes. Said, This is already a deserted island, what's the big deal? Thor. Keep fighting. Seeing Sakazuki's look of wanting revenge, Thor couldn't help but chuckle and continued. Sakazuki, how about this last move? If you remain standing after this move, I lose. When Sakazuki heard this, he instantly retreated like an arrow. He raised his hand to wipe the blood from his face and said in a hoarse voice, Thor, after so many years, every time I see your face in battle, it's still so easy to make me irritable. After hearing Sakazuki's angry and irritable words, Thor's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a teasing smile. He slowly opened his hands, and the air around him seemed to tremble slightly because of his movements. Thor looked at Sakazuki and said in a flat tone, Sakazuki, you are jealous. As soon as the words fell, the air around Thor suddenly became oppressive. In an instant, countless thunders behind Thor seemed to be summoned by an invisible force and gathered together madly. Those thunders were like nimble electric snakes, intertwining and entwining with each other, making a deafening roar. Thunder Dragon! Thor roared and swung his hands forward. The gathered thunder instantly turned into an extremely huge thunder dragon. The dragon's body was shimmering with dazzling electric blue and pure white light. Every time the giant dragon swung its body, it released a terrifying pressure, rushing towards Sakazuki. Wherever the dragon passed, the space was distorted and the air was filled with a pungent smell of burning. The white color of this dragon's shimmering light is exactly why Thor is called the White Dragon. Sakazuki's eyes were bloodshot, and magma was surging on his magma-like arms. Immediately afterwards, he swung his arm towards the dragon and let out a deafening roar, the sound containing endless anger. Damn it, Thor! Lousy is Sakazuki. An extremely thick column of magma, wrapped in bursts of hot sparks, rushed towards the thunder dragon at an astonishing speed. During the flight, the magma transformed into the shape of a dog's head, which was ferocious, terrifying, and extremely oppressive. Dog bites Red Lotus. Chapter 11. The moment the thunder dragon and the dog gnawing Red Lotus collided in the air, the air around him seemed to be tightly grasped by an invisible giant hand and solidified in an instant. The surrounding space fell into dead silence, as if time had stopped at this moment. The power of thunder and magma intertwined wildly, and the violent energy conflict erupted with dazzling light. Half of the sky was filled with surging magma, with intense flames blazing and emitting a high temperature that was enough to melt everything. The other half was completely occupied by the power of thunder. The dazzling lightning raged wildly, and electric snakes twisted and shuttled wildly in the air, making crackling sounds. The two forces are deadlocked and confronting each other, as if they are going to ruthlessly devour everything around them. Immediately afterwards, a deafening roar suddenly sounded, and the attacks of the two were detonated instantly. Boom! The loud noise echoed across the entire sea, and the island beneath their feet was shaking. In this collision between the two, the power of thunder was ultimately superior. The Thunder Dragon, relying on its great power, broke through the barrier of magma. In a flash of lightning, the giant dragon brought an overwhelming force and blasted Sakazuki away. The electric current instantly penetrated Sakazuki's armament haki, and he let out a muffled groan of pain. His body twisted painfully in the electric current, every inch of his muscles was cramping and filled with unbearable pain. He supported himself on the ground with his arms, and his fingertips left deep marks on the soil. Who? He was breathing heavily, his eyes bloodshot. Sakazuki slowly raised his head and supported his body bit by bit. At this moment, every nerve in his body was tense with pain, and every muscle was trembling. Finally, Sakazuki stood firm, with countless blood dripping from his body. His whole body was covered with burn marks and he looked extremely miserable, but unexpectedly, Sakazuki actually smiled. He looked in the direction of Thor and a hoarse voice sounded, "Hey, Thor!" Then, Sakazuki roared, "Laozi is Sakazuki!" With this roar, the battle-torn island seemed to have finally reached its limit, and only a dull sound was heard. Boom! 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 The island actually slowly split open from the middle, and the surging sea water rushed out from the crack frantically, splitting the island into two. Half of the island was completely covered by lava, with hot magma flowing freely, the other half was ravaged by lightning, with flashes of lightning and interweaving electric beams. Thor looked at Sakazuki across from him, smiled with satisfaction, nodded slowly, and said, "You win, Sakazuki." Ghost Spider and Doberman stood on the deck of a warship far away from the island, watching the island being split into two, and were completely stunned. Doberman was like a wooden sculpture, staring straight at the shocking scene before him, completely immersed in it and unable to extricate himself. Suddenly, Ghost Spider raised his hand and slapped Doberman on the back of the head with a snap. The slap instantly brought Doberman back to reality from his shocked trance. "Hey, Doberman! Stop being distracted! The battle is over, hurry up and drive the warship over!" Ghost Spider shouted anxiously, then steered the warship left and right in the turbulent waves. It slowly approached the island that was split into two halves, covered by lava and lightning, crossing layers of huge waves. When the warship was about to reach the battlefield that was divided into two, a figure approached from the direction of the lava island. Looking closely, it was Sakazuki. He landed on the deck of the warship on moonwalk, gasping for breath, limping, and blood was still dripping from his body. Almost at the same moment, a dazzling flash of lightning suddenly appeared on the deck, accompanied by crackling sounds, and Thor also appeared. When Ghost Spider and Doberman saw Sakazuki's miserable appearance covered in blood and scars, their hearts tightened and they dared not say a word. In this tense atmosphere, they could only silently control the warship and head towards the naval headquarters. However, the two of them could not resist their curiosity and secretly looked at Thor and then at Sakazuki. Ghost Spider couldn't help but lean close to Doberman's ear and said in a low voice, "Hey, Doberman, why does Thor Admiral look uninjured at all? He's in much better shape than Sakazuki Admiral." Doberman quickly winked and responded in a low voice, "Keep your voice down, BD. Of course it's because Thor Admiral is stronger." Ghost Spider was still unsatisfied and muttered, "I actually thought they would talk for days and nights. It's a pity that they were disturbed by this call." In the pirates' world, battles between powerful individuals usually last for days and nights. Doberman muttered quietly, "What are you thinking? If the battle lasts for days and nights, Admiral Sakazuki will probably just lie down. Admiral Thor wouldn't do that. Look at Admiral Sakazuki now. I haven't seen him this miserable in years." As they were talking, they suddenly felt a darkness above their heads and a strong sense of oppression came over them. They turned around and saw Sakazuki's face was filled with anger, and his fist was already swinging towards their faces with strong wind. Bang! Bang! Two muffled sounds were heard, followed by Sakazuki's deafening roar, "I heard everything, you two bastards!" Night fell, an hour passed quietly, and Sakazuki's condition recovered a lot. But the charred black and Madara-marked bloodline still revealed his previous miserable state. At this time, the four of them sat together, with wine bottles tilting here and there, and the soft sea breeze blew gently, bringing a bit of comfort. Everyone chatted about their experiences over the years. Spider-Man and Doberman seemed to have opened up and poured out their bitter experiences over the years to Thor. They were beaming with joy, dancing with joy, sighing sometimes, and laughing heartily sometimes. Sakazuki occasionally interjected a few words, but it was obvious that he was not as talkative as Oni and Spider. Thor listened attentively, nodding slightly from time to time, as if savoring every story. After Ghost Spider and Doberman had spoken a little less, Sakazuki slowly turned his head and stared at Thor. A complex light flashed in his eyes, and he once again asked the question that lingered in his mind. Thor, now you can finally tell me what justice is, no matter the means. Upon hearing this, Ghost Spider and Doberman immediately quieted down and looked at Thor, their eyes also full of curiosity. Thor looked at the people around him, took a sip of wine and slowly said, "Justice by any means necessary. It means using all available power to achieve the justice I believe in." After hearing this, Sakazuki fell into deep thought, his brows furrowed, and an elusive light flashed in his eyes. After a moment, he looked at Thor again, his tone becoming heavier. "What do you mean, use all available power? Then what about the pirate's power?" Thor nodded without hesitation and said calmly, "That's fine." The moment Thor finished speaking, Sakazuki stood up suddenly and walked in front of Thor. He grabbed Thor's collar with both hands and pulled him up. Sakazuki looked Thor straight in the eyes, his face filled with anger, and roared loudly. "Blaze Thor! Is this your bullshit justice?" Chapter 12. Facing Sakazuki's angry and questioning gaze, Thor remained calm and nodded firmly. This simple action completely ignited the anger in Sakazuki's heart. "Damn Thor!" Sakazuki roared, his facial muscles twisted with anger, and he smashed his fist hard into Thor's face. Thor didn't make any evasive movement, just watched Sakazuki's fist fall quietly. Bang! With a dull thud, Thor's body flew backwards uncontrollably. Thor's body hit the side of the warship hard, and slid down the side and fell to the ground. Sakazuki was not calmed by the punch. His eyes were bloodshot, like an angry beast. He limped over to Thor's side and pressed his knee against Thor's chest, pinning him to the ground so that he couldn't get up. Then his fists rained down on Thor's face, one after another. Every punch that landed was accompanied by a dull sound and Sakazuki's roar. Seeing this, Ghost Spider and Doberman wanted to stop it, but they didn't know where to start. "A-hole Thor! Tell me your bullshit justice doesn't work!" Sakazuki roared loudly while attacking Thor frantically. "If we're going to use the pirate's power, then what have we been doing all these years? Playing house?" His voice became even hoarser with anger, and every word seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. However, Thor remained silent in the face of this storm of attacks and questioning. He quietly endured every punch from Sakazuki, blood already oozing from the corner of his mouth and slowly flowing down his cheek. Finally, Sakazuki's movements gradually slowed down, and finally, his fist stopped in mid-air, and did not fall down for a long time. He looked at Thor's face beneath him, which was covered in blood but still calm. His eyes gradually became moist and a complex emotion surged in his heart. "Why don't you hide?" Sakazuki grabbed Thor's collar with both hands again. He pulled his upper body up from the ground, roaring at the top of his lungs. "Why are you using the pirate's power now? You weren't like this before, Thor. What on earth did you go through in Marie Joy's back then? Is the enemy so invincible?" The anger in his voice gradually faded, replaced by deep confusion and pain. Looking at Thor's still tightly closed lips, Sakazuki felt powerless to vent the anger in his heart. His hands suddenly loosened, allowing Thor's body to fall to the ground again. He walked back to his original place, reached out to pick up the bottle of wine, and poured it into his mouth one bottle after another. The wine flowed down the corners of his mouth and wet his clothes. He tried to numb himself with alcohol, as he could not accept Thor who held such a righteous ideal. Thor slowly stood up, wiped the blood off his face with his sleeve, walked back to Sakazuki, and slowly sat down. He looked at Sakazuki calmly and spoke softly, "Calm down now, Sakazuki." The sound was not loud, but it was very clear in this extremely depressing atmosphere. After hearing Thor's words, Sakazuki paused and slowly put down the bottle in his hand. His eyes were a little blurry, and his voice seemed to be squeezed out from the depths of his throat. "Give me a reason, Thor." Thor nodded, his eyes first falling on Sakazuki, then slowly sweeping towards Ghost Spider and Doberman. "When you followed me, I told you that the cancer on the ocean is not just the pirates, but also that high and mighty God." He paused slightly, a hint of relief in his eyes. "I'm glad that you listened to me and became different from before. At least they know that those so-called celestial dragons and world nobles shouldn't even exist. We also know that their evil is no less than that of the pirates on the sea. They will eventually become our enemies." As he spoke, Thor's gaze focused on Sakazuki again and said, "Don't you want to know why I did what I did that year? Don't you want to know what happened in Marie Joy's?" He looked directly into Sakazuki's eyes, his emotions began to fluctuate, his voice gradually became louder, and he said loudly, "I just want to test the true strength of that almighty God. I've killed a lot of those dead pig-like celestial dragons. But those 5 elders don't care at all. Those are merely the lowest of beings, used as sacrifices among the celestial dragons. I also fought the 5 elders. Although they weren't very strong, they all possessed the ability to be immortal. These were abilities bestowed upon them by the Void Throne." After hearing Thor's words, Sakazuki and the others' faces were filled with shock and disbelief. Obviously, these unimaginable immortal abilities are far beyond their cognition. Thor's words continued, "And the Knights of God are equally formidable. At that time, I persevered despite their siege because I just wanted to know what the person on the Void Throne looked like. I wanted to see if I could force him to take action. I wanted to see what he was truly capable of. But you all know the result. Faced with nearly 9 Admiral warriors, 5 of whom were monsters that couldn't die no matter what injuries they took, I failed." There was a hint of reluctance in his voice. "They didn't kill me, but waited for me to surrender to them and become their fighting force." Thor suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed Sakazuki's clothes on his chest. His eyes instantly became fierce. He stared straight at Sakazuki and asked loudly, "Tell me, Sakazuki, how do we fight an enemy like this? On my own, or both of us? Or is it relying on Sengoku? Relying on Garp, who is friends with the pirates?" Thor grew increasingly agitated, practically roaring, "Or perhaps relying on that unclear-minded Borsellino? Or Garp's good disciple, Kuzan? If no one stops these fighting forces, you won't even be able to see the face of the person on the Void Throne. Tell me, how do we fight this kind of enemy?" Sakazuki. Faced with Thor's questioning, Sakazuki remained silent, with a trace of struggle and helplessness flashing in his eyes. Ghost Spider and Doberman clenched their fists, veins bulging on their arms, and they only hated that their strength was too weak. Thor slowly let go of Sakazuki, leaving them all lost in thought. After a long moment, Sakazuki's hoarse voice finally broke the silence, "Pirates, how do you control it? Also, how do you deal with the drug injected into your body by the world government?" Thor smiled after hearing Sakazuki's words. He knew that Sakazuki had listened to him. Thor slowly walked to the bow of the ship, the sea breeze whistling towards him, blowing his hair and clothes. He looked at the deserted sea and said calmly, "I'll take care of these. You just need to stand firmly behind me, that's enough. Don't worry, Sakazuki, most of the pirates don't deserve to survive. Pirates who are worthy of surviving will also spend their entire lives atonement for their sins." Chapter 13. For a long time, Thor was still immersed in the salty and humid smell of the sea breeze, and the slightly fishy sea breeze gently brushed across his face. At this moment, Sakazuki's slightly hoarse voice suddenly sounded, "Hey, Thor." Thor turned his head when he heard the sound and saw a bottle of wine flying from Sakazuki's hand. With quick eyes and hands, Thor caught the bottle steadily, and Sakazuki walked to the bow with a limp step. He came to Thor's side, raised the bottle in his hand, and with a barely perceptible apology in his eyes, he slowly said to Thor, "Just now. I'm sorry, Thor." "What are you talking about, Sakazuki?" Thor raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a relaxed smile. Then he gently touched the bottle in his hand against Sakazuki's bottle, and the crisp sound of the collision echoed in the sea breeze. Soon, the originally suffocating atmosphere began to ease. Sakazuki's usually stern face also showed a rare relaxed expression, as if a heavy shackle had been removed. "Hey, Doberman! There's still so much wine, don't even think about not drinking it." Ghost Spider held down Doberman's head, with a playful look on his face, and half-jokingly forced him to drink. "Ghost Spider, don't think I don't know you secretly used Haki to dispel the smell of alcohol." Doberman's eyes widened, his face scowling with anger as he shouted, "There's no way you can hold your liquor that well. You can't drink, so you frame me with this trick, right? I think you are itching for trouble, Doberman." Ghost Spider's face turned red, and he retorted unwillingly, "Assholes, who's afraid of who?" As soon as the words fell, Ghost Spider and Doberman started to wrestle with each other. Doberman pulled Ghost Spider's long hair tightly, and Ghost Spider pressed Doberman's left eye hard, and the situation became deadlocked. Thor leaned his elbows comfortably on the ship's railing, a smile on his face, and shouted, "Ghost Spider, Doberman! I'll be your referee." "Ha ha ha, okay, come on, Doberman, let go first and let's fight." Ghost Spider shouted at the top of his voice. "A-hole, if we were going to fight, you should let go first." Doberman responded unyieldingly. Bang! With a dull thud, the two men fell to the ground at the same time, then quickly got up and wrestled with each other again, neither of them letting the other go. Seeing this, Sakazuki shook his head helplessly and sighed softly, "These two guys." Thor suddenly turned his head and asked Sakazuki, "Sakazuki, is there any sherry wine on the ship?" After hearing Thor's words, Ghost Spider and Doberman stopped their actions instantly. Everyone seemed to have a telepathic connection and understood the meaning of Thor's words. Ghost Spider and Doberman stood up and walked quickly into the cabin. Obviously, he went to get the sherry wine that Thor mentioned. "They have guessed your thoughts a long time ago, otherwise how could there be wine on this warship?" Sakazuki narrowed his eyes and said slowly. Not long after, Ghost Spider and Doberman came out of the cabin, each holding several boxes of sherry wine in their arms. "Thor Admiral, is this enough?" the two asked in unison after putting down their drinks. Thor punched each of them and said, "Who are you trying to drink to death?" As he spoke, Thor skillfully opened one of the boxes, picked up 2 bottles of sherry wine in each hand, and said in a relaxed tone, "Okay, you guys continue, I'm leaving." Seeing Thor was about to leave, Sakazuki immediately said, "Thor." Then Sakazuki picked up 2 bottles of wine from the box, opened one of them with quick and decisive movements, tilted his head back, and drank it all without hesitation. Then he threw the other bottle to Thor and said, "There is another bottle, which is for Teacher Zephyr and I to drink." Seeing this, Ghost Spider and Doberman began to imitate Sakazuki. After they finished one bottle, they each took a bottle of wine and handed it to Thor, saying, "And us." Thor couldn't help but laugh and curse, "I do have several hands, BD." As soon as he finished speaking, Thor put down all the wine in his hand and picked up a box of sherry again. He slowly scanned the crowd and said in a voice full of gratitude, "Let me thank you first on behalf of Teacher Zephyr." Suddenly, all 3 of them burst into laughter, and their laughter echoed on the sea. Then a flash of electricity appeared on the deck, and Thor, holding a box of wine, disappeared in an instant. But everyone clearly saw that the moment Thor left, a smile appeared on his face. Naval Headquarters, Zephyr's office. Zephyr was smoking a cigar, and the office was completely filled with smoke. Since Zephyr's right arm was transformed into a sea stone-equipped robotic arm called Crusher 2 years ago, he has formed the Pirates Guerrilla to hunt pirates. So Zephyr is not often at the Marine headquarters. This time, he had just returned to the headquarters a few days ago and happened to encounter Thor's return to Marine. So he stayed there and did not go out to sea again. Zephyr could not help but recall scenes from many years ago. At that time, Zephyr defeated countless pirates but never killed any of his enemies, and was called the No-Kill Admiral. But in the year 1490 of the Sea Circle calendar, 42-year-old Zephyr's family was killed by pirates, and he began to hate pirates. He offered to resign but was retained, and still had hopes for the Marine and world government, so he retained his admiral rank and was transferred to instructor. The first batch of students included Blaze Thor, 18 years old, Sakazuki, 23 years old, and Borsellino, 26 years old. The first class, also known as the most monstrous class, and Zephyr's proudest student, was Blaze Thor. He began to hate the pirates at that time, and it seemed that Thor's extreme justice was not unacceptable to him. But Thor's justice is not just for the pirates. Thor has mentioned that sensitive issue to Zephyr more than once. If you want to completely change the world, pirates is just one of the thresholds. The ultimate goal is world government. But the ideas that Zephyr has been indoctrinated with over the years are not so easy to change, and it is impossible for him to stand completely on the same side as Thor. But since Roger's death, we have witnessed the beginning of the Age of Discovery and the birth of such a disgusting system as Shishibukai. Zephyr's inner defenses were gradually destroyed when he made up his mind to find Thor. But Thor told him to wait a little longer and not to rush. Then that incident happened and Thor beat Marie Joyce alone. Zephyr regretted not being able to stop Thor, regretted not being able to understand Thor's meaning earlier, and regretted not being able to discover Thor's intentions in advance. Now Thor is not dead and has returned to the Marine, but Zephyr has grown old. He feels very complicated at the moment. He wants to find Thor, but he doesn't know what to say. Call. Just as Zephyr lit another cigar, there was a knock on the door. Teacher Zephyr, this is Thor. Chapter 14. Without waiting for Zephyr's response, Thor pushed the door open. As soon as I stepped into the office, a pungent smell of cigarettes hit me in the face, and the smoke was swirling wildly under the dim light. Teacher Zephyr, how many cigarettes have you smoked? Thor said as he waved his hands quickly, trying to disperse the thick smoke in front of him. Zephyr stood up and said with faint dissatisfaction on his face, "Knock on the door is just your notification, right?" Zephyr seemed to realize that the current situation was not suitable for talking, and said to Thor, "Come on, go for a walk with me." Naval Headquarters, on the seaside next to the recruit training ground. The moonlight gently shines on the beach, and the waves beat rhythmically against the shore. Zephyr and Thor walked here side by side and slowly sat down on a small pile of sand. The fine sand made a slight friction sound under their bodies, blending into the quiet night. Thor was the first to break the silence, his tone carrying a hint of guilt. "I'm sorry, Mr. Zephyr, I should have come to you as soon as I got back yesterday." Zephyr did not respond to Thor's words immediately, but stared at him with a complicated look for a long time before slowly speaking, "Thank you for your hard work over the years, Thor." Thor raised the corner of his mouth slightly, revealing a teasing smile. "Hey, Teacher Zephyr, when did you become so fussy?" Bang! Zephyr's left fist lightly hit Thor, but a smile appeared on his face. "You kid. Ha ha ha, Mr. Zephyr, it's a good thing you didn't hit me with your crusher, otherwise I would have suffered." Hearing Thor's teasing, Zephyr fell silent, gently stroking the modified crusher on his right arm with his left hand, and a trace of loss that was difficult to conceal revealed in his eyes. "What's up, Mr. Zephyr? You used to teach us students how to get out of trouble, but now you're stuck yourself." Thor stood up, brushed off the sand stuck to his pants, and continued. "I brought back some good stuff, Teacher Zephyr, wait for me a moment." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure quickly disappeared. Zephyr looked at the calm sea, his thoughts involuntarily drifting back to the past. At that time, Blaze Thor had just joined the Marines. Although he was considered a monster by everyone, he was also the one who fought the hardest. This beach is where the master and disciple used to sit and chat most often, and it carries their memories. Just as Zephyr was immersed in it, a loud bang broke the silence. It was Thor who came back. He put the box of wine in his arms on the ground, making a sound. "Teacher Zephyr, this is your favorite wine," Thor said as he opened the box and took out bottles of wine. He kept muttering, "These 2 bottles are for me to drink with you later. This bottle is for Sakazuki and you to drink, this bottle is for Ghost Spider, and this bottle is for Doberman. By the way, Mr. Zephyr, they've already drank it beforehand. I can testify to that." Hearing this, Zephyr couldn't help but laugh and cursed, "A-hole, no one's here yet, how can the wine count?" Although he said this, his hands had already unconsciously gathered all the wine around him. Zephyr picked up a bottle of sherry wine and said slowly, "The most domineering wine, thanks, Thor. Teacher Zephyr, only you can get used to drinking such a strong wine, ha 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 ha." Thor smiled and sat down again, picking up the bottle and clinking glasses with Zephyr. In the following time, Thor quietly listened to Zephyr talk about his experiences over the years and his views on marine and world government. The waves still beat against the shore, and the sea breeze gently brushed their faces. An hour passed quietly, and the bright night light shone on the tilted wine bottles, reflecting dots of light. One person is talking and the other is listening. The moonlight is like water and the sea is sparkling. The picture looks particularly comfortable and beautiful. Thor raised his head and took another big gulp of wine. His throat rolled and he sighed with satisfaction. Then he said with emotion, "It's a good thing you brought a case, otherwise it wouldn't be enough for us, Mr. Zephyr." He put down the bottle, wiped the corner of his mouth casually with the back of his hand, and looked at Zephyr seriously. "But Mr. Zephyr, I want to ask you, what are your plans for the future? Will you still rely on the pirates' guerrilla unit you formed 2 years ago to capture pirates?" Hearing this, Zephyr paused playing with the bottle in his hand, was silent for a moment, and then slowly spoke, "Thor, what you said back then was right." Then Zephyr seemed to know what Thor was thinking and continued, "I know you won't be content. But you have a drug injected by the world government in your body. How can it solve this problem?" And Zephyr exhaled slowly, a hint of fatigue and helplessness in his tone, "I'm already old." Thor raised the corner of his mouth and smiled, "Teacher Zephyr, you still understand me. As for what's inside me, I'll take care of it. And you can stop being in this body." When Zephyr heard Thor's words, a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes, and he looked at Thor in confusion. What did he mean? Thor then continued, "Teacher Zephyr, I know you hate the power of the devil fruit. But since he exists above the sea, there must be a reason for it. It's nothing more than becoming a landlubber. Could it be worse than your current situation?" Zephyr didn't respond. He silently picked up the remaining bottles of sherry in the wine box and drank them one by one. The pungent liquid flowed down his throat, burning his internal organs, but it also seemed to temporarily numb the confusion and bewilderment in his heart. Seeing this, Thor said nothing and waited quietly for Zephyr to think. After a long moment, Zephyr finally put down the empty bottle in his hand and spoke in a low voice, "Thor, what devil fruit can make me no longer be in this body?" Thor's lips curled up into a scoundrel smile, and he slowly said, "Teacher Zephyr, this is a secret." "Damn Thor! I really want to beat you up." Zephyr pretended to be angry and pretended to stand up. "Ha ha ha, Mr. Zephyr, you can't beat me now." After Zephyr calmed down, Thor put away his smile and turned serious, "Teacher Zephyr, you don't know how righteous I am now." Then he repeated to Zephyr what he had said to Sakazuki and the others. He had thought Zephyr would react the same way as Sakazuki, but the reality was beyond his expectations. Zephyr said slowly, "Thor, I told you, you were right back then. But I didn't understand what you meant back then, and I couldn't stop you in advance. Now you have different ideas and a different sense of justice, but I still think you will be right." Zephyr slowly raised his left fist, his eyes filled with trust. "Thor, I leave my life to you." Thor said nothing when he heard this. The smile on his face gradually faded, replaced by a serious look. He slowly raised his fist and stretched it towards Zephyr's fist, lightly touching it in the air. At this moment, the sea breeze seemed to have stopped blowing, and the waves had calmed down. Chapter 15. 3 days later, at the port of New World Marine G5, the atmosphere was as tense as a fully drawn bowstring. The Marines of the entire G5 branch were dressed in neat uniforms, with solemn expressions, standing in formation and ready for battle. At the front of the team stood a bald man with a burly figure, sharp eyes, and a face full of burn scars. It was none other than Derek Ross, the base commander of the G5 branch, with the rank of Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. Reporting to Vice Admiral Ross, all Marines of G5 branch, line up. A man with short black hair and lightning-shaped sideburns trotted up to Ross and shouted. It was Virgo, who currently held the rank of Rear Admiral, who was also Ross's adjutant and the second-in-command of the G5 branch. Ross nodded slightly, his eyes swept over Virgo, and suddenly frowned, and shouted sternly. "Lousy, get the coffee stirrer out of your face." A-hole Virgo. The G5 branch had just concluded a 3-day, 3-night banquet ordered by Ross, and the air still seemed to be filled with the smell of alcohol from last night's revelry. However, early this morning, a phone call broke the morning tranquility. "Ross, I will be at G5 in a few hours." It was Thor's voice. After Ross answered the phone, his expression instantly became serious and he immediately gave the order. Everyone in the base was asked to clean themselves up and get rid of the remaining smell of alcohol on their bodies. Ross himself was also dressed very neatly, with his uniform neatly placed. Faced with Ross's serious and almost cold expression, no one in the branch dared to be negligent. On weekdays, the Marines of the G5 branch are always unruly and have bad tempers. But in front of Derek Rose, they are completely obedient. Because Ross is the root of their evil. Every single person in the branch was defeated by Ross's fists. After everyone gathered, they finally understood why Ross was so serious so early in the morning. Because the most mysterious and enigmatic existence in the hearts of everyone in the G5 branch, Blaze Thor, is about to arrive. Every day when Ross scolds everyone, they will hear this sentence. "Drink, smoke, or do anything else, I won't care. But if you're soft-hearted when killing pirates, then get out of here, lousy. You guys are trash." If the person I followed back then was still around, I'd be embarrassed if he saw me. This mysterious figure has always been like a fog, lingering in the hearts of everyone in the G5 branch. It wasn't until the news of Blaze Thor's return to Marine spread around the world that they learned about it from Ross. Their base commander, Derek Rose, was that man's adjutant back then. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the sea level in the distance, their eyes full of anticipation and tension. Suddenly, the sentry on the watchtower shouted at the top of his lungs, "A warship has appeared. It's the Vice Admiral's exclusive warship, and it's heading this way." Soon, the warship appeared in everyone's sight. To get from Naval Headquarters to New World, you can pass through the Holy Land of Marie Joyce, and the G1 branch is next to Marie Joyce, at the entrance to New World. Therefore, it is most convenient to take the G1 branch's warship to G5. Needless to say, Thor is currently on the warship of the G1 branch's base commander, Flying Squirrel. Ross stared at the approaching warship, his heart beating wildly uncontrollably. Memories of the past flooded into his mind like a tide, and every little detail related to Thor kept flashing through his mind. His hands unconsciously clenched into fists, his eyes filled with uncontrollable excitement and anticipation. On the Flying Squirrel, Vice Admiral's exclusive warship. A flying squirrel with a mohawk and a mustache is walking towards Thor. At this moment, Thor was lying comfortably on the lounge chair in the middle of the deck, sleeping soundly with his head covered with a newspaper. It can be seen that the lounge chair in the middle of the deck was added temporarily by Thor and does not match the warship at all. Flying squirrels are always serious and a bit rigid, and there will be no such thing as a lounge chair on a warship. Admiral Thor, we're about to arrive at G5. The flying squirrel walked up to Thor and reminded him in a serious but gentle tone. Thor slowly removed the newspaper covering his head, stretched lazily, yawned, and said, "Well, thank you for your hard work, flying squirrel." Then he slowly walked towards the bow and continued, "But I didn't expect your rigid personality to remain unchanged after all these years." The flying squirrel's expression remained serious as he responded sternly, "Thor Admiral, as a marine, I'm not here to enjoy myself." The corners of Thor's mouth rose slightly, as if he was not surprised by the flying squirrel's answer. He turned to look at the flying squirrel and said seriously, "Flying squirrel, this is exactly what I admire most about you. Okay, the warship doesn't need to go any further. I can go there myself." "Wait, Admiral Thor." The flying squirrel called out to Thor, who was about to leave. "What's wrong?" Thor was a little confused. The flying squirrel hesitated for a moment, then spoke again, "Admiral Thor, you haven't seen Vice Admiral Ross's warship yet, have you?" "I haven't been to G5 yet, how can I meet him?" Thor just felt that the flying squirrel was weird at the moment. Then, "It's okay, Thor Admiral." The flying squirrel shook his head and said. Thor didn't think any more about it when he saw this and disappeared. At this moment, Ross was still waiting for the warship to slowly dock when a flash of lightning suddenly appeared in front of him, and then Thor appeared. Ross's gaze fell straight on Thor's face. Seeing that Thor's face was still the same as it was decades ago, his eyes became wet in an instant. Countless words that he had prepared in advance surged in his heart, but he couldn't say a word. He could only stare blankly at Thor in front of him. Thor looked at Ross and said softly, "Long time no see, Ross." Changing the subject, he jokingly said, "However, how much pressure have you endured? How come you have become bald?" Rose's eyes, which were originally moist, stopped shedding tears the moment she heard Thor's teasing. A bright smile appeared on his face, and he raised his hand to gently rub his shiny head, smiling and responding, "Cool, Thor Admiral." As soon as the words fell, Ross's smile instantly disappeared. His expression became serious. He straightened his back, raised his hand in a standard military salute, and shouted in a loud voice. "G5 Branch Base Commander, Derek Rose, welcome back Thor Admiral." All the G5 branch members behind him shouted in unison, "All Marines of the G5 branch, welcome back Thor Admiral." The deafening sound echoed over the port for a long time, majestic and powerful. Thor listened to this powerful shout, a look of satisfaction appeared on his face, and he nodded slightly. Taking advantage of Ross's inattention, Thor suddenly raised his leg and kicked Ross, cursing with a smile, "Why are you pretending, Ross?" Ross staggered slightly after being kicked out of nowhere, then burst into a hearty laugh, his serious and stern look instantly disappearing without a trace. He laughed and said, "Thor Admiral. I'm the Vice Admiral of the Naval Headquarters now. Stop kicking me. Lao Zi is still a Marine Admiral. If you have the ability, come here and let Lao Zi kick you." In an instant, the serious atmosphere of the G5 disappeared, and the Marines could no longer hold back and burst into laughter. The mysterious Blaze Thor in their hearts is both similar to and different from what everyone imagines him to be. Chapter 16. G5 Branch Base Chief's Office. At this moment, Thor was sitting on the office chair that originally belonged to Ross, leaning back slightly, with a lazy look in his eyes. Ross, on the other hand, seemed to have a smile on his face and was circling around Thor, looking like a complete lackey. "Thor Admiral, look at these good things," Ross said as he opened the cabinet behind Thor. He placed the items one by one on the table in front of Thor, his face beaming with pride. Jinbei musical instruments, devil fruit sculptures, pocket watches, mini cannons, compasses. He gently wiped each one he took out. There was nothing special about these items, but without exception, they were all made of gold. This habit was formed when Ross followed Thor. He would keep all the gold products seized from the pirates. Because Thor is not very interested in things like cigars and alcohol, but has a special liking for gold. No prizes for guessing why. Thor looked at Ross's appearance of offering treasures and couldn't help but teasing him. "Why, Ross, are you planning to give me all the treasures you have accumulated over the years?" After hearing this, Ross threw his head back and laughed. "Ha ha ha, Thor Admiral, when the time comes, put all of these on your golden scaled ship, it will be a perfect match." "But Admiral Thor, where is your ship? You know, who wouldn't tremble in fear when they saw your golden scaled warship back then?" Changing the subject, a hint of nostalgia flashed in his eyes. "But Admiral Thor, your golden scaled ship is no longer the most impressive one. Now, in the New World, there's a guy named Guild Tesoro, known as the Golden Emperor, who is the user of the gold fruit. He has a giant ship made entirely of gold, and he even built a town on it. It's the largest entertainment city in the world today, called Gulan Tizolo. It's 10,000 meters, 10 kilometers, long. In comparison, the golden scale ship is..." Thor looked at the endless Ross and couldn't help but raised his hand to suppress him, signaling him to stop. With a hint of helplessness on his face, he said, "Okay, Ross, I know you have a lot to say, but I'm back, not dying. I know you're talking about the Golden Emperor, but right now, there are more pressing matters." As he spoke, Thor leaned over and picked up a most ordinary gold ring on the table. "I'll take this gold ring first. As for the rest, wait until my golden scale ship comes back, and then you can move everything onto it." Ross scratched his reflective head and said with a smile, "Hey, Thor Admiral, what's the rush?" Thor said, "Come with me to Big Mom's territory. I don't want to have to fly there all by myself without a ship." When Ross heard this, he instantly became energetic and exuded an eagerness to try. He didn't ask any more questions, just nodded heavily, turned around and prepared to go out to make arrangements. With Thor around, Ross wouldn't even frown even if he went to Big Mom's territory, let alone the 4 emperors one by one. Just as Ross was about to step out of the door, Thor suddenly called him. "By the way, Ross, you don't need to bring too many people. Just you and the guy next to you, the one with the lightning-shaped sideburns and sunglasses, the 3 of us are enough." "All right, Thor Admiral." Thor saw Ross so excited at the moment, and he gradually had a bad premonition in his heart. Not long after, a warship with a square sail foremast slowly sailed out of the G5 port, with the eye-catching G5 logo printed on the side of the hull and the square sail. The most eye-catching thing is the lifelike gilded dragon head on the bow, and the golden scales sparkle dazzlingly in the sunlight. This is Derek Rose's exclusive warship. However, this unique shape is really not flattering. Thor stood on the deck, his arms folded, his eyes fixed on the gilded dragon head that looked out of place on the entire warship. It was not until this moment that he understood that the flying squirrel's hesitant words were a reminder to him. Thor shook his head and finally could only sigh helplessly. "Ross, this guy, even wanted to imitate his own Jinlin ship. Imitation is fine, but this design is so ugly. Hey, Admiral Thor, look at the bow of my ship. Does it have 1% of the haki of the golden scale ship?" Ross's face was full of pride, and he didn't notice Thor's disgust at all. Instead, he moved closer to Thor and showed off with a beaming face. As he spoke, he gestured with his hands to form the shape of a dragon's head, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he waited for Thor's praise. "By the way, Admiral Thor, where is your golden scale ship? I was thinking of studying the bow of the Jinlin ship and making it even more hacky. Rose continued to chatter, completely unaware that she had already touched Thor's limit of patience. Thor, who had originally planned to swallow his anger, finally could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. His eyes flashed, and he came behind Ross in an instant, pressing Ross to the ground on the deck of the warship. Pa! 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 Thor's slaps fell on Ross's bald head one after another, each slap with full force. As he beat her, he kept muttering, "Hacky! I'll make you gilded dragon head! Don't you even realize how good this combination is? Traveling on your warship is simply embarrassing." Ross was pinned down by Thor, grimacing in pain and struggling constantly. "It hurts! It hurts, Thor Admiral! Don't use hacky!" He shouted at the top of his lungs, his voice full of pain and grievance. "Stop hitting my head! I don't have any hair!" He tried to protect his head with his hands, but he couldn't block Thor's slap at all. Besides, what's not hacky about it? It's very handsome, Thor Admiral. Ross was still stubborn and absolutely refused to admit that his ship was ugly. 15 minutes passed before Thor finally got tired. He panted and slowly stood up. He took a deep breath to calm himself down, then looked down at Ross lying on the ground and said slowly, "You know what? You look pretty comfortable with your bald head. Keep it up, Ross." As soon as he finished speaking, Thor raised his foot, and with a bang, Ross was kicked to the edge of the warship's railing. Thor's voice rang out again, "When we get back, I'll have Laozi remove this faucet. Remove it all." Half a day passed in a flash, and now Ross and Thor were lying side by side on the lounge chairs in the middle of the warship deck. Virgo controlled the warship alone, steadily moving towards Big Mom's territory. Ross squinted his eyes comfortably, and suddenly seemed to remember something important, and sat up abruptly from the recliner. He slapped his forehead, a look of annoyance on his face, and muttered to himself, "I almost forgot about this." Then he shouted loudly, "Virgo, come here." When Virgo heard the call, he walked quickly towards Ross and Thor, with that amiable smile on his face all the time, giving people a warm feeling. Ross looked at Virgo who was approaching, a look of satisfaction appeared on his face, and he turned to Thor and said, "Thor Admiral, this is Virgo." He pointed to the bamboo stick Virgo carried with him, nicknamed Ghost Bamboo. Usually, Virgo handles almost everything at the base. He's very capable. He's absolutely ruthless towards the pirates, and his own strength is also quite good. He's only a rear admiral now. If possible, Thor Admiral should keep him with him for a while. Thor listened to Ross's introduction quietly with a playful smile on his face. His gaze slowly fell on Virgo, and he looked him up and down, with a hint of amusement in his eyes. Virgo still maintained his elegant and approachable appearance. Thor spoke slowly. "It's quite impressive that Ross is so full of praise for you. Perhaps the rank of Rear Admiral is a bit low." Ross originally thought that Thor also admired Virgo, but Thor's next words completely caught them off guard. Thor spoke slowly, "I think the position of Vice Admiral might be more suitable for you. What do you think?" The highest official of the Dongquixote family, first generation Khorasan. Chapter 17. As soon as Thor said this, the smug smile on Ross's face froze instantly. His eyes were filled with astonishment and disbelief, and he turned to look at Virgo, trying to find the answer from his expression. After hearing Thor's words, Virgo tried hard to suppress his heaving chest and his rapid breathing. All kinds of thoughts surged in my mind like a tide. How is it possible? How could he know my identity? This must be fake. Is he trying to trick me? What should I do now? Fight him? A hint of hesitation and struggle flashed in his eyes, but was quickly replaced by despair. FK. He's the Admiral. Run! In an instant, Virgo exerted force with his legs, performed moonwalk, stepped into the air, and quickly leaped towards the sea in the distance. In Virgo's opinion, continuing to stay on the warship would undoubtedly be courting death. As long as he can find an island before he runs out of energy, he still has a chance of survival. Ross looked at Virgo's fleeing back. How could he not understand that what Thor said was true? Virgo, who had followed him for more than 10 years and whom he had been expecting to be promoted by Thor, turned out to be a FG pirate. A surge of anger of betrayal instantly surged in his heart, and the moment Virgo escaped, Ross used moonwalk to follow him. He clenched his fists, his heart filled with anger and confusion. He desperately wanted to catch up with Virgo and confront him face to face. What's so good about pirates? Compared to the game of chasing each other, it is obvious that Thor prefers to fight to the death when trapped. The arc flashed, and Thor disappeared in an instant. How is this possible? How can it be so fast? What kind of devil fruit ability is this? When Virgo saw Thor suddenly appear in front of him, he stopped in surprise and prepared to turn around. But the moment he turned to escape, Thor grabbed his neck tightly, making it difficult for him to breathe. At this time, Ross had also caught up, his eyes filled with anger and confusion, as if two flames were burning. Virgo tried to struggle, but suddenly felt a strong sense of death enveloping him. He could clearly feel that if he resisted now, he would die. It was not until this moment that Virgo truly felt the strength of Blaze Thor as an admiral. Ross, go back to the ship and have some fun with him. Thor's voice sounded slowly. Then he grabbed Virgo's neck and returned to the warship. The moment he landed, Ross's long-suppressed anger burst out. His voice was filled with pain and confusion as he shouted, "Virgo! Why?" At this moment, Virgo was being strangled by Thor, his face flushed red and he couldn't make a sound. Bang! Thor swung his arm and threw Virgo out. Virgo lay on the ground, gasping for breath. At this moment, he no longer had any thoughts of escaping again, and his heart was full of despair. Virgo slowly raised his head and looked at Ross, and said in a hoarse voice, "Vice Admiral Ross. I didn't betray Marine after following you. I'm a member of the Donquixote family first, and Marine second." As he spoke, Virgo slowly stood up, reached out and pulled out the bamboo stick behind him, took a deep breath, and a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. In an instant, the surface of the bamboo stick was covered with a layer of black armament haki, emitting a cold aura. He seemed to understand Thor's intention. In his opinion, Thor wanted to see him struggling to death like a trapped beast. To add a little so-called fun to the long voyage, this typical G5-style Virgo is too familiar. Ross was stunned for a moment when he heard Virgo's words. The armed color also spread in his hands, and he walked towards Virgo step by step. He felt mixed emotions, his eyes were complicated, and his emotions were constantly surging. His original confusion turned into anger, but then the anger was gradually replaced by helplessness. Thor had already pulled 2 lounge chairs into the cabin. Looking at the 2 men about to fight, he seemed to remember something and said, "Hey." Ross and Virgo both looked at Thor at the same time, and then Thor pointed his finger downwards at the ship and said, "Control the force. We only have this one ship. If it's destroyed..." Thor focused his gaze on Virgo and continued, "Rose will probably be fine, but you will be miserable." Virgo took a deep breath, looked Thor straight in the eye and said, "If I defeat Vice Admiral Ross, will I survive?" Before Thor could respond, Ross roared at the top of his voice, "What are you thinking, Virgo?" Then Ross's voice deepened, "If you win, I can let you die quickly." However, Virgo's eyes were always fixed on Thor's face, because he knew that Thor was the only one who had the final say. Thor slowly walked to the railing of the warship, sat down sideways, and said, "Listen to Ross. But, if you really have the ability to win, before I die, I'd like you to call your master and say goodbye. After all, you've followed Ross for over a decade, so I can still give you this little bit of power." "Oh, this is really a gift?" Virgo sneered in a low voice, his eyes becoming extremely sharp. With a sudden flick of his wrist, the bamboo stick in his hand spun at high speed in the air like a lion majesty, making a sharp and piercing whistling sound. Accompanied by this powerful airflow, Virgo rushed towards Ross swiftly. Demon Bamboo. As soon as he finished speaking, the bamboo stick attack, which contained powerful centrifugal force and armament haki, instantly arrived in front of Ross. Ross had no intention of dodging, but instead rushed towards Virgo's attack. Strangle! He shouted loudly, and his right fist left a blurry shadow in the air. This punch cleverly bypassed Virgo's bamboo stick and went straight to Virgo's chest. He was planning to trade injury for injury, using his own body to withstand Virgo's attack. At this point, Virgo had no way to avoid it and could only grit his teeth and endure Ross's punch. Boom! In an instant, both attacks landed perfectly on each other, and under the impact of this huge force, both flew backwards. Just when they were about to hit the guardrail, the two men steadied themselves. The clothes on Virgo's chest and Ross's left shoulder were torn, revealing their skin covered in armament haki. The moment their eyes met, they rushed towards each other again. Virgo, you've probably forgotten how Lao Zi defeated all of you guys one by one. Vice Admiral Ross, you said it yourself, that was back then. Boom! Boom boom! The two figures kept intersecting and colliding on the deck. The sounds of fists hitting flesh and bamboo sticks colliding with fists were intertwined, but the force was controlled to avoid damaging the warship. Chapter 18. Virgo, you're still a little naive. Over here. As soon as Ross finished speaking, his body disappeared instantly, rolling up a vacuum airflow, and a sharp slashing wave slashed towards Virgo's chest. Tempest kick. Swish. There was a sound like the air tearing, and Ross's attack hit Virgo's defense directly, instantly breaking through his armament collar, and blood gushed out. Virgo looked down at his wound, a trace of surprise flashing through his heart. The wound went diagonally from his left shoulder to his chest, and blood gushed out like a fountain. Who? He endured the severe pain and took a deep breath. Vice Admiral Ross is really strong. Virgo roared, unleashed a shaving move, and charged at Ross at breakneck speed. The bamboo stick in his hand transformed into a sharp weapon, piercing Ross's chest. Ghost Bamboo Thorn! He roared and thrust the bamboo stick out, and cold light burst out from the tip of the stick. A cold look flashed in Ross's eyes, and then he swung his cloak, and the index finger of his right hand was instantly covered with armed color, turning into a sharp finger pistol. Flying finger pistol break! Ross roared, and the finger pistol collided fiercely with Virgo's bamboo stick. Boom! A deafening explosion sounded, and the two forces intertwined in the air, erupting in astonishing shock wave, and a sonic boom blew in the air. Ross's eyes became even colder, and he attacked again, with finger pistol suddenly approaching the end of the bamboo stick. Crack! With a crisp sound, Virgo's bamboo stick completely cracked and instantly shattered into countless wood chips. Virgo suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. Ross's finger pistol had pierced his chest, and blood splattered out instantly. Virgo's body shook violently, with several blood holes appearing and blood continuously gushing out. He quickly used the shaving technique and retreated quickly to put some distance between them. The wound on his chest made his breathing disordered, and his eyes were very solemn at this moment. He thought he had a chance of winning, or at least they were evenly matched. However, he didn't expect that Ross's strength was beyond his imagination. He overestimated himself. You truly deserve to be called the pirate's nightmare, Vice Admiral Ross. Tempest kick. Virgo looked stern, not caring about his own injuries, and attacked Ross again like a trapped beast. What? You've completely forgotten the 6 strengthening techniques I taught you, Virgo. Tempest kick Guy Bird. In an instant, Ross flashed and also performed Tempest kick. His slashing wave quickly condensed and in the blink of an eye turned into a majestic giant bird with its wings spread. The giant bird swooped down towards Virgo's attack with great momentum, as if it wanted to devour him completely. Boom! Two powerful shock waves collided in mid-air, and a dazzling light burst out in an instant. At the moment when the shock waves intersected, Virgo's attack only lasted for a moment before it was easily broken by Ross's slashing wave like fragile paper. Swish! The fierce slashing wave came down and slashed across Virgo's already bloody chest again. The wound deepened instantly, and blood spurted out like a fountain. Under this powerful impact, Virgo's body flipped wildly in the air for several times before he could stabilize himself. After landing, he remained standing, but his eyes revealed a hint of helplessness and despair that was difficult to conceal. Fight, I can't win now, escape, there's no way to escape now. So the result is death no matter what. He is Virgo, the highest-ranking official of the Donquixote family and the person Doflamingo trusts the most. He had no choice but to continue fighting. Was he supposed to accept his fate and be killed? Tempest Kick Line. Virgo gritted his teeth and gathered the force of his kick and slash into ultimate. The slash was like a sharp straight line, with the force of breaking bamboo, attacking straight towards Ross. That's it, Virgo. Just like I told you before, even if it means death, I must bite off a piece of flesh from the other party. Tempest Kick Chaos. Ross shouted and launched an attack instantly. Countless chaotic yet powerful slashing waves swept towards Virgo like a storm. Thor was also helpless as he watched the ship being gradually destroyed. He had to admit that he was too naive. With the strength of Ross and Virgo, and the power unleashed during their fight, how could a warship withstand it? Both of them were reserved at the beginning of the battle, but as the battle progressed, their emotions began to get out of control and they gradually ignored everything around them. When Thor first saw this scene, he wanted to step forward to stop the fight, but when he glanced at Ross's expression, he gave up the idea. He understood that it was better to let Ross resolve the feud himself. Ross, who hated pirates the most, never thought that such a day would come. Virgo, who had followed him for more than 10 years, turned into a pirate, even if your Virgo was from the Donquixote family, the Shishibukai force, or something else. From the moment Thor pointed out his identity, there was only one way out, death, and it was destined to be death brought by Ross himself. Thor watched the two fight, analyzing Ross and Virgo's strengths. If it was Virgo 2 years later, the battle might be a little easier. But Virgo's current strength is far from enough, and he has begun to be forced into a desperate situation by Ross. In the fierce battle, Ross knocked Virgo away again and roared at him. Virgo, is that all you can do? Is that the extent of your attack? Keep going. However, what happened next left Thor, who was watching the battle at the side, completely confused. Ever since Ross yelled those words, he seemed like a different person. He no longer made any moves to dodge Virgo's attacks and let Virgo's attacks fall on him. Chest, shoulders, thighs, with Virgo's repeated attacks, Ross's body gradually became a bloody mess. But he seemed to feel no pain and approached Virgo step by step. Virgo was not affected by the scene in front of him at all, because he was Donquixote's man and was not a marine from the beginning. Facing marine, he was destined to become a cold-blooded being, even though he was his boss for more than 10 years. Don't blame me, Vice Admiral Ross. It was your own fault for not hiding. Virgo's eyes became increasingly fierce, and he rushed towards Ross with a roar. Finger pistol. Virgo's finger was like a sharp spear, stabbing at Ross with the force of breaking the wind. Puff! With a dull sound, his finger pistol completely penetrated Ross's chest without any hindrance. Virgo looked up, expecting to see Ross's pained expression. Unexpectedly, the corners of Ross's mouth slowly curled up, revealing a strange smile, and tears seemed to be flashing in his eyes. At this moment, Ross suddenly reached out, grabbed his arm tightly, and said in a low voice, "Virgo, goodbye." As soon as Ross finished speaking, Virgo felt as if his chest was hit hard. He subconsciously looked down and saw that Ross's arm had pierced his heart, and blood was constantly flowing out of his arm. In the last moments of his life, scenes of his life flashed through Virgo's mind like a kaleidoscope. He recalled the shocking scene when the young Doflamingo awakened his king's talent, and the excitement when the Donquixote family was founded. I remembered following Dover's instructions and joining the Marine Corps, and the days when I was transferred to G5 and came under Ross's command. His body slowly fell down, his consciousness gradually dissipated, and he used up his last bit of strength and muttered to himself. "Goodbye, Dover, goodbye. Young master." Chapter 19. Looking at Virgo lying on the ground completely lifeless, Ross slowly bent down, lifted his body, and walked step by step towards the two sides of the warship. Plop! A dull sound echoed on the silent sea. Ross let go of his hand, and Virgo's body fell straight into the sea and was instantly swallowed by the surging water. Ross looked at the rippling sea, his voice choked with sobs as he muttered to himself. "Virgo, since you're a pirate, it's best if you return to the sea completely. No one is heartless, no matter what. Virgo has been with him for more than 10 years. The result is what it is now." Ross killed Virgo with his own hands. After throwing Virgo into the sea, Ross stood by the guardrail for a long time like a sculpture, looking at the boundless sea without saying a word. Seeing this, Thor slowly walked to the back of the warship and let Ross stay alone for a while to calm down. Half an hour passed quietly, and the originally silent and depressing atmosphere was finally broken by Ross's voice that was full of energy and passion again. "Thor Admiral! Hurry! I saw a big fish. Let's go sea fishing." Before he finished speaking, he rushed into the cabin. In the blink of an eye, he rushed out with 2 fishing rods. Seeing Thor appear, he raised his hand and threw one of the fishing rods over. After a while, the two of them sat side by side on the railing of the warship. However, the atmosphere at this moment was strangely silent, forming a sharp contrast with Ross's excitement just now. "Ross, where's the fish?" Thor broke the silence first, with a hint of self-doubt in his voice. Ever since the two men threw their fishing rods into the sea surface has been as calm as a mirror, with no sign of any fish taking the bait. Ross stared at the 2 motionless fishing rods, scratched his head awkwardly, and said, "Thor Admiral, I just saw a fish. Do you think, is it because our skills are not up to par?" Thor was silent for a moment, then he raised his hand and slapped Ross hard, sending him back to the deck. Before Ross could react, Thor quickly pinned him down and slapped him on the head repeatedly. "Where's the fish? Where's the fish? And your skills are so crap. There's no FG fish." Thor beat and scolded, "And the way you behaved just now, I don't even want to say anything to you. Do you think you're so strong? You didn't even dodge Virgo's attacks. You think that's cool, right? I told you not to hide. I told you not to hide. I told you to be so stubborn. I told you to go fishing." Every time Thor cursed, a slap would fall on Ross's head. Ross struggled under Thor and roared at the top of his lungs, "Admiral Thor! There really is a fish. I didn't lie to you. It hurts so much. Please stop, Hacky. Thor Admiral! I was wrong, I was wrong." After 4 days of sailing, Thor and his companions were about to enter the area of Big Mom's influence. At this moment, the two of them were still sitting by the railing of the warship, and the atmosphere was so depressing that it made people breathless. On the deck of the warship, dozens of fishing rods were lying in a mess, each one broken into 2 pieces. Ross deeply agreed with what Thor said, "It's not that there are no fish. It's that the fishing rod is not good. Change it." However, after changing so many fishing rods, there was still no catch. Thor stared at the fishing rod that had remained motionless, and asked Ross in a deep voice, "Ross, is there any fishing rod left in the cabin?" Ross smiled awkwardly and responded, "Thor Admiral, these are the last 2. After a pause, he added cautiously, "Do you think it's really because our fishing skills are not good enough?" "Shut up, Ross! Thor exploded, his eyes widening with anger. Laozi will never go fishing with you again, you jinx! Faced with the furious Thor, Ross was so frightened that he dared not even breathe. He could only pray silently in his heart that he would catch the fish soon. If I can't catch any fish, I'm afraid Laozi will be tied to the fishing rod and treated as a fish. If there are really no fish, it would be nice to have some pirates come to divert attention. Perhaps God really heard Ross's inner cry, because Thor's originally gloomy eyes suddenly looked into the distance, and an expression of excitement gradually appeared on his face. Ross followed Thor's gaze and saw the outlines of ships slowly appearing on the sea level in the distance. 1, 2, 5. 10 ships in total. Every one of them flew high with Big Mom's iconic pirate's flag. The pink curly hair and lipstick-smeared skull flag fluttered in the wind. Ross, it seems that this voyage will not be so boring after all. Thor's mouth corners rose slightly, revealing a bloodthirsty smile. Wait here for me. If you haven't caught any fish by the time I come back, Laozi will hand you over to Charlotte Linlin and let her train you properly. This is the price you pay for lying to me about the fish in the sea. As soon as he finished speaking, Thor's figure disappeared without a trace. Only then did Ross dare to roar at the top of his lungs, "Damn you, Thor! I'm not the only one who didn't catch any fish. You didn't catch anything yourself. This is the ocean, how could there be no fish, you idiot?" However, before Ross could finish his words, a blinding bolt of lightning suddenly flashed above his head and struck straight towards him. With a bang, Ross's charred body fell backwards onto the deck. At this moment, white smoke was constantly coming out of Ross's mouth, and his legs were hanging upside down in the air, twitching stiffly. He murmured weakly, "Damn, miscalculated. A minute ago, 10 ships flying the flag of the Big Mom pirates appeared in Thor's sight." A short-statured pirate hurriedly ran to the front of a tall figure, bowed slightly, and looked respectful. He said with a hint of awe in his voice, "Master Cracker, we have reached Mother's territory." Hearing this, a burly, middle-aged biscuit warrior with a long beard slowly stood up. It was Charlotte Cracker, the cleverly disguised one. The 10th, 15th, child of the Charlotte family. One of the 4 sweet stars of the Big Mom pirates and the Cookie Minister of Toto Land. The user of the biscuit fruit, he usually hides among the biscuit warriors he created, calls himself the Biscuit Knight, and possesses a sword called Pretzel. Cracker's arrogant gaze slowly swept across the 9 ships behind him, and a hint of pride flashed in his eyes. Then he threw his head back and laughed out loud, his laughter echoing across the sea, "Wah ha ha ha! Mom will definitely be very happy this time." They brought back several more pirates of different races, and they all volunteered to join our Big Mom pirates. Pirates, who had just run to Cracker's side, immediately smiled broadly and praised him in every possible way. "Of course Mom will be very happy. After all, Master Cracker has been bringing back many different races lately." Just as Cracker was about to burst into laughter again, a dazzling arc of electricity suddenly flashed across the deck of his ship. The moment the arc dissipated, Thor's figure suddenly appeared in front of everyone. He had a playful smile on his face, looked straight at Cracker, and said slowly, "Oh? Then I'd like to thank you, my good son, on behalf of Charlotte Linlin." Chapter 20. Who are you? Do you know we're the Big Mom pirates? Before Cracker could speak, the fawning henchman next to him jumped out and yelled at the top of his lungs. But when he turned to look at Cracker, he was startled by the serious, almost fearful expression on Cracker's face. Cracker frowned and stared at Thor, who suddenly appeared in front of him. He seemed to be trying his best to confirm whether the person in front of him was the one he had in mind. When Thor heard the scolding from the other side, instead of getting angry, he seemed to have heard some funny joke. "That's interesting. I haven't heard anyone speak to me in this tone in a long time." After that, he slowly raised his finger and casually pointed at the noisy guy next to Cracker. Crack! A tiny but dazzling arc of electricity flashed through the air. Immediately afterwards, countless violent lightning bolts suddenly burst out from the minion's body, raging and exploding wildly on his body. His body trembled violently and uncontrollably, but in just a moment, he turned into a charred corpse emitting black smoke and fell straight onto the deck. Thor retracted his gaze and looked at Cracker again, with a faint smile on his face, and said lightly, "Why don't you answer my question? Do you need me to thank you for being such a filial son on behalf of Charlotte Linlin?" As he spoke, he took a step and walked towards Cracker slowly. Cracker subconsciously stepped back upon seeing this, his hand gripping the sword continuously exerting force. At this moment, he couldn't care less about the lives of others. Because he was certain that the man before him was Blaze Thor, Marine Admiral, the owner of the Thunder Fruit. He suppressed his inner panic and said with a trembling voice, "Thor Admiral. This is our Big Mom's territory. Could it be that Marine wants to start a war with our Big Mom pirates?" Cracker's words were full of fear and lack of confidence towards Thor. "Start a war? Because of you? You deserve it." As soon as Thor finished speaking, he gently waved his right hand towards Cracker. In an instant, a huge thunderbird formed by thunder appeared out of thin air and rushed towards Cracker with the momentum of destroying everything. Facing Thor's attack, Cracker wanted to dodge, but found that no matter which direction he went, the Thunderbird's attack range would lock him firmly, and there was no way to avoid it. It was too late to resist now. The Thunderbird was so fast that it touched his body in the blink of an eye. Tsitsila! Tsitsila! The sound of dense electric current was endless. Under this powerful thunder attack, the biscuit warriors used by Cracker as disguise instantly turned into countless powders floating in the air. His true form gradually emerged, the hideous scar over his right eye particularly striking, and he was wearing a pair of brown gloves on his hands. He has purple hair, the hair on top of his head is combed into a long bun, the tips of the two tufts of hair on the back of his head are flashing with strange sparks, and he is over 3 meters tall. But at this time, he looked extremely miserable, with electric currents flashing on his body and blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Cracker slowly stood up, raised his hand to wipe the bloodline from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with a solemnity he had never had before. "Retreat? Where else can we retreat to? This is already Big Mom's territory." The only thing she could do was to make a big enough noise to attract support from other members of the Big Mom pirates. "Wave pretzel!" Cracker roared, waving the sword in his hand and rushed towards Thor. The moment the sword in his hand thrust out, a powerful sword energy shock wave swept towards Thor like a surging wave. Interesting, quite courageous. Thor showed a playful smile when he saw this. Then he slowly took off a gold ring from his little finger. It was the most ordinary ring in Ross's collection. The golden ring slowly floated up on Thor's fingertips. It was the electromagnetic force generated by the changing magnetic field produced by the electric current. Electromagnetic repulsion. Thor whispered softly, and in an instant, the ring in his hand attacked Cracker with an unparalleled impact force. The moment the ring collided with Cracker's sword energy shockwave in the air, the violent explosion that should have occurred did not occur as expected. Instead, the ring effortlessly penetrated Cracker's sword energy shockwave. This was just the beginning. The power of the ring did not decrease at all, and continued to attack the sword in Cracker's hand. Crack! With a crisp sound, the long sword in Cracker's hand broke into several pieces in an instant, and the flying sword blades drew flashes of cold light in the air. The ring's impact force hadn't diminished yet. It penetrated Cracker's chest unhindered, leaving a bloody hole in his chest. Blood gushed out like a fountain, Cracker's pupils widened instantly, his body seemed to be frozen at that moment, and the bright red blood stained his hands. How is this possible?" Cracker's voice was filled with shock and disbelief. He looked down at the bloody hole in his chest and murmured, "How could there be such a huge difference in strength?" When he raised his head again, Thor had appeared in front of him. The reflection of Thor's fist in Cracker's eyes became even bigger. Bang! A sound was heard, and Cracker's head went blank in an instant. He completely lost consciousness and his eyes rolled back. At this moment, the ring flew back steadily to Thor's palm, then gently rotated around his fingertips, and finally slowly fell onto his left little finger. Thor looked down coldly at the fallen Cracker in front of him. Are these the 4 generals of the Big Mom pirates? They are really strong. Then he grabbed Cracker's body, turned around and flew towards the distant warship. Just as Thor flew away from the ship, a huge thunder was heard in the sky, and countless thunders began to explode. Then, 10 ships flying the Big Mom pirates' flag in the sea suddenly exploded, and all of them shattered the moment they were hit by thunder. As for whether there are any innocent people in there, Thor doesn't have the time to screen them one by one. Thor picked up the unconscious Cracker and landed steadily on the warship. I saw a huge tuna lying there, nearly 5 meters long. At this time, Ross walked out of the cabin. He changed into a new set of clothes and looked energetic. He held a towel in his hand and was wiping his shiny bald head again and again. When Thor saw this scene, the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. He stared at Ross, hesitated for a moment, and then slowly asked, "You didn't swim directly into the sea to catch it?" Chapter 21. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Thor Admiral, look at what you are saying. Ross laughed dryly, trying to hide his guilty conscience. Of course I caught this, ha ha. Ha ha ha. But his forced laughter and awkward expression made even he himself feel unsure. Okay, Thor Admiral, I'll confess. I was the one who swam down and caught it. Seeing that he couldn't get away with it, Ross shrugged helplessly and gave up struggling. Then he quickly changed the subject, turned his gaze to the Cracker in Thor's hand, and asked, "Thor Admiral, you just killed him." As he said this, he walked quickly towards Thor, stretched out his hand and casually twisted Cracker's hair, sighing. "Isn't this one of the famous 4 generals, Biscuit Knight Charlotte Cracker?" Tisk tisk, how pitiful. Obviously, Ross's method of changing the subject was quite effective, and Thor no longer worried about the origin of the fish. He casually threw the unconscious Cracker in his hand to Ross and said to Ross, "Wake him up. Why would I bring it back if it's dead? Sometimes a dead person isn't as valuable as a living one." Not long after, Ross tied the unconscious Cracker firmly to the mast of the warship with sea stone chains. Ross stood in front of Cracker, rubbing his palms back and forth until he felt he had rubbed enough. He exhaled deeply into his palms, and then both of his palms were instantly covered with a layer of armed color. After everything was ready, Ross rudely swung his palm towards Cracker's face. "Pa!" The crisp sound of a slap suddenly rang out on the empty deck. Then Ross shouted rhythmically at the top of his voice, 80! 80! 80! 80! Every time he shouted, his slap would land heavily on Cracker's face, and his momentum seemed to be to vent all the frustration of the fruitless fishing in the past few days. The image of Ross fanning Cracker contrasts with the dilapidated warship, and for some reason, it feels surprisingly harmonious. Thor stood aside and watched the scene in front of him, his eyes twitching wildly and uncontrollably. What was going on with this damn familiar feeling? Time passed minute by minute, and Cracker's eyes finally slowly opened. However, at this moment his face was already swollen, and the swollen muscles almost squeezed his eyes so that they were almost invisible, and he could only barely squint into a thin slit. His consciousness was still in a chaotic state, and he was desperately trying to recall what had happened before. He remembered finding pirates of different races, returning to Big Mom's territory, and then meeting Blaze Thor. He seemed to have had a very long dream, in which a damn bald man kept slapping his mouth. At this moment, a dark figure suddenly appeared in front of Cracker, followed by a loud shout, 80! Pa! Another crisp slap. Cracker subconsciously looked at Ross, with a hint of fear inexplicably flashing in his eyes. That was not a dream at all. "Hey, you're awake?" "Sorry, Lord 4-Star Biscuit Knight, I wasn't paying attention just now," Ha 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 ha. As Ross spoke, he laughed out loud, his smile full of teasing and mockery. Hearing this, countless black lines seemed to appear in front of Cracker's eyes, but he was unable to break free. At this time, Thor said to Cracker, "Call Charlotte Linlin, I want to talk to her." Cracker tried hard to open his mouth, but his swollen lips seriously affected his vocalization. A vague sound came out of his mouth, bump. Wow! Ship carrying sang. Thor looked at Ross with confusion, and motioned Ross to interpret what Cracker had said. Seeing this, Ross's brows instantly twisted into the shape of the Hyuxia character, and the wrinkles on his forehead were squeezed together. He closed his eyes tightly, concentrating on replaying Cracker's words in his mind, trying to piece together the full meaning from the vague syllables. After a long moment, he slowly opened his eyes and spoke uncertainly, "The Den Den Mushi is on the ship?" "Thor Admiral. He means the Den Den Mushi is on the ship." The two of them instantly looked forward to where the 10 pirates' ships were originally located. But now there is only an empty sea with many broken wooden boards floating on the sea. Blazed Thor. Derek rose. The air seemed to freeze, and time stood still at this moment. Suddenly, a crisp pop sound broke the suffocating silence. But this time it was no longer Cracker who got beaten, but the unlucky Ross. "I'll make you 80. I'll make you beat him so hard that he can't even speak clearly. I'll make you not to remind me of this." Thor roared and slapped Ross on the head with every word, just like Ross had done to Cracker before. "Hurry up and get the Den Den Mushi from the warship." After a long time, Thor finally stopped and shouted at Ross breathlessly. He thought Ross would turn around immediately and run into the cabin to get the Den Den Mushi, but something unexpected happened. Ross did not act as he imagined, but stood there in a daze, with an indescribable expression on his face, including embarrassment and a hint of helplessness. Thor looked at Ross's expression and felt a bad premonition. He asked anxiously, "Are you saying, your warship isn't equipped with Den Den Mushi?" But after Ross swallowed hard and nodded slowly, Thor's heart finally died. Thor took a deep breath, trying to suppress the anger that was about to explode in his heart. He gritted his teeth and asked word by word. "I'm a little curious, how did you become my adjutant back then?" Derek rose, "Vice Admiral." Hearing this, Ross smiled smugly and said, "Because I was really good at killing pirates back then, Thor Admiral." "Kill? Damn it!" Thor finally couldn't bear it anymore and suddenly raised his foot and kicked towards Ross. Ross's body instantly drew a graceful arc in the air and flew straight to the location where the pirates' ships had been. As Ross was flying in the air, he clearly heard Thor's angry voice coming from behind him, "Get the Den Den Mushi out for Laozi." Thor turned and walked into the cabin, and soon came out dragging a lounge chair. He put the lounge chair on the deck and lay down on it, trying to calm his mood through this moment of relaxation. Cracker, who was tied to the mast, witnessed all this and dared not breathe, for fear that he would accidentally anger Thor again. After an unknown amount of time, a familiar figure appeared on the sea. It was Ross. Ross was holding something tightly in his hand and landed steadily on the deck using moonwalk. He raised the Den Den Mushi in his hand and shouted, "Thor Admiral, we found the Den Den Mushi. It's still working." Thor's frown finally relaxed. This Ross was quite useful. At this time, Cracker's swollen face had subsided a lot, and at least what he said could be heard clearly. "I learned that this Den Den Mushi was paired with Charlotte Linlin's Den Den Mushi." There was no need to ask Cracker for the Den Den Mushi number on the other side of the phone. Ross picked up the Den Den Mushi and dialed without any delay. "Bolya bolu." After a while, the Den Den Mushi was connected, and Charlotte Linlin's image appeared. A sharp, piercing voice rang out, "Bald? Who? Why is there a Cracker Den Den Mushi?" Chapter 22. Seeing that the Den Den Mushi was successfully connected, Ross brought it close to Cracker's mouth to facilitate communication between Cracker and Charlotte Linlin. In an instant, the antennae of the Den Mushi swung rapidly, and Ross's original appearance changed rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he turned into Cracker's embarrassed appearance. Not only are the contours of the facial features exactly the same, but even the swelling marks on the face from being beaten are imitated extremely realistically. Charlotte Linlin's deep voice came from the Den Mushi. "Cracker, what happened?" Hearing Charlotte Linlin's voice, Cracker's long-suppressed emotions suddenly burst out. His eyes instantly became bloodshot, and his voice became sharp and trembling due to extreme anger and grievance. "Mom! It's Marine Admiral Blaze Thor. He's intruding on our territory." His chest heaved violently as he tried hard to calm his emotions that were almost out of control. "I brought back several pirates of different races, but now they're all dead. He killed them all." At this point, Cracker turned his head sharply, staring at Ross with hatred, his voice filled with hysteria and madness. "And this bald guy? Mom, you must kill this guy for me." After listening to Cracker's sobbing, Charlotte Linlin fell into a suffocating silence. After a moment, Linlin's voice came from the Den Mushi again. This voice was so gloomy that it seemed like water could drip out of it, and it carried a chilling pressure. "Blaze Thor, are you Marines going to start a war with our Big Mom pirates?" Every word seemed to be squeezed out from between Linlin's teeth, and the threat contained in them was self-evident. After hearing Charlotte Linlin's question, Thor reached out and took the Den Mushi from Rose. He brought the Den Mushi close to his mouth, and then an extremely unhappy and provocative voice came out of his mouth. "Why do you all always like to start a war? Why don't you try it, Charlotte, Linlin?" As soon as he finished speaking, the other end of the Den Mushi fell into deathly silence. Cracker widened his eyes and looked at Thor in disbelief, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. It never occurred to him that, as a Marine Admiral, this was what he should say. Wasn't he worried that he would completely anger his mother and trigger an all-out war between the Marines and the four Emperor's pirates? At this moment, Cracker determined that Thor was a complete lunatic, a madman who did not play by the rules at all. After a long while, a sharp and piercing laugh came from the Den Mushi. "Mama mama mama mama." Then, her tone suddenly changed, becoming extremely gloomy in an instant. "Tell me, what are your conditions, Blaze Thor? With your style, if it weren't for the request, Cracker probably wouldn't be alive today." Thor held the Den Mushi in his hand, his expression calm as he slowly spoke. "First of all, those 5 old men from the world government, I want you to behave yourself for now. Stay in control and don't be so outspoken and active." As soon as he finished speaking, Linlin's sharp and piercing laughter came from the other end of the Den Mushi. "Mama mama. It's truly unexpected that you've truly dedicated yourself to the world government. Is this still the Blaze Thor who once wore the Marie Joyce badge?" Thor had no intention of explaining Linlin's ridicule. He continued calmly, "Secondly, your laughter just now really irritated me, so..." Before he could finish his words, he suddenly stretched out his hand and grasped Cracker's head tightly like a pair of pliers. Instantly, Cracker let out a shrill scream, "Ah! Mom! Mom! Save me!" At the same time, Thor's cold voice sounded again, "I'll lend you your precious daughter, Charlotte Pudding, for a while. If you agree, I'll spare Cracker's life. If you don't agree..." He slightly increased the strength in his hands, and Cracker's screams became more miserable. "Cracker must die now. What's your choice, Linlin? Are you threatening me, Blaze Thor?" Linlin's voice was filled with anger, almost breaking through the Den Mushi. "I'm just threatening you. What, is that not okay, Charlotte Linlin?" Linlin fell silent, and the air was filled with a tense atmosphere. After a moment, she said word by word, "Do you think I can agree to you? If you kill Cracker, Marine will start a war with the Big Mom pirates. If you dare to gamble, go ahead and try it, Blaze Thor." Thor's patience had been completely exhausted in this back and forth conversation, and he didn't want to waste any more words with Linlin. His eyes turned cold and he raised his hand to crush the den mushi in his hand. Then he turned his head and looked at Cracker with a calm but endlessly cold gaze. Cake Island, which direction is it? Cracker, whose head was being held tightly by Thor, couldn't stop shaking. He raised his hand tremblingly and pointed in a direction. Bang! A dull explosion sounded like thunder exploding in my ears. Cracker's head exploded instantly in Thor's hand, blood and brain matter splattered everywhere. The scene was horrific. Thor casually shook off the bloodline in his hand, turned to look at Ross, and said calmly, "Ross, drive the warship back and leave me alone. By the way, I want to apologize. I said something wrong earlier. It seems that sometimes living people are not worth much. I still prefer the dead." Ross opened his mouth, but before he could say anything, Thor disappeared and headed in the direction Cracker had pointed. Ross sighed helplessly, shook his head slightly, and muttered to himself, "When a madman meets a madman, saving your life is the most important thing." After saying that, he turned around and steered the warship slowly back towards G5. He knew that once Thor made a decision, there was no possibility of changing it. There is no point for him to stay here. After all, he cannot interfere in the war between the generals and the emperors. Ross glanced at the devastated warship, then at Cracker, who was left with only his remains. "Forget it. I won't need this warship anymore when I go back. It has reached the end of its lifespan." But he had finally caught that 5-meter-long tuna. He had to eat it. Meanwhile, Cake Island. Charlotte Linlin sat in a high-backed chair in an outdoor restaurant, surrounded by her children. They lowered their heads, not daring to breathe, and the entire Cake Island was filled with an oppressive silence that was ultimate. Everyone knows that at this moment, Mom's mood is like the calm before the storm and can explode at any time. However, something even worse instantly broke this depressing atmosphere. Right behind the crowd, a hoarse voice filled with endless sorrow suddenly rang out. "Mom! Brother Cracker's life card has burned out. Brother Cracker is dead." Upon hearing these words, Charlotte Katakuri and Charlotte Prospero's originally resolute faces froze instantly. Everyone's eyes became dull, their mouths slightly open, their faces filled with disbelief, and they froze in place. Charlotte Linlin's eyes widened instantly, and her chest heaved violently. A sharp roar erupted from the depths of her throat. "Blaze Thor, you're looking for death." Chapter 23. Before she finished her words, Linlin suddenly leaped into the air, her voice echoing in the air, "Zeus! Prometheus! Here I come, Mommy!" In an instant, Homie's thundercloud Zeus quickly appeared at Linlin's feet and lifted her up steadily. Homie's son, Prometheus, followed closely behind, emitting a fiery light, fueling Linlin's rage. At this moment, a suffocatingly powerful conqueror's haki burst out from Linlin's body like a surging tide. This haki spread wildly in all directions with Linlin as the center, just as Linlin was about to control Zeus and rush out of the Cake Island. A conqueror's arrow filled with thunderous power and extremely powerful pressure suddenly roared from afar and hit Charlotte Linlin directly. There was a flash of lightning in front of Charlotte Linlin, and Thor appeared in front of her in an instant. Thor's eyes were as cold as ice, and crackling lightning surrounded him. The two conquerors' haki collided violently in mid-air, erupting with a deafening roar. Thor's voice rang out clearly, "I came to you first, Charlotte Linlin." Mama Linlin let out a crazy laugh, her whole face instantly twisted like a devil, her eyes full of madness and murderous intent. She screamed at the top of her lungs, her voice so sharp it almost broke, "Blaze Thor, do you really think I'm afraid of you?" Following this roar, an even more powerful and terrifying conqueror's haki rushed towards Thor in an unstoppable manner. In Linlin's conqueror's energy field, countless homies seemed to be instantly injected with powerful vitality. They were like crazy dancers, twisting and shouting. They emit colorful lights, intertwined together to form a strange scene. The homies' voices rose and fell, converging into a powerful wave. Mom, Mom! Kill him! Kill him! Haha, it's really scary. Thor's mouth corners rose slightly, and his eyes flashed with excitement. Boom! Almost at the moment the words fell, the aura around Thor suddenly changed drastically. The already powerful Conqueror's haki was released with even more destructive force, carrying an extremely terrifying power. The force generated by the collision between the two seemed to completely destroy everything around them. The air seemed to be torn apart wherever it went, and the surrounding flowers, plants, and trees were instantly uprooted and turned into powder. Buildings collapsed one after another, the wind howled, and the entire Cake Island shook violently in this haki confrontation. In Thor's energy field, countless bolts of lightning are raging like angry dragons. In the flash of lightning, Thor's cold and confident face was reflected. The oppressive feeling of his haki was like a mountain pressing down on Linlin. Hey, am I seeing right? Mom's haki is actually suppressed. Charlotte Owen felt the fierce collision between Thor and Linlin Conquerors, her voice trembling uncontrollably and her eyes full of disbelief. Is this the person who could compete with Roger back then? Charlotte Defoe was sweating profusely on her forehead. Everyone faced the Conqueror's attack from the two, and it was also very painful for them to resist. At this moment, those weaker people on Cake Island had already foamed at the mouth, fainted on the ground, and completely lost consciousness. After the second round of Conqueror's fierce collision, the entire Cake Island has been completely changed. In the face of these two terrifying forces, all the buildings on the island were reduced to ashes and turned into ruins. Katakuri's face was as solemn as steel, and he immediately shouted to everyone, "Retreat! Leave Cake Island immediately!" His voice was filled with unquestionable determination. A battle of this level is not something we can participate in right now. As soon as he finished speaking, Katakuri and Perospero took the lead and quickly led their brothers and sisters to evacuate quickly out of Cake Island. Mama, with your strength, why would you submit to the world government? Linlin's laughter was still as crazy as ever. Even though Conquerors was suppressed, how could she retreat with the arrogance and ruthlessness that came from the depths of her soul? With a deafening roar, the Conqueror's aura around Linlin suddenly dissipated, and the next second he rushed towards Thor. In an instant, the scorching flames of the Homai's sun violently covered the Homai's Napoleon sword. The long sword seemed to come alive in an instant, the blade rapidly grew longer, and grew sharp fangs. Emperor sword, broken blade! Linlin roared, and pressed the sword in his hand towards Thor fiercely. Facing the attacking Charlotte Linlin, Thor did not panic at all. He murmured softly, using a knife. I haven't tried it in a while. But since my knife is not here, I'll have to make do with it for now. As soon as he finished speaking, the ring on his little finger suddenly flew out, and countless thunders circled and entangled around the ring crazily. The shape of the ring also kept changing under the influence of this powerful force, stretching and extending, and finally turned into an extremely thin long sword, the power of thunder metallurgy. The sword was covered in armament color and instantly became as black as ink. Countless violent lightning bolts surrounded it, making crackling sounds. Thor was seen holding a long sword and rushing towards Linlin's Emperor sword. Rakery! The moment the two collided, countless thunders and flames exploded instantly, and the light illuminated the sky of the entire Cake Island. The air around seemed to be sucked out in an instant, making it hard to breathe. Boom! A deafening explosion resounded through the sky, and the shock wave of the explosion spread out, and the air waves bombarded everything on the island. At the center of the explosion, Linlin's figure was blown away by the powerful impact, and her hair was disheveled and flew dozens of meters away. Sakazuki was completely suppressed by Thor. How can you, Charlotte Linlin, be any different? Homai's thundercloud Zeus quickly flew forward and caught Linlin steadily. Mom! Zeus' voice was filled with a hint of worry. However, Linlin's reaction was extremely quick. She didn't pause at all, her eyes were still cold, angry, and a little unwilling. Zeus! Prometheus! Linlin's voice was sharp and crazy. She directed the two Homais to quickly merge the sword body with the power of thunder and lightning. In an instant, the sun Homais wrapped around the end of the sword like a flame, and the top of the sword passed through the lightning Homais, and the three intertwined into a huge energy ring. This energy ring continued to expand, with energy surging and converging wildly within it, eventually emitting a laser at an extremely high density. Fire cannon. This laser not only contained the power of thunder and lightning, but also combined the deterrent power of fire and sword energy. It emitted a scorching light and flew towards Thor. Thor's eyes fixed, and he calmly formed Lei Yejin's knife into a piercing shape, and said softly, "I can do it too, Linlin." In an instant, the lightning at the tip of the knife quickly gathered into countless arcs, and the powerful electric current spun wildly. Finally, a laser composed purely of lightning was formed and pointed directly at Linlin. 100 million volt laser. Lasers instantly surged out, charging head-on. The air exploded wherever it passed, bearing immense pressure. At the moment when Thor's attack and Linlin's light cannon collided violently in the air, an extremely strong shock wave erupted again. Boom! But neither of them cared about the impact of the explosion. In the center of the explosion, their figures collided again. Their figures flashed and collided in the flames and lightning. The weak ones were not even qualified to intervene in the battle between the two. Chapter 24. Katakuri gripped the trident tightly, his knuckles turning white from the force. Anyone could see at a glance from the fierce battle scene before them that their mother, Charlotte Linlin, was being suppressed by Thor. Seeing the severity of the situation, anxiety and worry continued to spread among everyone. "Bree, have you hidden pudding?" Katakuri turned to Bruli and asked, a hint of worry in his tone. What he was most concerned about at the moment was pudding. After all, when they were talking just now, Thor had specifically asked for pudding. Moreover, Thor's devil fruit is a thunder fruit, one of the most powerful and fastest fruits in Logia. Once pudding falls into Thor's hands, even their mother may find it difficult to get it back. Bree nodded slightly and responded with a slightly nervous look, "It's already in my mirror world." Bruli paused and asked cautiously, "Katakuri-san, Mom, won't lose, right?" Bree's question made everyone around her quiet down. The expressions on their faces were solemn and complicated, and no one dared to easily express their guesses. Meanwhile, the holy land of Marie Joyce. Bolyabolu bolyabolu. The moment Satan Saint answered the Den Den Mushi, an urgent voice came from the other end. "Blaze Thor, fighting with Charlotte Linlin." Saint Satan did not show much surprise at the news. After all, sending Thor to warn Charlotte Linlin was their original plan. At this moment, he was more concerned about the battle situation between the two sides. He asked slowly, "How is the battle going now?" An extremely noisy sound came from the other end of the Den Den Mushi, as if there were howling winds, surging waves, and all kinds of fierce collisions intertwined together. After a moment, the voice came clearly again, "Blaze Thor completely suppresses Charlotte Linlin. The reason they're fighting is because Blaze Thor killed Charlotte Cracker." Then, the person on the other end of the line cautiously asked, "Will this spark a war between the Big Mom pirates and the Marines?" Saint Satan replied in an unquestionable tone, "These are none of your business. Keep an eye on them and keep me updated on the battle situation." Satan Saint slowly put down the Den Den Mushi, glanced at the four people around him, and said slowly with a hint of emotion in his tone, "I didn't expect that Blaze Thor, who hadn't moved for over 20 years, was still so powerful." Peter Saint nodded slightly, stroked his chin, and said slowly and thoughtfully, "Having someone like this in the Marine Corps, and still completely under our control, isn't a bad thing. However, be careful not to let the fighting between them get too intense. Send Borsellino. He's the fastest and can stop the two of them if necessary. After all, we only asked Thor to give Charlotte Linlin a warning. Don't let him stop and start a war with the four emperors." Saint Satan shook his head slightly and said calmly, Borsellino is at Vegapunk. The experiment will take some time to complete. Let him go when the time comes. It will only take 5 or 6 hours at most. Their battle won't end so soon. Second. 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 Zeus. Linlin shouted, and in an instant, Zeus seemed to have received the most sacred command. The light around him became bright and he released countless thunders. The thunders circled around Linlin rapidly, the crackling sounds were deafening, and the flashes of lightning illuminated everything around as if it were daytime. Temenuju Deva. Linlin roared again, and Zeus and all the thunder and lightning surrounding her were like released beasts, sweeping towards Thor madly. At this moment, Linlin had already completely fallen into a state of madness. There was a flame of anger burning in her eyes, as if she had forgotten everything. The only thing left was the obsession to completely destroy Thor in front of him, and he didn't realize that there was anything wrong with this action. Thor looked at the scene in front of him and was stunned for a moment. Use lightning to attack me? You old woman must be stupid. He murmured softly. Then Thor had no intention of defending himself at all. He just stood there calmly, allowing the violent lightning to strike him. Call. Thor didn't care about the lightning attack at all, he just let out a breath. He immediately used his thunder metallurgy ability to forge the knife in his hand back into the shape of a ring. Then, he slowly put his hands together, locked tightly on Linlin who was still controlling Zeus, and slowly uttered a few words. Razor sanction. In an instant, countless arcs of electricity exploded from Thor's palms, and those arcs rushed towards Linlin with the momentum of destroying everything. The thunder quickly condensed into a huge snake, and in a flash, it arrived in front of Linlin in an instant. Charlotte Linlin seemed to realize the fatal danger. Her pupils suddenly contracted and she wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Swish! A sharp sound pierced the sky. Lightning was like a sharp blade, constantly breaking through the armament color on Linlin's body, breaking through the hard skin known as the iron balloon, and instantly piercing her abdomen completely. It was at this moment that Linlin finally woke up from his crazy state. She covered her abdomen in pain, her face showing an expression of pain that was difficult to conceal. At this time, her originally pink long hair had already turned black and was emitting wisps of green smoke, making her look miserable. However, this injury is not fatal to Charlotte Linlin. Soon, the blood that had just gushed out of Linlin's abdomen slowly stopped. Mama blaze Thor, I don't understand. Linlin said gritting her teeth. Why did my captain have to die for doing that, but you fought Marie Joyce and killed celestial dragons, and you are still alive. As soon as she finished speaking, she raised the Emperor's sword in her hand high up, and with a loud shout, Linlin used the sword to slash forward, creating a huge sword energy shock wave. The shockwave roared towards Thor with overwhelming force. It had a large range, fast speed, strong power, and was difficult to avoid. Elbafskun, Wayaguo. Seeing this, Thor opened his hands slightly, and thunder continued to gather and roll between his hands, finally condensing into lightning in the shape of a wolf. Because I became a lackey of the world government, idiot. 200 million volts thunder wolf. As the words fell, a giant wolf formed by countless thunders rushed towards Linlin's shock wave. At the moment the two collided, powerful energies collided and squeezed each other, and the air waves were like surging tides, continuously rushing towards the surroundings. The entire Cake Island was shaking violently under this powerful force, as if it would be destroyed by this battle at any time. Boom! A violent explosion resounded through the sky, and Linlin's shock wave disappeared instantly in the face of this powerful force. But Thor's Thunder Wolf was still unstoppable. In a flash, the Thunder Wolf completely pounced on Linlin. In an instant, countless lightning bolts exploded beside Linlin, and the dazzling light illuminated the entire battlefield. Ah! Linlin let out a painful scream, her body trembled uncontrollably, and black smoke continued to come out of her mouth. When the attack dissipated, Linlin was seen gasping for breath, and his eyes changed from initial anger to madness and then to solemnity. She seemed to finally realize that Thor in front of her was someone she could hardly defeat. Chapter 25. Thor, you're already working for the world government. So, what are you doing with pudding? Is this an order from the world government? Charlotte Linlin looked at Thor, her eyes full of solemnity, and asked slowly. Seeing this, Thor couldn't help but throw his head back and laugh out loud, his laughter full of ridicule and disdain. Why, I asked you to lend me your daughter for a while, but you refused. Now you want to give in. He narrowed his eyes slightly, a cold glint flashing in them, and said coldly, First, whether it is an order from the world government or not is none of your business. Secondly, do you think my request is so easy to refuse? Now, it's too late. As soon as he finished speaking, Thor rushed towards Linlin again. He didn't care whether Charlotte Linlin really gave in or had other plans. The current situation was beyond the control of the other party. UBD Thor. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Linlin's anger was instantly ignited again, and flames of anger burned in her eyes. Fireball in the sky. With a loud roar, Prometheus opened his mouth and spit out huge fireballs towards Thor. The fireballs flew towards Thor with scorching heat and powerful impact. Boom! 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 The moment the fireball touched the ground, a huge flame explosion occurred and hot air waves swept around. However, this attack was too clumsy for Thor. Slow, too slow, Linlin. Thor's voice echoed in the air, and in a flash, he was beside Linlin. Strike! His fist, covered with Conqueror's entanglement and countless jumping lightning, was already falling towards Linlin's face. Linlin's huge body slammed to the ground under this force. Boom! Her body dragged a deep mark on the ground, and the dust was instantly stirred up and filled the air. At the same moment, Linlin's figure suddenly flew out from the dust. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and said fiercely, You're not the only one who can use Conqueror's coil, Thor. She shouted loudly, and Conqueror's haki surged around her, wrapping around the sword, and rushed towards Thor with an unstoppable momentum. 1 hour, 2 hours, 5 hours passed quietly in the fierce battle. In the first hour, although Charlotte Linlin seemed to realize that it was difficult for her to defeat Blaze Thor, the situation had already become so bad that she could not retreat. At this moment, even though she had suffered a lot of injuries, the impact was still not significant. Those shocking wounds seemed to be just insignificant scratches. Even though her abdomen was pierced by Thor, it still did not have much impact on her fighting ability. In the second hour, Linlin's injuries became more serious, the wounds continued to increase, and blood stained her pink shirt red. However, for a top powerhouse like her, these injuries are still nothing. The battles between strong men like them often last for several days and nights, and the pain on their bodies is just the norm in battle. In the third hour, Linlin finally realized that he had greatly underestimated Thor's strength. She was no longer merely suppressed, her injuries were worsening at an alarming rate, and every collision with Thor put immense strain on her body. Even her hard body, known as the Iron Balloon, could not withstand Thor's fierce attack at this moment. In desperation, she had to use the power of her fruit to give her soul to her body organs, trying to achieve the effect of healing and maintain her combat state. In the fourth hour, Linlin felt Thor's attacks becoming more and more fierce, as violent as a storm, making her almost breathless. Her physical strength dropped sharply during this high-intensity battle, something she had never experienced before. She couldn't believe that Blaze Thor had put her in such an unprecedented predicament in just one afternoon. In the fifth hour, Linlin completely fell into a state of madness. She could not accept the fact that she was about to lose, and she was even more unwilling to believe that Thor was really so powerful. Her eyes were filled with madness and despair, and she attacked Thor desperately, with each attack carrying the momentum of mutual destruction. Her roar echoed across the battlefield, as if she wanted to release all the resentment and anger in her heart. At this moment, she had completely lost her mind, and only the fighting instinct was driving her. Everyone in the Charlotte family who was watching the battle from a distance had a solemn expression on their faces, and the atmosphere was so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. Their eyes were fixed on the battlefield where the fierce fighting was taking place, and shock and disbelief were written on everyone's face. Katakuri clenched his teeth, his hands clenched unconsciously, and beads of sweat covered his forehead. His usually calm and steady eyes were now filled with anxiety and helplessness. Perospero stood there blankly, his eyes empty, the candy weapon in his hand hanging limply beside him, as if he had lost all his strength. They had to accept the cruel fact that the man named Blaze Thor. It only took one afternoon to force their extremely powerful and arrogant mother into a difficult situation. However, even though their hearts were filled with worry and anger, they were powerless at the moment. They knew that this level of combat was far beyond their capabilities and they could not intervene at all. Even if I wanted to contact Kaido or anyone else who might be able to help, it was already too late. Their hearts were filled with self-blame and regret, and they only hated themselves for not being strong enough at the moment and unable to share even a little bit of the pressure with Linlin. I can only watch it all happen like a bystander, but I can't do anything. Mama mama! Mama mama! Kill you! Kill you! Charlotte Linlin has completely fallen into the abyss of madness. Her sharp and piercing roar soared into the sky, exploding repeatedly above Cake Island, carrying endless anger and madness. Mother's visit, 3,000 miles away. With a roar so sharp that it was almost voice-breaking, Linlin frantically gathered all the lightning, fire, and sword power in his body to the top of the Mingguang sword. In an instant, these energies blended and collided with each other, condensing into a huge female phantom. This phantom exudes a terrifying aura. Wherever it goes, the earth is crushed. Everything is turned into powder under its power. It attacks Thor fiercely. Looking at Thor again, he was already covered in blood, and it was hard to tell whether it was his own blood or Linlin's. While dodging Linlin's crazy attacks, Thor's face showed a hint of satisfaction, and he murmured softly. I haven't felt such a good feeling in a long time. Linlin, I have to say, I should say thank you. Chapter 26. As soon as he finished speaking, countless thunders gathered madly behind Thor. The overwhelming pressure and dense electric current directly tore the surrounding air into pieces. Thunder Dragon! Thor roared, and in an instant, a giant dragon formed by thunder roared out from behind him. With the momentum to destroy the world, he rushed towards the huge female shadow. Boom! The moment the two collided, an extremely huge shock wave surged out like a surging tide. In just a few breaths, the huge female phantom was completely destroyed by the Thunder Dragon like a fragile bubble. However, the Thunder Dragon's attack did not stop there. It twisted its body and continued to pounce on Linlin's body. The moment the Thunder Dragon touched Linlin's body, an extremely violent scream came out of Linlin's mouth. Ah! Her sharp roar completely exploded, her body shook violently uncontrollably, and an expression of pain continued to appear on her face. Bang! With a loud bang, Linlin's body fell heavily to the ground, his body still twitching. The violent lightning showed no sign of stopping, constantly breaking through Linlin's tough skin and penetrating directly into her internal organs. At this moment, an unexpected scene happened. Linlin's eyes suddenly opened wide. However, her eyeballs turned into a deep pure black, revealing a strange aura, and then Linlin actually laughed. Mom 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 mom! In an instant, a distorted energy spread out like ripples with Linlin as the center, covering the entire Cake Island in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, countless shouts rang out across the entire island, Mom! 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 In this energy field, countless twisted souls emerged like evil spirits crawling out of the abyss of hell. They have strange expressions, with their fangs and claws bared, as if they want to devour everything in the world. These souls are constantly twisting, screaming, and shouting, their expressions changing in an instant, which is creepy. This is the awakened state of Charlotte Linlin Paramecia's soul fruit. These twisted souls, as if receiving some mysterious command, suddenly stopped screaming and shouting. Immediately afterwards, the eyes of all souls were instantly focused on Thor in the air. Then, as if pulled by an invisible force, they twisted their bodies and flew into the sky. An extremely strange colorful energy circle emanated from behind him, as if Thor was the most delicious food in the world, attracting them to pounce on him regardless of everything. At this moment, the soul's sharp cries rang out in unison, "Eat him! Eat him! He dared to hurt Mommy, eat him!" These terrifying words continued to echo over the island. Even Linlin's children, who were watching the battle from afar, felt extremely horrified when they heard them. Thor flew upwards upon seeing this. He raised his right hand high above his head and murmured softly, "Awakening? That's interesting." In an instant, the entire Cake Island was covered with dark clouds, and countless thunderclouds quickly gathered together like huge black vortexes. Boom! Crack! Countless lightning bolts roared out from the thunderclouds like silver dragons, gathering around Thor and surrounding him tightly. Amidst the flashing sparks, Thor's face with a hint of a smile faintly emerged. "Wan Li waiting!" Thor roared and swung his hand above his head downwards. In an instant, the lightning on the entire island seemed to have received the highest order and struck downwards one after another. At this moment, the Cake Island seemed to be split in half by an invisible giant axe. It was no longer divided horizontally, but was clearly divided into two completely different worlds, the ground and the air. Underground was the constantly twisting and madly surging soul, as well as Linlin's colorful energy field emitting a strange light. In the sky, there was a world of thunder. Thunder was like a ferocious beast, wantonly tearing apart everything around it. Soon, Thor's thunder and Linlin's twisted soul flying into the air began to collide. The souls were still screaming and shouting, "Eat him! Eat him!" They frantically sucked all the lightning into their mouths. However, after just a few breaths, all the souls that had inhaled the lightning exploded. The raging sound of thunder and lightning resounded throughout the entire island. At this moment, Thor's thunder in the air and Linlin's energy field below had all collided violently with each other. Then, something strange happened. All the energy seemed to be attracted by a mysterious force and gathered together strangely and quickly. The thunder and twisted souls all gathered into one point. Around this point, the sounds of distortion, shouting, and flashing lightning intertwined together, deafening. They continued to gather, gradually forming a tiny point that contained huge energy. At this moment, the entire space seemed to be completely solidified by this powerful energy. The next second, an extremely violent explosion sounded, like the bell of the end of the world. From that point on, the explosion wave was like a surging ocean wave, impacting everything on the island. Countless air ripples spread out in all directions like blooming flowers. Finally, Cake Island could no longer withstand this terrifying energy and exploded. Cake Island was completely shattered into dozens of pieces, the sea water continued to surge, and the thunder was still raging. And those souls that were once crazy and twisted all disappeared in the explosion. In one of the broken pieces of Cake Island, Linlin lay there quietly, completely unconscious and in a coma. Her body was completely burnt, her eyes rolled back, and black smoke billowed out of her body. The battle between the general and the emperor came to an end. Thor slowly landed beside Linlin and stood there quietly, waiting for someone to arrive. Not long after, figures came here one after another, including Perospero, Katakuri, Deifuku, Owen, Opera, Smoothie, Bruli, and other children of Linlin. When everyone arrived here, their eyes fell on Linlin, who was lying unconscious on the ground. Looking at this scene, everyone's expression became extremely solemn, and the atmosphere instantly became depressing to the extreme. There were complex emotions flashing in their eyes, including anger, sadness, unwillingness, disbelief, and confusion about the unknown. After a moment of silence, everyone seemed to have reached some kind of tacit understanding, and all slowly turned their gazes to Thor. Everyone waited quietly, waiting for Thor to break the suffocating silence. Thor slowly scanned everyone's faces, and his cold voice sounded, "Speak, everyone. What can I use to buy her life?" Chapter 27. Everyone was silent for a long time, and the air was filled with a depressing silence. Everyone had different thoughts in their hearts. Katakuri took a deep breath and slowly walked out of the crowd. At this moment, his eyes revealed an unprecedented firmness and determination. "Blaze Thor Admiral, I don't know if my life is worth this price." Katakuri's words shattered the suffocating silence like a hammer. At this moment, Perospero flashed and strode out, with a look of dissatisfaction on his face, and said loudly, "Hey, Katakuri, if you don't know me, you'd think I'm the big brother. If I have to exchange lives, it's my job as the big brother to do it." After that, he looked straight at Thor and continued, "Admiral Thor, how about I trade my life for my mother's?" As soon as Perospero finished speaking, Owen, Daefu, Bruli and the others seemed to be encouraged by something and took a step forward. "And me. And me. And me." The voices of the crowd rose and fell, intertwined, and echoed above the ruins. Katakuri and Perospero turned to look at everyone, tears welling up in their eyes, and they felt mixed emotions. Bang! Pa! At this moment, Thor's applause suddenly rang out, breaking the warm atmosphere. He slowly glanced at everyone, with a meaningful smile on his face, and said, "What a touching family. But I have a better suggestion, would you like to hear it?" After hearing Thor's words, everyone's originally complicated expressions instantly became focused, and their gazes were once again focused on Thor. Perospero spoke first, his tone filled with urgency. "Thor Admiral, you said, as long as we can do it, we will never refuse." Katakuri nodded as well, and added, "Yes, as long as we can do it." Seeing this, Thor nodded with satisfaction, and the smile on his face became more and more obvious. Then, he slowly stood up and raised his right hand gracefully. A flash of electricity flashed in the palm of his hand, making a crackling sound. Electric arcs surrounded his wrists, emitting dazzling light, and the air became extremely tense in that instant. Immediately afterwards, countless thunders quickly gathered in his hands, forming a shining energy ball. Thor said slowly, "Some things are better left alone without an audience." As he finished speaking, he waved his right hand towards the sky, and in an instant, countless thunders exploded in the sky. The thunder was seen falling regularly towards the surrounding islands with the broken Cake Island as the core. In places that no one could see, figures were constantly struck by thunder and fell down completely. There are spies from other factions, CPS hiding in the shadows, and albatrosses circling in the sky. Katakuri and the others unfolded their observation haki. They sensed all this and immediately understood that Thor was clearing the area. Countless questions arose in everyone's mind. What exactly was Thor trying to say that he would go to such lengths? Thor's observation haki was fully unfolded again, and he quietly felt the breath of life completely dissipate. He slowly spoke to the crowd, "Now I can tell you what the better choice is." Then Thor pointed his finger at Bree and said, "Charlotte Pudding is in your mirror world. Let her out first. After all, she is the most crucial existence." When Bruli heard Thor's words, her heart suddenly tightened, and she subconsciously looked up at Katakuri. Katakuri noticed Bruli's gaze and nodded slightly. Bruli took a deep breath, calmed her inner tension, slowly raised her hand, and opened the world in the mirror. Following a flash of strange light, Pudding's figure walked out of the mirror world, with a hint of confusion and uneasiness in his eyes. In the next half hour, the atmosphere among the crowd seemed to become tense. Led by Katakuri, everyone started a heated argument over the better choice proposed by Thor. Katakuri frowned, his eyes revealing strong dissatisfaction, and the others echoed him, becoming emotionally excited, and the scene was once in chaos. However, after every fierce quarrel, everyone had to make some compromises. It's very simple, because Charlotte Linland's life is now in Thor's hands. Another half-hour passed quietly, and the sea breeze still carried a salty taste, whistling across this sea that had been baptized by war. In the distance, a ship without any flag was slowly sailing out of Big Mom's sphere of influence. Thor stood quietly at the side of the ship, looking into the distance calmly, as if thinking about something. The person driving the boat was wearing a loose black coat. The hood of the coat completely concealed his face, and only a vague outline could be seen. Turning back to the shattered Cake Island, the Charlotte family was still gathered around the unconscious Charlotte Linland. Everyone's face was very heavy, and everyone's expression was filled with fatigue and helplessness. The air around seemed to be frozen. No one spoke. Only the whistling of the sea breeze and the sound of waves hitting the rocks echoed above the ruins. Everyone just waited quietly, waiting for Charlotte Linland to wake up. As the ship Thor was on retreated farther and farther away and gradually disappeared from everyone's sight. A dazzling yellow light flashed across the sky like lightning, and then a figure wearing a yellow shirt and signature sunglasses appeared out of nowhere. It was Kizaru. Kizaru floated in the air with his hands in his pockets, slowly looking at the broken Cake Island in front of him. His gaze first swept across the ruins, then fell on the unconscious Charlotte Linland and the people surrounding her. He slowly reached out and pulled down his sunglasses, showing an expression of pretended shock. Then he slowly spoke in a teasing tone. "Oh my, it seems that I am late." Chapter 28. Borsellino. Are you saying that the battle between Thor and Charlotte Linland is over now? Satan's brows were furrowed, his eyes full of disbelief, and he couldn't help but confirm again with Borsellino on the other end of the Den Mushi. Borsellino feigned shock from the other end of the Den Mushi. "I don't want to believe it, but it seems to be the case." Saint Satan then pressed on, "What's the current situation with the people we planted within Charlotte Linland's sphere of influence? We've lost contact with them all since a while ago." Borsellino observation Haki quickly glanced around and then spoke slowly. "Now, except for Charlotte Linland's children and cotters, everyone else seems to have disappeared into thin air." He continued, "He was probably killed in the battle." When he said this guess, he almost couldn't hold back the smile in his heart. "When I looked at the Den Mushi in my hand again, I found that the other party had hung up the call." Turning his gaze back towards Charlotte Linland, he saw that everyone surrounding Linland had raised their heads and was looking towards him. It was obvious that everyone had noticed him in the air. Looking at the solemn expressions on everyone's faces, Borsellino pushed his glasses up on the bridge of his nose, a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he said leisurely, "Don't be so nervous, I haven't received any orders to arrest you." As soon as he finished speaking, a dazzling yellow light flashed across the sky, and Borsellino's figure disappeared. Meanwhile, Red Line, the holy land of Marie Joyce. After Saint Satan hung up the phone, his expression was solemn. He swept his eyes over everyone present and said in a deep voice. "You heard it, Thor defeated Charlotte Linland in just 5 hours. Judging from the strength he's showing now, he hasn't weakened at all compared to 21 years ago." Nasujiro Sei tightly gripped the katana in his hand, his eyes revealing a hint of vigilance and suspicion, and he spoke. "I care more about something else than this. What kind of shady deal did Blaze Thor and the Big Mom pirates reach? Do you really believe Borsellino's words and think that all the people we stationed there died in the battle?" Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. After a moment, Saint Wao-Churi slowly spoke, breaking the oppressive atmosphere. "Since I can't figure out the reason, I'll just ask him directly when he comes to get the antidote." He paused and continued, "I think we should let Vegapunk start developing a second-generation potion specifically for Brett Thor. With his strength, he must be firmly under our control. No accidents can happen." Second. The next day, the underground World Economic News Agency was busy, and countless newspapers were quickly sorted and packaged. As the albatross took off into the sky, these newspapers carrying breaking news flew to every corner of the world like snowflakes. The battle of the Emperor and the General, who is stronger? On blaze Thor White Dragon Admiral's Devil Fruit. Charlotte Linlin was completely cornered by that man in just one afternoon. Breaking news. The battle between Blaze Thor and the Big Mom Pirates. These eye-catching titles instantly attracted everyone's attention. When people around the world received the newspaper, they were all shocked by the news. Whitebeard Pirates, Kaido Pirates, Red Hair Pirates, Revolutionary Army, Marine, Shishibukai. Or maybe it's the different kinds of pirates who reacted differently after seeing the news. Some people frowned and looked solemn, as if they had a premonition that a huge storm was coming. Some people were so excited that their faces flushed, their eyes sparkled with excitement, and their blood boiled in their bodies. Some people's eyes revealed a strong desire to fight, and they couldn't wait to challenge Blaze Thor's strength. At this moment, Thor's ship was moving slowly and leisurely towards the naval headquarters, as if it was carefully calculating a specific time, neither hurried nor slow. 7 days passed in a flash, and a warship slowly approached the port of Naval Headquarters Marineford. On the deck, Thor's tall figure can be clearly seen, as well as the mysterious figure beside him who has wrapped his face tightly. As to how this person cleverly passed the strict screening on the Red Line, no one knows. The first half of the Grand Line is separated from the second half by the Red Line. You can either go through the official Red Line route, or use the coding technology to pass through the giant hole under the Red Line and take the Fishman Island route. From a distance, we could see that many Marine soldiers had already gathered at the port of Marineford. Among them are not only hawkish members, but also neutral and dovish members. Without exception, they are all welcoming Thor's return. Because Thor defeated Charlotte Linlin from the Big Mom Pirates, it boosted the morale of the Marines tremendously. The moment Thor stepped off the warship, neat and loud shouts instantly resounded in every corner of Marineford. "Welcome Thor, Admiral!" At this moment in the conference room, Sengoku, Garp, Sakazuki and others were already waiting for Thor. Hearing this uniform shout, everyone's face showed a different expression. Sakazuki and Zephyr with smiles, Borsalino with teasing smiles, Sengoku and Kyuzan who are in deep thought. Garp laughed out loud and acted nonchalant, and Crane was confused about his stance. "Oh my, it seems that Thor Admiral is very popular now," Kizaru said jokingly. Sakazuki glanced at Borsalino and then responded, "Borsalino, you can also fight 4 emperors. And Whitebeard, Kaido, and Red Hair. Defeat any of them, and you'll get the same treatment." Kizaru immediately raised his hands exaggeratedly, with an innocent expression on his face. "I didn't receive such an order." At this time, Garp's hearty laughter rang out again. "Ha ha ha, I have to say, Thor did a great job this time. It really boosted the morale of our Marines." Sengoku slammed the table to stop the noisy crowd, then slowly said, "Each of you please take another look at the documents in your hands. If you have no objections, we will proceed according to this arrangement." Obviously, the document contains arrangements for various Marine generals. A number of generals were separated from Sakazuki, Borsalino, and Kyuzan and placed under Thor. This arrangement was the consensus reached by everyone in the previous meeting, and now all that was missing was Thor's opinion. However, it can be seen that everyone does not seem to care much about these arrangements, because the highest military rank is only Rear Admiral. When you reach the rank of Vice Admiral in the Marine Corps, it is no longer simply a matter of who is in charge. Instead, it depends on the faction they choose, such as the Hawk faction Ghost Spider, the neutral faction Flying Squirrel, and so on. However, the task of allocating some generals from Sakazuki and the other 2 and assigning them to Thor still needs to be done. After all, Thor is now the Admiral of Headquarters. Even if it is just in name, he cannot do it without anyone under his command. Chapter 29. Soon, Thor arrived in the conference room. After listening to Sengoku's brief explanation, he picked up the documents on the table and began to browse through them. As Thor's eyes scanned between the lines, his expression did not change much. Obviously, he knew in his heart that this was just a formality. After he finished browsing the document, he casually placed it on the conference table. He looked up at Sengoku and said calmly, "Marshal Sengoku, I have no objection to these arrangements." He then added, "However, there is no need to arrange for my adjutant, I already have someone selected." Sengoku frowned slightly, a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes, and asked, "Who's that?" "Derek Rose is now Vice Admiral, guarding G5. He definitely can't continue to be your adjutant." Thor responded calmly, "He's not a Marine, or rather, he hasn't joined the Marine yet." "Haven't joined the Marines yet?" Sengoku mused. "As long as I can pass the background check, that shouldn't be a problem. However, even if you recruit someone to serve as your adjutant, the initial rank he can only be given is lieutenant. Subsequent promotions will still depend on his own strength, qualifications, and military achievements." Thor nodded slightly, "This is natural, no one is exempt." Soon, this formal meeting ended and everyone left. After Thor returned to his office, he sat down in his chair and stretched lazily. On the wall behind him hung a particularly eye-catching banner with 7 large characters written in strong and powerful strokes. "Justice at all costs." After seeing Thor come back, the man who had been hiding his appearance tightly was about to speak when there was a knock on the door. "Knock. Knock." Sakazuki's voice came from outside the door, "Thor, I'm Sakazuki." "Come in," Thor replied. The door opened and Sakazuki walked in. When his eyes fell on the one with hidden features, a thoughtful look came over his face. Then he sat down in the chair opposite Thor, leaned forward slightly, and asked Thor, "Thor, what are your plans next? If you have nothing else, please help me train Ghost Spider and the others. They are still too weak now." Thor shook his head slightly and said slowly, "Unfortunately, Sakazuki, this may not be possible. Next, I have to go pick up my adjutant, my golden-scaled ship, and my sword. By the way, take care of some of the little pirates." Sakazuki was immediately interested when he heard this, and curiously asked, "Who was that adjutant you mentioned in the meeting, Thor?" Thor raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and said with a hint of mystery, "He is a guy of considerable age. He should be 37 years old now. His armament haki is just average, but his observation haki is pretty good. As for the Marine 6 styles, I started teaching him more than 20 years ago." The more Sakazuki listened, the more curious he became. He had 2-colored haki, and his observation haki could even be praised by Thor, which showed how extraordinary he was. Considering that Thor said he started learning the 6 styles more than 20 years ago, even if he hasn't reached the level of perfection now, he must have used them very skillfully. Such strength is enough to rival that of the Vice Admiral even in the naval headquarters. "Who is it, Thor?" Sakazuki couldn't help but ask again. However, Thor only smiled slightly and said in suspense, "You will know when the time comes, Sakazuki." "Damn Thor!" Sakazuki was so angry that veins popped on his forehead and he couldn't help but curse. Then, he turned his attention to the masked man behind him and asked, "Is this the person you brought back from the Big Mom pirates, or is it?" Seeing this, Thor slowly said to the masked man, "Show Sakazuki who you are." "It's okay." The masked person nodded slightly, slowly reached out her hand, and gently pulled open the brim of her hat, revealing her true face. I saw that she had slightly protruding lips, brown eyes, light brown wavy hair, and her forehead was covered by bangs. It was Charlotte Pudding. 4 days later, in the waters in front of New World, the warship was slowly approaching Gaia Island. "Admiral Thor, we are just ahead at Gaia Island," Pudding said weakly to Thor, who was lying in the middle of the deck with a pale face. Her voice was trembling, and mixed with the sea breeze, it seemed particularly weak. Thor slowly opened his eyes and began to mutter to himself again, as if he was silently calculating the time. Pudding was no longer surprised by the scene, but whenever he recalled the scene when he was traveling a few days ago, his stomach couldn't help but churn and he almost vomited again. At that time, she only heard Thor frowning and muttering, "It seems a little too late." As Thor finished speaking, a scene that Pudding could never imagine in his entire life appeared without any warning. The warship, which was originally sailing steadily on the sea, slowly left the water, as if it was lifted by an invisible force. Then the warship flew close to the sea surface at a speed beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Can you imagine, flying close to the sea surface? Pudding's face was filled with fear and disbelief, and she could only hold on tightly to the railing beside her. Such a crazy speed, let alone her, I'm afraid it would be difficult for anyone to bear it. The pain that these few days' journey brought to Pudding was even greater than that in all the previous years combined. Because she couldn't bear such stimulation at all, she vomited and vomited all the way. When the warship occasionally stopped and moved slowly forward, Pudding had no appetite at all to eat. At this moment, her face was pale, her lips were cracked, and she was so weak that she seemed like a gust of wind could blow her down. Thor walked to the guardrail and said to Pudding, "Rest well these few days. We will need your help later." Pudding's face was still pale, and he nodded slightly with difficulty. Then he forced himself to stay alert and continued to control the warship to slowly approach the shore. As we got closer to Gaia Island, the noisy sounds on the island became louder. Amidst the clamor, one could faintly detect some malicious words, as if someone was planning to attack Thor. Because the warship that Thor is on does not have any iconic logo, the pirates on the island seemed to have mistakenly believed that some ignorant marine had barged in. After the warship docked safely, Thor and Pudding got off the ship one after another. In an instant, like sharks attracted by the smell of blood, dozens of pirates quickly gathered in front of the two from all directions. "Hey, Marine, do you have no idea where this place is? How dare you come here alone with a pretty girl?" A ferocious-looking pirate laughed loudly at the top of his lungs. "Ha ha ha ha, this guy must be a greenhorn who just got out there. He didn't even ask around. This is Magic Valley Town, where the pirates gather." Another pirates joined in the booing, causing everyone around to laugh. Pudding listened to these harsh sounds and couldn't help but frown slightly, with a trace of disgust in his eyes. Obviously, she was extremely fed up with these rude and vulgar pirates, but she saw Thor's figure in front of her. For some reason, even though she was also a pirate, she felt very peaceful at the moment. Then a group of pirates approached the two of them impatiently. They were waving all kinds of weapons in their hands and spewing all kinds of brutal and rude words that were hard to hear. "Hey, Marine, if you're smart, let Laozi borrow that chick next to you for a couple of days. Laozi will make sure you leave unharmed. How about that?" A tall and thin pirate stared at Pudding with lustful eyes and said with a lewd look on his face, "I'm not that greedy. Just one day is enough. One day is enough to make me happy. Ha ha ha." Another short and fat pirate followed suit with a lewd smile on his face. "Hey, what are you talking about? If it were me, I'd just chop this marine off. Girl, let's all play together, ha ha ha." Just as this group of pirates were acting recklessly, a trembling voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. "Everyone, look at him. Doesn't he look like the white dragon Admiral that was featured in the newspaper a few days ago?" When everyone heard this, they instantly quieted down, their arrogant expressions froze on their faces, and they all turned their eyes to Thor. Everyone seemed to be trying hard to identify whether the Thor in front of them was the white dragon Admiral that the person had just mentioned. Then, everyone saw Thor's mouth corners suddenly rise slowly, and he said softly to the person who had just spoken, "Congratulations, you guessed it right, there's a prize." Chapter 30. Then Thor moved slowly and elegantly made his right hand into the shape of a pistol, slowly raised it, and pointed it at the pirates who recognized his identity. He opened his lips slightly and uttered a playful word slowly, Bayou. In an instant, a dazzling arc of electricity flashed across the sky, so fast that people had no time to react. The pirates who had just spoken suddenly had countless violent electric currents burst out of his body without any warning, twisting and raging wildly. His body began to twitch violently and uncontrollably, and then foam came out of his mouth. His breath of life quickly dissipated, and he fell stiffly to the ground. Witnessing this scene, the pirates present instantly widened their eyes, their faces filled with fear and regret, and they wished they could tear their mouths apart. They were filled with despair, and they kept asking themselves, how dare they? What on earth could have brought them to dare challenge the Marine Admiral? Run away! Someone shouted first, as if breaking the seal of fear. In an instant, the group of pirates who had just approached Thor and Pudding aggressively fled frantically in all directions. As they ran, they kept shouting, "Damn it, why would such a person come here? He must have done it on purpose. He was just on an ordinary warship." However, they only thought of escaping now, so how could they possibly escape? Thor stood there, transformed into a two-handed pistol, still making a soft sound from his mouth, "Bayou bayou bayou." With each sound, a bolt of electricity would be accurately shot towards a fleeing pirate. Without exception, the pirates who were hit were instantly knocked to the ground by the electric current. His body trembled violently under the ravages of the electric current, and then he became motionless. After just a few breaths, the shore, which had been noisy just now, suddenly became quiet. The group of arrogant and domineering pirates just now all fell in a pool of blood, lifeless, and the ground was covered with blood, a mess. Pudding looked at the blood-covered ground in front of him with a look of disgust, then looked at Thor's evil look and chose to remain silent. This kind of fighting and death scene does not seem to be common on Gaia Island. In addition, the dozens of pirates who came to surround Thor were wiped out in just a few seconds, so the news that Thor had arrived at Gaia Island would not be exposed. Thor's observation haki instantly covered the entire island, but he did not find the person he was looking for. "It seems we're still early," Thor murmured, his figure flashed, and when he appeared again, two masks appeared in his hands. After putting on masks with Pudding, we found an ordinary hotel in the town and stayed there temporarily. Thor did not continue to attack the pirates in the town, as he could not let these insignificant characters ruin his plan. In Magic Valley Town, there are not only pirates, but also many ordinary people. They have long been accustomed to living with pirates. The pirates also seem to have agreed to try not to attack the ordinary people here. Because all kinds of supplies on the island, such as food, weapons, daily necessities, etc., need to be provided by ordinary merchants, craftsmen, and other groups. There are also daily life needs, such as taverns, hotels, and other places, which require people to provide for the pirates. Of course, it's just a try. If we encounter some unprincipled pirates, no one will stop them. This is Gaia Island, the Magic Valley town where pirates gather. At night, Thor and Pudding, still wearing masks, went down to the first floor of the hotel together and asked the owner to prepare some food. At this moment, the door of the hotel was roughly pushed open with a creak, and a gust of cold wind rushed in with the shouting of a group of people. "Boss, there are still a few rooms, give them all to us." The leader was a blond man with a long scar on his left eye that was particularly eye-catching. He was Bellamy, known as Hyena. Thor looked up and couldn't help but murmur in his heart, "It can't be such a coincidence." He remembered that when Bellamy appeared in Demon Valley Town, he was in a tavern. But that's true, as long as you are a human, you need to sleep at night, but the extent of this coincidence is really surprising. So Thor and Pudding sat down at a table nearby, intending to let them finish negotiating with the boss first. When the hotel owner saw this scene, he knew that these people were not to be trifled with. He immediately put on a flattering smile and apologized repeatedly. "I'm sorry, my lords, but our small hotel only has 3 rooms left. There are 9 of you here, so we really can't accommodate you." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a burst of impatient task sounds from the crowd. Fortunately, Bellamy had no intention of causing trouble at the moment and was preparing to take everyone away to find another hotel. But at this moment, Lily, the female companion of Sachi's, the deputy captain of Bellamy Pirates, grabbed Sachi's. Everyone stopped when they saw this, and then they saw Lily looking directly at Thor and Pudding. "Thor, it can't be such a ridiculous thing," Lily said to the crowd. "There are 2 more people wearing masks and pretending to be ghosts. They should be staying at the hotel too. Let's ask them to give us their room. We can just squeeze into the 4 rooms." At this time, Thor sighed helplessly and said, "We don't have just 1 room here, we have 2 rooms." Sachi's female companion, Lily, couldn't help but laugh when she heard this. "That's even better. It seems you guys are quite sensible. In that case, we won't kill you. Let's go." At this time, Sachi's also laughed, with his left hand in his trouser pocket, and walked towards Thor and the others slowly. His right hand was still playing with the large scimitar that was shining with cold light. After walking up to the 2 of them, he raised his chin slightly, his tone full of disdain. "Why, do you still want us to treat you? Do you know that our captain is the spring-loaded man Hyena Bellamy, who has a bounty of 55 million berries on him? Our captain is still a registered member of Dong Quixote. Why don't you get out of here?" Hearing what Sachi said, Pudding couldn't help laughing under the mask. It would have been fine if he hadn't laughed, but this laugh instantly angered everyone in Bellamy's pirates group. They quickly walked up and surrounded Thor and Pudding. Bellamy's expression seemed to have become very gloomy at this moment because of Pudding's ridicule. He walked up to the 2 of them, stared at them, and said word by word, "It seems that you 2 don't recognize me." Thor sighed again and said helplessly, "Who wouldn't know the famous little dog Bellamy?" As soon as these words came out, Sachi's was completely enraged. He roared and swung the scimitar in his hand towards Thor with a sharp sound of wind. Puff! Puff! In just a moment, blood holes appeared in the center of the heads of the 9 members of Bellamy's pirates. Their eyes were filled with horror and disbelief, as if they had not yet figured out what was happening. His body fell to the ground one after another like a puppet. Bang! 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 Until the last moment of their lives, they did not understand how they died. Seeing this, the hotel owner was very considerate and hurried over with a clean handkerchief in his pocket. He bowed respectfully to Thor and the other 2 and said, "Please rest assured, my lords, the bodies of these people will be handled properly and will not affect your mood." As he spoke, he waved his arm, and several figures immediately appeared from behind, quickly carrying away the bodies of everyone. Thor took the handkerchief, slowly wiped his index finger, then looked at the boss and said, "You're quite an interesting person. Prepare some food for us. Go ahead and pay for it." Okay, sir, please wait a moment." The boss smiled and bowed respectfully again. Then he turned around to greet everyone and started to get busy. After everyone left, the floor had been wiped clean, as if nothing had happened, without a trace of bloodline left. On the first night, the person Thor was waiting for never showed up, and there was no news or trace of him. The next day, Thor still found nothing all day long. He stayed in the hotel bored and didn't go anywhere. Thor couldn't help but start to wonder if there was something wrong with his carefully calculated timing. As night fell the next day, a glimmer of surprise flashed in Thor's eyes, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously rose, revealing a knowing smile. Because his observation Haki had already sensed that 5 people and a horse were approaching the shore of Gaia Island. Wearing a wrestler mask, long purple hair, a generous smile and the fighting championship gold belt, the champion Giza's Badgers. Otoko Van Oka is wearing a strange hat, an eye patch on his right eye, a long face, a black cloak, and holding a long spear. Lafayette, the devil sheriff, dressed as a theatrical character, holding a cane in his hand, a pistol on his waist, and wearing a black top hat. A terminally ill, dying Shinigami, Q, riding a horse. And his horse, Zhuang. The leader was naturally the rough-looking Blackbeard with a bare chest and several missing teeth in his mouth, the one Thor had been waiting for, Marshal D. Teach. Ha ha ha. Magic Valley Town, this is really a nice place. Badger said with his hands on his hips, looking up and laughing. Ha 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 ha. Hopefully I can meet some interesting friends here. Blackbeard grinned, revealing a row of jagged teeth, his eyes gleaming with excitement and anticipation. This is fate. It guides us to meet and brings us to this place. Van Oka said with emotion, holding his sniper rifle in his arms. At this moment, a dazzling arc of electricity suddenly flashed in front of them, and then a strong sense of oppression came over them. Thor's figure slowly emerged after the arc dissipated. He looked at the people in front of him quietly, his lips slightly raised, and he slowly said, I also think this is fate, leading us to meet. Chapter 31. With the appearance of Thor, the people who were laughing wildly just now fell into deathly silence in an instant. Their expressions froze instantly, the smiles still stiff on their faces turned into tension and vigilance in an instant. Everyone quickly adjusted their posture, tensed their bodies, and prepared their muscles to go into battle. They are not ignorant and fearless little characters, so how could they not recognize that the person in front of them is Marine Admiral Blaze Thor? A fine layer of cold sweat instantly appeared on Blackbeard's forehead, gleaming strangely in the dim light. His voice trembled slightly, and he said to Thor cautiously, Thor Admiral, you are not waiting for us here on purpose. Thor walked slowly towards the crowd, his eyes fell on Blackbeard Teach, and he said, Unfortunately, you guessed right. I've been on Gaia Island for several days, waiting for you for a long time, Teach. Teach's face turned pale instantly, his lips trembled slightly, and he was about to say something. At this moment, Van Oka's gunshot suddenly rang out, breaking the suffocating silence. A flaw has appeared, White Dragon Admiral. Van Oka's voice was filled with a hint of desperate determination. A bullet covered in armed color, carrying powerful kinetic energy, shot towards the center of Thor's forehead like lightning. The bullet hit the target instantly, but passed through as if through the air, leaving no trace of a scar on Thor's forehead. Seeing this, Thor curled up a playful smile. He really didn't expect that the other party would dare to take the first step. A-hole! Who told you to do that? Run away! Blackbeard roared at the top of his lungs. The scene of the battle between Thor and Whitebeard emerged in his mind. Thor's terrifying strength still made him feel scared. He knew very well that with their current strength, they could never be a match for Thor. At this moment, Blackbeard had only one thought in his mind, escape. He had no desire to fight at all. When everyone heard Blackbeard's roar, they woke up as if from a dream and fled frantically in all directions. Thor was not in a hurry. The ring on the little finger of his left hand flew out instantly and hovered steadily in his palm. His eyes were fixed on Van Oka, and he spoke slowly, I'll return the favor, Van Oka. Electromagnetic repulsion. In an instant, the ring flew towards Van Oka's head at an unparalleled speed. Puchy! With a dull sound, the ring pierced Van Oka's head accurately. Van Oka's body jolted violently, and then he fell straight to the ground. His glasses shattered in the impact, and the lenses scattered all over the floor. His eyes were wide open, and he died with his eyes open, as if he could not accept the huge gap in strength between him and Thor until his death. Witnessing Van Oka's tragic end, everyone suddenly became aware of. The gap in strength between them and Thor is simply a world of difference. They can never be Thor's opponent. At this moment, between life and death, no one cared about Van Oka's death. They fled in panic and hid in various hidden corners of Gaia Island in the blink of an eye. A dazzling arc of electricity suddenly flashed, and Thor's figure disappeared without a trace in an instant. When he appeared again the next moment, he was already in front of Giza's Beijis. It seems you're the slowest runner in this game of hide and seek. Champion, Giza's Badgers. Damn it, how could it be so fast? Badger's face turned pale as paper in an instant, and his eyes were extremely solemn. He looked at Thor, who was getting closer and closer to him, and knew in his heart that there was no way to escape or retreat. He gritted his teeth as if he had made an extremely difficult decision. Unsinkable ship, lasso type. Badgers roared at the top of his lungs, swung his arms with all his might, and a powerful shock wave whizzed towards Thor. Boom! There was a deafening roar, and wherever the shock wave reached, the surrounding buildings collapsed, smoke and dust billowed, and rubble flew. However, Badgers was horrified to find that Thor's figure had disappeared without a trace. How could this happen? Damn it, where did it go? Badgers was instantly panicked. He turned around in panic, and at that moment, he saw Thor with his legs suspended in the air, looking down at him condescendingly. Badger's heart tightened and he wanted to escape again, but before he could move, Thor's hand had already grasped his neck and lifted him high off the ground. Woo woo woo! Badgers let out a few weak and painful roars from his throat. He kicked his feet in the air, trying desperately to break free from Thor's control, but it was all in vain. Unfortunately, you're the slowest, so please die first, okay, champion. Thor's voice was as gentle as the breeze, yet filled with endless chill. Badgers was unwilling to die like this, so he suddenly raised his elbow and swung it at Thor behind him with all his strength. However, just when his elbow was halfway through, bang! A muffled sound suddenly rang out, followed by bang! Bang! The sound of two heavy objects falling to the ground. Badger's body and head were completely separated and fell heavily to the ground like a pile of broken dolls. Just at that moment, his neck was crushed by Thor. Let me see who will be the next lucky person, Thor said with a smile. Observation haki spread out in all directions like a tide, sweeping every corner in search of the target. That's you, Devil Sheriff Lafayette. At this moment, Lafayette was huddled in an empty cellar. Beads of sweat the size of beans kept rolling down his forehead, and he tried hard to hold his breathing. Even the sound of her heartbeat seemed to attract Thor, and she didn't dare to make any sound. However, fate always seems to play tricks on people, and reality is often not as we wish. Suddenly, there was a loud, dull sound above the cellar, as if something heavy had fallen. Then, huge rocks fell from above Lafayette's head like raindrops, and dust flew everywhere. As his vision gradually became clear, Thor's tall figure suddenly appeared before him. Damn, have we been discovered? Lafayette whispered desperately, with a glint of determination in his eyes. He quickly pointed the staff in his hand at Thor, and in an instant, a pair of white wings appeared out of thin air behind him. Lucky guy number 3, congratulations on being found by me. Thor's voice came lightly and teasingly. At this moment, Lafayette's wings behind him flapped suddenly, and a powerful airflow roared up. His figure instantly appeared in front of Thor, the tip of the cane in his hand flashed with cold light, and he stabbed it fiercely towards Thor's face. However, this scene was exactly the same as what happened to Van Oka at that time. Lafayette's cane seemed to have pierced an invisible ball of air and passed through it without any hindrance. It only caused a few flashes of electric arc and a sizzling sound. When Lafayette retracted his cane, Thor's face remained calm, as if nothing had happened. Lafayette didn't dare to hesitate any longer. He spread his wings in an instant and flew into the air, trying to escape from Thor. Seeing this, Thor gently pinched his right index finger and thumb together, then slowly pulled them apart. The electric arc crackled between his two fingers, accumulating destructive power. Lightning! Thor spat out 2 words coldly, and in an instant, the electric current between his 2 fingers burst into an extremely hot and dazzling light. Then it transformed into a nimble silver snake and appeared behind Lafayette in an instant at lightning speed. Ah! A shrill scream broke the silent night sky. Chapter 32. Lafayette's body was shaking violently and uncontrollably in the air. As the electric current seeped into his body as quickly as spider silk, bursts of white smoke rose from him. The skin instantly turned black and emitted a disgusting burnt smell. Finally, Lafayette's body in the air gradually became stiff and fell straight from the air. It fell heavily to the ground with a bang, raising a cloud of dust, and completely lost its life. Thor's figure also disappeared, leaving only a regretful word ringing in the air. What a shame for a devil fruit whose power I don't know. At this moment, Du Q was still sitting on the back of Zhuang's horse. Despite his sickly appearance, he showed no fear of Thor at all, and appeared on the street with a swagger. But at this moment, his hands continued to emit strange ripples, and the invisible waves quickly surged towards the ground. As the user of the Paramecia sickness fruit, Poison Q's actions are undoubtedly spreading some kind of virus to the island. Lucky number 4, it seems that you are not hiding from me. Thor's teasing voice sounded without warning. Before he finished speaking, his figure instantly appeared in front of Du Q. Poison Q raised his head slightly, a sickly smile formed on his cracked lips, and he spoke slowly in a hoarse voice. Thor Admiral, every inch of air here is filled with my virus. As he spoke, he took out a basket of seemingly ordinary apples from his side. A sly glint flashed in his cloudy eyes as he continued. You can choose an apple from this basket. One of them contains the antidote to the symptoms of everyone in the town. Otherwise, they will all die. There are still many ordinary people here. Don't you care about their lives? Ha ha ha. Poison Q let out a sickly, hoarse laugh and continued, or, in other words, let me go. I promise that none of the ordinary people here will. However, before Poison Q could finish his words, a dazzling bolt of lightning instantly pierced through his mind like an angry dragon. At the same time, the horse under him was not spared, and its body was also pierced by lightning. In an instant, Du Q's head exploded completely, and his brains splattered all over the ground. His body slid limply from the horse's back and fell to the ground lifeless. The horse neighed, fell to the ground with a thud, and died completely. At this time, Thor's voice sounded coldly, stupid asterisk. Don't you know that the devil fruit's power will dissipate when the host dies? You really think you're a real doctor and prescribe real medicine? Thor snorted coldly, lousy, you've wasted another devil fruit. It had only been less than 10 minutes since the Blackbeard pirates set foot on the land of Gaia Island. However, these 10 minutes felt like a century to the members of the Blackbeard pirates. Every second was shrouded in despair, a nightmare unlike any they had ever experienced in their lives. In a flash, all the Blackbeard pirates except Teach were killed. Thor released his observation haki once again, completely covering the entire island. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, pulling out a meaningful smile, and he whispered softly, Teach, lucky number 5, you are still good at playing. At this time, Teach had quietly returned to the starting point and was running desperately towards the place where they first landed. As he ran wildly, he kept looking back, his eyes full of fear and anxiety, fearing that Thor would suddenly appear in the next second. It's almost there, the boat is right ahead. Teach repeated this sentence frantically in his mind, and his pace became faster and faster. His breathing was rapid and heavy, his clothes were soaked with sweat, and he looked in a miserable state. However, fate always seems to like to play tricks on people, and the thing he feared most finally happened. A blinding arc of electricity flashed across the night sky like lightning, illuminating Teach's face filled with despair. Thor appeared and stood in front of Teach, blocking his way to survival. Teach suddenly stopped, his body leaning forward slightly due to inertia. An extremely angry expression instantly surged across his face, his eyes were red, and he roared with gritted teeth. That bunch of losers, can't they even hold on for a few minutes? Thor looked at the frustrated Teach in front of him and said with a mocking tone. It's really their lucky to follow you, Teach. Hearing Thor's words, the angry expression on Teach's face disappeared instantly, and he burst into crazy laughter instead. Then he roared at the top of his lungs, "Thieves, ha ha ha! Isn't it their duty to die for the captain?" The laughter seemed particularly strange in the silent night, revealing a sense of madness and determination. "Oh!" Thor raised his eyebrows slightly, pretending to be shocked, and continued. "What about you? Did you ever consider dying for your original captain, Whitebeard?" As he spoke, Thor approached Teach step by step. "Or, are you thinking about whether there is a way to plot against his devil fruit?" Teach's face turned pale instantly and his body retreated uncontrollably, as if his most shameful secret had been exposed in public. His voice also began to tremble slightly, with a hint of panic and concealment. "Thor Admiral, are you kidding? A person can only eat one devil fruit. What's the point of me plotting against Dad's devil fruit?" However, before he could finish his words, Thor rushed towards Teach in an instant, his fist heading towards Teach's face. Seeing this, Teach's expression changed instantly, a crazy smile appeared on his face again, and he shouted loudly. "Thief, ha ha ha! Just waiting for you, Thor Admiral!" In an instant, he quickly raised his right hand, and countless black whirlpools surged in his palm. Dark water! Bang! With a dull thud, Thor's fist hit Teach's face solidly. The huge impact force knocked Teach away, and his body hit the ground, leaving a deep mark. "Ah, it hurts, it hurts!" Teach screamed in pain and controlled his body to stop. After Teach struggled to get up from the ground, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his hand, a hint of doubt in his eyes. He looked at Thor and laughed awkwardly twice, then said, "Hey, Admiral Thor, you didn't use the devil fruit ability just now." "What?" Thor raised his finger slightly, pointed directly at Teach's right hand, and continued. "Are you planning to use your dark water to draw my attack towards you and then negate my ability?" As soon as Thor finished speaking, Teach's face instantly became extremely solemn, more solemn than ever before. The current situation was completely beyond his expectations. "Thor Admiral, you seem to know the ability of my devil fruit very well." Teach's voice sounded low and hoarse, with countless vigilances. Thor couldn't help but laugh at this. "I know more than just your devil fruit abilities. I also know that your body is different from that of an ordinary person and that you can eat multiple devil fruits." "Enough!" Teach suddenly roared, abruptly interrupting Thor's words. At this moment, all the disguises on his face completely disappeared, revealing the sinister face hidden deep in his heart, with an extremely fierce light flashing in his eyes. "I don't care where you got all this information from, but anyone who knows this information must die!" Teach roared, slamming his hands against the ground. In an instant, an endless black vortex burst out of his body like a surging black tide. The black ripples spread and expanded continuously with him as the center, ruthlessly swallowing up everything in their path, dragging everything into the endless dark abyss. Dark Acupoints. Chapter 33. Seeing this, electric current surged around Thor's body, building up a strong magnetic field through the current, which in turn gave rise to electromagnetic force. The electromagnetic force allowed him to float steadily in the air, fighting against the terrifying gravitational pull of Teach's dark acupoints. However, as the scope of Teach's dark acupuncture points continued to expand, the gravitational force became stronger and stronger. Thor felt the terrifying gravity beneath the ground and said, "The dark fruit is indeed incredibly powerful, but I wonder how far you've developed it, Teach." Just as he finished speaking, there were two crackling sounds of electric arcs. Immediately afterwards, the sky was illuminated by countless thunders, and the deafening roar was endless. "Absorb everything and shatter it into pieces? Then let me test your limits." Thunder. Thor swung his right hand violently, and in an instant, countless bolts of lightning struck Teach's dark acupointment fiercely. "Ha ha ha ha! Thor Admiral, don't you know that I am the nemesis of devil fruit?" Teach roared. The black energy emanating from his body became increasingly violent and turbulent, like a black flame burning wildly. The moment the lightning touched the dark acupoints, it was all swallowed up by the bottomless dark vortex, like a stone sinking into the sea. At this moment, the entire Gaia Island, whether it was the vicious pirates or the unarmed ordinary residents, gathered in fear on the other side of the island. Hearing the destructive thunder coming from the other side, no one dared to get close. "Hey, what kind of monsters are fighting?" Someone looked at the countless flashing thunders in the sky and spoke in a trembling voice, his eyes full of fear and despair. "It is said that, the White Dragon Admiral and Marine, is the owner of the Thunder Fruit. Is he coming?" Someone replied in a trembling voice. "Don't worry about who it is. Just don't implicate us. How can there be such a terrifying power in the world?" At this time, Teach's dark acupoints were still in a stalemate with Thor's thunder. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 10 breaths, countless thunders were continuously swallowed by the dark acupointment path mercilessly. But as time passed quietly, the arrogant smile on Teach's face gradually disappeared, replaced by a hint of nervousness and uneasiness. Because he clearly felt that the speed at which the dark acupuncture points absorbed lightning was gradually slowing down, like a container about to be filled. "Hey, are we really reaching our limit?" Teach's forehead was covered with sweat, which rolled down his cheeks. The dark ripples released by his hands became more violent. He tried his best to maintain the stability of his dark acupuncture point. He absolutely did not believe that anyone could break his dark acupuncture point. This was the power of the dark fruit. "It seems that your devil fruit is not yet well developed, Teach. Suck it. I'll let you suck it enough. I'll give you some more." As Thor finished speaking, the thunder in the sky became more and more violent, like an enraged beast. Then, the power of thunder, even more powerful than before, poured down towards Teach's dark acupuncture points below like a flood. In an instant, a trace of blood flowed from the corner of Teach's mouth. His body trembled slightly, but he still gritted his teeth and endured Thor's terrifying energy attack. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 5 breaths, this time, Teach finally reached his limit. As the last trace of thunder in the air was swallowed up, some strange changes occurred in the dark acupointment. The dark acupuncture points began to surge wildly, obviously unable to withstand such a huge amount of energy. Then, a strange scene happened. All of Teach's acupuncture points suddenly disappeared. Poof! Teach suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood and his body flew backwards. The energy he absorbed far exceeded the limit of his ability to withstand. Who? Teach gasped for breath, his eyes full of unwillingness, and looked up at Thor in the air. At this moment, he suddenly felt that after so many years of planning and striving for this dark fruit, it seemed that it was not invincible. In the instant Teach blinked, a dazzling arc of electricity flashed across the sky, and when he reacted, Thor had already appeared in front of him. Teach had no time to make any defensive moves, not even time to think. Thor's right leg was like a swift steel whip, sweeping towards his waist. Bang! With this loud noise, Teach's whole face was instantly distorted, his mouth opened uncontrollably, and his eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets, looking hideous and terrifying. Then his body flew backwards completely out of control. Bang! 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 Teach's body slowly stopped after a series of collisions. He struggled to get up from the ground and touched the blood flowing from his face with trembling hands. The blood kept dripping down his fingers, and suddenly he threw his head back and laughed, ha 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 ha. Then the laughter stopped abruptly, and Teach's face instantly became serious. He stared at Thor, "Thor Admiral. The whole world knows that you have submitted to the world government. But I can feel the ambition in you. You seem to know a lot about the abilities of dark fruit." Teach narrowed his eyes slightly. "So I think I guessed your purpose, thief, ha ha ha. I'm still useful, you won't kill me at all, right?" He stared at Thor, trying to find some answer in his face. However, when Teach finished speaking, Thor's face did not show the change in expression he expected. Thor's eyes remained calm as he slowly walked towards Teach and said, "Teach, you are very smart. Have you ever thought about how you can be more useful to me?" Listening to Thor's words, Teach felt a strong sense of unease in his heart for some reason. No, he absolutely couldn't just sit there and wait for death. He had to find a way to escape. In an instant, Teach opened his arms and roared with all his strength, "Liberation!" As he roared, a powerful black energy gushed out of his body, forming a huge black tornado that roared towards the sky. Wherever the black tornado went, the air seemed to be torn apart, making a harsh sound. Just as the power that Teach was about to release was about to erupt completely, Thor appeared beside Teach again. Strike! Boom! With a deafening bang, Teach's entire figure fell to the ground at an extremely fast speed. A huge deep pit was instantly smashed into the ground, with dust flying and gravel scattering everywhere. And Teach's power of liberation had to be stopped under this powerful impact. Puff! Teach in the deep pit spat out a large mouthful of blood again, and several of his teeth fell out and scattered on the ground, making him look particularly embarrassed. He gripped the ground tightly with both hands, his fingers turning pale from the exertion, and raised his head with difficulty to look at Thor. At this moment, Thor stood there quietly, with a hint of teasing in his eyes, as if he was playing with a weak prey. "Teach, I don't know if you have heard this sentence before." Thor's voice sounded slowly. "Haki is the one who stands above everything else. And the foundation that supports Haki is your physique. Devil fruit can be really powerful sometimes, just like your dark fruit. But now you can't withstand my physical attack alone, what can I do?" As soon as he finished speaking, Thor's legs were already moving towards Teach's face with a powerful momentum. Not only are the legs covered in armament Haki, but they are also wrapped in Conqueror's power. Upon seeing this, Teach immediately put his hands in front of him, trying to block the fatal blow, but he was unable to withstand such a huge force. Bang! There was another loud noise, and Teach's body suffered a heavy blow and shook violently. Then his mouth opened uncontrollably, his eyes gradually turned white, and he finally lost consciousness and fainted on the ground. Chapter 34. Thor sensed that everyone on the island was like frightened birds, gathering on the other side of the island. He shook his head helplessly. At this moment, the only sound on the half of the island where Thor was the sound of waves hitting the beach again and again. Thor then used his observation Haki to discover that Pudding was still waiting in the inn and had not escaped to the other side of the island like the others. "You're not panicking." After Thor finished speaking, he snapped his fingers lightly. In an instant, a dazzling arc of electricity flashed in front of Pudding in the hotel. Pudding saw the arc of electricity and a glimmer of understanding flashed in his eyes. He knew that this was Thor letting her pass. He straightened his clothes, walked out of the hotel and headed towards where Thor was. When Pudding arrived at where Thor was, he saw Teach lying unconscious on the ground, looking very miserable. But Pudding didn't show any surprise on her face. After all, the monster in front of her was something that even her mother, Charlotte Linlin, couldn't defeat. Pudding said nothing, but just followed Thor quietly, walking slowly towards the warship they were on. The moment they stepped onto the warship, a tragic scene was presented to Pudding without reservation. The dried blood on the deck spread like a hideous red spider web, and the corpses were scattered all over the deck, which was a shocking sight. These corpses were all the pirates who had attempted to attack the warship in the past 2 days. Without exception, they were all charred black by lightning, unrecognizable, and emitted a disgusting burnt smell. "Stay outside for a while. If you can't stand it, get off the boat and wait for me." As soon as Thor finished speaking, he continued to carry Teach's body towards the cabin, and his figure quickly disappeared behind the cabin door. "Call." Pudding took a deep breath, his eyes swept across the suffocating deck, his brows slightly furrowed, and then he slowly exhaled. In an instant, an incredible idea flashed through her mind, which was to clean up the messy deck. However, as soon as this idea came to her mind, she rejected it because she had no idea where to start. She had never done this kind of work since she was a child. Helplessly, she could only walk to the railing of the warship, lean against it quietly, and wait for Thor's call. The dark sea surface seemed to be covered by a huge piece of black silk, revealing an unfathomable mystery and depression. The sea at this moment is just like Pudding's chaotic heart, dark and confused. With Charlotte Linland's defeat, her life was completely changed. After entering the cabin, Thor placed Teach's body on the floor. Before coming to this world, a mystery has always lingered in Thor's mind: why is Teach so different? How can he possess the abilities of multiple devil fruits? In this world, this is unheard of. Thor stripped off his clothes, and as the clothes fell off, a horrifying picture appeared, and Thor felt his scalp tingling when he saw it. I saw two female faces on Teach's shoulders. The two faces were bloodless, their skin was as pale as white paper, and their tightly closed eyes were lifeless. I don't know if it's just the way it was, or if it's because Teach fell into a coma. Thor poured his observation haki into Teach's body without reservation. As haki went deeper, he felt the strange heart inside Teach. Teach's heart looked like it had been magnified several times, with a huge main body in the middle and protruding abruptly on both sides, forming an extremely strange shape. From the blurred outline, it can be vaguely seen that these seem to be three hearts tightly entangled together, intertwined and interdependent. Is this why you can have multiple devil fruits? Thor murmured softly in his heart. In this world, the heart is considered the container of the soul, and the fusion with the devil fruit is seen as a deal with the devil. Sacrifice body and soul in exchange for the powerful power of the fruit. Teach's unique multi-heart structure may be the reason why he can accommodate the abilities of multiple devil fruits. Isn't it said that Teach has two sisters? Then are these two sisters, the other two faces and the other two hearts on Teach's shoulders? If so, were they real people before, or were they one with Teach from the beginning? If they were living people, how did they become one with Teach? There was no reasonable explanation for this series of questions. Thor is more inclined to a guess: Teach has been like this since birth. His two sisters do exist, but they have been one with Teach from the beginning. Maybe Teach originally had three personalities, three faces, and three hearts, and his two sisters sacrificed themselves to create the main body of Teach. Pudding, come in. Thor rearranged Teach's clothes and shouted outside the cabin. Not long after, Pudding gently pushed open the cabin door and slowly walked in. Without Thor's further instructions, Pudding walked straight towards Teach lying on the ground. She squatted down beside Teach, slowly raised her hands, and gently touched Teach's temples. Memory editing. As soon as he finished speaking, a magical scene happened. Teach's memory was slowly pulled out of his mind like a movie film. This is the key reason why Thor brings Pudding along. Pudding is the user of the Paramecia memory fruit, which allows him to read, retrieve, replace, and designate the memories of other objects. It can also create memory fragments on its own and cleverly place them into the subject's brain, thereby achieving the effect of memory tampering. As Pudding pulled out Teach's memories completely like film, her body froze instantly, and an expression of disbelief appeared on her face. Because she discovered that Teach's memory contained more than just his own experiences. There are also fragments of memories of two women mixed in, and these two women are Teach's sisters. As the memory scenes continued to emerge, Thor also got the answer. Teach is a natural trinity, with three personalities and three hearts, a monster. Do as I say. Thor's voice was low, giving orders. Pudding nodded slightly, then began to methodically tamper with Teach's memory as Thor requested. Sometimes some key memory fragments are taken out, sometimes they are replaced with new content, and sometimes some completely new memory scenes are inserted. Constantly taking out, replacing, inserting. Chapter 35. After 3 hours, Pudding finally raised his head, his eyes slightly tired but revealing a sense of relief. He nodded slightly towards Thor and said in a weak voice, "It's done." Pudding was obviously not in a very good condition at the moment, with beads of sweat covering his forehead. After all, Teach has 3 complicated memory lines in her mind, and tampering with them as a whole would be very exhausting for her. "Okay, you can rest for a while, and we will set off again after dawn." Thor's voice was still low. After hearing Thor's words, Pudding nodded slightly, without saying another word, and slowly walked towards the bedroom in the cabin. On the other side of Gaia Island, where everyone gathered, the originally tense and depressing atmosphere gradually eased as time went by. "Wow, there hasn't been any movement for hours. This battle must be over, right?" A short man was the first to break the silence, his voice carrying a hint of uneasiness and his eyes revealing fear of the unknown. "It should be over. Fortunately, it has nothing to do with us." Another burly man let out a long sigh, and the tense muscles on his face slowly relaxed, as if a heavy shackle had been removed. Soon, there was a slight commotion among the crowd around, and then everyone began to disperse. Their steps were a little slow, and there was still a hint of fear and uneasiness in their eyes. Although the battle was over, the terrifying scene of thunder filling the night sky was deeply engraved in their minds. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. The next day, Pudding slowly opened the cabin door, rubbed his still sore eyes, and saw Thor standing by the railing of the warship. Thor slowly turned his head and asked, "When will Teach wake up?" Pudding frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and then slowly said, "He was already seriously injured, and I tampered with such a large part of his memory. His mind should be in a state of complete chaos right now. Probably, maybe 5 or 6 days." Thor nodded slightly, then said calmly, "Hold on tight, get ready to go." As soon as he finished speaking, countless electric currents surged out of his body, instantly forming a powerful magnetic field around the warship. As the magnetic field continued to grow stronger, the warship began to float slowly, making a slight buzzing sound. Pudding was shocked when he saw this, and the scene of what was about to happen immediately appeared in his mind. She subconsciously reached out and grabbed the railing beside her tightly with great force. However, the scene she expected did not appear, and the warship did not fly close to the sea surface as she imagined. Instead, it floated slowly and steadily upwards and flew towards the sky. "People of Gaia Island, I give you one last gift." Thor's voice echoed in the air. He slowly raised his right hand, and in his palm, a huge ball of light condensed from thunder began to form rapidly. With a wave of his hand, Thor threw the ball of thunder in his hand towards the sky above Gaia Island. In an instant, the sky seemed to be torn apart by a bolt of lightning, and thunder began to explode wildly in the air. Boom! 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 The deafening roar instantly woke everyone on the island from the morning tranquility. The horrific memories of last night instantly flooded into everyone's mind like a surging tide. Before the people on the island could react, countless bolts of lightning fell from the sky like sharp swords. "Ah!" Shrill screams instantly rang out across the island, accompanied by the sound of crackling. Crackling, of electricity. Every time a bolt of lightning struck, a figure would instantly tremble violently, and the body would be instantly burned by the electric current, emitting a pungent burnt smell. "What's going on? Why hasn't this guy left yet? Is he going to kill everyone on the island? Isn't he a marine?" A thin man looked at the tragic scene in front of him, trembling all over, his voice full of fear and despair. "Run!" Someone shouted, and the people on the island fell into chaos in an instant. Everyone began to run around, screams and shouts mixed together, and the entire Gaia Island fell into complete panic. The thunder in the sky was like a divine punishment, striking down one after another, but soon someone discovered the clue. One resident tentatively said to those around him, "Look carefully, these dead, seem to be pirates." As time went on, more and more people on Gaia Island discovered this. The surviving pirates collapsed instantly, some of them screaming, "Damn it! Laozi's life has just begun." Someone knelt on the ground and cried bitterly, "I don't want to be a pirate anymore. I don't want to be a pirate anymore. Let me go." However, just as they finished speaking, a bolt of lightning fell from the sky, and his body was instantly engulfed by the electric current, completely losing his life. The thunder raged in the sky for 3 minutes, and these 3 minutes seemed longer than a century to the people on Gaia Island. At this moment, Gaia Island was littered with blood and charred corpses, and the air was filled with a disgusting smell of blood and burnt food. Even though those ordinary residents guessed that the thunder would not fall on them, they were still trembling at this moment, with fear in their eyes. After the raging thunder subsided, Gaia Island fell into a dead silence. The shadow of the horrific scene just now still lingered in the eyes of a young man. He turned around tremblingly, his voice tinged with tears, and asked cautiously to the middle-aged man behind him. "Dad, these pirates are all dead, so is our hotel, still open?" However, what responded to him was not a patient answer, but a hard slap in the face. Bang! The crisp and loud sound of slapping echoed in the air. The young man was caught off guard and was stunned by the slap, his mind in chaos. The middle-aged man's chest heaved violently, and he was obviously very angry about his son's words. Then, his trembling roar rang out, "FKU! Did you get kicked in the head by a donkey? You're still thinking about opening a hotel? Do you want Laozi to die here in the future?" The middle-aged man took a few deep breaths, calmed down his emotions, and then shouted loudly, "Pack your luggage, leave the island, and move immediately." As he spoke, he began to quickly and hurriedly pack up the things around him. The young man looked at his father's crazy look and didn't dare to say another word. Even on Gaia Island, where pirates have gathered for many years, no one has ever seen such shocking and terrifying scenes in the past 2 days. The scene of thunder raging across the sky will be forever engraved in their memories, becoming an indelible existence in their hearts. At the same time, high in the sky far away from Gaia Island, the warship Thor was on was rising. As the altitude continues to rise, the air around us becomes thinner. Now you can clearly see the layers of sea clouds formed by cumulus clouds at an altitude of 7,000 meters, which is the White Sea under Sky Island. Sky Island exists in the White Sea, 10,000 meters above the White Sea, 7,000 meters above the White Sea. Pudding stood on the deck, holding the railing tightly with both hands, looking at the rising warship. She couldn't help but ask, "Thor Admiral, where are we going?" Thor heard Pudding's question, and a smile gradually spread across his face. He slowly said, "My kingdom." Chapter 36. 3, 2, 1. As Thor's voice fell, he counted down softly. The warship was like a giant beast that had broken free from its restraints, suddenly breaking through the White Sea at an altitude of 10,000 meters. At the moment of crossing, the surrounding White Sea clouds were violently stirred, but soon returned to their original state. After breaking through the White Sea, the warship stopped climbing and landed steadily on the White Sea, which seemed gentle but had strong support. This scene is truly amazing. Such a heavy warship can be safely anchored in the clouds. However, Pudding had no time to be too surprised by this strange phenomenon. Her eyes had already been attracted by the incredible scene before her. On the Bibai Sea, islands of various shapes are scattered in an orderly manner. She involuntarily covered her mouth with her hands, her eyes full of disbelief. "There's an island at such a high place," she muttered to herself. At this moment, a loud voice suddenly rang out, "Intruder, this is a closed country, no outsiders are allowed to enter." The sound echoed in the sea of clouds, and soon, in the sight of Thor and Pudding, many figures were quickly shuttling across the sea of clouds and rushing towards them. It can be vaguely seen that everyone seems to be driving a vehicle that looks like a sea scooter, which is a unique means of transportation in Sky Island powered by a wind shell, the Viva. Before these people arrived, the sound was transmitted through the sound amplifier, buzzing in the air. In the blink of an eye, a group of figures drove the Vayaba and stopped steadily in front of the warship. Among them were the original residents of Sky Island, Shura, Shadli, Gidaz, and Om, who had white wings behind them. There are also the Shandayans Kamachili, Braham, Jebeo, Laki. Surprisingly, at this time, there was no trace of conflict between the Sky Island natives and the Shandayans. They were more like people who faced the outside world in unison, with firm vigilance revealed in everyone's eyes. However, when everyone's eyes fell on Thor's face, time seemed to freeze. Their expressions instantly became dull, as if they were cast under a spell, and then their bodies began to tremble slightly uncontrollably. After a long while, Shadli said with trembling lips and a choked voice, "God, are you back? Long time no see, everyone." Thor smiled, looked at everyone with gentle eyes, and said slowly. As Thor finished speaking, everyone burst into deafening cheers. Shura's face flushed with excitement as he shouted, "Quick! Quickly notify Master Ganful! And Master Enel!" Kamakili's eyes instantly became moist, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. He shouted at the top of his voice. "Quick! Quick! Tell Weber! Tell him that Master Thor is back!" Immediately afterwards, cheers rang out one after another. "Oh! Ah so! Wa!" Everyone drove the Wayba around the warship continuously, their faces filled with great excitement. More than 20 years ago, the war between the original inhabitants of Sky Island and the Shandayans continued and intensified. However, soon after Thor arrived at Sky Island, countless thunder powers flashed in the sky above Sky Island. Not only that, the deafening sound of the golden bell, representing the end of the war, also rang out. In just a few days, under the guidance of the bells and the suppression of Thor's absolute force, this conflict that had lasted for hundreds of years came to an end. After several years of adjustment, the residents of Sky Island and the talents of Shandia gradually let go of their prejudices and their relationship gradually became harmonious. Thor, who completely ended the war that lasted for hundreds of years, also possessed the legendary power of Sky Island, thunder. He was soon worshipped as a leader by everyone and was respected as a god. Not only that, their god, Thor, also brought them a series of more powerful powers such as Haki and Rokushiki, allowing Sky Island to have the strength to protect itself. Ganful, the original god of Sky Island, and Weber, the Shandayan war ghost, together became the leaders of the two major forces under the gods. There was another person, a person who had been bullied since childhood. In just a few years, he defeated everyone. The most special existence besides Thor, and also respected as the Lord, is Enel. However, one day, their leader, their god Blaze Thor, disappeared without a trace. But he left behind his iconic golden-scaled ship, his sword, and a meaningful message on Sky Island. "Don't try to find me. Just train well with the methods I left for you to become stronger. One day, more than 20 years from now, I will come back." With Blaze Thor's departure, Ganful, Weber, Enel, and others unanimously decided to seal off Sky Island and prohibit outsiders from entering. They also seemed to realize that Thor might be in some kind of trouble, and over the years, everyone has been constantly training Thor to become stronger. Just so that one day when their god returns, they can use their own strength to serve God. Over the past 20 years, Sky Island has encountered many invaders, but faced with Sky Island's many combat forces who have mastered powerful skills such as Haki and Six Styles, the invaders have been expelled one after another. Soon, the news of the return of Thor, their god, spread rapidly throughout Angel Island and Arpayatu, the island of the gods. Sky Island was instantly plunged into a sea of carnival. People ran around to tell each other, their faces filled with excitement and excitement. 21 years have passed since then. Their god has finally returned. At this moment, the young girl playing the harp on Angel Beach had a flash of surprise and excitement in her eyes when she heard the news. She stood up immediately, and in her panic she almost knocked over the harp. Without even bothering to tidy it up, she rushed towards the interior of Angel Island. The girl with blonde hair in 2 braids, wearing a pair of slippers and a fox following closely at her feet, is Coney's. Soon Coney's passed by Cute Street on Angel Island and rushed into the house, yelling, "Dad!" Her voice trembled slightly with excitement. "Did you hear the news? God has returned." Hearing his daughter's cry, Coney's father Pagia put down the tools he was using to repair the Viva, with an excited smile on his face. "Ha ha ha, Coney's," he responded with a laugh. "If you already know the news, how could I, your dad, not know it?" Coney's walked up to Pagia, her eyes full of curiosity. She tilted her head and asked, "Dad, what kind of person is God? He disappeared when I was very young. I can't even remember what he looked like or what kind of person he was." Pagia's eyes became soft and deep, as if he had traveled through time and space back to the past. Then he slowly said, "God, it's a Qinghai person, a Qinghai person who saved all of us. Before you were born, Sky Island had been embroiled in a war that had lasted for hundreds of years. Between us and the Shandayans." Chapter 37. Soon, Thor carried the unconscious Teach and Pudding, surrounded by the crowd, and set foot on the island of God Arpiato behind Angel Island. The island where the gods live, called the Sanctuary, is part of the original Gaia Island that was washed ashore on Sky Island by rising sea currents 400 years ago. I saw 3 figures who had been waiting here for a long time. One of them was Gan Fowl, who was wearing heavy armor and had a white beard. The dark red hair is unruly, and the tattoos around his left eye and left shoulder add a bit of wildness. The upper body is naked, and the burning cannon behind him exudes a deterrent aura. This is the war ghost Weber. Enel wears a white headscarf, earrings on her long earlobes, loose bloomers on her lower body, and is barefoot. She exudes a unique temperament. At this moment, all 3 of them knelt on one knee, with their right fists clenched tightly against their chests, welcoming Thor's return. The moment Thor appeared, Ganfol's lips trembled violently. He suppressed his inner excitement and called out softly and respectfully, "God!" Enel and Weber's faces were filled with passion, unable to contain themselves any longer, and they shouted loudly, "Lord Thor!" Thor looked at the 3 of them and nodded slowly in response. Soon, the other warriors of Sky Island retreated, leaving only Ganfowl, Weber, and Enel surrounding Thor. The group continued walking towards the city inside Arpeodo, Shandora, Golden Country. Along the way, the 3 of them kept talking to Thor, their words not only describing their own experiences over the years, but also expressing their concern for Thor's recent situation. Thor listened patiently and answered every question seriously without any impatience. When everyone set foot on the land of Shandora, Pudding was completely stunned by the scene before them. The entire city is like a dream city made of gold, and every inch of land radiates dazzling light. Buildings made of gold rise from the ground, exquisite and gorgeous. There is also a vast training ground and arena, which are also made of gold, shining brightly under the sunlight. At the highest point of the island, a tall golden tower reaches into the sky, and on the top of the tower hangs an extremely large golden bell. Beneath the golden bell, a giant green python with black stripes was entwined within it. It was none other than the Sky Island Python, the Lord of the Sky. At this moment, the Sky Island Python could no longer contain its excitement and quickly circled down along the huge tower with agile and graceful movements. In the blink of an eye, it came in front of Thor, spitting out its tongue affectionately, as if expressing its longing. Thor raised the corner of his mouth slightly, gently stroked the Lord of the Sky's head, and said in a gentle voice, "Long time no see, little green." Enel, Weber, and Ganforer, who were standing by, were instantly speechless when they heard this name. They looked at each other with helplessness in their eyes. However, the Sky Island Python didn't care at all. As long as it was a name given to it by Thor, it liked it. Its huge body was seen circling happily around the crowd. Its funny and cute appearance made everyone laugh, and the atmosphere instantly became relaxed and happy. The laughter gradually subsided, and Thor's eyes fell on Ganfowl. He raised his hand slightly, pointed at Pudding beside him, and slowly said, "Ganfowl, take her to Angel Island to familiarize herself with it, and then find a suitable place for her to live on the island." Upon hearing this, Ganfowl turned his gaze towards Pudding, looked him over carefully, and nodded slowly, his eyes revealing a calm and reliable look. Then Thor looked at Pudding and said, "You will settle on Angel Island from now on." When Pudding heard this, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. She originally thought that she would be imprisoned by Thor for the rest of her life and lose her freedom, but now it seems, that is not the case. Recalling the warm and peaceful atmosphere when she passed by Angel Island just now, it was exactly what she longed for deep in her heart. An idea even flashed through her mind: how nice it would be if she could open a coffee shop on the island and make chocolate desserts by herself. But she quickly shook her head and put these unrealistic thoughts out of her mind. As a member of the Charlotte Pirates, she is content that she is still alive and has successfully saved her mother and other Pirates members. Escape? The thought never occurred to her. Because she understands that her current value is not only about herself, but also about the lives of the Charlotte Pirates members. After all, many of the memories of my mother were edited by her own hands. Soon, Charlotte Pudding was walking further and further away behind Ganfowl. Watching Pudding and Ganfowl's retreating figures, Annel's face was filled with curiosity, his eyes gleaming with the light of 8 trigrams, and he couldn't help but ask, "Lord Thor, who is that person? Is she your woman?" As soon as Annel finished speaking, there was a muffled bang sound, and a huge bump instantly appeared on the top of Annel's head, and tears burst out uncontrollably. He held his head tightly with both hands, rolled on the ground in pain and yelled, "It hurts! It hurts! Why does it hurt so much?" Weber watched this scene from the side, laughing so hard that he fell over, with an expression of gloating on his face. Thinking back to when Annel's strength improved, he got beaten up a lot during their sparring. Now seeing Annel get humiliated, he felt so happy. Even the Sky Island python saw this and kept spitting out its tongue, as if to say, "Serves you right." Although Annel is currently the most powerful being in Sky Island besides Thor. But it is rare that he, who has been bullied since childhood, does not think of revenge on others after being guided by Thor. Expecting him to have good relationships with everyone is wishful thinking. Not to mention humans, even for non-human beings like the Sky Island python, Annel doesn't have a good relationship with him. Of course, because Annel is powerful and protects Sky Island, the people on Sky Island now respect Annel very much. However, Annel never seemed to care about these things. Over the years, he just trained, and trained, as if this was all his life was about. "Annel, I praised your observation haki to others before. What? Are you planning to embarrass me in the future?" Thor said lightly. When Annel heard this, he immediately stopped rolling, with a slightly aggrieved look on his face, and roared at Thor. "A-hole! With your speed, even if I sense it, what can I do? Can you dodge it?" Then Annel seemed to have grasped some key information. He quickly got up from the ground, trying hard to hide the joy on his face, and asked Thor anxiously. "Lord Thor, you just said you praised me to others? What happened?" However, Thor ignored Annel and just carried the unconscious Teach, walked away with Weber and the Sky Island python. Annel watched them leave and hurried to catch up, still asking questions from behind. "Lord Thor! What the hell is going on? Why are you praising me?" Chapter 38. After Annel caught up, Thor looked at Weber and said, "Weber, you are more reliable than Annel." He paused, looked in the direction Pudding had left, and slowly said, "That woman just now, well, she's very important to me so far. Help me protect her, no accidents can happen." After hearing this, Weber immediately patted his strong chest, and the incendiary cannon on his back trembled slightly. He assured with a firm face. "Don't worry, Lord Thor. Anyone who wants to hurt her will have to step over my dead body first." Thor looked at Weber's serious expression and couldn't help but smile. He added gently. "It's not that exaggerated. If there really is someone you can't deal with right now, just contact me. I'll be there soon." Enel, who was standing aside, instantly showed an expression of dissatisfaction on his face, and his eyebrows were tightly furrowed. He said loudly, "What do you mean Weber is more reliable than me? I will protect that woman too. I am now stronger than Weber." He clenched his fists, and the veins on his arms bulged, as if he was extremely dissatisfied with Thor's words. When Thor heard Enel's words, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, and then he nodded continuously, perfunctorily expressing his agreement. In fact, Thor only said this to Weber for another reason. He planned to take Enel down from Sky Island and have Enel follow him, the person who was mentioned as his adjutant in the meeting with Sengoku and others. When Enel saw Thor nod, he thought he was recognized, and the dissatisfaction on his face eased a little, but his immature expression was exposed clearly. As the crowd continued to go deeper, they did not enter the tallest golden tower that belonged to Thor, but came to the back of the tower. What came into view was an extremely empty place. The ground was also paved with gold, which sparkled with dazzling light under the sunlight. And in the center of this empty platform, there is a huge ship made entirely of gold, the Golden Scale. This ship is like a sea fortress floating on the golden land. It is 200 meters long, like a sleeping dragon lying there. The scale of the ship is beyond imagination, with densely packed rooms, at least hundreds of them. They have different functions, some are comfortable rest cabins, some are warehouses for storing supplies, and some are command rooms for combat command. On the deck of the Jinlin, the rest area and training area are neatly divided. The rest area is equipped with various leisure facilities, and the training area is equipped with various training equipment, even a fighting arena. The bow of the Jinlin is shaped like an extremely hacky dragon head. The dragon head is held high, its eyes are wide open, the sharp fangs in its mouth are flashing with cold light, and the dragon's whiskers are fluttering in the wind, looking majestic and awe-inspiring. Dozens of huge golden cannons are neatly arranged on both sides of the ship, like the eyes of a giant beast, ready to spew out destructive power at any time. The most special thing about this giant ship is that it is powered by thunder. Once activated, the power of thunder will surge in the hull, bursting out with unparalleled power, pushing the giant ship to fly across the sky and ocean. Soon, everyone boarded the Jinlin. Although more than 20 years had passed, the giant ship was still spotless and time had not left any traces on it. Enel looked at the Jinlin with eyes full of doting, his gaze lingering on every detail of the ship, never tired of looking at it. At this time, Weber said, "Lord Thor, Enel has been managing the Golden Scale for these years." He nodded slightly, a hint of admiration in his eyes. "I have to say, Enel put a lot of effort into it. It's kept in spotless condition year-round, and the power system is ready to restart at any time." Hearing Weber's words, Enel straightened his back instantly, a proud look appeared on his face, and he responded loudly. "Damn it, Weber, do you even need to say these words?" Although he said this, the slightly raised corners of his mouth and the gleam in his eyes could not hide the pride in his heart at all. Thor looked at Enel and couldn't help but praise him from the bottom of his heart. "Enel, you are indeed very reliable. Don't worry, the Golden Scale will always accompany you in the future." Enel was completely immersed in Thor's praise at the moment and did not realize the hidden meaning of Thor's words. He just grinned foolishly. Weber seemed to realize something. He frowned slightly, and a trace of thought flashed in his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. He didn't ask any more questions. They just did whatever Thor arranged. Soon, Enel walked towards a room in the cabin with brisk but somewhat anxious steps. Not long after, his figure appeared again, holding a knife firmly in his hand, and the blade was wrapped in a simple scabbard. Enel held out his hand to Thor, curling his lips and muttering in disgust. What a lousy knife! Every time I use it, I feel like it's useless and doesn't work well at all. Thor ignored Enel's complaints and instead locked his gaze on the knife in Enel's hand, a look of nostalgia instantly filling his eyes. He raised his hand slightly, his movements gentle and slow, and slowly took the knife. Just as his fingers touched the handle, the gem inlaid on the hilt suddenly emitted a tiny yet extremely dazzling arc of electricity, making a slight sizzling sound in the air. Long time no see, Judgment. As soon as he finished speaking, Thor shook his wrist violently, and with a swish, he pulled out the blade. The blade is more than 2 meters long and has a deep indigo color. Looking closely, one can see faint lightning patterns winding across the indigo blade. The blade flashed with an icy light, and a biting chill hit my face. The hilt was made of an unknown black metal, and the surface was inlaid with a gem covered with thunder patterns. As Thor slowly covered the blade with armament haki, the originally indigo blade instantly turned as black as ink. At the same time, arcs of electricity happily wrapped around the blade, making crackling sounds. The gem on the hilt kept flashing with the infusion of thunder. It seems to have life, as if it is having a silent communication with its owner. This sword was obtained by Thor many years ago. It is one of the 12 supreme swords and is named Judgment. It seems to have been born for Thor, resonating with the power of thunder. As to which master craftsman created it, its origin is no longer traceable. When Thor sheathed the Judgment in his hand, Enel and Weber seemed to finally realize that Thor had been holding an unconscious person in his hand. The two looked at Teach at the same time and asked, "Master Thor, who is this person?" Thor glanced at Teach in his hand and asked Weber and Enel to put it in place first. Then he continued, "He will also be a very important member of our team in the future." Chapter 39. The night was as dark as ink, slowly covering the entire Xiangdora. At this moment, only 3 people were left in the huge golden city. Thor standing in the tower, Enel and Weber fighting on the training ground below, and of course, the Sky Island Python hovering under the golden bell. The surroundings were filled with light shells from Sky Island, which emitted a soft warm light that matched perfectly with the golden city at the moment. Thor quietly watched the 2 people on the training ground below. He saw their figures flashing constantly, and when their fists and feet collided, bursts of fierce gusts of wind burst out. Thor raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and murmured softly, "You 2 guys are working hard." After muttering, Thor turned and walked into the tower, then slowly sat down cross-legged. Beside him was his sword, Judgment, and in front of him was a bowl-shaped container made of gold. Suddenly, crack! Crack! A burst of tiny electric sparks flashed and jumped on Thor's body, and then these electric sparks quickly sank into his body. In an instant, Thor's expression became solemn, his brows slightly furrowed, and a hint of pain appeared on his face. He was trying to fix the problem of the drug injected into his body by the world government. In the pirates' world, the technology tree is skewed. While medical skills cannot be said to be weak, there is a lack of systematic and in-depth research in neuroscience. And Thor happens to understand just that little bit. With his understanding of the nervous system from his previous life, he knew clearly that the reason why drugs could control the body and blood was because they interfered with the normal transmission of nerve signals. Thor concentrated his mind, controlling the electricity in his body and precisely stimulating the ganglia beside his spine. He carefully adjusted the frequency and intensity of the electric current, and every subtle change was carefully considered. This is like treating yourself as a precision instrument and performing debugging work. As the electric current stimulates the nerve cells, their activity begins to change. They seem to be completely awakened and began to secrete special neurotransmitters. These neurotransmitters act like little guards, rushing to the nerve receptors occupied by the drug without hesitation. Thor continued to guide the electric current deep into the brain, targeting the hypothalamus which controls endocrine and metabolism. Under his precise electrical stimulation, the hypothalamus rapidly releases various hormones, comprehensively regulating the body's endocrine system. As the endocrine system adjusts, the body's metabolic rate increases significantly, and it begins to work hard to break down and excrete drugs in the body. Time passed minute by minute, and after a full hour, Thor's body trembled slightly. He slowly raised his left hand, and with a light stroke of his fingers, a tiny cut appeared on his palm. Then an amazing scene happened. Drops of green liquid slowly seeped out from his wound. These liquids are the remnants of the medicine injected into his body by the world government, and the amount is only about 1/10 of the amount injected at that time. Huff, huff. Thor was breathing heavily, with beads of sweat on his forehead and sliding down his cheeks. From his tired expression, it can be seen that the 1-hour electric stimulation has consumed a lot of his energy and the process was not easy. This potion developed by Vegapunk is indeed interesting. Thor muttered to himself, with a hint of fatigue in his voice. It seems like it's a bit of a stretch to completely resolve the potion issue within a month. But it's also true. If I don't go back to get the antidote, how can those old men feel at ease? As he spoke, Thor raised his hand slightly, and a trace of electricity instantly passed through the golden container in front of him. In an instant, the temperature inside the container rose sharply, and the green medicine that had just condensed quickly evaporated under the action of high temperature and disappeared without a trace. The next day, roars continued to be heard on the golden arena in the Xiangdora training ground. Waste! Waste! Is this the result of your decades of training? Thor's figure flashed rapidly on the ring, leaving an afterimage with every movement. Is your haki so fragile? Are your attacks so weak? He scolded harshly and swung his fist at Enel and Weber. Enel and Weber were already in a miserable state at this time, with blood flowing down their cheeks and their naked upper bodies covered in blood. The mixture of sweat and blood blurred their vision. A-hole! Enel roared, and rushed towards Thor again with his fist covered in armament color. However, with a dull bang, the ending remained unchanged. He was once again kicked out by Thor's powerful force and fell heavily to the ground. And me! At this moment, Weber was not to be outdone. He roared and appeared behind Thor. Then he jumped high and kicked Thor in the back with fierce momentum. But Thor stood firmly in place like a towering mountain, without even a slight shake in his body. Weber was about to pull away, but he saw that Thor had already turned around and grabbed his ankle with incredible precision. Then, Thor swung Weber left and right in the air like a doll, again and again, and slammed him to the ground mercilessly. Ouch! Weber endured the severe pain and let out a low groan, trying hard not to let out a humiliating scream. Recalling how excited they were when Thor just came back yesterday, Enel and Weber felt bitter at the moment. They even began to miss the days when Thor was away. Because what Thor called checking the training results today was just a nightmare where he kept beating them mercilessly. Boom! There was another loud noise, and Enel appeared behind Thor again without him noticing, and kicked Thor in the back with a haki-covered kick. However, fate seemed to play a cruel joke on him. His experience was exactly the same as Weber's, and in an instant his ankle was also firmly grasped by Thor. Then Thor grabbed the ankles of the two men with his left and right hands, and slammed them both towards the middle. Bang! The loud crash echoed in the ring. Enel and Weber's faces collided closely, but the hideous and bloody appearance made people feel scared. When Thor finally let them go, Enel and Weber used all their strength to get up from the ground with difficulty. They reached out to wipe the blood off their faces, and when their eyes met, they quickly looked away, humming softly at the same time. How dare you two be distracted? Thor's voice sounded like a judgment, instantly ringing in the ears of the two. Bang! Under Thor's tremendous force, the two men's heads collided violently again. Then Thor seemed to have lost interest in this one-sided torture and slowly walked down the ring. Only Enel and Weber were left lying in the ring in a mess, gasping for breath and wiping the blood that kept flowing from their faces. They looked at the sky, their eyes full of despair, as if they had completely lost passion and hope for life. Ganfor, who was watching the fight from the side, took in the tragic scene on the ring and secretly felt fortunate that he was old. Otherwise, he would probably be the next one lying on the ring and being taught a lesson by Thor. After a long time, Enel and Weber finally struggled to get up from the ground, dragging their scarred and wounded bodies to Thor's front with difficulty. Thor just raised his hand slightly, and in an instant, arcs of electricity emerged from the surfaces of the two men. These arcs gently wrapped around their wounds, not attacking them, but healing them. As the electric arc flashed, the blood that kept flowing out of the two men gradually stopped. His originally pale face gradually regained some color, and his condition was improving rapidly. Enel raised his head, a hint of trepidation in his eyes, and asked cautiously, "Lord Thor, when will you return to Qinghai to do business?" To Enel's surprise, Thor didn't respond to his question with his fists as usual. Thor narrowed his eyes slightly and said slowly, "Wait for the arrival of certain people, a group of guys, called protagonists." Enel was full of doubts and was about to continue asking who it was, but Thor had already disappeared. Then, Thor's voice rang out in the ears of Enel, Weber, and Ganfowl. "There should be a group of people coming up through the surging ocean currents soon. Be careful not to drive them away. Bring them here when the time comes." Chapter 40. On the morning of the third day after Thor returned to Sky Island, a sound so loud that it was almost an explosion broke the tranquility of Shandora. "Lord Thor! That guy named Teach is awake!" Enel ran towards the tower, shouting at the top of his lungs. Almost at the moment the voice fell, Thor's figure suddenly appeared in front of Enel. Before Enel could react, Thor grabbed Enel's pants without saying a word and flew with him. Thor was secretly surprised. He didn't expect Teach to wake up so quickly. According to what Pudding had said before, it would take Teach at least 4 or 5 days to wake up. This kid is really different from ordinary people. Thor sighed silently in his heart. "Pants. Lord Thor, my pants. They're about to fall off." Enel screamed in panic, desperately trying to grab his pants with both hands, his body twisting and struggling in the air. Amidst Enel's crying voice, Thor took him out of Shandora. The two soon arrived at the place where Enel and Weber had placed Teach, still on the island of Arpeodo. At this time, Teach was sitting on the edge of the bed, rubbing his temples with his hands, his face full of pain and confusion. He just felt like his head was a mess, and he always felt that he had forgotten many important things. But there was one thing he remembered very clearly. When his eldest brother Thor just came out of Impel Down, he contacted him and said that he was going to warn Charlotte Linlin. At that time, he rushed to Big Mom's territory with full of worries, but was spotted by Charlotte Linlin. Not only did he cause trouble for Thor, but he also fell into a coma due to Charlotte Linlin's attack. Just as Teach was immersed in his memories, Thor's familiar voice rang out, "Teach, how are you recovering?" Teach raised his head when he heard the voice and saw Thor appear in front of him. He slowly put down his hands that were rubbing his temples. Then he said in a slightly weak voice, "Brother Thor, my head hurts." Thor walked forward, patted Teach's shoulder gently, a comforting look on his face, and said earnestly, "You're so reckless. Why are you joining in on my fight with Big Mom? Don't you know my strength? Now you've ended up like this. It's not worth it." Teach looked at Thor awkwardly and said, "Brother Thor, I'm the one who caused you trouble." Thor shook his head slowly, his eyes full of concern and love, and said, "What's the trouble? You are my brother, Teach." He paused, then continued, "Well, you've been in a coma for several days, it's time to get out and move around." Then Thor pointed to Enel who was still adjusting his pants beside him and continued, "I'll ask him to take you for a walk. This will be your new home from now on. Do you understand?" Teach nodded dazedly and replied, "Okay, Brother Thor." Soon, Enel and Teach were walking slowly along the lovely streets of Angel Island. As soon as the residents on both sides of the street saw Enel, they immediately became enthusiastic, smiled and greeted loudly. Lord Enel, good morning. Morning, Master Enel. Lord Enel, you're awake so early. The greetings kept coming one after another, and Enel was at a loss for a moment. He forced an awkward smile on his face and hurriedly responded to each one. But as the calls became more and more frequent, he gradually became unable to bear it and the feeling of uneasiness in his heart became more and more intense. This kindness from the residents was a huge pressure on him. Perhaps it was the experience of being bullied since childhood that made him seem so at a loss when faced with this enthusiasm. Finally, Enel couldn't stand this atmosphere anymore and hurriedly pulled Teach away. The two of them hurried all the way, passed through the bustling streets and alleys, and came to the quiet Angel Beach, where they found a place to sit down side by side. Enel stretched out his finger and gently poked Teach, breaking the brief silence. He asked curiously, Teach, what's your full name? Marshall D. Teach. Teach responded calmly. A hint of doubt flashed in Enel's eyes, and he continued, You call Lord Thor Big Brother? I thought you two were really brothers. Teach's eyes grew deep, as if lost in distant memories. He slowly spoke. When I was very young, my parents were killed by pirates. It was Brother Thor who saved me. He said, Let me be his younger brother. Enel nodded slightly, as if to show his understanding, and then asked, I heard from Lord Thor that he is a Marine Admiral in Shanghai. What about you? Are you also a Marine? Teach shook his head slightly, his eyes revealing a hint of mixed emotions, and said, It used to be, but not now. He paused, looking towards the distant sea, and continued with emotion, After Brother Thor saved me, he let me join the Marine. But in the Marine, the rate of strength growth is too limited. I have always longed to have the strongest devil fruit to improve my own strength. That day, Brother Thor talked to me for a long time, analyzing various situations with me. Teach's tone was filled with resignation. But I ultimately chose the path he least wanted to see. I quit the Marines and became the pirates I once hated the most. I also joined a very powerful group of pirates, because there, I have the highest chance of getting the coveted devil fruit. At that time, we all called the captain Dad, and he cared about us all. Teach's voice was a little low, but I can never forget the day my parents died at the hands of the pirates. A hint of determination flashed in his eyes. Until this year, the devil fruit I wanted finally appeared. I killed the captain of the pirates' 4th Division without hesitation, seized the devil fruit, and then defected from the pirates. As Enel listened to Teach's story, he couldn't help but sigh, You're really cruel. Like you said, the captain was so good to you, but you did this. Teach exhaled slowly, a wry smile on his face, and said, Yeah. I am indeed very cruel. But when my parents all died at the hands of the pirates, I no longer cared about these things. As he spoke, his eyes blazed with anger, Now that I have this devil fruit, my strength will soon be greatly enhanced. Then I can help Brother Thor. I don't want to be a burden to him anymore. Pirates? Why talk about ruthlessness with pirates? They don't produce anything. When they're burning, killing, and looting, do they ever think about their own cruelty? When my parents were killed by the pirates, did they ever think about their own cruelty? Right now, I only need to consider Brother Thor's feelings. That's enough. As for the feelings of others, I can't care so much. That day, Enel and Teach talked for a long time on Angel Beach and talked about a lot. They shared their pasts, and Teach explained why he became the way he is now. Enel also revealed why he always avoids the residents of Sky Island. Perhaps in Enel's heart, Teach is the first person besides Thor to whom he can open his heart and speak freely. Meanwhile, in Shanghai below Sky Island, the Straw Hat Pirates finally arrived at Gaia Island after leaving Alabasta. Chapter 41. When Luffy and his crew first set foot on the land of Gaia Island, an inexplicable strange feeling quietly crept into everyone's heart. Hey, Luffy! Zoro gripped the hilt of the knife tightly with his right hand, glanced around vigilantly, and then called out to Luffy. What's wrong, Zoro? Luffy subconsciously pressed his iconic straw hat with his right hand and turned his head. There was still that bright smile on his face, but there was also a hint of caution in that smile. Be careful, I feel like something is wrong with this island. Zoro said with a frown. Zoro, what's wrong? It's just a little quiet. Chopper held a popsicle tightly in his hand, occasionally licking it with his tongue, and spoke with a hint of innocent doubt. Yeah, Zoro, you're making a fuss out of nothing. Usopp's movements at this moment were exactly the same as Chopper's, holding a popsicle in one hand and scratching the back of his head with the other, a look of disapproval on his face. Sanji rarely agreed with Zoro's words. He lit a cigarette, took a deep breath, and frowned tightly, with smoke swirling in front of his eyes. Call. Sanji slowly exhaled a puff of smoke and said slowly, Everyone, this island is a well-known gathering place for pirates. Do you think it's normal for it to be so quiet? He paused, his eyes sweeping around. Also, look carefully, there are burn marks everywhere. As he spoke, Sanji sniffed lightly with his nose, and the expression on his face became more serious. The air is still filled with the smell of blood. It seems that recently, many people have died here. Robin had been holding a book and observing silently. At this moment, she slowly closed the book and looked around. After a moment, he said in a calm but firm tone, It seems like it was struck by lightning. Nami looked at everyone who was on high alert, then looked down at the record pointer in her hand pointing to the sky and shook her wrist lightly. Then he slowly said, We'll know after we go inside. If that doesn't work, we can just retreat back to the Mary. We'll leave after the record pointer is fully charged. She frowned slightly. This record pointer might really be broken. It's not pointing to the sky. Luffy's smile faded. He glanced at his companions and said firmly, Come on, everyone, let's go inside the town and take a look. As they went deeper, they became more and more aware of the strangeness of the island. The pedestrians on the road all looked panicked and walked in a hurry, as if something terrible was chasing them from behind and they were all in a hurry to escape. Hey, uncle, I want to ask. Nami was quick to stop a passerby. But before he could finish his words, the man ran away from the Straw Hat Pirates in a panic as if he had seen a ghost. By now, everyone felt more and more strongly that there was a strange atmosphere on the island. Hey uncle! Hey, auntie! Hey, sister! Sanji, Nami and others tried to stop passers-by to ask, but without exception, everyone avoided them as if they were the plague, and quickly moved away from them. At this moment, everyone stopped. The weirdness of this town was far beyond their imagination. At this moment, Chopper raised the ice cream in his hand, pointed in a direction excitedly and shouted. Hey, everyone, look! There's an old man sitting there. He doesn't seem scared when he sees us. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately walked quickly in the direction Chopper pointed, and soon they arrived at the old man. Nami walked up to the old man, squatted down gently, and said softly and gently. Grandpa, what's going on in this town right now? Why does it all look like it was struck by lightning? Also, isn't this where pirates gather? Why doesn't it look like that at all? The old man slowly raised his head, surveying everyone with his cloudy eyes. His voice, hoarse as an old bellows, he slowly said, You are pirates, right? After seeing everyone nodding, the old man sighed helplessly, his face full of vicissitudes and fatigue. Well, you better leave here quickly, otherwise, God will punish you. Everyone on this island is preparing to move now. The pirates are all dead. When everyone heard the old man's words, their brows furrowed even more tightly, and a feeling of unease spread in their hearts. Nami didn't give up and continued to ask, Grandpa, where did God come from in this world? The old man's body trembled slightly, and his voice also trembled. Thor. There is a Thor in this world. A Thor who can summon thunder to strike pirates. Just when Nami was about to ask something else, an angry roar came from a distance. Hey! What are you doing? Are you trying to kill my dad by getting so close to him? The voice was filled with anger and worry. Pirates, you'd better leave here as soon as possible, otherwise you will be struck by thunder soon. As the voice fell, a middle-aged man hurried over from a distance. His face was full of anxiety. He quickly helped the old man up and walked carefully towards the shore. It was obvious that they were also preparing to move away. Everyone stayed where they were and fell into silence. The air was filled with a depressing atmosphere, and everyone's heart was filled with doubts and uneasiness. Nami pondered for a moment, then raised her head, looked at everyone with a firm gaze, and said, "We now have several options. 1. Leave here and ignore why the record pointer is pointing to the sky. 2. Wait a few days on the Mary to see if the magnetic field of this island will change the record pointer. My suggestion is to wait on the Mary. It's very likely that the recording needle will change slightly after absorbing the magnetic field of this island. After all, if you sail recklessly without a record pointer, there's a high chance of something unexpected happening." After hearing this, everyone fell into deep thought and then voted by raising their hands. Soon, Nami's second suggestion was unanimously approved by everyone. So everyone retreated back to the Mary and waited quietly for the recording pointer to replenish the magnetic field of the island. The mystery of Gaia Island is like a fog, shrouding everyone's heart. The Mont Blanc Caligula family, descendants of the liar Nolando, who were originally able to guide Luffy and others to Sky Island. Decades ago, after Thor rang the Golden Bell, he stopped diving to find traces of the Golden City and left the island of Gaia. A few days passed in a flash, and Nami stood on the deck of the Mary as usual, observing the movements of the surrounding ocean with keen eyes. Suddenly, her pupils shrank sharply and an expression of surprise appeared on her face. "Hey! Everyone, look!" Nami's voice suddenly rang out on the deck, breaking the original calm. Hearing the shout, everyone stopped what they were doing and rushed towards the side of the Mary ship from all corners. Everyone came to the side of the boat and focused their eyes on the sea. They saw that the originally calm sea water began to show strange conditions. The sea water seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, slowly surging upward, creating layers of strange ripples. Before they could recover from this strange sight, a huge storm swept in with lightning speed. The wind was howling, the waves were surging, and the turbulent waves kept hitting the hull of the Mary, making a deafening sound. Everyone was tottering in the strong wind and huge waves, and they all grabbed the railings on the side of the boat to keep their balance. "Hey! Look ahead!" Usopp yelled at the top of his lungs, his voice piercing the howling of the storm. Everyone looked in the direction of his finger, and the scene before them instantly shocked them. In the center of the storm, an extremely thick and powerful ocean current was slowly forming. The ocean current was like a giant dragon awakening from the depths of the sea, roaring and rushing towards the sky. Driven by the ocean currents, the sea water spun and rose wildly, intertwining with the raging winds around it. "Everyone! I have a crazy guess." Just as everyone was still immersed in this shocking scene, Nami's voice came out with difficulty in the howling of the storm. She gripped the rudder tightly and shouted loudly into the strong wind, "Do you still remember the ship that fell from the sky?" Her eyes sparkled with excitement. "I think the record pointer may be correct. There really is an island in the sky." However, just as Nami finished her words, she suddenly felt the rudder in her hand begin to tremble violently. A powerful force came from the direction of the ocean current, making the rudder completely out of control. In the storm, the Mary was mercilessly pulled forward by the powerful gravitational force of the surging ocean current. "Hey, everyone! The gravitational pull of the ocean current ahead is too strong. We can't control the Mary!" Nami shouted anxiously. "Ha ha 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 ha!" However, faced with this thrilling and critical situation, Luffy burst into laughter. His laughter was particularly loud in the storm. He flashed and quickly jumped to the bow of the Mary, facing the strong wind and huge waves with his arms outstretched. Luffy then showed his signature smile and shouted to everyone, "Everyone! What if Sky Island really existed?" At first, everyone on the boat thought Nami's guess was too crazy. But in Luffy's passionate shouts, there was a desire and excitement for the unknown, and soon, excited smiles appeared on their faces. Nami took a deep breath and gripped the rudder even tighter with both hands, trying to control the Mary so that it would not be overturned by the waves in this fierce storm. The Mary was also slowly approaching the surging ocean current. At the moment when the Mary passed through the storm and was carried away by the surging ocean current, the crazy shouts of the crowd resounded through the sky. Rush! Chapter 42. Oh my god, Sky Island really exists. Nami widened her eyes and looked at the dreamlike scene in front of her, and couldn't help muttering to herself. The Straw Hat Pirates relied on the powerful force of the sky current to successfully reach the White Sea of Sky Island. When the strange sight of Sky Island came into view, everyone was deeply shocked. Hey, Luffy! Look, these clouds are actually something you can step on. Chopper's eyes lit up with excitement, and as soon as he stepped onto the White Sea, he couldn't wait to shout to Nami. What? Is this true, Chopper? Let me try it too. Usopp jumped off the boat without saying a word and stepped firmly on the White Sea. Ha ha ha, Chopper, Usopp. Wait for me, I'm coming too. Luffy held his straw hat tightly with both hands, a bright smile on his face, and jumped directly from the bow of the Mary. After a while, all the pirates got off the Mary and stepped onto the White Sea, feeling the magic of the clouds and exclaiming in amazement. At this moment, a roar came from far away, and a group of people drove the Vaeba and rushed towards them like a gust of wind. The voice of Kamachili, a Shandian, floated over from afar. Hey, guests from Qinghai, welcome. Wow! Sea Scooter! Luffy, Chopper, and Usopp saw Viper the moment they saw him. His jaw dropped to the ground in an exaggerated manner, and his eyes were shining with stars, as if he had discovered the most handsome means of transportation in the world. Zoro looked at the funny appearance of these three people, and couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a faint smile. Sanji lit a cigarette and puffed away gracefully, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Robin stood quietly aside, watching everyone's reactions, narrowing his eyes and laughing softly. Soon, everyone from Sky Island arrived in front of the Mary. Nami took the lead and stepped forward, smiling and politely extending her hand to introduce herself. Hello, we are the Straw Hat Pirates who came up from Gaia Island via the torrent. At this time, Luffy, Chopper, and Usopp could no longer suppress their curiosity. Everyone gathered around Weiba, their faces full of interest. They poked Vaeba with their fingers, then stared at the wings of the Sky Islanders, and asked unconsciously. Can you lend me the sea scooter? Are your wings real? Don't you find it inconvenient living here? In an instant, Nami's face turned gloomy, and then, bang! 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 3 crisp sounds were heard, and big bumps immediately appeared on the heads of Luffy and his 2 companions. Nami said apologetically, I'm sorry, everyone. I've caused you trouble. Everyone on Sky Island couldn't help but burst into laughter when they saw this. Shadley spoke first. It's okay, everyone. We at Sky Island are an open and inclusive country. Next, let us take you to appreciate the unique scenery here. Oh. Really? Thank you so much. Nami felt the enthusiasm of the people of Sky Island and quickly expressed her gratitude. Soon, the Straw Hat Pirates, led by the people from Sky Island, began to stroll around Angel Island. Especially when passing through Lovely Street, everyone was like Granny Lou entering the Grand View Garden, and was full of novelty about everything on Sky Island. The things here were things they had never seen in Qinghai, such as various shellfish with strange functions. Wind clams, flavor clams, water clams, sound clams, each one amazed them. There are also special delicacies on Sky Island, and the unique flavor makes everyone enjoy the food and linger. Half a day passed quickly, and the Straw Hat Pirates, led by the people of Sky Island, were about to set foot on the Island of Gods, Arpa Yard. Shadley was still full of enthusiasm and said to everyone, "The next place we are going to is the sanctuary of our Sky Island. That's where our god lives. He was very happy when he knew you were here. We were specifically told to take you there and entertain you personally after we've shown you around Angel Island." When everyone heard the word God, a strange look flashed in their eyes. However, after experiencing the enthusiasm of the Sky Island people firsthand, no one thought too much about it and just regarded it as the unique culture of Sky Island. At this time, Luffy, Chopper, and Usopp were all holding the exclusive marshmallows on Sky Island tightly in their hands. Luffy ate marshmallows while mumbling, "You guys are so welcoming, I love this place so much." "Me too," Chopper echoed. "Me too." Usopp nodded quickly. Nami turned to look at Shadley and asked curiously, "Why are you all so enthusiastic?" Shadley smiled and replied, "Because few people in Qinghai can reach our Sky Island through the surging ocean currents. Meeting is fate, and this is also the purpose of making friends for us Sky Island people." Everyone chatted happily while strolling slowly on the land of Arpayatu. At the same time, in the towering golden tower of Shandora, Enel and Weber stood behind Thor, watching him writing and drawing on paper at the table, murmuring from time to time. The papers on the table were spread out neatly, with the names of every member of the Straw Hat Pirates clearly marked on them. Thor's eyes slowly swept over the names, and the pen in his hand lightly circled one name, and then decisively crossed out another name. His eyes flickered with an unfathomable light, and he kept muttering, "This is useless, but this is somewhat useful." Enel finally couldn't contain his curiosity anymore, leaned forward slightly, and couldn't help asking, "Lord Thor, what does this have to do with the battle game you just mentioned?" Thor raised the corners of his mouth slightly, sketching a meaningful smile, and said slowly, "Of course it matters. After all, when they lose, there will be punishment." Soon, Thor seemed to realize that the Straw Hat Pirates were about to enter the Golden Country. He flipped his palm and suddenly a strangely shaped clown mask appeared. The overall base color is a dark blood red, with irregular jagged edges. An irregular circle of white paint was drawn around the eyes, and the nose was a high, protruding ball, its pale color standing out particularly. The mouth of the mask was deliberately stretched extremely long, extending to both sides of the cheeks, with the corners of the mouth curled up, revealing an extremely exaggerated smile, and the lips were painted dark black. After putting on the mask, Thor slowly turned around and said to Enel and Weber in a deep voice, "Call Teach over as well. This battle game with only the two of you is not fun enough." Chapter 43. When the Straw Hat crew set foot on the Golden City, time seemed to freeze and no one was speechless. Their eyes were fixed on the magnificent Golden City before them, and shock and disbelief were written on everyone's face. Golden Square, Golden Tower, giant golden clock. All this was like a dreamlike scene, which made everyone completely immersed in it and unable to extricate themselves. After a long while, Nami was the first to come back to her senses from her shock. Her eyes instantly turned into big dollar shapes, and greed flashed in her eyes. He stood there in a daze, muttering to himself, "Gold, gold, all gold." Her voice trembled slightly with excitement, and her body leaned forward involuntarily, wanting to rush up and take the gold for herself. Even the arena in the square is made of gold. Luffy's eyes were filled with surprise. He jumped up excitedly, waving his hands and shouting, "So cool!" His face was filled with a bright smile, and he was full of endless curiosity and desire to explore everything in front of him. Usopp was so shocked that his mouth opened wide for a long time and his eyes were wide open, as if he had seen something incredible. A slight gurgling sound came from his throat, and he muttered to himself, "This is too exaggerated." As if he was wondering if he was dreaming. Sanji put his hands in his pockets, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and his eyes revealed a hint of admiration. What an amazing place! A hint of surprise appeared on Zoro's originally stern face. He looked carefully at the golden building in front of him, but did not shout or exclaim excitedly like others. He just said lightly, "I didn't expect there is such a place in the world." Robin stood quietly by, as if thinking about the history and secrets hidden behind this golden city. Chopper, on the other hand, jumped up and down excitedly, his furry little face filled with excitement. It pointed its paw at the golden buildings around it and shouted with childlike innocence and joy, "Wow, how beautiful! This gold is so dazzling!" Shadley looked at the crowd, without a trace of sarcasm on his face, and calmly began to convey Thor's instructions. He glanced at the crowd and slowly said, "Everyone, our god has spoken." Everyone instantly focused their attention on Shadley, their eyes filled with curiosity and anticipation. Sadly continued slowly, "He'll invite you to play a game later. The game is very simple. Each person chooses an opponent and engages in a friendly competition. Every time you win a game, you can take away a portion of gold. As for how much you can take away, that depends entirely on your ability." As soon as Shadley finished speaking, everyone's eyes instantly became excited, as if a flame had been ignited. Nami turned to Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji with a serious face and shouted louder, "Hey! Luffy, Zoro, Sanji! Although the people here are very welcoming to us, you must win the game later." After hearing this, Luffy threw his head back and laughed, "Ha ha ha, beat them all away." His smile was full of confidence and happiness. Zoro's hand unconsciously rested on the hilt of his knife, his fingers gently stroking the handle as an excited smile appeared on his face. With a hint of anticipation in his eyes, he said, "I wonder if there are any strong swordsmen here." Sanji exhaled lightly from his cigarette, the smoke slowly dissipated in front of him, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he slowly said, "Nami-san's request, how can I refuse it?" Just then Nami added, "By the way, we can't take too much then, otherwise we'll go too far." However, the iconic dollar look in her eyes has not completely disappeared, and still sparkles with a desire for gold. At this moment, Robin looked at Shadley sharply and asked calmly, "What's the punishment for losing the game?" Shadley turned his head slightly and looked at Robin. A hint of mystery flashed in his eyes. He said slowly, "As for the punishment, you will know when the time comes." As soon as Shadley finished speaking, everyone saw 4 figures slowly appearing at the bottom of the tower. Leading the group was Thor wearing a clown mask, followed by Enel, Weber, and Teach. "Okay, we've brought you here. From now on, our god will entertain you." After Shadley finished speaking, he slowly left with a group of people, and the sound of his footsteps gradually disappeared from everyone's ears. Luffy and the others, filled with curiosity and anticipation, strode towards the direction where Thor was. Luffy walked up to Thor and the others, not seeming to care why Thor was wearing a mask. His face was still filled with his signature bright smile. He stretched out his hand and said in a loud voice, "Hello, you must be the boss of Sky Island. My name is Monkey D. Luffy, and I'm the man who will become the king of pirates." Thor didn't hesitate or pause at all. He extended his hand generously and shook Luffy's hand firmly. A meaningful smile appeared under the mask, and he said slowly, "The Pirate King, you have ambition." Then Thor took Teach, Enel and Weber and walked towards the golden arena. As he walked, he continued slowly, "Shadley just told you the rules of the game, didn't he? If you win, you can take as much gold as you can. It's that simple." At this time, Robin's brows were slightly furrowed, and his eyes revealed a hint of vigilance and doubt. She took a step forward and her voice rang out again, "What if we lose? What's the punishment?" She stared at Thor intently, trying to find a clue in his expression. Thor slowly turned around, his eyes scanning Robin, his voice coming from behind the clown mask. What? Are you afraid it will be bad for you? Look at all the gold around here, everyone. In Qinghai, it might be valuable, but here, it's everywhere. So, don't think too much about it, it's just a little game. His tone was relaxed and casual, as if this was really just an insignificant entertainment activity. Then Thor seemed to remember something and continued, "Oh, by the way, I have something else here. I wonder if you are interested." People in Qinghai seem to call it something like the historical text. What, you have the historical text here? Robin was instantly attracted by Thor's words and blurted out. Thor looked at Robin and said slowly, "It seems you are quite interested. It is indeed here. How about this, if you win, you can choose gold or read the historical text." Nami listened from the side and quickly pulled Robin's sleeve and said, "Robin, are you thinking too much? He's right. There's gold everywhere here. Why would anyone care? Besides, the people of Sky Island are so welcoming to us, how could they possibly do anything bad to us? Also, there's the historical text here. If you win, you can read it later." At this moment, Nami's eyes still sparkled with desire for gold, and the iconic dollar shape, although somewhat restrained, was still clearly visible. "Robin, don't worry, we won't lose." At this moment, Luffy obviously noticed Robin's desire for the historical text, and said to Robin with a smile. Maybe it's because Robin's experiences in recent years have not been very good, which makes her very vigilant. But the enthusiasm of the Sky Island people is something everyone has experienced firsthand, and it cannot be faked. It is too disheartening to always think the worst of others. Coupled with the historical text revealed by Thor, Robin finally chose to remain silent. Obviously, this was fatal to her attraction. "Please come in, everyone." Soon, Thor's voice sounded again. Enel, Weber, and Teach were already standing neatly on the west side of the ring. Thor sat elegantly on the north side of the ring, looking like a referee, controlling the game that was about to begin. Luffy and the others saw this and did not hesitate, each of them walking onto the ring in high spirits. The Straw Hat Pirates stood on the east side of the ring. Luffy had even started flexing his arms, jumping up and down excitedly as he warmed up. Thor's voice sounded again. Then, the game begins. Chapter 44. When Thor announced the start of the game, Sanji's slightly lazy yet magnetic voice suddenly rang out, "Wait. What's wrong? Any other questions?" Thor looked at Sanji calmly, with a hint of inquiry in his tone. Sanji put his hands in his pockets, a cigarette dangling from the corner of his mouth. His eyes swept across Enel, Weber, and Teach, and then he spoke slowly. "There are 7 of us on our side, but only 3 on your side. Isn't that unfair?" "Ha ha ha ha." Thor under the mask burst into a hearty laugh. After a moment, he stopped laughing, his gaze returned to Sanji, and he said slowly, "Your game spirit is quite good. How about this, if you win later, I'll give you double the gold you took. Don't worry, even though there are only 3 of us here, don't underestimate them. Oh, and you can choose your opponents repeatedly. Even if you rotate through the same opponent, it's fine." As soon as Thor finished speaking, the Straw Hat Pirates quickly gathered together and began to discuss tactics in a low voice. Nami was the first to break the silence. Her eyes revealed a hint of shrewdness, and she spoke very quickly. "Since the other party said so, it proves that their strength must be quite strong. But my suggestion is to send out the weakest one first. That way you can test the opponent's strength first. In the second game, we'll continue to pick him and send out someone stronger than him. That way, we'll be sure to win the second game." Soon, Nami's opinion was adopted by everyone, and Tony Chopper slowly walked out of the crowd. There was a hint of nervousness and determination on its little face, and its eyes moved back and forth between Enel and the other 2, finally locking onto Enel. The moment Enel's gaze was locked upon Chopper's, it instantly became fierce, and he roared angrily. What do you mean, you raccoon cat? Do I look like the weakest one? A-hole! You are the raccoon cat. Look carefully, I am the reindeer. Chopper was instantly enraged, his hair standing on end, and he growled unwillingly. Thor frowned slightly upon seeing this, and said calmly, Enel, come in. Enel snorted coldly and slowly walked into the ring. As he walked, he picked his nose and said with disdain, got it, raccoon cat. UBD. I'm a reindeer. A reindeer. A reindeer, UBD. Chopper was shaking with anger, and as he spoke, he quickly put a blue ball into his mouth and bit it hard. The moment it bit through the blue ball, its voice rang out with a hint of determination, jump enhancement. In an instant, Chopper's body began to change dramatically. Its body gradually grew taller, and its originally small body became taller and stronger. The arms slowly turned into human-shaped arms, the feet were still beast-shaped feet, the antlers began to degenerate, and the original beast-shaped face also changed. It chose to enhance its jump. It hoped to prolong the battle through flexible movements. This allows the companions behind it to better understand the strength of the opponent, which is the purpose of its being the first to appear. However, the effect of the rumble ball only lasted 3 minutes, and as soon as Chopper finished transforming, he jumped towards Enel. But Enel looked at Chopper approaching him, but stood there motionless, with a contemptuous smile on his face. Chopper didn't hesitate at all when he saw this. He jumped high again, pointed his fist directly at Enel's face, and whispered, I'm sorry. Just as Chopper's attack was about to hit Enel, Enel suddenly whispered, shave. The moment the words fell, a shadow flashed by, and everyone saw Enel appear behind Chopper. Tempest kick. With a swish, a powerful shock wave burst out from Enel's feet, so fast that people had no time to react. How could it be so fast? Chopper was shocked and wanted to react, but it was too late. Instantly, the shockwave of the tempest kick hit Chopper's back hard. Swish! Blood suddenly gushed out from Chopper's back. Its body fell to the ground, returning to its normal form and falling into a coma. Chopper! Luffy and the others turned pale instantly when they saw this. They rushed forward anxiously and picked up Chopper. Luffy's hands were also stained red because of the blood on Chopper's back, but Luffy still held Chopper tightly in his arms. His eyes were filled with anger as he roared at Enel, a-hole! Weren't we just sparring? Why are you hitting me so hard? Tisk Enel couldn't help but sneer when he saw this, and slowly walked back to the edge of the ring. BD. Seeing this, Zoro's eyes turned cold in an instant, and he pulled out the knife without hesitation. Sanji's eyes grew fierce, and he bent his legs slightly, assuming a fighting stance. Usopp raised the slingshot in his hand, his eyes revealing a hint of tension and anger. Robin crossed his arms, ready to use his fruit power at any time, and everyone quickly entered combat mode. At this time, Thor's voice came out slowly, why, are you not going to continue this game, everyone? Just when everyone was on the verge of a fight, Luffy's expression suddenly changed and he became unusually silent. He slowly handed Chopper to Nami's arms, then reached out to press down his straw hat and said in a firm voice, we lost this game. Then Luffy fixed his gaze on Enel and said word by word, hey, big-eared guy, I choose you. Fight me again. The crowd, blinded by anger, did not seem to realize the huge gap in strength between Enel and them. You are such a weakling. I don't understand why Lord Thor would even set up a game just for you. You guys probably don't even know what haki is, right? How about this, you all come together, okay? As he spoke, Enel walked towards the center of the ring again, his steps full of provocation. After hearing Enel's words, Zoro and Sanji walked over to Luffy, but Luffy stopped them with his hand. Zoro, Sanji, this battle, is my battle. Luffy's words revealed an unquestionable determination. Luffy then returned his gaze to Enel and said in a low voice, "What's hacky or not? As long as I can knock you away, that's all." Just as Luffy also walked towards the center of the ring, Thor's voice sounded again. "Did you forget something? Did you forget that there's a penalty for losing the game?" Everyone's eyes instantly fell on Thor, and he continued to speak. "Haven't you been curious about the punishment for losing the game? Actually, Robin's hunch in your team was right. The punishment for losing the game is..." For some unknown reason, at this moment, everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of panic in their hearts, a kind of panic they had never experienced before. "Your lives." The moment Thor finished speaking, a deafening thunder suddenly sounded in the sky. The lightning, carrying an aura of destruction, sank steadily into Chopper's forehead before anyone could react. Hearing a crackling sound in her arms, Nami looked at Chopper in horror, only to see that Chopper's entire face had instantly turned black. Nami's eyes were filled with despair and disbelief. Her body was shaking violently, her voice was filled with tears, and she couldn't help but collapse and shouted loudly. Luffy! Chopper seems not breathing." Chapter 45. After hearing Nami's words, the Straw Hat Pirates stood there in a moment of silence. Time seemed to freeze and everything around them became silent. Only Nami's crying voice kept echoing in everyone's ears. Luffy's eyes were filled with confusion and disbelief as he stared blankly at Nami. Her lips trembled, and her voice was so weak that it was almost inaudible. "Nami! You are kidding me?" The slingshot in Usopp's hand trembled violently, the weapon that was originally used for fighting was now shaking. He looked at Nami, his voice pleading, and tremblingly said, "Nami! This joke is not funny at all." Zoro, Sanji, and Robin's expressions instantly became extremely gloomy, and they slowly walked towards Nami. As their eyes fell on the lifeless Chopper in Nami's arms, grief washed over them like a tidal wave. Nami completely collapsed. Her legs went weak and she fell to her knees, holding Chopper's body tightly in her hands, tears streaming down her face. She looked up at the sky and shouted with all her might, "Chopper, I'm the one who hurt you. Chopper, it's all my fault. It's my fault for being too greedy. I'm the one who hurt you." Her voice was filled with endless regret and self-blame. Luffy quickly rushed over to Nami and lifted Chopper from her arms. His hands were shaking slightly, and there was a hint of madness in his eyes. He kept trying to pry open Chopper's eyes, muttering, Chopper, you're okay, right? Open your eyes, Chopper." The blood from Chopper's back continued to drip onto the floor, and no matter how hard Luffy tried, Chopper's eyes always closed again, showing no sign of life. Luffy's eyes completely lost their luster. He seemed unwilling to believe this fact. He put his ear close to Chopper's heart and muttered to himself, Chopper, you're a doctor, you said you wanted to invent a panacea. Your panacea hasn't been invented yet, Chopper." Finally, he couldn't bear it anymore and shouted out in collapse, his voice filled with endless pain and sorrow. "Hey Luffy, Chopper is dead," Zoro said with a choked voice. He reached out and pulled Luffy, trying to cheer him up. At this moment, Zoro's tears burst out uncontrollably and flowed down his cheeks. "Let me go, Zoro." Luffy angrily shook off Zoro's hand. He was still unwilling to accept the fact that Chopper was dead. Still mumbling to himself, "Chopper, wake up Chopper, wake up Chopper." "Pa!" Zoro slapped Luffy hard on the face. With tears in his eyes, he shouted, "Luffy, Chopper is dead. What we should do now is to chop all these people down together and avenge Chopper. Yes, chop them all up and avenge Chopper. Chop them all up and avenge Chopper." Luffy absent-mindedly repeated Zoro's words, shaking his head from side to side, seemingly unsure of what to do. "Pa!" Another crisp slap sounded, and Sanji also slapped Luffy in the face. He pulled up Luffy's clothes, holding back his tears, and roared angrily, "Are you awake, Luffy?" As Sanji pulled, Luffy's eyes seemed to be slowly coming back to his senses. However, the atmosphere among the Straw Hat Pirates became increasingly depressing, as if a huge rock was weighing on everyone's heart. After a moment, Luffy finally seemed to come to his senses, and he slowly took off his straw hat and gently placed it on Chopper's face. His voice was muffled and low as he called out, "Nami." Nami raised her head tremblingly and looked at Luffy with tears in her eyes. Luffy's suppressed voice continued to ring out, "Keep an eye on Chopper." Then Luffy continued to shout, "Zoro, Sanji, Robin, Usopp." After hearing Luffy's cry, everyone wiped the tears from their faces, their eyes filled with determination and resoluteness, and stood behind Luffy. "I'm going to kill them all to avenge Chopper, do you have any objections?" Luffy roared angrily. Zoro held the Wado Ikimonji in his mouth, and held Suezo and third-generation Kaititsu tightly in his left and right hands respectively. There was a fierce murderous look in his eyes, and he was ready to deal a fatal blow to the enemy at any time. Sanji relit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and then slowly exhaled the smoke. With his hands in his pockets, his head lowered, his body slightly bent, he was ready to attack at any time. Usopp put on the Sniper King's mask, pulled the string of the slingshot in his hand, and aimed directly at Thor. Robin had already crossed his arms in front of his chest, waiting for Luffy's order, and he would launch the attack without hesitation. "No problem X4," everyone answered in unison, their deep voices filled with anger. At this moment, looking at the exciting scene of the Straw Hat Pirates, Enel, Weber, and Teach showed strange expressions on their faces. They looked at each other and shook their heads, with undisguised mockery on their faces, mocking the Straw Hat Pirates' arrogance. Then, the three of them sat down cross-legged, looking like they were enjoying the show. Luffy took a step forward, and just as everyone was about to take action, lightning suddenly exploded beside them. Buzz! With a sound, a wall of thunder instantly enveloped everyone. Everyone looked at the wall of thunder in front of them, their faces became solemn, but there was no trace of fear in their eyes. "Oh! Really, why are you always immersed in your own world?" Thor's voice sounded. He slowly stood up from his chair and walked towards the crowd. After arriving in front of Luffy and the others, he spoke coldly, "Did I say the game is over, everyone?" "A-hole!" Usopp shouted, and instantly released the hand holding the slingshot, and the bullet instantly shot towards the surrounding wall. However, the moment the bullet touched the encircling wall, there was a sizzling sound, and the bullet was destroyed by the powerful electric current and turned into ashes. "Spinning flower!" Robin's voice rang out, and in an instant, many arms passed through the thunder barrier and quickly grew on Thor's body. However, just as his arm was about to move, several bolts of lightning exploded beside Thor. A dazzling flash of lightning passed by, and all the arms growing on his body disappeared, as if they had never appeared. Sanji's body began to spin wildly, his speed getting faster and faster, and soon, his entire right calf was covered in blazing flames. Devil's Wind Kick! Sanji kicked fiercely at the wall of thunder surrounding him. Chapter 46. Sizzle Sizzle! The moment he touched the thunder, Sanji's body began to tremble violently, and the powerful electric current sizzled in his body. Bang! Sanji fell heavily to the ground, his body covered with burn marks, and he looked in a mess. He was gasping for breath, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. He couldn't believe that someone could possess such powerful strength. Zoro tied the turban tightly on his head, his eyes revealing a determined look. He held Yokaizo and third-generation Kaititsu high behind him, forming a cross with Wado Ikimonji. Three Swords style, tiger hunting. In an instant, a powerful slashing wave whizzed towards the encirclement wall in front of them. However, it was doomed to be futile. The moment the slashing wave touched the thunder, it disappeared without a trace and was completely swallowed up by the powerful force of thunder. Thor looked at the crowd with a playful smile on his face. He looked at Luffy and said slowly, "And you, King of Pirates, give it a try." Although he knew the result, he still wanted to verify it himself whether this rubber man was completely immune to thunder. "A hole!" Luffy roared and jumped up. Go mo no rubber whip." In an instant, Luffy's feet stretched out like a huge whip, sweeping towards the wall of thunder. Surprisingly, Luffy's body actually passed through without any hindrance. Thor looked at this scene and felt that it was too outrageous. Just as Luffy's attack was about to hit Thor. Bang! Thor's kick covered with armament haki instantly swept Luffy's rubber whip back. "What's going on?" Luffy immediately hugged his calf, an expression of extreme pain on his face. He said incredulously, "Just like Grandpa's attack, my rubber will feel pain." At this moment, everyone's eyes were more solemn than ever. The scene was silent and depressing to the extreme. They finally realized that the person in front of them seemed to be completely out of the same league as them in terms of strength. "Blaze Thor, you are Marine Admiral Blaze Thor, right?" Robin's voice suddenly rang out, with a hint of trembling and certainty, breaking the suffocating silence. After hearing Robin's words, Thor slowly took off the mask in his hand. When his face was completely exposed to everyone, Robin's pupils suddenly shrank, and he suddenly confirmed the identity of Thor in front of him, and a hint of despair flashed in his eyes. "Congratulations, you guessed it right, Nicole Robin," Thor said slowly. It was not until this moment that everyone truly understood the terrifying power that Marine Admiral possessed. Robin instantly understood that Blaze Thor was the awe-inspiring god spoken of by the people of Gaia Island. Those pirates on the island of Jaya were ruthlessly killed by Thor's terrifying power of thunder. She also knew better than Luffy and the others that the gap in strength between them and the Marine Admiral was like an insurmountable chasm, unattainable. Looking at this hopeless scene before her, what else could she do? Robin's heart was completely consumed by despair. Her body trembled slightly, and her eyes were full of helplessness. "You guys are so disobedient to the rules. I decided to add another one temporarily." Thor's voice sounded again. "If you don't follow the rules, there will also be punishment." As he spoke, he slowly raised his finger and pointed it directly at Nami. Luffy and the others saw this, their pupils suddenly shrank, and they roared in an instant, "No!" The voices of the crowd were filled with fear, anger, and despair, but who cared what they thought? A tiny arc flashed, followed by a crackling sound of electric current. Countless violent lightning bolts suddenly burst out from Nami's body, biting her body wantonly with their fangs and claws. Her body was shaking wildly, and the light in her eyes gradually faded in this terrifying electric current. "Goodbye, Luffy. Goodbye, everyone." Nami's voice was weak and desperate, and then her body collapsed to the ground in an instant, emitting wisps of white smoke, and the breath of life dissipated. Nami. Luffy, Zoro, and Robin all ran towards Nami, their steps hurried and frantic. Sanji dragged his charred body, endured the severe pain in his body, and limped towards Nami with great difficulty. After Luffy picked up Nami's body, he didn't say anything else, only tears kept pouring out like a flood. The scenes of his past time with Nami, the laughter, adventures, and moments they spent together, kept emerging in his mind. A-hole! Luffy turned around instantly and rushed towards Thor, but was stopped by Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp. Usopp suppressed a sob, his voice tearing as he spoke, "Luffy, game, rules. I don't care about the rules of the game, I want to kill this guy." Luffy growled as he struggled desperately, trying to break free from the several people holding him back. At this moment, Robin spoke tremblingly, his words filled with despair, "Luffy, I can't beat him. I can't beat him." As she spoke, she could no longer control her emotions and burst into tears. "We have no chance of winning against the Marine Admiral. Let's play by the rules." Chopper died, Nami died too, but are Zoro, Sanji, Robin, and Usopp less sad than Luffy? Their hearts were also filled with pain and anger, but they had to stop Luffy. Because they know that if they don't do this, they will not have any hope of survival. Follow the rules of the game, you don't need to fight Thor directly, as long as you can defeat those 3 people, you can survive. Luffy's chest heaved violently under the crowd's obstruction and persuasion, and his heavy breathing was full of anger. He clenched his teeth, and the muscles on his face were tense with extreme emotions. After a long time, he seemed to have finally listened to everyone's advice, slowly lowered his head, and said in a low and hoarse voice. Okay, follow the rules of the game, follow the rules of the game. But his eyes gradually became dim. Snap! 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 Crisp applause suddenly rang out, and Thor said with a smile on his face. That's right, everyone. Since we're playing a game, we have to abide by the rules, right? After all, I didn't force you to play, did I? The moment Thor finished speaking, a hole opened in the thunder barrier surrounding everyone, a narrow hole that only allowed one person to pass through. The moment he saw the crack, Usopp, wearing the Sniper King mask, walked towards the crack without hesitation. Usopp! Sanji couldn't help but shout when he saw this, because he originally wanted to be the first one, but he didn't expect Usopp to be so decisive. Usopp stopped and slowly turned around, his eyes scanning his companions behind him. His eyes revealed a kind of determination and fearlessness, and he said, I want to be a brave sea warrior. Of course I have to be the first one to come to this kind of thing, everyone. In fact, everyone fully understands that in this death game, the later you appear, the higher the probability of winning. And Usopp is obviously determined to sacrifice himself, wanting to use his life to pave the way and maximize the probability of everyone winning in the subsequent battles. Usopp ignored the shouts coming from behind him. He turned around and focused his attention on Enel again. He extended his finger and pointed steadily at Enel, Big Ear, I choose you. Chapter 47. Hearing Usopp's words, Enel's original playful and anticipatory smile instantly disappeared without a trace. Instead, a pair of cold eyes stared intently at Usopp in the field. Weber gently waved his hand at Teach, a helpless smile on his face as he said, It looks like we have no chance of getting out. The other side has set their sights on Enel. Teach threw his head back and laughed loudly. His laughter was sharp and arrogant. Ha ha! No matter who you choose, the result will be the same. A bunch of brats who don't even know what haki is, are doomed to die the moment they join this game. Thor returned to his chair and shook his head helplessly. He had originally thought that if he called Teach, at least the 3 of them could take turns and the game wouldn't be so boring. But I didn't expect that the Straw Hat crew seemed to regard Enel as their sworn enemy and were determined to fight him to the death. Enel said nothing as he slowly walked into the ring, looking at Usopp, like he was looking at a dead man. His voice sounded gloomily, one by one, do you all think that I am the easiest to bully? Usopp aimed the slingshot steadily at Enel, his fingers tightly gripping the bowstring, just waiting for Thor to speak so that the bullet in his hand could be fired at any time. Then, the game begins. Call out. The moment Thor finished speaking, Usopp released the bowstring without hesitation, and the bullet shot towards Enel. However, Enel stood there motionless, not even dodging, allowing Usopp's attack to fall on him. Just when the bullet was about to hit him, his whole body suddenly turned pitch black, and his entire body was covered with armament color. Bang! The bullet exploded the moment it touched Enel, and a thick smoke spread instantly. But before the smoke could clear, Enel reappeared from the smoke, unharmed. How is this possible? Usopp widened his eyes, not expecting this result at all. Must kill Martian bird! He shouted, and a bullet with blazing flames suddenly shot out. It quickly transformed into the shape of a firebird in the air, and rushed towards Enel with scorching heat. Boom! An explosion even more violent than the previous one occurred, and flames burned violently in the air. However, the result was the same. This explosion could not penetrate Enel's armament haki at all. But the flames did cause little damage to Enel. After all, it was just an ordinary flame. A certain amount of heat is blocked by the armament haki, and Enel can fully withstand the remaining temperature. Ordinary flames, they're quite hot. Enel smiled disdainfully and walked towards Usopp slowly. It shouldn't be like this, how could there be no damage at all? Usopp's voice was filled with anger and unwillingness, and he reached for his waist bag again. Ultimate move, Cactus Star Explosion. A cactus-shaped bullet whizzed towards Enel. The moment the bullet hit Enel, another violent explosion sounded. But the result was still the same, Enel's pace did not stop at all, and he continued to move steadily towards Usopp. Damn it! Absolutely not! Sure kill, capture star! He shouted, and the moment the bullet was fired, a thick rope with a huge iron hook at the front covered Enel. Tempest kick. A shockwave, like a sharp blade, instantly cut the rope sent out by Usopp into two pieces. Impossible! Impossible! How is it possible that I can't hurt you at all? Usopp's voice was almost a desperate roar, he didn't want to believe what he saw. He kept taking out various bullets from his waist bag and shot them at Enel one after another. Bang! Boom! Explosions continued to ring out one after another, but Enel remained unharmed and slowly approached Usopp. At this moment, Luffy and the others who were watching the game were still in a state of silence. Judging from the current battle situation, Usopp obviously has no hope of winning. Zoro frowned and spoke silently, what is that black layer covering his body? If we can't break through that layer of black defense, it's impossible to win. However, Zoro's words received no response, because no one had ever come into contact with haki, so naturally they couldn't explain it clearly. Impossible! How could it be so powerful? All of them hit you. You didn't even dodge. Why was there no damage? Usopp's unwilling roar echoed throughout the ring. Just as Usopp was about to launch an attack, Enel seemed to have completely lost his patience. Shave! In an instant, the figure appeared in front of Usopp like a flash of lightning. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Usopp's neck, lifting him completely into the air. Usopp struggled desperately, prying Enel's hands apart with both hands and kicking his feet in the air, trying to break free from Enel's control. Usopp! Luffy and the others who were watching the battle at this moment were extremely anxious and shouted anxiously, their eyes full of worry and fear. Enel looked at the struggling Usopp, the interest in his eyes had long since disappeared, replaced by indifference. Finger gun! Instantly, a bloody hole appeared on Usopp's forehead, and blood gushed out like a fountain. Soon, Usopp completely lost his life force and his body drooped limply. Usopp! Luffy let out a devastated yell upon seeing this. At this moment, he no longer had any tears to shed, and there was no light in his eyes, as if the whole world had collapsed. Everyone clenched their fists as they watched Enel mercilessly throw Usopp's body off the ring. What should I do? Can I just watch my friends die one by one? What can I do? What can I do? I can't accept it. Luffy's inner anger continued to surge. He looked at Thor sitting on the ring, and an unparalleled power suddenly erupted from his body. Boom! A powerful conqueror's haki suddenly surged out from Luffy, sweeping across the entire ring like a hurricane. The already weak Sanji and the relatively weak Robin fell into coma the moment they were hit by Luffy Conqueror's attack. Zoro gritted his teeth, sweat beading on his forehead as he struggled to hold on. At this moment, Zoro's eyes were filled with disbelief, and he muttered to himself, "What kind of power is this?" Chapter 48. Hey! No way! This kind of trash can even have conquerors? Even I don't have it. Enel's eyes turned towards Luffy with a complicated expression, filled with surprise and a hint of jealousy. Ha ha ha! Conquerors bursting out in desperate situation. Teach said with a laugh, and the laughter seemed particularly harsh in the tense atmosphere. Thor frowned slightly when he saw this, then murmured to himself with a smile and said, "You triggered conquerors in advance, but why did you knock your teammates unconscious first? Luffy, collect your energy. I can't hold on any longer." Sweat continued to roll down Zoro's forehead as he spoke with difficulty. Luffy's mind was instantly broken when he heard Zoro's cry, and the conqueror's aura receded quickly like the tide. He frantically helped Zoro up, apologizing repeatedly, "I'm sorry, Zoro. I'm sorry. I don't know what happened." Then Luffy remembered Sanji and Robin. He quickly ran to them and shook them repeatedly, trying to wake them up. He kept muttering, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I couldn't protect you, and instead I hurt you. I'm sorry. Zoro grabbed Luffy's hand, shook his head, then turned to look at Thor and shouted. The game didn't say no timeouts, I requested a timeout, and our teammates lost the ability to play. Thor nodded, a playful smile on his face, and said, of course we can pause. After all, we can't fight when we're unconscious. But I'll only give you 10 minutes. If they don't wake up by then, you'll be considered the loser. As for the outcome, you all know. After Thor finished speaking, Luffy and Zoro were seen desperately shaking Sanji and Robin. Their hearts were filled with anxiety and fear, because they knew that if they didn't wake up within 10 minutes, death would be waiting for them. Soon, luck came and Sanji and Robin woke up slowly. Sanji opened his eyes weakly, with a hint of confusion in his eyes. He looked at Luffy and asked weakly, what happened just now, Luffy? However, Luffy just kept apologizing, his voice full of self-blame, I'm sorry. Suddenly, a bolt of thunder struck next to Sanji with a deafening roar, and everyone's eyes instantly fell on Thor. Thor's face was full of impatience, and his voice was cold as he said, your apology. I'm a little tired of hearing it. Since you're awake, let's continue the game. As soon as the words fell, the thunder barrier emitting a terrifying aura around everyone suddenly disappeared. Thor continued, but I think it's a bit boring to come one by one. I'll give you a little privilege. I'll allow 3 of you to go at the same time for 5 seconds. If you don't go, you lose. Thor didn't give them any time to react and started counting down, 5, 4, 3. When the count reached 3, Zoro, Sanji, and Robin took a step forward without hesitation. Seeing this, Luffy also wanted to rush forward anxiously, but was stopped by the firm eyes of the 3 people. Zoro took a deep breath, tied his turban tighter, and said slowly, Captain, of course I have to appear last. Sanji trembled slightly as he lit another cigarette, took a deep breath, exhaled a puff of smoke, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Said, it's wonderful to fight with Robin-san. Robin gently wiped away the remaining tears from the corners of her eyes, and her fighting spirit rekindled in her eyes. She slowly said, I am very lucky to have met you. Stop being sentimental. Thor ruthlessly interrupted the sentimental words of several people. Then he looked at Enel in the center of the ring and asked, Enel, are you still capable? If not, let's change someone else. Hearing Thor's words, Enel's mouth curled up, revealing a confident smile. He looked at the people in front of him and said slowly, Lord Thor, don't you see I'm still in the center of the ring? Even if 10 of these guys come at me together, the result will be the same. Let's get started. The moment Thor finished speaking, Zoro, Sanji, and Robin attacked Enel at the same time. 3 swords style, demon slash. Zoro shouted, crossing his left and right hands, and slashed at Enel with the 3rd knife, trying to block all possible gaps for Enel to dodge. Shower a shoot. Sanji kicked his feet hard and jumped into the air. He concentrated all his strength on his right leg, tensed his leg muscles, and attacked Enel's neck. Turning vine. Robin danced his hands quickly, and countless hand flowers quickly emerged from the ground, instantly combining into vines, trying to roll up Enel. Enel looked at the attacks of Zoro, Sanji, and Robin and sneered with extreme contempt, "Too slow, everyone." As soon as he finished speaking, he instantly performed the shave and dodged the attacks of the three people in the blink of an eye. When he reappeared, Enel was already standing silently behind Sanji. "Your injuries are the most serious, so please die first," Enel said coldly. Tempest kick Asuka. In an instant, his legs swept out, a powerful shock wave erupted from under his feet, and a bird-shaped light shadow slammed into Sanji's back. Ouch! Sanji groaned in extreme pain, and his body flew out uncontrollably under the powerful impact. His entire back was torn apart in an instant, and blood spurted out. He was already injured and could no longer withstand this fatal blow. The head hit the floor heavily with a dull thud. "Are you not dead yet? I'll give you another blow." Enel appeared behind Sanji again, raised his foot covered with armament haki high, and stomped it towards Sanji's head. A-hole! Zoro's eyes were bloodshot when he saw this. "Itoryu Iai-sama, Lion Song!" Zoro roared, and slashed at Enel with an unstoppable and fierce momentum. Two-wheeled Flower Master. Robin danced his hands quickly, and in an instant, two hands suddenly grew out from under Enel's body. With great force, he grabbed towards Enel's vitals, trying to give him a fatal blow. However, Enel, whose body was covered with armament haki, did not take the attacks of the two seriously at all. By the time Zoro's blade and Robin's vital hand arrived, Enel's foot had already fallen completely towards Sanji's head. Bang! With a dull thud, Sanji's head was instantly crushed, and blood and brain matter splattered everywhere like fireworks. Chapter 49. Sanji. Luffy let out a heart-wrenching scream. He could no longer bear it and staggered towards the center of the field, wishing he could tear the enemy in front of him into pieces immediately. But in a flash, Teach's tall and strong figure appeared steadily in front of Luffy, completely blocking his way. Luffy roared angrily, "Get out of here! Bazooka!" His arm instantly stretched out like a rubber band, pulled back to its limit, and then slammed towards Teach like a cannonball. Teach looked at the incoming attack, covered haki with his right hand, and easily took Luffy's powerful attack. He tilted his head slightly, looked at the furious Luffy in front of him, and said slowly, "Brother Thor didn't say you can leave." The tone was full of teasing and contempt, mocking Luffy's arrogance. At this moment, Enel on the ring had a complicated look in his eyes, first relief, then shock. Fortunately, his whole body was covered with armament haki, so Robin's attack was ineffective and the man's dignity was preserved. What was shocking was that Zoro actually cut through his armament haki, and at this moment a knife wound about 1 centimeter deep appeared on his body. At this moment, blood was slowly flowing down the wound and dripping onto the ground. Looking at Zoro and Robin again, there were no other distracting thoughts in their eyes at this moment, only the burning fire of hatred. There was only one unwavering thought in their eyes: kill Enel. Avenge the deaths of Chopper, Nami, Usopp, and Sanji. Just as Zoro and Robin were about to continue their attack, a thunder barrier suddenly rose up beside them, instantly stopping them. Thor's light voice came, "It seems that your captain doesn't like to follow the rules of the game." Hearing this, Zoro and Robin's eyes instantly turned to Luffy, only to see that Luffy was desperately trying to break through Teach's blockade, attacking fiercely with no intention of stopping at all. "Luffy!" Zoro's roar was deafening, and then he seemed to suddenly realize something and turned his head to look at Robin. At this split second, a bolt of lightning struck from the sky without warning, heading straight towards Robin. Bang! With a loud bang, Robin's body fell to the ground. His body stiffened, white smoke billowing from it, and he stopped breathing. The price of not following the rules of the game is death. Robin! Zoro's voice was full of helplessness and despair. His body slowly fell to the ground, and the knife in his hand slipped weakly and fell to the floor with a clang. Then Zoro let out a heartbreaking roar, "Luffy! What the hell are you doing? Are you satisfied now? Robin is dead too. Captain!" However, Luffy turned a deaf ear to Zoro's roar and continued to attack Teach madly, as if everything around him had nothing to do with him. Seeing this, Zoro's fighting spirit collapsed instantly. He lay on the ground powerlessly, covering his face with his hands, crying bitterly. His body curled up into a ball, and he kept punching the floor with his fists, each blow carrying endless pain and regret. His heart was filled with confusion and bewilderment. He didn't understand why the situation had developed to this point, and he didn't understand why Luffy was always unwilling to abide by the rules of the game. Was he blaming Luffy in his heart? The answer was obvious, but what was the point of blaming him? What had already happened could not be changed. Now he only hated himself for being too weak and the enemy for being too strong, so strong that he was so powerless in this battle that he could only watch his companions fall in front of him. "It seems you have lost your desire to fight now, Roronoa Zoro." Thor's voice sounded slowly, and just as he finished speaking, Thor's figure flashed, stepped into the thunder barrier surrounding Zoro, and squatted down in front of Zoro. Zoro raised his head weakly, his eyes were red and swollen, and tears continued to flow uncontrollably down his cheeks. He stared at Thor intently, his lips trembling, but he remained silent. Thor looked at Zoro and said slowly, "Actually, among all of you Straw Hat Pirates, you're the only one I admire the most." Thor turned his head slightly, looking in the direction of Luffy, and continued to say to Zoro, "Your captain is just a troublemaker, isn't he? A-hole! Don't you dare talk about our captain like that!" Zoro roared in anger and swung his fist. With a bang, it hit Thor's face hard. Thor just patted his face lightly, as if he was bitten by a mosquito and didn't care at all, without feeling any harm at all. He continued to speak to Zoro, "A swordsman who doesn't even hold your sword, Roronoa Zoro. How about I give you another chance?" Thor paused. "You, or your captain, Straw Hat Luffy, one of you can survive. But, if only one can survive, what will you choose?" When Zoro heard Thor's words, his body trembled violently and the expression on his face froze instantly. A moment later, he reached out without hesitation and picked up the Wado Ikimonji beside him, pointed the blade at his throat and stabbed it hard. However, at this critical moment, Thor's hand reached out and tightly grasped the knife in Zoro's hand, stopping his movement abruptly. Zoro looked at Thor with confusion, his eyes full of doubt and anger. He had clearly made his choice, so why did Thor stop him? "No, no, no, I'm not asking you to kill yourself, Zoro." Thor shook his head. "Since you have chosen to let your captain live, I will tell you what to do." Soon, the barrier of thunder surrounding Zoro disappeared without a trace. At this moment, Zoro had straightened his body again, his feet firmly on the ground, and a cold aura emanated from his body. Zoro's face was expressionless as he adopted the classic three-sword style stance. He was also extremely silent. He slowly raised his head and looked in the direction of Luffy. At this time, Luffy continued to tirelessly launch round after round of attacks at Teach. However, he didn't understand Haki yet, and in Teach's eyes, he was just a monkey being played with. Teach dodged Luffy's attacks slowly, occasionally bumping fists with Luffy. "Teach, stop playing and step back." Thor's calm voice sounded in the air. Teach turned his head when he heard Thor's words, and his eyes met Zoro who was walking towards him. Teach seemed to understand Thor's intention instantly and couldn't help but laugh at Luffy. "Ha ha ha ha, it seems like Brother Thor has found a different way to play. Get out of my way. Rubber pistol." Luffy roared angrily, and took advantage of Teach's distraction to punch him. Facing Luffy's attack, Teach's figure flashed and retreated in an instant. Just when Luffy thought that his punch would miss again, a familiar figure appeared before him. I saw two knives crossed in the air to form an X shape, firmly blocking Luffy's fist. Seeing this scene, Luffy's brain seemed to stop working instantly and he was completely stunned. He looked at Zoro standing in front of him in disbelief, his mouth trembling slightly. Zoro, what are you doing? Zoro slowly raised his head to look at Luffy, and said in a cold voice, to survive. Captain. Chapter 50. Hearing Zoro's words, Luffy stood there in a daze for a moment before speaking incoherently. Zoro, Nami, Sanji, they're all dead, and you actually tried to stop me. Zoro looked at Luffy's distraught appearance, and felt a sharp pain in his heart. He suppressed his grief and said in an extremely low voice. Luffy, you look so strange to me right now. He paused, a look of determination flashing in his eyes, and then he continued, don't you understand? The enemy's strength is far inferior to ours. They said. Between the two of us, only one can survive. Zoro's voice gradually rose, turning from a deep rumble into a roar, so, please die, Luffy. Two swords style, eagle wave. In an instant, the air pressure generated by the two swords in Zoro's hands gathered into a powerful shock wave, attacking Luffy's chest directly. Luffy, however, had no intention of dodging and just stood there, allowing Zoro's attack to hit him solidly. Swish! A striking X-shaped wound appeared on Luffy's chest, and blood splattered out instantly. Luffy flew backwards like a kite with a broken string and fell heavily to the ground. He stared blankly at the sky, muttering, Zoro. You must have your reasons, right? Zoro slowly walked towards Luffy, his eyes full of reluctance and determination. He did not answer Luffy's question, but said in a trembling voice. Luffy. Actually, you know, joining your pirates group, makes me very disappointed. A greedy navigator, a lecherous cook, a cowardly sniper, and a weak doctor. And what about your so-called archaeologists and musicians? Do you think such a team can achieve anything great? Your so-called pirate king, that's just a joke, it's totally unrealistic. Look at your current state. All your companions are dead, but you don't even have the desire to fight. I really don't understand how someone like you can be a captain. Tell me, Luffy. As soon as he finished speaking, Zoro was already next to Luffy and kicked Luffy hard in the ribs. Bang! Luffy's body kept rolling uncontrollably. It rolled all the way to the bodies of Chopper and Nami before slowly coming to a stop, his straw hat still covering Chopper's face. Zoro didn't stop with his vicious words and continued, look at Chopper and Nami in front of you. This useless doctor and useless navigator, they have no fighting power at all and are a complete burden on the ship. What's the use of them, Luffy? If I were to ask you, these people shouldn't even be on the ship. As he spoke, he launched another fierce slash towards Luffy. But this time Luffy seemed to be suddenly awakened, suddenly stood up, and quickly dodged Zoro's attack. He slowly bent down, picked up the straw hat from Chopper's face, put it on his own head, and said in a low voice. Zoro, I won't let you say that about them. Luffy's voice gradually turned into a roar, apologize to them. In an instant, Luffy's fist swung towards Zoro like a cannonball. Bang! Still blocked by Zoro's two crossed swords. Zoro looked at Luffy's angry face and continued to provoke, apologize to them? Is there anything wrong with what I said? Now you're asking me to apologize to two dead bodies. I'm sorry, I can't do it. Damn Zoro! Luffy's anger completely erupted when he heard Zoro's words. Dazzling fists kept hitting Zoro, apologize to them. Bang! 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 Zoro continued to defend against Luffy's attacks while still complaining. How can I possibly apologize to a bunch of losers, Monkey D. Luffy? Luffy couldn't believe that these words actually came out of Zoro's mouth. A-hole! They're not useless. They're partners. Rubber machine gun! Luffy roared, and fired a barrage of rubber pistol shots at Zoro. "Is your attack so weak, you piece of shit?" Zoro roared, dodging Luffy's blows with a flick of his body. Three swords style, tornado. In an instant, the powerful sword pressure formed a tornado that suddenly rose from Luffy's feet and blew Luffy directly into the air. However, Luffy in the air did not receive any damage. Instead, his feet stretched further and further towards the sky, and finally fell towards Zoro with a huge impact force. Rubber volcano. Seeing this, Zoro quickly put away the two swords, leaving only the Wado Ikimonji on his hand. Just as Luffy's attack was about to arrive, something completely unexpected happened to Luffy. Zoro suddenly pointed the blade at his chest. Luffy wanted to retract the attack, but it was too late. Bang! Puff! Luffy's feet hit Zoro's hands, and the Wado Ikimonji instantly sank into Zoro's chest. Luffy hurried to Zoro, his hands shaking, and said in a tearful voice, "Zoro, why did you do this? Why didn't you just hide?" He was in a panic and had no idea what to do at the moment. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of Zoro's mouth. He shook his head at Luffy with his last bit of strength and said weakly, "Luffy, listen to me." Luffy instantly fixed his gaze on Zoro's face and said tremblingly, "You said, Zoro, you said." At this moment, Zoro could no longer hold back his tears, and he said weakly, "I'm sorry. Luffy. I'm sorry to everyone. Luffy, you must live well. Do you understand, Luffy?" However, Luffy seemed not to have heard Zoro's words and continued to mutter to himself. "Zoro, you're not going to die, are you? You're not going to leave me, are you? It's fake, it's all fake, everything you said just now is fake. Luffy." Zoro roared with the last bit of his strength. "Promise me, to live. Okay. Okay, okay. I promise you, Zoro. I'll promise you anything. You won't die, right?" Luffy pressed his hands on Zoro's chest, trying to stop the bleeding, but the blood would not stop and continued to flow out. "Zoro, Zoro, you won't die, right? You haven't even become the world's greatest swordsman yet, how could you possibly die?" However, Luffy could no longer hear Zoro's answer because Zoro had completely closed his eyes. Luffy raised his head, and the moment he saw Zoro's face, his pupils suddenly contracted. "It's fake, it's all fake, this is just a dream, right?" Luffy kept repeating this sentence, and then, as if he had received a severe shock, he completely lost consciousness and fell to the ground. Chapter 51. Why, are you moved by them? Thor looked at Enel and the others who seemed to be touched by the scene before them, and couldn't help but ask. "Lord Thor, this swordsman named Zoro, is a real man?" Enel said with emotion. "That's right, Lord Thor, this Zoro deserves our respect." Weber also nodded and echoed. However, Teach had a completely different opinion. He suddenly burst into laughter, "Ha ha ha ha. But why would he follow such a stupid captain? He's an idiot too. What a crap captain. He keeps saying he wants to be the king of pirates, but all he does is cause trouble. He's just a crazy guy." Then Teach looked at Thor and continued, "Brother Thor, this Luffy, is he the monkey D. Luffy? Is that the younger brother Ace always mentions?" Thor nodded slightly after hearing Teach's words, and then saw Teach slowly walking towards Luffy. When he reached Luffy, Teach suddenly made a move, grabbed Luffy's head, and was about to smash it to the ground, obviously intending to end Luffy's life directly. "Wait, Teach." Just then Thor's voice sounded. Teach looked puzzled. He slowly raised his head, looked at Thor, and asked, "What's wrong, brother Thor? Do you really want to spare his life?" Thor shook his head slowly and said calmly, "Cut off his right arm first. I have something to tell you." Teach grinned and laughed in response, "Ha ha ha ha, I'll listen to you, brother Thor." As soon as he finished speaking, Teach drew the knife from his waist without hesitation, and then swung his arm, and the knife slashed towards Luffy's right arm. Swish! The sharp knife instantly cut off Luffy's right arm neatly from the shoulder. In an instant, a fountain of blood gushed out, splashing Teach all over. Just when Luffy was about to wake up from his coma due to the pain, there was a muffled bang. Teach swung his knife without hesitation, accurately slashing Luffy's neck and knocking him out completely again. Then, arcs of electricity kept flashing and jumping on the knife in Teach's hand, but in the blink of an eye, the knife was burned red. Stop the bleeding! Thor's voice sounded again. Hearing Thor's order, Teach didn't hesitate at all and neatly wiped the red-hot knife along the wound of Luffy's broken arm. Sizzle! Sizzle! Accompanied by a sharp sound, black smoke instantly emerged from the wound, and the pungent smell of burnt flesh filled the air. The intense pain made the unconscious Luffy's body react again and he began to twitch slightly. Seeing this, Teach was quick to strike with another knife, leaving Luffy no chance to wake up. Not long after, the blood stopped flowing from the wound on Luffy's completely broken right arm, and the wound was completely burnt, turning a charred black color. Teach grabbed Luffy's hair and dragged him like a dead pig. He walked to Thor and stopped and asked, "What did you want to say just now, brother Thor?" Thor spoke slowly, "Ace of the Whitebeard pirates went out to sea to capture you, you know." Teach nodded and said nonchalantly, "Of course I know, but with his strength, it's not enough." Thor suddenly smiled and continued, "It's just that he's not strong enough." Then Thor's eyes turned serious. "Teach, I need you to do something for me." Teach said kind without hesitation, "You say, brother Thor, just give me your orders." Thor spoke up, "After we leave Sky Island, I want you to take the initiative to find Ace. Capture him and hand him over to the world government, and use this to secure a position as a Shishibukai for yourself." What would the world government do if they knew he was Roger's child? When Teach heard Thor's words, he froze instantly, his face full of disbelief, and he confirmed again. "Brother Thor, did you just say Ace is Roger's bloodline?" After receiving Thor's affirmative answer, Teach took a deep breath and tried to calm the waves in his heart. Then he slowly said, "If that's the case, it would be interesting." Teach couldn't help but laugh out loud again as he said this. "Ha ha ha! First of all, the world government will definitely fulfill my request to become a Shishibukai in order to get Ace. Then the world government will most likely have Marine publicly execute Ace and reveal his identity to the public. Ace's execution is extremely important to the world government and the Marines. After all, he's Roger's blood, and he's a pirate. Everything is as it should be." Teach paused, a gleam in his eyes, and continued to analyze, "But in this case, Dad and the others will definitely not sit idly by and will definitely come to rescue Ace. By then, a war of the century will surely break out between the Marines and the Whitebeard pirates." Thor nodded slightly and said affirmatively, "Yes, what I want is this war. As for when this war breaks out, it depends on when you can capture Ace." Thor paused, kicked Luffy in the face with his toes, and then changed the subject, "Also, aren't you wondering why you don't kill this guy now? You know, the hero in Marine, Vice Admiral Garp, is his grandfather." Thor narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing an unreadable look in his eyes, and then said, "Tell me, when Luffy learned his brother was about to be executed, would he go to rescue him? And if Luffy lost his life in that war, how would Garp react?" Hearing Thor's words, Teach fell into a brief silence. He lowered his head in thought for a moment, then suddenly raised his head and laughed out loud. "Ha ha ha! I didn't expect this guy to have such an extraordinary background." After laughing, Teach looked at Thor with burning eyes and said, "Brother Thor, I understand what you mean. You want to wait until then, and if Garp loses his composure and does something wrong, you can take the opportunity to get rid of him as well, right?" Thor did not respond directly, but raised the corners of his mouth slightly and said meaningfully, you will know when the time comes, teach. At this time, Weber and Enel were listening to the conversation between Thor and Teach, and they felt dizzy. They didn't have a deep understanding of the forces beneath Sky Island, nor could they hear much of the profound meaning behind it. Just as the two were discussing what a man Zoro was, Thor called them. Enel, Weber, come here. Thor's voice came. Enel and the other two immediately stepped forward upon hearing this and asked in unison, "What's wrong, Boss Thor?" Thor glanced around the ring, looked at the blood on the ground with a disgusted expression, and said slowly. "I'll give you two some tasks, Weber. You're responsible for disposing of their bodies. Since you admire Zoro so much, then bury him properly. As for the others, you can do whatever you want." Chapter 52. After hearing Thor's words, Weber nodded to show that he understood. Enel craned his neck and asked, "What about me, Boss Thor?" Thor's mouth curled up slightly with a hint of smirk. "Enel, I know you are always the most reliable, and your mission is the most important." When Enel heard this, he couldn't help but puff out his chest and looked at Weber and Teach proudly. However, Thor's next words caught him off guard. "I need you to clean this place up, as spotlessly clean as the Golden Scale ship." Suddenly, Weber and Teach could no longer hold back and burst into laughter, mocking loudly. Enel. Enel was still not giving up and said, "Boss Thor, I can just ask someone else to clean it up. I guarantee it will be spotless too." However, what responded to him was something Enel was very familiar with, Thor's fist that represented care. Bang! Thor knocked Enel to the ground with one punch. "Hey, Boss Thor, what are you doing?" Before Enel could finish his words, Thor slapped him in the face repeatedly. While beating him, Thor said angrily, "Didn't they say your haki training was very good? Don't you think you're strong? You still have the nerve to get your armament haki pierced by someone who doesn't even know haki. Now you want others to do the work. How dare you? If I see bloodline here again before dark, I'll train you alone tonight." Snap! 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 Enel held his head with both hands, struggling constantly, and screaming, "It hurts, Boss Thor. Don't hit me in the face. I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I'm wrong. I'll take care of it, I'll take care of it now. Stop it now." Seeing this, Weber and Teach hurried away. Weber went to deal with the body, while Teach, with blood all over his face, dragged Luffy away. Both of them were thinking secretly in their hearts. Weber thought that if he couldn't defend against Enel's armament color, then he would definitely be in trouble. Fortunately, he didn't choose me as his opponent at that time, otherwise I would be the one getting beaten now. Teach thinks, not necessarily, you have to try it to know. The next day, a ship plummeted from the sky over Gaia Island. At that time, Gaia Island was dead silent and deserted, so naturally no one witnessed this scene. Boom! With a loud bang, the ship crashed heavily into the sea, stirring up waves several feet high. It was the Mary. It completely disintegrated under the violent impact, turning into countless broken wooden boards floating on the sea. At the moment the Mary disintegrated, Luffy's figure was suddenly thrown upwards by the powerful impact. When it fell again, it landed heavily on a broken wooden board. The board could not bear the weight and was instantly cracked by Luffy's impact. Just as Luffy was about to sink into the bottomless sea, pieces of wood seemed to be driven by some mysterious force and floated to his side. Luffy endured the severe pain in his body, struggled to grab the wooden board with his only remaining left hand, and struggled to move his body up. Luffy, soaked to the skin, lay powerlessly on the wooden board, staring blankly at the sky, completely lost in thought. At this moment, an ethereal voice sounded softly in his ears. "Luffy, everyone. I'm sorry, I wanted to take you further, but it seems Mary's voyage can only go so far. It was a great time to spend with you all, thank you." Luffy didn't know where the sound came from, but a strong intuition deep in his heart told him that it was the sound of the Mary. He still stared blankly at the sky, his left hand subconsciously stroking the broken part of his shoulder. Then he slowly and weakly covered his face with the completely wet straw hat, and tears flowed uncontrollably and kept sliding down his cheeks. Everyone. I'm useless. Mary. I'm useless. I'm sorry. Luffy's voice was intermittent, full of self-blame and grief. The once iconic bright smile was now completely gone from his face. He just let the wooden plank beneath him drift aimlessly with the waves, losing all direction and feeling uncertain about the future. At this time, on Sky Island's Angel Beach, the huge and dazzling Jinlin was slowly floating on the white sea as white as cotton. In front of the ship, countless Sky Island residents gathered, knowing that their god was about to leave again. But this time it was no longer a silent farewell, because Thor said that he would come back often. On the spacious and empty deck of the Golden Scale, Thor, Teach, Enel, Weber and Ganfowl stood there. Thor turned around, looked at Weber and Ganfowl gently, and then said, "Sky Island will be jointly managed by the two of you. There is no need to close it off anymore. After all, very few people can reach it. Produce more shellfish with various functions, especially those with strong power. You know, you can't find these rare things anywhere else. They can be sold for a good price, which will also make the lives of the residents better. As for the sales channels, you don't need to worry about it. I will arrange for professionals to handle it." Weber and Ganfowl listened carefully and nodded, their eyes revealing a bit of reluctance to leave Thor. Thor couldn't help but chuckle at this and jokingly said, "Why are you all like this? It's not like I won't be back, really." At this moment, Enel's voice sounded anxiously, "What about me, Boss Thor, don't you have anything to tell me?" Thor turned to look at Enel, shook his head slightly, and said, "You don't have anything special to say." After Thor finished speaking, he waved his hand, and Weber and Ganfowl understood what he meant and turned around and walked off the Golden Scale ship. Seeing that Thor had no explanation to him, Enel looked disappointed and prepared to get off the boat as well. But just as he was about to go down, the Golden Scale ship slowly floated up and began to set off. Enel turned around suddenly and shouted, "Boss Thor, I haven't gotten off the boat yet. Wait a moment." However, no matter how he shouted, the Golden Scale ship showed no intention of stopping. It continued to move forward steadily and slowly left Sky Island. The residents of Sky Island waved goodbye to the Golden Scale ship, their eyes full of nostalgia. After all, the wonderful life they have now was brought to them by Thor. In this atmosphere of farewell, faint screams could be heard from the Golden Scale ship. I got it, Boss Thor, stop fighting, I'll leave with you." A moment later, Enel's head was covered with swellings and his eyes were black and blue, and he looked extremely miserable. But even so, he did not rest. Instead, with his arms covered in armament haki, he kept hitting various training equipment in the training area. But there was no trace of willingness in his eyes, only helplessness and grievance. Because according to Thor, after being beaten, the blood in the body will flow more smoothly and the training effect will be better. In the exclusive rest area on the deck, there are naturally many matching lounge chairs. Thor slowly walked to a lounge chair and lay down lazily. After seeing this, Teach quickly lay down on the recliner next to him, looking very happy. Even though he had seen the Golden Scale ship so many times in the past few days, Teach couldn't help but sigh. The Golden Scale ship. The last time I saw it was from afar on my father's ship. That one glimpse was unforgettable. After saying that, Teach looked at Thor curiously and asked, "Brother Thor, if we sell the Golden Scale ship, how much Baileys can we get based on the price of gold alone?" As soon as the words came out of his mouth, Teach noticed the slightly teasing look Thor gave him. Teach smiled awkwardly, raised his hand and slapped himself lightly on the mouth, then said with a smile, "Hee, I was just kidding, Brother Thor." At this time, Thor spoke slowly, "Teach, it seems that you feel that you are very strong now and don't need training, Right. Teach immediately understood what he meant and quickly stood up to go to the training area. But he had just taken a few steps when he was stopped by Thor. He turned and walked up to Thor and asked curiously, "What's wrong, brother Thor?" Thor said slowly, "I've thought about it. You should accompany me to East Blue first, and then we can go catch Ace. There's a pretty good devil fruit over at East Blue, but the current owner is a bit useless." Teach nodded without hesitation and said, "I'll do as you say, brother Thor." After saying that, he walked towards the training area. At this moment, Thor's lazy voice came from behind him. "Go spar with Enel. How hard you hit him, depends on your mood." Teach laughed excitedly after hearing this, "Ha ha ha ha, all right, brother Thor." After saying that, he strode towards Enel. Enel, who was still concentrating on training at this time, looked up inadvertently and saw Teach walking towards him with a smile on his face. Seeing the malicious expression on Teach's face, Enel felt a strong sense of unease and foreboding. Chapter 53. Red Line, Holy Land Marie Joyce. At this moment, the 5 elders were sitting around a long table. A moment later, a CP member in a white uniform walked in respectfully with a stack of information in his hand. The bald topman Voculi Saint was the first to speak to CP and ask, "How many days has it been since Blaze Thor walked out of Impel Down?" The CP member flipped through the documents in his hand and replied in a steady and respectful voice, "Saint Sama Voculi, it has been 29 days. On the first day, I went to Naval Headquarters. On the second day, I went to an uninhabited island with Sakazuki and others and fought. That was the day I couldn't contact him. On the 5th day, we arrived at New World G5 Marine, and then headed to Big Mom's territory with Derek Rose. We had a battle with Charlotte Linlin on the 9th day, and returned to Naval Headquarters on the 16th day." CP members stated the contents of the document in an orderly manner. It was not difficult to see that this document recorded Blaze Thor's every move in detail. On the 24th day, our people discovered that all the pirates on Gaia Island had been wiped out. Based on the battle marks on the island, it's speculated that Blaze Thor's Thunder Fruit was responsible. But when the CP arrived, there was no sign of Blaze Thor. He had already left Gaia Island by then. There has been no trace of Blaze Thor since then, until today, which is the 29th day. After the CP member finished his report, Saint Voculi raised his hand slightly and waved at him, signaling him to leave. The CP members bowed respectfully to everyone, then left the meeting room lightly and quietly. Saint Voculi slowly cast his gaze towards his 4 companions, his tone filled with a hint of helplessness and ridicule. "It seems Blaze Thor is really patient. Even though the time is almost up, he still hasn't taken his time and hasn't come to us for the antidote." Satan Saint frowned slightly and said slowly, "After all, he is the owner of Thunder Fruit. With his speed, no matter where he is, he can get here in no time if he just keeps going as fast as he can." As he spoke, Saint Satan's expression suddenly became a little strange, and he said hesitantly, "Could it be, that he forgot about this?" Meiza Sheng snorted disdainfully and said coldly, "If he can even forget such a life-threatening matter, then his death is his own fault. If he still hasn't arrived tomorrow, we can send someone to contact him. Even if the drug takes effect, he's strong enough to make it here." At this moment, the golden-scaled ship that Thor and the other 2 were riding on was landing near an island in East Blue at lightning speed. Many people on the island noticed something strange in the sky and looked up, only to see a black spot in the sky slowly getting bigger. Someone, with a puzzled look on his face, tugged at the sleeve of the person next to him and asked, "Brother, look up in the sky, what is that?" Soon, the black spot burst into a dazzling light, and everyone could instantly see the golden color. In an instant, the whole island was boiling. "Brother, could it be gold?" the man just now said in a trembling voice, his eyes full of disbelief. "Ha ha ha, that's gold. Quick, get to the shore. Look where it's falling." In a flash, everyone on the island rushed towards the shore like a tide. Look, that looks like a ship. A ship made entirely of gold. A sharp-eyed resident couldn't help but shout after seeing its appearance. Oh my god, if it's a boat, how could it be made of pure gold? It must be just painted with a layer of gold paint. Some people expressed doubts about this. Don't worry about whether it's real gold or not, just go over and see why it fell from the sky. If there really is some treasure out there, we won't get anything if we go too late. Someone in the crowd urged anxiously, and everyone's pace became more and more hurried. Boss Thor, slow down. Slow down. I can't stand it anymore. Brother Thor. We don't need to be so hasty. Slow down, slow down. At this moment, the golden scale ship was diving down at an almost crazy speed. The screams of Enel and Teach on the ship rose and fell, but these sounds were instantly swallowed up by the howling wind. All I could see was their mouths opening and closing, and only they could hear their screams at the top of their lungs. The two men's faces were pale, and their hands were desperately grabbing at everything they could reach around them. The two had never experienced such a scene before and were afraid that they would be thrown out at such a crazy speed if they were not careful. When the golden scale ship was only a few hundred meters above the sea surface, bright and dazzling arcs of electricity suddenly burst out from the bottom of the ship. The electric current builds up a high-intensity electric field, and under the action of the electric field, the free electrons inside the gold begin to move in a directed manner. The directional movement of a large number of electrons created a powerful magnetic field surrounding the golden scale ship, which in turn generated a powerful electromagnetic force. The impact of the golden scale ship's fall was slowly offset by the electromagnetic force, and its speed became slower and slower. Finally, it landed smoothly on the sea surface, splashing tiny ripples. Ugh! Enel and Teach both vomited almost at the same time, and the contents of their stomachs poured out. Their faces were extremely pale, as if all the life had been drained from them, and they were still weakly holding onto the objects beside them. Thor glanced at the two of them with disdain and said coldly, "Wait for me here. I'll be back in a day at most." He paused, then added, "Remember, clean up your own vomit." As soon as he finished speaking, Thor didn't care how many onlookers were on the shore of the island at the moment. In a flash of lightning, his figure disappeared. At this moment, the shore of the island was crowded with people. Everyone was stunned by the scene before them, with disbelief written all over their faces. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the golden scale ship, and no one could understand the incredible scene before them. An extremely huge ship can actually slow down steadily in the air without any external assistance. They were also shocked by how huge the ship was, the biggest one they had ever seen, and how golden it was. It really looked like gold. There were pirates with hidden identities mixed in the crowd, their eyes showing both greed and a hint of fear. A young pirate swallowed and said to the captain beside him with a trembling voice, "Captain, should we go rob? We just arrived at this island today, and the robbery hasn't started yet. If there are good things on this ship, we will be rich." The captain glared at him fiercely and shouted mercilessly, "Rob your sister? Are you blind? Don't you see how strange this giant ship is? Maybe it's being controlled by a powerful being who has eaten the secret treasure of the sea. Besides, can we afford to rob someone who owns such a big ship? You don't want to die, Lao Zi still wants to live a few more years. We'll rob the Icelanders after this ship leaves. Retreat." Chapter 54. After saying this, the captain turned around and left without hesitation. Seeing this, the crew members did not dare to say anything more. They followed him closely and quickly disappeared into the crowd. The pirates didn't dare to do anything, and the ordinary residents who were watching naturally didn't dare to do anything either. After watching for a while, they slowly dispersed. But everyone was still talking and discussing this incredible scene. For them, witnessing such a huge golden ship and this incomprehensible scene with their own eyes is enough to brag about for the rest of their lives. At this moment, the golden scale ship was clean and tidy, and the previous mess of vomit had disappeared. Enel and Teach lay comfortably on the lounge chairs, enjoying this moment of leisure. Enel observation Haki sensed that the crowd on the island shore was gradually dispersing. He turned to look at Teach with a look of dissatisfaction on his face, and said with a hint of complaint in his tone, "Is this what you said, that there will definitely be pirates coming to rob you? UBD Teach. You're a complete waste of my time." Teach shrugged helplessly, spread his hands, and explained with a wry smile, "I never expected this to happen. Everyone says the East Blue pirates are weak, but I never thought they were so cowardly. Or maybe there aren't any pirates on this island at all. But that shouldn't be the case." Enel rubbed his still slightly bruised eyes, his face filled with disappointment. "It's all your fault. I got so excited for nothing, and in the end, nothing happened." After saying that, Enel closed his eyes, intending to seize this rare opportunity to start a short vacation life. Otherwise, when Thor comes back, there will be only days of torture. Teach still refused to believe that there were no pirates on this island. He stood up and began to pace, muttering to himself. "It shouldn't be like this. There shouldn't be no pirates. They must be too timid to go to the island and take a look." Then Teach jumped off the golden scale ship and slowly walked towards the island to find the pirates. Red line, Holy Land Marie Joyce. A figure walked slowly towards where the 5 elders were. It was Thor who came from East Blue to get the antidote. "The air here really makes me feel disgusted from the bottom of my heart," Thor murmured in a low voice, his tone full of undisguised disgust, not caring at all whether others could hear it. Soon, he arrived at the building where the 5 elders were. The members of the CP organization did not show any surprise when they saw Thor appear. Instead, he led the way very consciously, and soon arrived at the door of the 5 elders' meeting room. Boom! Boom! The CP member knocked on the door twice until he heard a response from inside, then he slowly opened the door and motioned Thor to enter. "Long time no see, you old guys." As soon as he saw the 5 elders, Thor greeted them casually. Hearing such disrespectful words, the faces of the 5 elders instantly turned as dark as ink. Saint Satan slammed his cane into the floor with a dull thud, and shouted angrily. "Blaze Thor, is this your attitude?" Thor shrugged nonchalantly. "I'm already wholeheartedly working for you now. What else do you want from me?" "What? Just because I'm your lackey means I have to be respectful to you? Or are you planning to withhold the antidote from me if I'm not respectful? That's fine. I'll go back to Impel Down and stay there. What do you think?" After saying that, Thor swaggered to a sofa and sat down. The 5 elders' expressions grew increasingly grim, but they knew in their hearts that they would not turn against Thor over such a matter. After all, having someone as powerful as him who obeys their orders in the marine camp is of great significance to them. Peter Saint's face was serious, and he said in a deep voice, "Blaze Thor, before I give you the antidote, you must first explain one thing clearly. After you defeated Charlotte Linlin, what exactly did you talk to her about?" Thor's face instantly showed a look of astonishment, and he said, "Didn't you ask me to warn Charlotte Linlin? Of course, it's to make the pirates behave themselves. What's going on? Is she becoming restless again?" Saint Maz said coldly, "Blaze Thor, if there is no hidden agreement between you two, why did all the people we placed in her sphere of influence die? Isn't it because you want to say something shameful that you deliberately silenced them?" Thor's expression was even more surprised at this moment. He stretched out his hands and pressed down, signaling the other party to calm down, and said, Wait. Are you all senile? First of all, you were the ones who told me to warn Charlotte Linlin, right? Secondly, do you think I can make her stay quiet just by talking without taking any action? You knew I was going to take action, but you didn't quickly evacuate your people. Why should I keep those pirates still active in her sphere of influence? How can I be a warning if I don't kill them? As he spoke, Thor's expression grew increasingly grim, and his voice became more intense. Or, you think you hold my life in your hands, but you don't trust me, so you're deliberately picking on me to show me your power. As Thor finished speaking, the atmosphere in the entire conference room suddenly became as solemn as if the air was frozen. The 5 elders stared straight at Thor, and Thor stared back at them fearlessly, with an inviolable determination. After a moment, Saint Voculi broke the silence and said, "Blaze Thor, don't tell me, you can't even sense that we are on the island." Thor slowly stood up and walked towards the group with steady steps. His deep voice rang out. "Do you think I would use my observation haki to sense what those ant-like guys are thinking and to figure out which faction they belong to, Saint Voculi? If you didn't evacuate people in time, don't put the blame on others." As he spoke, Thor threw the Admiral cloak over his shoulders, then turned and walked towards the door, leaving behind a sentence. "If you want a servile slave like that, go find someone else. I, Blaze Thor, will not accompany you." Thor had just taken a few steps when he suddenly stopped. He slowly turned his head, glanced at the 5 elders, and said, "Oh, by the way, you don't need to contact me anymore. I still have 1 day left, so I can enjoy myself. Of course, if you think this isn't exciting enough, I wouldn't mind playing with you for a while. How about it?" Chapter 55. However, the only response he received was silence. None of the 5 elders spoke. Thor snorted disdainfully and continued walking towards the door. The 5 elders looked at each other and then shook their heads. Just as Thor was about to step out of the door, the voice of Saint Satan suddenly rang out, "Wait, Blaze Thor." Thor stopped and turned around slowly, with a hint of impatience on his face, and said, "Is there anything else, everyone? Don't think about giving me the antidote again. Then when I ask you to do something, you'll be suspicious of me. Is that fun?" Nasujiro Sei gently turned the katana in his hand, changing the direction of his grip, and said, "All right, Blaze Thor. Let's end this matter here and never talk about it again. What, do you really want to live just 1 more day? If you've made up your mind, we won't stop you." Thor turned around calmly after hearing this, and sat back down on the sofa, saying lightly, "It would definitely be better to be able to move around freely outside, wouldn't you say, Nasujiro Sei?" Seeing this, Nasujiro Sei continued, "From now on, in the Marines, pay more attention to who else is not completely obedient to the world government, and report it promptly." Thor blurted out without hesitation, "Garp, he calls you celestial dragons pigs every day. You know it, but I haven't seen you take any action against him." As soon as Garp was mentioned, the faces of the 5 elders instantly became gloomy and ugly again. They had been patient with Garp for a long time. However, Garp's reputation within the Marine is extremely high. If he were to be eliminated hastily, it would very likely lead to a complete rift between the Marine and the world government. After all, the Marine is an important tool for them to maintain order in the ocean and balance the forces of all parties, so they naturally cannot give it up easily. Thor had a nonchalant expression on his face, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and said with a hint of smile, "Why, you can't find a suitable reason to get rid of him? I can help you think of one, how about that?" Upon hearing this, the 5 elders fell into a brief silence. After a moment, Saint Maz spoke first, asking, "What's the solution?" Thor spoke slowly, "Why, don't you know his grandson is a pirate? Or are you not aware that he has a grandson, Porghast Ace, who is actually Roger's bloodline?" He paused, his eyes sweeping across the faces of the 5 elders, and continued, "If his 2 grandsons, if they both died in a war, what do you think Garp would do? Would he just accept his fate?" When the 5 elders heard that Ace was Roger's son, there was no shock on their faces. It was obvious that the world government had known this information for a long time. Saint Satan frowned slightly and said slowly, Edward Newgate, Whitebeard, will not watch Ace being captured and then executed. Thor couldn't help but shook his head when he heard this, and said calmly, then why did you let me out? Isn't it just to come in handy at this critical moment? Then, leave Newgate to me. Maz Saint slowly shook his head, a worried look on his face. If the New World loses one of the 4 emperors, the situation will only become more chaotic. Thor waved his hands helplessly, a look of disapproval on his face. Is it better for you to let the world know that Roger's son was executed by Marine, or is it better to maintain the status quo? That's something you have to weigh and evaluate for yourself. Anyway, in my opinion, a situation where 3 emperors stand side by side is not unacceptable. Letting the whole world know that Roger's bloodline was executed by the world government and the Marines, how much this will boost your reputation, you know. And, by the way, we can get rid of that Marine hero who keeps calling you pigs. Saint Satan seemed not to want to continue this topic. He waved his hand and said, let's not discuss this matter for now. Then he clapped his hands lightly. A CP member walked into the conference room carrying a black briefcase, first bowed respectfully to the 5 elders, and then walked straight towards Thor. When the suitcase was opened, a syringe filled with green liquid suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Thor calmly stretched out his arm and allowed the CP member to slowly inject the potion into his body without any expression. After the injection, the CP members put away their tools, bowed again, and left quietly. Thor stood up, glanced at the 5 elders, and said, you should know that Roger's son has gone out to sea to capture the traitors of their pirates. Now is the best time to arrest him. If you have any ideas, please let me know. I'll do the dirty work, and I'll also bear the hatred from Newgate, Garp, and others. After all, I'm your running dog now, right? After saying this, Thor no longer cared about the 5 elders' reactions, turned around and strode out of the meeting room. The 5 elders looked at his departing back and remained silent for a while, as if they were all pondering the feasibility of the plan Thor mentioned. After a moment, Saint Satan was the first to break the silence and slowly said, what Blaze Thor said is actually not completely unfeasible. Nasujiro Sei nodded slightly and agreed, indeed, executing Roger's bloodline will indeed be of great help to the reputation of our world government and the Marines. Besides, we can also take the opportunity to get rid of that disobedient hero Garp. Pit Saint also continued, in that case, then send more CP members out to find poor Gas-D Ace as soon as possible. If we really need to make a decision, we can let Blaze Thor do it. Second. However, even if the CP members really found Ace's trace, the 5 elders would not be able to immediately make up their minds to implement this plan. At this time, someone is needed to push things forward. For example, if Teach personally delivers Ace, the fuse, to the hands of the world government, forcing them to make a decision, whether to hand over the living Ace to the world government, or something else. Chapter 56. At night, East Blue, the island where the Golden Scale ship landed. At this time, Teach had already swept away all the Sakura peach pies he could find on the island, and his hands were full of food, which were obviously for Enel. He walked towards the shore humming a tuneless little song. Before he got close, he sensed several sneaky figures moving in the dark. I could faintly hear them discussing something about the Golden Scale ship. Captain, no one has appeared on this ship yet. Shouldn't we take this opportunity to take action? One of the pirates lowered his voice and spoke cautiously to the captain. It was the group of pirates who had been hiding among the Icelanders during the day, and they had just arrived on the island. At first, although everyone coveted the Golden Scale ship, they did not dare to act rashly because they did not know the details. But the Golden Scale ship was silent and looked like an abandoned ship with no one on board, which gradually made their greed grow. The captain frowned and weighed the pros and cons repeatedly in his mind. In the end, his inner desire overcame his reason. He gritted his teeth and made up his mind, then whispered to everyone, "Let's go. Let's go check out the situation. Remember, if anything goes wrong, evacuate immediately. Do you understand?" "Got it." Everyone responded in a low voice, with a hint of nervousness and excitement in their voices. Just as they were about to take a step forward, a loud and arrogant laugh suddenly broke the silence of the night. "Ha ha ha ha! I was wondering why there weren't pirates planning to take this ship." "Who?" Everyone became alert instantly and turned around quickly, only to see Teach carrying food slowly walking towards them. "Who are you?" the captain asked sternly with a serious face. However, the only response they got was a series of crisp gunshots, bang, bang, bang. In just a blink of an eye, these pirates fell to the ground, losing their breath. At this moment, Annihil's angry roar came from the golden scale ship. "Teach! You ruined my plan again!" Teach hurriedly stepped onto the boat and handed the food to Annihil, who was furious. "Ha ha ha ha, Annihil! They're just a few small pirates with low power. What's there to worry about? Once you get to the new world, there will be tons of pirates for you to kill. I'm just worried you won't be strong enough." Annihil reluctantly took the food, still complaining, "It better be this way." Just as the two were about to say something, a flash of lightning suddenly appeared between them, and in the blink of an eye, Thor's figure slowly appeared. "You don't have to wait until the new world. There are plenty of pirates for you to kill tonight," Thor said calmly. Teach's eyes lit up and he asked excitedly, "Brother Thor, who on earth is it that's so mysterious?" Annihil quickly swallowed the food in his mouth, patted his chest, and then asked, "Yes, Boss Thor, who is it?" Thor uttered a few words lightly, "Golden Lion Shiki." "Ha ha ha ha, that's really an incredible person. But what is a big shot like him doing in East Blue?" Teach asked with a puzzled look on his face. Thor scoffed and said disdainfully, "He's daydreaming in East Blue." Annihil looked confused and asked, "Golden Lion Shiki? Who is that?" Thor turned his gaze to Teach and said slowly, "Teach, I have a task for you. Tell Annihil about the Four Seas, Grand Line, New World and all the other forces. Let him understand." Teach nodded and agreed readily, "Okay, Brother Thor." As soon as he finished speaking, Teach snatched the food from Annihil's hand and said, "Stop eating, a hole. Class is in session." Immediately afterwards, electric arcs flashed again at the bottom of the golden scale ship, emitting a loud buzz. In an instant, ripples appeared on the sea surface, and the golden scale ship slowly rose into the air and disappeared into the night. See Circle Calendar 1500, 20 years ago, Golden Lion Shiki cut off his legs that were bound by sea stone shackles in order to escape Impel Down. He successfully broke through the numerous defenses of Impel Down and became the first prisoner to successfully escape from this prison known as the Iron Wall. After that, he used the famous swords Sakura Ten and Moku as prosthetic limbs to replace his own feet. After escaping Impel Down, Shiki went to an island called Vilmiu in East Blue. He discovered that many animals on the island had become extremely ferocious and aggressive after eating plants containing IQ ingredients. Realizing the enormous power hidden in these ferocious animals, Shiki couldn't help but have an idea in his mind. Then, using the power of the fruit, it uprooted the entire island and slowly rose into the sky. Make it a floating island floating in the clouds and name it Strong World. For the next 20 years, Shiki disappeared from the face of the earth, hiding his tracks and lying low on this floating island. Together with his trusted deputy Dr. Indigo, he devoted himself to the study of IQ. During these long years, Shiki never forgot his hatred for the world government and planned his comeback day and night. The plan is to one day release all these ferocious animals, which have been bred and researched to become more powerful, into East Blue. Let them stir up bloody storms and wreak havoc in this sea area, in order to show the world government their determination for revenge. At this moment, the floating island Strong World, formerly Vermeulen Island, is floating above East Blue. In a building on the floating island, the lights were on and more than 50 figures gathered together. Everyone had different expressions, but all of them were filled with anticipation and excitement, quietly waiting for someone to arrive. Soon, a figure floated in front of everyone, wearing orange and yellow striped clothes, which looked particularly eye-catching under the light. His long golden hair fell to the ground like a waterfall, and even his sideburns and beard were golden. With a ship's rudder stuck on his head and 2 gleaming blades supporting his body instead of his feet, it was the Golden Lion Shiki. Captain of the Flying Pirates, Admiral of the Golden Lion Pirates Fleet, a legendary pirate who was once as famous as Gold Roger and Whitebeard Edward Newgate. As soon as Shiki appeared, everyone's eyes lit up with enthusiasm, followed by a deafening roar, "Admiral Shiki!" The 50-odd people sitting here are all captains of Shiki's pirates fleet, and each of them has his own power and reputation on the sea. On the floating island, the flying pirates still have nearly 2,000 subordinates, but these subordinates are not eligible to participate in this meeting. Shiki slowly raised his hand and pressed it gently, and the shouts of the crowd stopped instantly. Then, Shiki's deep and magnetic voice rang out in the silent space, "Everyone, after so many years of dormancy and planning, now is finally the time to implement it. 20 days, just 20 days later, we will release all these carefully bred animals into East Blue. Let the world government know that we, the Sky Pirates, are officially back." As soon as he finished speaking, Shiki threw his head back and laughed, "Ha ha ha ha." Shiki's laughter instantly ignited the passion in everyone's hearts, and cheers rang out again like a volcanic eruption. Wave after wave, one after another, "Oh! Long live Admiral Shiki! Long live the Flying Pirates!" Just as the pirates were immersed in the enthusiasm and excitement of their upcoming comeback, something unexpected happened. Boom! 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 The sky above the originally peaceful floating island suddenly changed color, and countless strong thunders rolled and exploded in the clouds. This sudden scene instantly silenced everyone present. Before Shiki could recover from the shock, a voice that was extremely familiar to him echoed amidst the roar of thunder. "Shiki! You owe me your life, it's time to pay it back." Chapter 57. The moment Shiki heard Thor's voice, the smile on his face disappeared instantly, and almost the next second after the smile disappeared, his figure instantly headed outside. "Hey, who on earth is this? How dare they speak to our Admiral Shiki in such a tone?" Someone in the crowd swallowed hard, his Adam's apple rolling, and asked in shock with a noticeable tremor in his voice. "Don't worry about who he is. Hurry up and go out and take a look. You'll find out everything. Didn't you see that the smile on the Admiral's face has disappeared? The person who came must be no ordinary person." Another person urged anxiously, with a hint of uneasiness in his eyes. "Humph, he dares to come to our flying pirates' territory and act wildly. No matter who he is, Master Shiki will never let him off easily. Come on, follow me out." Another person said viciously, taking the lead and rushing out the door. After Shiki left, more than 50 pirates captains in the building followed him and filed out. Some walked in a hurry, some looked nervous, and some had a solemn look on their faces. When they rushed out of the building and looked up at the sky above the floating island, everyone's eyes widened instantly, with expressions of disbelief written on their faces. I saw an extremely huge ship floating steadily in the air. Under the reflection of thunder, the ship looked like a golden aerial fortress. What kind of ship is this? Such a big ship, yet it's made entirely of gold. Someone was so shocked that his mouth couldn't close, and his voice was full of amazement. Why can they also float in the air? Could it be that there is someone on the other side who has the ability to make objects float? Another person frowned and said in confusion. Nonsense. Shiki-sama's devil fruit ability is unique. How could someone else have the same ability as him? Someone immediately retorted, with a hint of blind admiration for Shiki in their tone. Stop arguing, stop arguing. Master Shiki has already met up with the other party, let's see if they'll start a fight. Someone anxiously stopped the quarrel and stared at the two people confronting each other in mid-air. Hurry up, gather all our men here. If a fight really breaks out, we can't just stand here and watch. Someone shouted loudly, and everyone nodded. Then they took out their den mushi and started calling their subordinates to come over quickly. Even if no one called out, everyone would have already come here. No one could miss the scene of flashing thunder and the huge golden ship in the sky. Blaze Thor, 20 years have passed, and you still look the same as you did back then. Shiki hovered in front of the golden scale ship, his eyes fixed on Thor's face, and spoke slowly with a hint of emotion in his tone. Then he took a deep drag on his cigar, and the thick smoke came out of his mouth and swirled in the air. He looked at the golden scale ship that once terrorized the sea and continued, the golden scale ship, no matter how many times I see it, it's still very hacky. As soon as he finished speaking, Shiki paused, his originally relaxed expression suddenly turned serious as he stared at Thor and questioned, but Thor, what did you just say? You want my life? Thor took a step forward and stepped firmly onto the dragon head of the golden scale ship. He said calmly, that's right Shiki. I didn't kill you back then, so I was waiting for this day. Instantly, a crazy look appeared on Shiki's face, and he threw his head back and laughed loudly. The laughter was deafening and echoed over the floating island. Ha 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 ha. Stop kidding, Thor. You're as crazy as my former Captain Rocks. Then he roared angrily, why do you want to be a running dog of the world government? Shiki said as he opened his arms, a proud look on his face, and said loudly. Look and feel the ferocious animals of my island. Thor, come with me and turn the world upside down, how about it? As long as we join forces, we can throw all these guys into Marie Joy's, ha 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 ha. Pucci Thor looked at Shiki's excited look and couldn't help but sneer, his eyes full of disdain. Blaze Thor, what do you mean? Shiki's face suddenly darkened. What do you mean? I mean you daydream too much, Shiki. Thor retorted mercilessly. Turning the world upside down? With your old bones, who even lost their legs? Just because of the animals on the island? Or because of the bunch of losers under your command? Shiki, have you fallen to this point now? Shiki listened to Thor's ridicule, and a crazy smile appeared on his face again, ha ha ha. Thor. Then, his expression became extremely serious, and he asked in a deep voice, did the world government send you to arrest me? Thor shook his head slightly and said calmly, no, I just simply want your life. After hearing Thor's words, Shiki burst into laughter again, ha 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 ha. Thor, then come on and give it a try. Laozi is the golden lion Shiki. As soon as he finished speaking, a strong and domineering conqueror's haki surged out of Shiki's body, like a roaring beast, crushing towards Thor. You were the golden lion back then, but now, perhaps the name kitten suits you better, Shiki. Thor smiled coldly, and instantly, a conqueror's haki that was several times stronger than Shiki suddenly burst out and pressed forward like a tidal wave. Boom! The two conquerors' haki collided violently in mid-air, making a deafening sound. Nearly 2,000 pirates who had hurriedly arrived from under the golden scale ship were unsurprisingly knocked unconscious by the powerful conqueror's haki. Damn it! I think I know who that person is. It's Marine Admiral Blaze Thor from 21 years ago. Among the dozens of pirate captains who were struggling to resist Conqueror's haki and had not yet fallen unconscious, someone spoke in a trembling voice. Look! Admiral Shiki's Conqueror's haki is completely suppressed by the opponent. Someone else raised his head and said with difficulty. Shiki felt the haki crushing him and suddenly spat out the cigar in his mouth. Then he stared at Thor fiercely and said, if you want to kill me, then come and try it, Thor. In an instant, the Conqueror's haki on the two men dissipated instantly, and Shiki swung his right leg violently, sweeping towards Thor with a sharp sound of breaking through the air. Lion Thousand Slice Valley. Chapter 58. As Shiki growled, several powerful slash waves burst out from his two swords and flew towards Thor like lightning. Wherever the slash wave passed, there was a sharp whistling sound, as if even the air was torn apart. Thor stood there, watching Shiki's attack calmly. He slowly raised his right hand and gently placed it on the hilt of the judgment blade, his fingertips lightly stroking the lines on the hilt. A faint smile flashed across his face, as if he wasn't bothered by Shiki's attack. "Shiki, it seems you don't seem to remember much about my swordsmanship," Thor murmured softly, a hint of amusement and sarcasm in his voice. "Rakery." As Thor finished speaking, judgment was unsheathed in an instant, and a dazzling cold light flashed on the blade. Then, a flying slash with countless lightning bolts burst out from the blade and hit Shiki's sword energy slash wave. The two attacks met in mid-air, erupting in a deafening roar. Shiki's sword energy slash wave was like a fragile piece of paper in front of Thor's rakery and was ruthlessly destroyed in an instant. The power of thunder and lightning raged in the air, completely swallowing Shiki's slash wave. In the blink of an eye, Thor's slash had reached Shiki's chest. Shiki's pupils suddenly contracted and he tried to dodge, but it was too late. Swish! There was a sound of flesh being torn, and Shiki's figure flew backwards instantly. A wound appeared on his chest, running from his lower left abdomen to his right shoulder. The flesh at the wound turned black due to the burning of lightning, and no blood flowed out. Shiki quickly stabilized his body with the help of Lion Fruit's ability. He looked down at his body, and the shocking wound made him feel a chill in his heart. He looked up at Thor and said solemnly, "It seems that I have indeed grown old, or rather, you are stronger than you were back then, Thor." There was a hint of reluctance and anger in Shiki's voice. He took a deep breath and raised his hands suddenly. The ground shook with his movement. Lion Majesty Earth Coiling. As soon as Shiki finished speaking, he used the power of Lion Fruit to lift the ground of the floating island. He didn't care whether any of his subordinates were involved. The ground quickly changed in the air, transforming into several huge lion heads, pouncing towards Thor with fangs and claws. Thor frowned slightly, a hint of displeasure flashed in his eyes, and he said softly, "Hey! Shiki, I don't like this mud dirtying my boat." Judgment, slash. As Thor's voice fell, countless flying slashes flew out like raindrops. The lion shapes formed by the ground were instantly cut into countless large and small squares. Then they fell to the ground one after another, without a trace of dust staining the golden scale ship behind Thor. Shiki's expression grew more serious as he watched Thor deflect his attack so easily. He vaguely felt that Thor's strength seemed to be stronger than more than 20 years ago. "Hurry! Run! Don't get caught up in their fight!" shouted the pirates' captains who had not been stunned by Conqueror's haki. At this moment, everyone turned around and fled desperately to the rear, fearing that they would be involved in this horrific battle. "Ha ha ha, run? Where can you run to, everyone?" Teach's voice suddenly sounded, with a hint of teasing and sarcasm. "Yet! I want to see your strength. How can you run away?" Enel's voice came, his tone full of contempt. At some point, Teach and Enel disappeared from the golden scale ship and appeared in front of everyone, blocking their way. "Assholes, who do you think you are? How dare you block our way? Die!" A pirate's captain roared, brandishing his weapon and charging towards Teach and Enel. In an instant, the pirates' captains attacked Teach and Enel. However, Teach and Enel smiled when they saw this scene. "Shiki, if this is all you are capable of now, I'm afraid you will have to die here today." Thor's eyes were cold and his tone was full of disdain. "Ha ha ha ha! Even if Lao Zi is going to die, I'll make you shed a layer of skin before I die, Thor." Shiki's face was twisted with rage, his eyes bloodshot, and he roared hysterically. In an instant, the area nearly 50 meters from the edge of the floating island shook violently, and the earth was torn apart by an invisible giant hand and cracked madly. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar, huge island plates shattered one after another. Then, these fragments quickly gathered and changed, turning into a giant lion head dozens of times larger than the previous one, pouncing towards Thor with fangs and claws. Lion Majesty govern place earth coiling! Shiki roared, his voice filled with desperate determination. Thor saw this and became increasingly impatient. He said with disdain, "You're so old, and you still like playing in the mud like a child." Razor! As Thor's voice fell, countless violent lightning bolts gathered in the air and quickly formed an extremely huge lightning snake. Lightning flashed all over the body of the lightning snake, and it let out bursts of low roars. It pounced towards the attacking lion head at lightning speed and tightly wrapped it in the blink of an eye. In just a moment, those seemingly majestic lion heads turned into powder under the powerful force of the lightning snake and dissipated in the air. However, Shiki's attack hides a killer move. Countless sharp slash waves appear. It took advantage of the gap when Thor was dealing with the lion's head to cross the Razor's defense line and fly towards the direction of the golden scale ship like a storm. A trace of anger flashed in Thor's eyes, and he swung the judgment, and a slash was swung out instantly. The powerful sword energy slash flew past, shattering all of Shiki's slash wave. Shiki saw that his attack had no effect, and noticed Thor's cold eyes. A strong sense of crisis instantly surged in his heart. He didn't dare to hesitate for a moment and retreated quickly, trying to distance himself from Thor. But Thor was not in a hurry to catch up. He still stood steadily in front of the golden scale ship, slowly moving the judgment in his hand into a stabbing shape. Hold the hilt of the knife tightly with your left hand, and support it firmly behind you with your right hand open. Attacking me might have allowed you to struggle a little longer. But you attacked my golden scale ship, Shiki, you're really tired of living. In an instant, an arc of electricity flashed on the blade of judgment, and then countless arcs of electricity wrapped around judgment like spirit snakes, completely enveloping it. Judgment, Magnetic Blast. Chapter 59. As Thor finished speaking, an extremely strong electromagnetic force suddenly burst out from his palm. Driven by this powerful force, judgment disappeared in an instant and shot towards Shiki at an astonishing speed. At this time, Shiki's figure had retreated far away, but the sense of crisis of death that was following him like a shadow became stronger and stronger. Damn, what is this thing? Shiki turned around in horror and saw a black shadow approaching at an extremely fast speed, about to catch up with him in the blink of an eye. He was horrified and quickly swung out countless slash waves from the Sakura Ten and Deadwood swords on his legs, trying to block Thor's attack. But Shiki knew that this was far from enough. He raised his hands suddenly upwards, and saw countless weapons on the island that he had touched before floating up. Then these weapons rushed towards judgment with extremely fast speed and powerful explosive force, trying to buy him a chance of survival. However, these attacks were like a mantis trying to stop a chariot in front of judgment, and they were unable to stop its advance at all. Judgment arrived next to Shiki in the blink of an eye. Damn it! So fast! Shiki cursed inwardly and instinctively dodged to the right. But the judgment seemed to have its own consciousness and followed Shiki closely. The breath of death once again completely enveloped Shiki. Puff! There was a muffled sound, and the judgment passed through Shiki's back. Before Shiki could react, he looked down and saw a bloody hole piercing his body, just past the edge of his heart. However, this was far from over. Suddenly, a crackling sound of electric arcs came from the entrance of the cave. Immediately afterwards, countless violent arcs of electricity exploded instantly, wreaking havoc in his body. Shiki's body trembled violently, unable to withstand this powerful force. But in just a moment, he foamed at the mouth, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted completely. How could it be, Master Shiki, you were defeated so quickly? The people who were still struggling below saw that Golden Lion was defeated so quickly, their faces were full of disbelief, and they muttered to themselves with trembling voices. At this moment, Annihil's figure quietly appeared behind this man. In an instant, there was a swish sound, and the man felt dizzy and his consciousness became blurred. Then he was shocked to find that his body was slowly rising, as if being pulled by an invisible force. Bang! There was a dull thud, and his head fell heavily to the ground, splashing a cloud of dust, and his life came to an abrupt end. Teach, why are these guys so vulnerable? Annihil turned to look at Teach and asked. At this moment, Teach was holding a person's head in each hand, blood was dripping to the ground, and a bloodthirsty smile appeared on his face. At this point, all 50 or so people who were not unconscious were killed by Annihil and Teach's attacks. Ha ha ha! They're really too weak. I never thought the famous Golden Lion could only rely on these little idiots as his subordinates. Teach threw the head in his hand away and laughed arrogantly. Then the two looked in the direction where Thor and the Golden Lion were fighting in the air, and saw Thor coming towards them. And what he was holding in his hand was the Golden Lion, who was completely unconscious. Judging from his breath, it seemed that he was about to die. Wow, brother Thor is so fast. Teach couldn't help but sigh. Annihil looked puzzled and curled his lips, saying, "This isn't about speed, it's clearly because the opponent is too weak. You boasted to me before about how powerful Golden Lion was, but I think it's just so-so." Teach. Soon, Thor came to the side of Teach and Annihil and slowly landed on the ground. He looked around at the corpses scattered all over the ground, frowned and said, "These people, are they so weak?" Teach nodded and agreed, "Yes, brother Thor, he is indeed very weak." Thor nodded slightly and said, "All right, let's prepare to retreat. Golden Lion is unconscious, and this floating island is about to fall. As for the animals on the island, they definitely wouldn't survive if they fell from such a height." Thor suddenly stopped speaking halfway, and his observation haki was released instantly, covering all the floating islands. He keenly sensed the presence of a living person on the island. "You two, can't you even kill everyone?" Thor frowned and said with a hint of reproach, "Forget it, go back to the golden scale ship and wait for me." After saying that, he threw the body of the Golden Lion towards the two of them, and then disappeared from the spot in a flash. Teach and Annihil looked at each other, and Annihil spoke first, his face full of confusion. "That's impossible. We've already dealt with everyone who showed up here. How could there be someone who slipped through the net?" Teach speculated, "Maybe, he never came here in the first place." "Okay, don't think too much about it, it's just a fish that slipped through the net." As Teach spoke, he lifted the Golden Lion's body, cast moonwalk, and flew towards the golden scale ship floating in the air, with Annihil following closely behind. As soon as the two stepped onto the golden scale ship, the entire floating island composed of several islands began to tremble violently, as if it would collapse at any time. "Hey, Teach, are these islands going to fall down?" Annihil asked when he saw this scene. Teach nodded and said affirmatively, "Yes, these islands are floating in the air because of the power of the Golden Lion fruit. Now that he's unconscious, the island will naturally lose its buoyancy and fall." Half a minute ago, in the building deep within the floating island where thousands of ferocious animals were imprisoned, a figure can be seen standing on the console. It is Golden Lion's deputy Dr. Indigo. Beneath Dr. Indigo's body is a striking red button, which can release the master switch of all the violent animals in the building with one click. In front of him, there were countless small screens densely arranged. Each screen shows images of animals that have become extremely ferocious due to years of consuming plants containing IQ ingredients. On his side was a large screen, which clearly displayed the real-time images of the battle area. From the beginning of the battle, Dr. Indigo has never appeared on the battlefield. He has been staying here and closely watching the development of the situation. Dr. Indigo was looking at the side screen at this moment, his eyes full of shock and disbelief, his body trembling slightly. Even though he had witnessed the Golden Lion's defeat, why was it so quick? Dr. Indigo found it difficult to accept this fact. After all, Golden Lion Shiki is a legendary pirate. How could they be defeated so quickly? Dr. Indigo slowly lowered his head, his eyes falling on the red button beneath him, muttering to himself. Shiki, even though you failed, we can't let all our years of research go to waste. Chapter 60. Dr. Indigo knew very well that once Golden Lion lost consciousness, the floating island would surely fall, and he would not survive. However, in his opinion, his death was nothing, but he couldn't die in vain. He had to die meaningfully. If all the animals were still imprisoned here, they would surely die after the island fell. But if all these violent animals were released, their chances of survival would greatly increase. As long as these animals can cause damage to the world, all his efforts over the years will not be in vain. In Dr. Indigo's eyes, a hint of madness suddenly exploded, completely devouring his rationality. Without hesitation, he reached out and pressed the eye-catching red button beneath him. In an instant, countless noisy sounds intertwined in the building, including the sound of metal colliding, the sound of machinery running, and the growls of animals. Then all the doors where the animals were imprisoned slammed open in unison, and those violent animals that had been imprisoned for years were released at this moment. Their eyes flashed with bloodthirsty red light and deafening roars came from their mouths. Some animals directly knocked over the surrounding obstacles, while others opened their bloody mouths and frantically bit everything in front of them. At this moment, a dazzling arc of electricity flashed beside Dr. Indigo, and Thor's figure suddenly appeared. He stared at Dr. Indigo with cold eyes and said coldly, "It seems that you seem very excited." Ha ha ha. Dr. Indigo was about to laugh out loud in response to Thor's words, but a powerful bolt of lightning instantly engulfed him completely. With a crackling sound, his body was instantly burned to ashes in the electric light, and his life ended. At this moment, Thor clearly felt that the island under his feet began to shake violently, and he knew that the floating island was about to fall. The violent animals that were released were stimulated by the trembling of the island and became even more crazy. They rushed around and bit each other, completely disregarding life and death. Thor sighed helplessly, then disappeared from the spot in a flash. When he reappeared, he was already standing steadily on the golden scale ship. Seeing this, Enel and Teach quickly came behind Thor and looked in the direction Thor was looking. Countless animals rushed out of the buildings that held them like a surging black tide, and rushed madly to every corner of the floating island. The already ferocious animals roared frantically under the stimulation of the violent shaking of the island. Listening to the noisy and harsh sound, everyone felt upset. Just as Enel was about to complain, the floating island that was shaking violently in his sight had completely lost its buoyancy and began to fall. "Boss Thor, don't worry about it. If these violent animals can still survive, ordinary people will be unable to resist them." Enel looked at the chaotic scene in front of him and spoke slowly. "Ha ha ha ha. This is nearly 8,000 meters high. If they fall into the sea like this, it's hard to say how many of them will survive." Teach threw his head back and laughed wildly. His face was full of disdain and coldness, which made him obviously much colder-blooded than Enel. "Just destroy them all," Thor said coldly and left the golden scale ship, floating in the air. Thor, hovering in the air, slowly raised his hands, and the air around him instantly became heavy. Immediately afterwards, countless thunders exploded wildly in the dark night like silver dragons. The dazzling lightning instantly illuminated the surrounding night sky as bright as day, and the roar was deafening. "Wan Li waiting." As Thor finished his words, he swung his hands downwards. The thunder that originally surrounded him, with the power to destroy the world, struck the floating island below and the madly fleeing animals. Boom! 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 A series of deafening explosions rang out one after another, and countless thunders intertwined together, completely covering the falling island and those violent animals. Under the powerful force of thunder, those ferocious animals had no time to react at all. Some were directly hit by the thunder, their bodies exploded instantly, turning into blood mist and dissipating in the night sky. Some were electrocuted to the point of convulsions all over their bodies, their hair standing on end, and they let out shrill screams, and then fell silent. Their roars were completely drowned out by the roar of thunder. The falling island suffered a devastating blow under the bombardment of thunder. The huge rock was blown to pieces, and countless pieces of rubble were ejected, flying around like dense bullets. The entire island was like a giant disassembled toy, gradually falling apart under the ravages of thunder. Teach and Enel stared intently at the shocking scene before them, their mouths opened unconsciously and they swallowed involuntarily. Okay, stop distracting yourself, both of you. It's time to get down to business. Thor landed on the golden scale ship and said to Teach and Enel who were still immersed in it. Hearing Thor's voice, Teach and Enel finally woke up from their dream, nodded, and hurried towards the cabin. Not long after, Teach dragged Golden Lion Shiki out of the cabin, his face showing a hint of tension and concentration. Enel, who followed closely behind, was holding dozens or even hundreds of fruits of various shapes. Then the two of them quickly placed the various fruits next to Shiki. Thor asked, "Shiki shouldn't be dead yet, right?" Teach nodded and said, "Yes, he's not dead yet, but now, it's time to kill him." The moment Chi finished speaking, the knife in Teach's hand suddenly stabbed towards Shiki's heart. Shiki's body suddenly seemed to be struck by a powerful electric current, twitching violently, his limbs shaking constantly, and his facial muscles twisted together. His mouth opened wide, as if he wanted to let out a final roar, but soon, his body gradually stopped twitching and his life force dissipated. Why didn't Thor just kill Shiki? This is because he wanted Teach to extract the devil fruit from Shiki. If the devil fruit host dies for too long, all the energy in the fruit will be separated from the host, and it will be impossible to extract it at that time. At the moment Shiki lost his life, thick black ripples suddenly emanated from Teach's body and quickly spread out. Black ripples surrounded Thor, Enel, Teach, Shiki, and the various fruits placed around them, forming a black circle. Then Teach stretched out his right hand and gently touched Shiki's heart. As he moved, layers of black mist surged out from his hand. The black mist surged and swirled like a living thing, completely enveloping Shiki's body. Chapter 61. Is Teach's devil fruit really so magical that it can extract the devil fruit from other people? Enel couldn't help but ask softly, his eyes full of curiosity and confusion as he turned to look at Thor. Thor did not answer Enel's words, but slowly extended his index finger and placed it to his mouth, signaling him to be quiet. After all, this was Teach's first time actually extracting devil fruit, and no one knew if there would be any accidents, so he didn't dare to take it lightly. At the same time, Thor inserted the observation haki into the body of the golden lion Shiki. He could clearly feel that an inexplicable energy was slowly flowing through Shiki's body. This energy shuttled through Shiki's body like a nimble snake, and finally slowly gathered at Shiki's heart, forming a mysterious vortex. Teach covered Golden Lion's entire body with the dark fruit's power because he was worried that the energy of the devil fruit in Shiki's body would escape from the host. A black energy shield was released where everyone was, just in case, to ensure that the energy would not leak out. As time passed, beads of sweat slowly appeared on Teach's forehead and dripped onto the deck. The black ripples on Shiki's body gradually faded, and finally all gathered in the palm of Teach's right hand. Teach said nothing as he quickly used his fruit ability to attract all the fruits around Shiki, and the fruits flew over Teach's right hand. At this moment, it can be clearly seen that a pineapple-shaped yellow fruit among the fruits seems to react and is shaking slightly. Without hesitation, Teach channeled all the devil fruit energy gathered in his hand into that fruit. The moment the devil fruit's energy was obtained, the fruit seemed to be infused with vitality and began to undergo miraculous changes. Spiral patterns gradually develop on the surface of the fruit. These patterns are delicate, regular, and evenly distributed on the surface, just like the lion fruit of Golden Lion Shiki. Hey! Finally, Teach let out a long breath, and his tense body relaxed. He handed the lion fruit in his hand to Thor, a smile on his face as he laughed, "Ha ha ha! Done, brother Thor." Thor took the devil fruit and shook it gently, a satisfied smile on his face. He praised, "You are worthy of me, Teach." "Damn! Teach, your ability is too unfair." Enel stared at Teach in amazement, his face full of disbelief. "Ha ha ha! Enel, what's up? Do you have the devil fruit you want?" Teach asked with a big laugh. Enel shook his head and said helplessly, "I haven't seen many demon fruit powers yet, so I don't have any particular ones I'm interested in yet." As he was speaking, Thor threw the lion fruit in his hand over, and Enel quickly reached out to catch it. Then he hesitated for a moment and said, "Boss Thor, I feel that this lion fruit doesn't seem very strong. Can I refuse to accept it?" "Damn it, Enel! Lion fruit is a killer weapon for launching aerial wars, how can it not be powerful?" Before Thor could even speak, Teach couldn't help but speak up for lion fruit. "Are you kidding me? Lion fruit isn't powerful? This is simply blasphemy against this fruit. I really think it's just average." Enel responded helplessly. He thought Thor wanted him to eat the devil fruit, but to be honest, he really didn't have much interest in the lion fruit. Thor shook his head and explained, "This is for you to keep this devil fruit. It's for Weber. You, though you're not very strong, your taste is becoming more and more picky." When Enel heard that he was not asked to eat, his attitude changed 180 degrees in an instant. He scratched his head and said with a grin, "Hey, Boss Thor, is there a fruit with super strong attack power like yours, or a fruit with special abilities like Teach?" "Enel, do you think you can get devil fruit so easily?" Teach couldn't help but roar at him. Enel said innocently, "Isn't it? If you like someone's fruit, just kill him and you'll get the devil fruit." Teach was speechless for a moment. He suddenly felt that what Enel said seemed so damn reasonable. Then why did all those years of lurking and scheming to get the dark fruit suddenly seem cheap? Thor saw this and said, "Logia isn't the only one with a powerful devil fruit. Some paramecia fruits are also very special, but the host is too useless to bring out their true power." When Enel heard this, he immediately handed the devil fruit in his hand to Teach, then moved closer to Thor with a flattering look on his face and wanted to rub Thor's shoulders. But he stood on tiptoe and tried for a long time, but still couldn't reach it, so he had to give up. He looked at Thor eagerly and said, "Boss Thor, do you already have a target?" Thor nodded and said, "You will definitely like it when the time comes. If you don't like it, you can change it." "Okay, let's talk about it tomorrow. It's the middle of the night and I'm sleepy," Thor said and walked into the cabin, no longer paying attention to Enel and Teach. Teach put the lion fruit in his hand back into Enel's hand and said with a smile, "Ha ha ha ha, that's enough, Enel. Stop guessing what fruit brother Thor has his eye on. You won't be able to guess anyway. You'll find out when the time comes. Put this lion fruit away quickly." Enel was unhappy when he heard Teach's words and retorted, "Teach, this is the devil fruit I want to eat myself, how can I not think about it? Boss Thor is such a jerk. He keeps everything a secret. It won't hurt to tell us." Crack! Before Enel could finish his words, a bolt of lightning struck down from above his head. In an instant, his entire body turned black, with white smoke coming out of his body. He wasn't seriously injured, but it was a bit insulting. "Ha ha ha! Go on, Enel." Teach saw this and laughed with glee. Enel blew out a puff of smoke from his mouth and roared at Teach, "Bullshit! Laozi is going to sleep." With his face blackened, he held lion fruit in his arms and walked towards the cabin angrily. After taking a few steps, he suddenly stopped and turned to look at Teach. "Hey, Teach, you keep looking towards the training area. What's the matter? You don't still want to go to training, do you?" Teach smiled awkwardly and said, "Haha, training? Who's going to train? You know I don't need to sleep. I'm just watching. As he spoke, Teach found a recliner and lay down, whistling a tuneless tune. Seeing this, Enel didn't ask any more questions and went into his own room in the cabin to put the lion fruit away. But when he lay in bed, he couldn't fall asleep. He tossed and turned, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. He couldn't help it and walked out again. When he saw Teach, veins on Enel's face instantly popped out and he yelled at Teach. "A-hole Teach! You're better than me and yet you're secretly training without telling me." Chapter 62. The next morning, the sun shone softly on the deck of the golden scale ship, and a gentle breeze blew. Thor strolled to the center of the deck, stretched his body, stretched his muscles, and enjoyed the fresh air comfortably. "Good morning, brother Thor." Teach's enthusiastic voice sounded first. "Good morning, boss Thor." Enel also greeted him, but his words didn't seem enthusiastic enough. Thor nodded slightly at the two's response, and when he saw Enel's bruised face, he couldn't help but laugh out loud, and said jokingly, "Looks like you had a good rest last night, Enel." Apparently, Enel saw Teach training last night and joined in as well, but ended up being abused by Teach the entire night. Enel curled his lips in dissatisfaction, twisted his head, and gently pinched his index finger and thumb together, shaking them deliberately. He emphasized, "Humph, Teach is only slightly better than me." Then Enel rubbed his red and swollen cheeks and glared at Teach fiercely and said, "Sooner or later I'm going to rub Teach to the ground and then I'll hit him in the face." "Ha ha ha. I'm waiting for that, Enel." Teach laughed out loud, not caring about Enel's harsh words. It can be seen that Teach did not have any injuries, so how could the difference in strength be as small as Enel said? He was just being stubborn. Enel obviously didn't want to continue this awkward topic, so he quickly diverted his attention, approached Thor, and asked curiously, "Boss Thor, where are we going now? Didn't I say I'm joining the Marines? Don't I have to report to Naval Headquarters?" Thor shook his head slightly and said slowly, "Don't worry, I'll find you a devil fruit first." After saying that, he walked leisurely to the recliner and lay down slowly. At the same time, the golden scale ship floating in the air also slowly started and headed towards the Grand Line. When Enel heard that he was going to find devil fruit for himself, his eyes lit up instantly. He quickly ran to Thor's side and squatted down, blurting out a series of questions. "Boss Thor, what kind of devil fruit is this? Is it powerful? I don't want something like lion fruit." Faced with Enel's endless chatter, Thor's brows furrowed more and more, and a few black lines appeared faintly on his forehead, but Enel was completely unaware and continued talking to himself. "Teach, didn't you eat last night? Why are you so gentle?" Thor suddenly opened his eyes, looked past Enel, and said coldly to Teach. Enel's heart skipped a beat, and an ominous premonition suddenly came to his mind. Thor continued to Teach slowly, "When Enel is trained to the point where he can no longer speak, we will stop." As soon as he finished speaking, Enel's face changed suddenly and he was about to run towards the cabin, but as soon as he took a step, Teach stood in front of him steadily. Teach, not disguising the ill intentions in his eyes, laughed out loud, "Ha ha ha ha, Enel, it seems, brother Thor is fed up with you. Teach, I trained all night last night, I should rest." Enel smiled awkwardly, trying to persuade Teach. "Ha ha ha, it's okay, it won't hurt for a moment." As soon as Teach finished speaking, he attacked Enel. Who wouldn't be happy to hit someone under orders? "A-hole Teach, do you think Lao Zi is afraid of you? I just gave in last night." Bang! Before he could finish his words, Teach's fist hit Enel's face hard. "Listen to me, Teach." Enel covered his cheeks and shouted angrily. "Ha ha ha ha. Wait until you can't speak anymore, Enel." Teach laughed and continued to attack. Seeing that Enel was finally no longer annoying him in his ear, Thor nodded in satisfaction. Listening to Annihil's screams from afar, Thor slowly took out a pair of earplugs from somewhere and slowly put them into his ears. He moved his body, crossed his legs, closed his eyes, and a contented look appeared on his face. 3 days later, at an altitude of nearly 10,000 meters above Chonglian Island, the Golden Scale ship, which had been moving steadily forward, slowly stopped and hovered in the air. When Teach saw the Golden Scale ship stop, he quickly walked over to Thor and asked, "Brother Thor, are we here?" Thor nodded slightly, then walked to the railing of the Golden Scale ship, leaned his hands on the railing and looked down. Seeing this, Teach and Annihilate hurried over and stood on Thor's left and right. Because they were at a very high altitude, nearly 10,000 meters above the ground, the islands below looked like tiny black dots embedded in the sea. If you look closely, you will see that it is a circle surrounded by 10 small black dots, which are actually 10 islands. The overall shape is like a long chain, which is the origin of the name Long Chain Island. Annihilate stood aside, gesturing with his hands and opening and closing his mouth, but no sound came out. Apparently, Teach's high-intensity training these days has had a significant effect, allowing him to calm down temporarily. Thor noticed the frustrated look on Annihil's face and said softly, "Okay, I didn't ask you to remain silent." Annihil felt as if he had received a pardon. He let out a long breath, and the words he had been holding back for a long time suddenly came out. "Why don't we go down quickly, Boss Thor?" At this moment, his eyes were shining with excitement, because he was about to get his own devil fruit. "Don't be anxious, the Golden Scale ship will not go down, don't scare everyone away," Thor said calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, he flipped his palm and 3 uniquely shaped masks appeared out of thin air. After throwing the masks to Annihile and Teach respectively, Thor also put on the mask in his hand. "Teach, especially you, don't let anyone recognize your face. After all, you are a pirate and I am a marine," Thor's voice said to Teach through the mask. Teach nodded and quickly put on the mask. Seeing this, Annihile didn't say anything and put on the mask silently. At this moment, Thor suddenly stretched out his hands and firmly grasped Teach and Annihile's shoulders. The two were stunned for a moment, their eyes subconsciously looking at each other, and Teach saw a hint of panic in Annihile's eyes. Annihile's body trembled slightly, and he stammered, "Thor. Boss Thor, you're not going to, just jump down, are you?" Chapter 63. Congratulations, you guessed it right, Annihile. Thor's lips curled up into a wicked smile, and as soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly jumped down with the two of them. In an instant, the strong wind whistled past, and only the whistling sound was left in my ears. Amidst the strong wind, the shouts of Teach and Annihile could be faintly heard. I'm dying, Boss Thor. Slow down." Annihile's voice was filled with fear and despair. "Ha ha ha. Why are you panicking, Annihile? You won't die." Teach suddenly burst into laughter. At this moment, two pirates groups on Chonglian Island are engaged in a fierce game of davy back fight. This is a competition to snatch the best crew members from the other side, and the atmosphere is extremely tense and solemn. Suddenly, everyone stopped what they were doing and looked up at the sky. Because everyone noticed three blurry figures in the air, falling rapidly towards them. One of the pirates groups participating in this game is the West Blue Pirates, and their captain, Silver Fox Foxy, is exactly the target of Thor's trip. His devil fruit is a bug-level slowness fruit, but it is like waste in his hands. Using the power of the fruit to fight a war to snatch people? What's the difference between this and using anti-aircraft guns to kill mosquitoes? It's a waste of natural resources. Hamburger, a member of the Fokker West Blue Bandit group, said to Foxy with a slightly trembling voice. Captain, what's going on with those people in the air? They seem to be falling towards us." Foxy raised the corner of his mouth and laughed strangely, Hey, how should I know? However, if they are still alive after coming down from such a high place, then we can recruit them into our pirates group. His eyes were fixed on the figures of Thor and the other two in the air, with greed flashing in his eyes. He has always been eager to recruit talented crew members. At the same time, the opponents of the Fox West Blue gang became more active when they saw that Foxy and others' attention was attracted by the changes in the sky. They had just lost 2 crew members. If this continued, the pirates would probably be disbanded, so they began to think about retreating quietly. However, before they had taken a few steps, bang! Bang! 2 loud noises exploded in their ears, interrupting their actions. When everyone looked back, they saw that the 3 people who had just fallen from the sky had appeared opposite the Fox West Blue Thieves group. All 3 of them were wearing masks. 2 of them fell to the ground in a mess, leaving 2 deep holes in the ground, while the other one stood steadily. It hurts, it hurts. Teach and Enel rolled on the ground in pain, screaming loudly. When they were about to land, they all planned to use moonwalk to slow down, but Thor held on to them tightly, causing them to hit the ground hard. Thor! Boss, you did it on purpose. Enel stood up, his eyes full of resentment, staring at Thor. Ha ha ha, I won't die. Teach dusted himself off and quickly stood up with a smile. However, his heartbeat and panting betrayed him, and it was obvious that he was in great pain. Thor ignored their complaints and looked directly at Foxy the Silver Fox. He said slowly, I heard you guys are playing a game of robbing people? How about we play a game? As he spoke, he pointed at Enel and Teach and said, if you win, these 2 will be your crew members. Teach and Enel stood on both sides of Thor, calming their heartbeats, and did not refute what Thor had just said. Foxy looked at the 3 masked men in front of him and thought to himself. He couldn't see their faces clearly, but from their aura he could feel that these 3 men must be very powerful. But in the Davy Back fight game, he's undefeated for 920 consecutive fights. He possesses unique Foxy tactics and is fearless. Hey 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 hey, it looks like you're here for our Fox West Blue Bandit gang. Foxy said with a big laugh. Thor nodded slightly and responded calmly, yes, I sent someone for you. Hey, let's try it. Foxy responded as various tactics quickly flashed through his mind, preparing to meet this challenge. Thor said calmly, but this time, the game doesn't need to be too complicated. There's only one rule. A rule? What do you mean? Foxy asked with a puzzled look on his face. Thor pointed his finger at Enel and said slowly, it's very simple. Except for you, you are the only one in the pirates group. If there's still one person who can survive his hands, you win. When everyone heard Thor's words, a strong sense of foreboding suddenly surged in their hearts. Before they could say anything, Thor's voice sounded again, then, the game begins. As soon as he finished speaking, Enel's figure instantly disappeared from everyone's sight. With a swish, Hamburger, a fighter of the Fox West Blue Bandit group, was torn into pieces and blood gushed out like a fountain. Everyone woke up from their dream. Foxy roared angrily, assholes, what are you doing? However, at the moment he roared, Enel's figure appeared behind Porchy, a fighter and cheerleader of the Fox West Blue Thieves group. Finger gun. Enel let out a low roar, and a hole instantly appeared on the back of Porchy's head. With a bang, her body fell heavily to the ground. It was not until this moment that everyone finally realized that these masked men were not here to play games, but to kill them. Inert ray. Foxy reacted extremely quickly, instantly raising his index and pinky fingers and shooting a dull beam at Enel. Enel looked at the circles of light coming towards him, but he had no intention of dodging. Because he guessed that this person's devil fruit was the one Thor mentioned, he wanted to experience the power of this devil fruit himself. After all, Thor has always been reluctant to reveal what the power of this devil fruit is, and he is very curious. But the moment the light touched him, he panicked because he found that his movements became extremely slow and he was restrained by an invisible force. Kill him! Upon seeing this, Foxy immediately gave orders to everyone. How could he let it go when someone killed his crew members? At this moment, Enel felt helpless. He watched everyone's weapons coming towards him, but he couldn't avoid them at all. He tried to slowly move his eyes in the direction of Thor and Teach. Enel wants to ask Thor and Teach for help, otherwise he might really die. Chapter 64. However, before his eyes turned to the two of them, the sound of metal clashing was heard and bullets and knives hit him, sending out sparks. Enel instantly felt annoyed and regretful for his recent panic, because these rubbish couldn't even break his armament color. Assholes, haven't you eaten yet? Chop hard for lousy! Foxy roared angrily when he saw that his attack was ineffective. Thor and Teach stood quietly by, as if everything in front of them had nothing to do with them. Teach looked at the scene before him and said slowly, "Is this, the Paramecia slowness fruit?" As someone who had seen the devil fruit illustrations and had a basic understanding of the fruit's abilities, he quickly recognized the ability of the fruit. After seeing Thor nod slightly in confirmation, Teach laughed out loud, "Ha ha ha ha! This devil fruit is indeed not something that ordinary people can deal with." As he spoke, he frowned, "But the opponent has this ability. Can Enel win?" No, the opponent can't even break Enel's armament color." Teach muttered to himself, quickly dismissing his worries. In his opinion, possessing the power of this devil fruit would basically make him invincible. But you can't be too weak. Not to mention how you have developed your fruit ability, you can't even do haki? At this moment, Enel's delay time finally passed, but he still stood there, allowing the attacks of the Fokker West Blue Pirate Group crew to fall on him. He looked at Foxy, who had a parted haircut, a red nose, inverted splayed eyebrows, triangular eyes and standing hair, and looked like a fox, and slowly spoke. "I have to say, this devil fruit that the boss prepared for me. I feel pretty good, ha 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 ha. Dull lightsaber." Foxy roared and swung the lightsaber in his hand suddenly. The slow photons accumulated in the lightsaber instantly rushed towards Enel like a torrent. "It can be stored? Not bad, not bad." Enel smiled slightly, with a hint of satisfaction on his lips, and nodded slightly in praise. At this moment, Foxy's slow photons were approaching. "Shave!" Enel murmured, and the moment he finished speaking, his figure disappeared from the spot. Tempest kick circle. Enel turned in the air and kicked out swiftly. A roar erupted in the air, and the sharp slashing wave spread out in a circle. The moment they were hit by the slashing wave, all members of the Fokker West Blue Bandit gang were cut in half by this force, and blood splattered like a fountain, dyeing the ground red. This is... Foxy's pupils suddenly dilated and he was dumbfounded. His own pirates, these people he had captured with his own hands, were ruthlessly wiped out in the blink of an eye? They didn't even have the ability to resist. He couldn't understand the opponent in front of him at all. What kind of strength was he? Inert ray. Foxy unwillingly released light towards Enel again, but the result was the same. Just when the slow photon was about to touch Enel, Enel's figure disappeared again, as if it had never appeared. When he reappeared, Enel was already 3 meters in front of Foxy. "You!" Foxy was startled, his eyes filled with panic in an instant, and he swung the lightsaber in his hand, sending out beams of light, pointing directly at Enel's limbs and body. Dull shackles! Roaring, Foxy exerted all his strength, and the light formed a circle of restraint that enveloped Enel. However, Enel still easily avoided Foxy's light and approached him step by step. At this moment, he looked at the extremely ugly Foxy in front of him, and slowly spoke with a smile on his face. "Butthead, you have such powerful abilities, but you can't even hit a target. What a waste! How could it be? How could he miss? Why is he so fast?" Foxy was almost going crazy, his heart filled with unbelievable anger and fear. He fired countless rays crazily, but Enel always managed to dodge them easily before they reached him. At this moment, Annihil's footsteps suddenly stopped, and he leaped forward suddenly, raising his right leg high. Before Foxy could react, Annihil had already kicked him in the air at an astonishing speed, and the shockwave of the Tempest kick hit Foxy's knee like thunder. Sizzle! With a sharp cutting sound, Foxy's legs were instantly cut off at the knees. His body fell heavily to the ground, and blood gushed out. Ah! Foxy let out a heart-wrenching scream, the pain almost making him lose consciousness. At this moment, a few arcs of electricity flashed and exploded on the broken part of Foxy's knee. Crack! Crack! The strong electric current instantly burned his flesh and blood, temporarily stopping the bleeding from Foxy's wound, but the tearing pain was completely unbearable for him. Foxy's eyes gradually became blurred, his body began to twitch involuntarily, and he eventually lost consciousness completely. The pirates who had previously engaged in a fierce battle to snatch people from Foxy and his group seemed to have just recovered from this thrilling battle. Run! Run! A sharp cry broke the dead silence at the scene. Everyone panicked instantly and fled desperately to the rear. Their eyes were filled with fear and despair, their steps were hurried and panicked, and they wished they could immediately escape from this place full of blood and death. However, before they ran far, several crisp gunshots suddenly rang out, bang! 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 Then everyone fell down like harvested wheat, and there was no movement anymore. Teach stood there, holding the pistol that was still smoking. He blew gently on the muzzle and laughed playfully. Thieves, ha ha ha, I let you get away. Seriously, you wasted a few of my bullets. Teach had just put the pistol back on his waist when he saw Annihil striding towards him, dragging Foxy by the hair. Foxy's body was dragged limply, and an expression of pain and fear seemed to remain on his face. Annihil's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he spoke excitedly to Thor and Teach. Boss Thor, Teach, hurry up. This devil fruit is good. Very good, ha 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 ha. As he spoke, Annihil couldn't help but burst into laughter, his laughter full of satisfaction and anticipation for this devil fruit. Thor and Teach looked at the excited Annihil and smiled knowingly. Not long after, Thor and his crew returned to the golden scale ship floating above the Long Chain Island. Annihil was controlling the force methodically, punching Foxy in the abdomen one punch after another, trying to wake up the unconscious Foxy. According to Thor, Foxy used the power of this devil fruit very poorly. But after all, people have been using it for so many years, so they must have some experience. After he tells Annihil everything, it won't be too late to kill him. Finally, under Annihil's special care, Foxy's tightly closed eyes slowly opened a crack. Although his consciousness was still very vague at this time, fear quickly overwhelmed him. His body trembled slightly but he dared not move. What's more, his legs had been cut off by Annihil, so he was unable to escape even if he wanted to. Thor and Teach stood leisurely by the guardrail, not caring about what was happening with Annihil and Foxy, and let them talk on their own. At this time, Thor turned his head to look at Teach beside him and said slowly, Teach, after things here are over, you should go find Ace. As for his exact location right now, no one can tell. Even if the world government knew his location, I wouldn't ask. Otherwise, I just asked for the location 1 second, and you appeared there the next second. It's such a coincidence. Thor paused and continued, however, I can be sure that he will appear on Bonaro Island near the Seven Waters City in a month at the latest. If you still haven't found him, then go there and wait for him. When Teach heard Thor's words, he didn't ask why he knew this information, but nodded in trust. Meanwhile, Annihil was constantly speaking to Foxy, his voice threatening. Hurry up and tell me all your experiences using devil fruit over the years, so you can die more easily later. However, Foxy's attention was not on Annihil at all. He listened to the conversation between Thor and Teach and captured important information. At that moment, a glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes. He seemed not certain to die. There was a chance to live. Foxy moved his lips with difficulty, and a weak voice rang out, I have heard him, his message. Chapter 65. Hearing Foxy's words, Thor and Teach immediately walked forward quickly. Enel also knew the importance of the matter. He suddenly reached out and grabbed Foxy's collar, pulling him up from the ground, and roared viciously. You know Ace's information? Tell me now, or you'll die. Foxy was frightened by this sudden action and trembled all over, and his already weak face became even paler. Enel, put him down. Thor's voice was calm and light. After hearing Thor's words, Enel put Foxy down, but it was obvious that his eyes were still full of warnings. Thor slowly walked to Foxy and squatted down, a gentle smile on his face, and said softly. Don't be nervous, you already know everything. Don't be anxious, just speak slowly. Foxy raised his head and looked at Thor in front of him. The fear in his heart eased a little, but he was still uneasy. He swallowed and said in a trembling voice, the ace you just mentioned, is he the captain of the second squad of the Whitebeard pirates, the guy who uses fire? Thor nodded slightly and said calmly, yes, it's him. Everyone fell silent, their eyes fixed on Foxy, waiting for him to speak. Foxy hesitated for a moment, a trace of struggle flashing in his eyes, and finally he mustered up the courage to say. If I tell, can I survive? Is there still a chance of survival? I don't want to die. Hearing Foxy's words, Thor's eyes instantly turned icy cold. His powerful aura enveloped Foxy, and he said coldly, are you bargaining with me? Foxy was overwhelmed by Thor's aura and his body trembled involuntarily. Although he was filled with fear, he knew this was his only chance to survive. So he gritted his teeth, steeled himself, and said tremblingly, let me survive, and I'll tell you. Ha 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 ha, it seems you really think you have a tough life and you have become so brave. Teach laughed loudly, but the laughter was full of anger. Under the pressure of the crowd, Foxy tried desperately to overcome his inner fear, his body shaking constantly. In the end, he even closed his eyes, acting as if I'm not going to survive in the end anyway, so why should I say anything? At this moment, Thor slowly stretched out his hand and gently placed it on Foxy's head. Foxy opened his eyes slightly, his eyes full of confusion. Thor changed his cold expression and smiled again, saying gently. I'll ask you again, what do you know about Porgas the Ace? When Foxy heard Thor's words, some memories emerged uncontrollably in his mind, but he still clenched his teeth and did not open his mouth. At this moment, Thor suddenly said something inexplicable, Paviro Island, thank you for the information. As Thor finished speaking, Foxy's eyes suddenly widened, his face full of shock and disbelief. How is that possible? He clearly didn't say anything, how did the other party know? Since you're so stubborn, I'll satisfy you. Thor slowly shifted his gaze to Enel and continued, let him experience the beauty of the world before he dies. Can you do that, Enel? Seeing this, Enel immediately understood that what Thor had just used was one of the ultimate methods of observation haki, mind reading. The corners of his mouth curled up to reveal a bloodthirsty smile, and he laughed and said, Boss Thor, this kind of thing, how can it be impossible? As soon as Enel finished speaking, he suddenly stretched out his hand, grabbed Foxy's hair, and dragged him slowly towards the cabin. Foxy panicked instantly. He didn't understand why the other party knew the result. He only knew that his only chance of survival was gone. As if he had a premonition of the pain that would follow, he struggled desperately, constantly trying to drag himself onto the deck with both hands, and shouted loudly. I'll tell you. I'll tell you everything. I'll tell you everything. But Thor and Teach acted as if they hadn't heard anything, and ignored Foxy's struggles, allowing Enel to drag him away. He's almost dead, and he still dares to bargain? What a joke! Now I want him to know that even if he wants to die, it won't be that easy. Shortly after Foxy was dragged into the cabin by Enel, an extremely tragic and painful roar was heard from the cabin. Just hearing the sound was creepy. However, Thor and Teach seemed to be deaf to this, and there was no emotion on their faces. In their eyes, no matter how painfully pirates died, they were not worthy of sympathy. At this time, the golden scale ship restarted, and the huge hull slowly floated towards the direction of the Seven Water City. Thor walked leisurely to the recliner, then lay down with a comfortable look on his face. Teach, however, could not remain as calm as Thor, and his curiosity could not be extinguished. He paced back and forth for a few steps, and finally couldn't hold back any longer. He walked quickly to Thor's side, with an anxious look on his face, and asked, "Brother Thor, how did that guy know Ace's information?" Thor opened his eyes and sorted out Foxy's inner thoughts that he had just read, and slowly said, "Because Ace came to Long Chain Island 6 days ago, and the Fokker West Blue Bandit gang confronted him and engaged in a battle. However, after Ace won, he didn't choose to kill them. Instead, he took the Paviro Island record pointer from them and left." Thor paused and continued, "Teach, Ace seems to be searching for you on any island now. He's quite aimless." When Teach heard Thor's words, he was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter, his laughter echoing in the air. "Ha ha ha ha, showing mercy to the enemy is really that guy's style." His eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he had already seen the scene of fighting with Ace. "I wonder if he'll regret it when he finds out we're looking for him because of this." Thor raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and said sarcastically, "He is Roger's son. And he's the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' 2nd Division. How could such a person possibly regret or be afraid?" After saying that, Thor slowly closed his eyes. Seeing this, Teach didn't say anything more. He turned and walked to the railing of the golden scale ship, holding the railing with both hands, and quietly looked at the scenery in the sky. But the smile on his face grew even brighter, and his mind began to imagine how to take down Ace. The current Teach is no longer the good guy he was in the Whitebeard Pirates. If you underestimate him, something will happen. Chapter 66. Meanwhile, on the vast and turbulent ocean, Luffy had been drifting on the damaged planks of the Mary for countless days and nights. The sun was shining freely on the sea, creating ripples on the waves, but Luffy was unaware of it at the moment. He was in a daze, with confusion in his eyes. Thor did not take his life, and the surging waves failed to swallow him, but now he is more likely to starve to death in this vast ocean. When the wooden board carrying his hope and despair slowly floated to the vicinity of an unknown island, Luffy had no intention of going to the island. He just lay quietly on the wooden board, his body motionless, and he had neither the strength nor the desire to get up and look for food. The whole person fell into a state of self-abandonment, as if he had completely lost all attachment to this world. Deep in his heart, self-blame and regret could never fade away. He asked himself over and over again why he was not strong enough and why he couldn't even protect his companions. The image of Zoro's suicide kept appearing in his mind, deeply hurting his heart. The scenes of his companions falling one after another haunted him like a nightmare. He couldn't understand why the Marine Admiral killed everyone but left him alone alive. At this moment, Luffy's face was extremely haggard, his eye sockets were deeply sunken, there was no life in his eyes, and his skin became dry and shrunken, without any luster. Suddenly, with a puff sound, a small fish jumped out of the water, breaking the silence. Luffy's only remaining left hand stretched out instantly as if by instinct, and grabbed the small fish at an extremely fast speed. He no longer cared that the fish in his hand was still raw, nor did he care about the fishy smell and slime on the fish. Just biting it mouthful by mouthful, swallowing it desperately, just like that, living. The sea was so vast that Luffy couldn't even see the shadow of a group of pirates. He floated slowly along with the wooden board, and before he knew it, he entered the calm belt area. No one knows whether those terrifying sea kings will suddenly appear and devour him completely. Night fell and the sun rose again. The next day, Luffy was still lying on the wooden board in the same state. At this moment, he was so hungry that he didn't even have the strength to turn over. He thought to himself that maybe he could just die like this, it's not impossible. No. No. He still has Grandpa, Shanks, and his brother Ace. He can't die yet. But at this moment, even if Luffy wanted to get up, he didn't have any strength. In the midst of his mental struggle, he slowly fainted. Perhaps it was fate, a destined encounter. A large ship slowly appeared, towed by 2 huge snakes. The flag on the sail was a symbol of 9 snakes surrounding a skull, the perfume serpent of the 9 snakes pirates. Boa Sandersonia, with her long green hair, green bikini, green stockings, and high-heeled boots on her left leg, was the first to notice this scene. She hadn't expected someone to be floating in the calm belt. She shouted in surprise, "Sister! There's a fainted man floating in front of us." The figure behind Boa Sandersonia heard this and snorted disdainfully, his tone filled with contempt. "Humph, man? What does that have to do with us? Floating in the calm belt, you won't even know how you died." As he spoke, the man slowly stood up. Despite what he said, he seemed to be driven by curiosity and walked forward slowly with elegant steps. She had long black hair combed into an exquisite G-style, her deep blue eyes revealed a hint of coldness and arrogance, and she wore a pair of snake-shaped golden earrings under her ears. Wearing a Cheongsam-style dress that outlines her graceful figure, she is Boa Hancock, the Empress. The current Emperor of the Amazon Lily Kingdom, a pirate nation located on 9 Snake Island in the Calm Belt, captain of the 9 Snake Pirates, and one of the Shishibukai. After hearing the Empress' words, Boa Sandersonia nodded slightly and agreed, "Then let's just leave him alone." At this time, a person with long orange hair, a slightly fat figure, holding a guam, also walked up quickly to find out what was going on. She was the Empress's other sister, Boa Marigold. Seeing Luffy floating on the sea, Boa Marigold also didn't say much. After all, her sister had already told her not to care about him. However, when Boa Hancock's eyes fell on Luffy, for some reason, an inexplicable feeling welled up in her heart. She vaguely felt that if she really ignored this man, she would lose something extremely important. Just as the perfumed serpent was about to pass by Luffy, the Empress suddenly raised her hand and gently patted the python on her body, saying, "Salome, go and bring that man up." Salome, a python with a horned skull on its head and scarlet Madara patterns all over its body, jumped into the sea the moment it heard the words of the Empress and swam quickly towards Luffy. The Empress's sister Sandersonia and Marigold both made doubtful sounds at the same time. The two of them had confusion written all over their faces, not understanding what their sister's sudden action meant. However, the Empress didn't explain too much, saying simply, "Take him back to Amazon Lily. I want to know what's going on with this guy." "Sister, how can this be possible? There has never been a precedent of a man entering our country," the Empress's 2 sisters said in unison. Obviously, they strongly disagreed with the Empress's sudden idea. "Shut up, you're making so much noise." The Empress scolded the 2 of them coldly. Then he put his hands on his hips, leaned back slightly, and gently lifted his long hair with one hand. His eyes were full of confidence and pride, and he said, "No matter what I have done, I will be forgiven, because I am as beautiful as a fairy." At the same time, on Paviro Island, about 300 nautical miles southwest of the Seven-Water City, I saw a sturdy man sitting in the corner of the restaurant, concentrating on the food on his plate. He ate voraciously, not leaving out a single morsel. In a short while, all the food on the plate was gone. Then he took out some Baileys from his pocket and put them on the table. With quick and decisive movements, he stood up and left the restaurant. After leaving the restaurant, the man walked towards the towns and villages in the north of the island one by one without hesitation. The man had Madara dotted on both sides of his cheeks and a red bead necklace around his neck. The back of his bare upper body was tattooed with the image of the Whitebeard pirates, and he wore an orange cowboy hat on his head. It was Luffy's brother, captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Porgas Ace. Also known as the Fire Fist Ace. Ace departed from the Long Chain Islands and arrived at Paviro Island after 4 days of sailing. Today is the 3rd day since arriving on Paviro Island. In the past 2 days, he has searched the east and west sides of the island. Although we did not miss any possible clues, we still did not get any information about Teach. Another day passed, and after completing the exploration of the northern region, Ace still found nothing. At this moment, he was squatting alone on the shore, his eyes revealing a firm belief. He gently touched the brim of his hat with his index finger, lowered his head slightly and muttered to himself. Tomorrow, the last day, we'll search the southern part of Paviro Island and then move on to the next island. As he spoke, the anger in Ace's eyes grew stronger, and flames gradually appeared on his body. Where on earth are you, traitor Teach? Chapter 67. On the Golden Scale ship that was slowly moving towards the Seven Water City, there was an airtight and completely enclosed secret room in the cabin. The secret room was filled with a disgusting smell of blood. Enel held a long whip and whipped Foxy madly, one whip after another. Hard talk and bargaining. Snap. As soon as Enel finished speaking, another whip hit Foxy's face hard. A deep bloody mark was instantly left on Foxy's face, and blood flowed out and meandered down his cheek. However, Foxy, who was under such an attack, only trembled slightly without making any screams. Because he didn't have the energy to scream anymore. This inhuman torture hadn't stopped for a single moment since yesterday. Now he is already dying and wants to die. Foxy was tied tightly to the rack, with no intact part of his body. From the shoulder to the wrist, hideous wounds were rolled up, revealing the bright red flesh and white bones inside. His chest and ribs were clearly visible, and his skin was like torn rags, with strips of it hanging on it. Foxy slowly opened his eyes. His once bright eyes were now dull and bloodshot. He used up all his remaining strength and roared hoarsely, kill me now. At this moment, he couldn't even look at her with resentment. There was only endless despair and desire for death in his eyes. Just as Enel was about to continue, there was a sudden knock on the door. Boom! Boom! Enel, it's okay. Brother Thor said it's almost time. Teach's voice came through the heavy door. Got it, Enel replied casually, his eyes fixed on Foxy again. At this moment, when Foxy heard Teach's voice, a faint light suddenly flashed in his originally lifeless eyes. He used up his last bit of strength and said anxiously, quick, kill me. Enel slowly hung the blood-stained golden whip in his hand back on the wall, then looked at Foxy coldly. Okay, I'll grant you your request. He slowly placed his palm on Foxy's chest. Don't be a pirate in your next life. Bang! With a dull sound, Enel's palm exerted force suddenly, and Foxy's chest collapsed instantly. His mouth was wide open, but no sound came out. But at this moment, his eyes revealed a sense of relief, as if he had finally escaped from this endless torture. Foxy slowly closed his eyes, the breath of life fading away. Enel quickly dragged Foxy's body out of the cabin. Teach and Thor had already been waiting outside. When they saw Enel coming out, Teach gestured to him to put the body down. After Enel put the body down, Teach walked forward and slowly placed his right hand on Foxy's chest. Black ripples instantly surged out, completely covering Foxy. With the experience of extracting devil fruit last time, Teach seemed much more skilled this time, and it was done in just 15 minutes. Hey, Enel! Teach called out and casually threw the extracted devil fruit to Enel. Enel quickly reached out to take it, and couldn't wait to carefully examine the fruit in his hand. It is an irregular oval with orange-yellow spiral lines on the surface, a slightly raised black dot on the top, and a light purple halo at the bottom. It is the paramecia slow fruit. I heard that devil fruit tastes like shit. Is that true? Enel stared at the slow fruit in his hand, his eyes gleaming with excitement, but also muttered to himself with a hint of fear. After he finished speaking, he looked up, but saw that Thor and Teach had puzzled expressions on their faces. Teach asked with a puzzled look on his face, "Where did you hear that, Enel? Devil fruit has no taste." Enel looked at Thor with confusion. Thor slowly spoke up, "It really has no taste, and it even has a hint of sweetness." "Really? Why is it different from what I know?" Enel said doubtfully. But soon, he gritted his teeth and bit the devil fruit. Vomit! In an instant, an unbearable stench and bitterness spread in his mouth, and Enel couldn't help but retching. "Swallow it, Enel. Otherwise it won't work," Teach hurriedly reminded. Enel knew he had to eat it, no matter how bad it tasted. He closed his eyes tightly, and his Adam's apple moved up and down desperately, using all his strength. Godong! With a swallowing sound, Enel completed the difficult first step. However, just as he was about to speak, ugh, he couldn't help but dry heave again. He looked at Teach and Thor with eyes full of resentment. These two guys actually played tricks on him. Thor slowly raised his hands and said apologetically, "Okay, Enel, I apologize to you. Devil fruit is indeed unpalatable, but if you put it this way, you won't have to worry about eating it, right?" Thor then said sincerely, "But you have to eat all the devil fruits, so that the power will be more complete." Thor waved his hand as he spoke, and continued, "I really didn't lie to you this time. If you don't believe me, ask Teach." "Yeah, Enel, I was lying when I said it had no taste, but you do have to eat all of the devil fruit." "I ate all of it then." Teach also raised his hands and swore that what he said was true. Enel looked at the two of them suspiciously and asked tentatively, "Are you really not lying to me?" Seeing the two of them nodded firmly, Enel still felt a little unwilling to give up. He showed a ferocious expression and said to Teach, "Teach, if you lie to me, I will not forgive you." Teach laughed awkwardly. "Enel, I'm absolutely not lying to you. Hurry up. The longer you wait, the less complete your abilities will be." After listening to what the two said, Enel knew that he could not delay any longer. He gritted his teeth, pinched his nose, closed his eyes, and swallowed the devil fruit mouthful by mouthful. As soon as the devil fruit entered his mouth, he swallowed it without even chewing it. Even though he pinched his nose, the unbearable smell still rushed into his head, and he couldn't help but dry heave several times. Finally, with Enel's Adam's apple rolling up and down violently for the last time, the devil fruit that had tormented him for a long time was completely destroyed by him. Enel let out a long sigh and slowly opened his eyes as if relieved, with a hint of relief in his eyes at having survived the disaster. However, when his eyes fell on Thor and Teach, he noticed that their expressions were very strange. Thor and Teach's mouths twitched slightly, and the muscles on their faces were tense. They looked as if they were trying their best to endure something and seemed to be about to explode completely in the next second. An ominous premonition welled up in Enel's heart, and a feeling of being very likely deceived quietly crept into his heart. At this moment, Thor couldn't hold back his laughter first. With a puff, laughter came out of his throat uncontrollably. This laugh instantly broke the originally depressing atmosphere. Thor and Teach could no longer hold back and burst into deafening laughter. Teach was even more exaggerated. He laughed so hard that he rolled over on the deck, slapping the deck with his hands. He was still yelling, "Thief, ha ha ha! Stupid Enel, I lied to you, thief, ha ha ha!" The corners of Enel's eyes twitched uncontrollably, his chest heaving violently, the rage burning in his heart, unable to be suppressed any longer. "Ti, chi!" He squeezed out these words from between his teeth, his voice low and full of anger. In an instant, Enel exuded a violent aura, kicked the deck with both feet, and rushed towards Teach in an instant. "Ha ha ha ha, Enel, even Big Brother Thor is laughing, don't just pick on me." Teach laughed loudly and dodged left and right, dragging Thor into the water while escaping. However, Enel turned a deaf ear to Teach's words, and only had eyes for the hateful figure, and was determined to chase him relentlessly. "Stop right there, lousy, UBD teach." Chapter 68. Half an hour later, Teach and Enel's faces were covered with black bruises, their clothes were torn to tatters, and they looked extremely miserable. In the crazy chase and fight just now, they rushed around and smashed Thor's pure gold recliner into pieces, and the recliner is now in pieces. Thor was instantly enraged, and with full of love, he used his fists to show care to the two of them. At this moment, Teach and Enel stood on either side of Thor, their arms crossed in front of their chests, standing obediently on the ring. Enel glanced at Teach secretly, and as soon as their eyes met, he immediately turned his head away in dissatisfaction. He let out a loud humph from his nose, and dissatisfaction was written all over his face. "Ha ha ha! I'm sorry, Enel, don't be so stingy," Teach said with a laugh. "Damn it, Teach! Shut up, lousy!" Enel couldn't help but yell at Teach again. Okay, I'll shut up. Hurry up and show Brother Thor what you're capable of." Teach waved his hand helplessly and said no more. Thor nodded slightly upon seeing this, and Enel straightened his messy clothes and walked to the center of the ring. Then Enel subconsciously stretched out his hands, skillfully put away his thumb, middle finger and ring finger, and then raised his index finger and pinky finger high, as if ready to shoot a slow beam. "Stop, stop, stop!" Thor saw this and immediately called out to stop Enel. "What's wrong, Boss Thor?" Enel looked confused. He hadn't had the chance to show off the devil fruit ability he had just acquired. Thor raised his hand and pointed at Enel's unique hand gesture, then asked seriously, "Does it have to be this gesture? Otherwise, it won't fire." It was not until then that Enel realized the strange posture of his hands, but it was a completely subconscious action. His face flushed instantly, and he quickly retracted his gesture, waving his hands awkwardly, muttering to himself that devil fruit must have subconsciously influenced him. Then Enel slowly stretched out his right palm, and soon a light purple circle of light quietly emerged from the palm of his hand. Immediately afterwards, the light energy wave slowed down, forming trumpet-shaped ripples that emanated forward in circles. However, this is also completely different from the development model that Thor envisioned. Thor stopped Enel again, then waved to him, motioning him to come to him. "What's wrong again, Boss Thor?" Enel's eyes were full of confusion, and he really couldn't guess what Thor was thinking. Thor just shook his head slightly, and his figure flashed and disappeared. When he reappeared, he had a notebook and a pen in his hands. He motioned for Teach and Enel to sit down, and the three of them sat cross-legged on the floor. Thor looked at Enel and said slowly, "Although you just fired the slow beam subconsciously, there were many unnecessary movements involved." Enel immediately put away the doubt on his face and became serious when he heard it. He realized that Thor seemed to have a unique development concept. Thor picked up a pen and wrote something in the notebook while saying, "First of all, does the slow ray have to be fired from the hands? This method will leave too many opportunities for the enemy to exploit. The first step is to train yourself to be able to emit slow light from any part of your body at any time, without any unnecessary movements. The ideal state is to allow the body to emit slow light in all directions, creating a 360-degree barrier around itself. From this, we can deduce that this barrier of slow light can completely envelop the enemy. This is the first development direction." Enel listened, his eyes lit up instantly, and he nodded continuously. He thought that if he could really develop in the direction Thor said, and just wrap himself in slow light in all directions, wouldn't he be invincible? Thor paused for a moment and continued, "The second step is that the slow light can be stored, right? You can prepare a weapon for yourself and forget about those knee-jerk behaviors. It's like swinging a weapon and firing a beam when the enemy is still far away. This is clearly the wrong direction to develop. The moment your weapon makes contact with the enemy, you must release the beam unexpectedly, leaving them no time to react. Even if you don't use weapons to store light, you still need to be able to automatically emit light the moment the enemy touches your body, making it impossible for them to defend themselves. In this way, as long as the opponent's strength is not completely overwhelming, you can defeat and wipe them out in an instant. Thor didn't stop and continued to share his ideas. The third step is to develop group attack skills. For example, can you release your slow light over a large area, like spreading it along the ground? It can cover as much area as possible. If this were a large-scale war, the impact of your ability would be beyond imagination. Step 4. As Thor proposed one development direction after another, Enel felt as if he had been enlightened, and his mind suddenly became clear. Teach on the side was also completely shocked. If Enel could really realize all these ideas, how powerful would he become? Neither of them understood how Thor could come up with so many ideas, each of which was unexpected. But as Thor kept talking and writing, Enel gradually became a little overwhelmed from his initial excitement, and even his brain was about to crash. He began to doubt himself. Could he really reach this level of development? After 20 minutes, Thor finally stopped, exhaled, and said slowly, "Hey! That's enough for now. This will be enough for you to study for a long time." At this time, Enel and Teach were still immersed in what Thor had just said and did not come back to their senses for a long time. Bang! Thor suddenly slammed the notebook in his hand on Enel's head. "What's wrong, Boss Thor?" Enel suddenly came to his senses, hurriedly took the notebook, and asked subconsciously. Thor looked at him and said earnestly, "Okay, sort out your thoughts carefully. Don't be in a hurry. Remember that sometimes slow is fast." Enel nodded dazedly, then left alone with the notebook and headed straight for the training ground, ready to try out those new ideas one by one. Teach swallowed and slowly stood up, saying to Thor with emotion, "Brother Thor, this Enel fruit is a bit too strong, isn't it?" As Teach spoke, he seemed to suddenly think of something, his eyes flashed with an extremely hot light, and he said to Thor eagerly, "Brother Thor, what about me? Tell me what other development directions I have for my dark fruit." The next day, the golden scale ship slowly stopped, obviously reaching its destination. Looking down from the golden scale ship, the faintly visible black dot on the sea below is Paviro Island where Ace is currently located. At this time, Enel was still concentrating on experimenting in the training area, completely immersed in the various development directions proposed by Thor yesterday. He tried again and again to manipulate the slow light in different ways, not even noticing that his clothes were soaked with sweat. Even the obvious movement of the golden scale ship stopping could not pull him back from his concentration. On the deck, Teach slowly walked up to Thor and said, "Boss Thor, I'll go down then." Thor nodded slightly and said slowly, "Remember what I told you, you must force the world government and don't leave them any room for choice. Either let them take Ace away and then give you the position of Shishibukai. Or tell them clearly that if they don't agree, Ace will be killed now. No room for negotiation." Teach nodded solemnly to show that he understood. Thor then reached out and firmly grasped Teach's shoulders, "I'll give you a ride." In an instant, an arc of electricity flashed, and in the blink of an eye, the figures of the two disappeared without a trace. After a while, Thor reappeared on the golden scale ship, and Teach had arrived at Paviro Island. At this time, in the southern area of Paviro Island, Ace was searching hard in this uninhabited land under the scorching sun. His eyes showed determination and persistence, and he would not miss any possible clues. "There's no news about you in the south either, Teach," Ace said to himself. There were no people in the southern part of the island, and Ace naturally did not find any information related to Teach. "Looks like we have to go to the next island, but where can you go?" Ace pondered this in his mind rapidly reasoning about where Teach might be. He secretly swore that if he couldn't find it in 1 month, then he would try half a year. If he couldn't find it in half a year, then he would try a year. Teach dared to kill the crew members and betray his father. He would never let him go. Just as Ace was about to leave the area, a familiar, raspy laugh suddenly interrupted him. That voice was full of provocation and teasing, but it was the voice he had been thinking about day and night. It was Teach's voice. Ha 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 ha. Captain Ace, I heard you've been looking for me. Chapter 69. Hearing Teach's voice, Ace's body stiffened suddenly, and then turned around instantly. When his eyes locked onto Teach's face, his originally resolute expression was instantly covered with anger, becoming terrifyingly gloomy. He gritted his teeth and spoke gloomily, "Teach, it seems like you brought this upon yourself. Ha 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 ha. If I don't come to you, you'll have to find a time to go, Captain Ace." Teach raised his lips with a sarcastic smile. Ace took a deep breath, pressed his iconic hat firmly, and spoke slowly in a low voice. "Teach, before I take you down, I have a question I've been wanting to ask you. Daddy is so good to us, and Sachi, he makes Sakura peach pie for you every day." At this point, Ace's voice trembled slightly, his emotions were a little out of control, and he couldn't help but pause. The next second he roared out all the anger he had stored up, "Are you worthy of everyone? Teach." Ha 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 ha, Ace. Teach's laughter stopped abruptly and the expression on his face became cold. He said in a low voice, "What's the point of talking about this now? The moment I make my choice, I won't think about these issues anymore." Damn Teach! Ace was completely enraged, and a raging flame suddenly ignited on his body, as if to burn everything around him to ashes. He quickly made a pistol gesture with both hands, pointing it directly at Teach, his eyes burning with anger. "Musketeer!" With a loud shout, Ace's fingertips shot out a series of small flames like a machine gun, whizzing towards Teach. "Thief! Ha ha ha! Ace, if this is all you can do, you're in trouble today." Teach's body easily dodged and weaved through the dense fire attacks. The flames he avoided hit the ground hard, making small explosions of boom. Boom boom. Black craters instantly appeared on the ground, and dust flew everywhere. Seeing this, Ace kicked the ground hard, and the powerful leg strength made him jump up instantly, and then Ace raised his right arm. Instantly, the high-temperature flames completely enveloped Ace's arm, and then he swung it towards Teach's direction. Fire Fist! With a deafening roar, a huge burst of fire roared towards Teach like an angry fire dragon. In an instant, the place where Teach was standing was completely engulfed in flames, and the dazzling fire was almost impossible to look directly at. Boom! A deafening explosion sounded, and a huge crater was instantly burned in the direction where Teach was. The ground around the pit melted due to the high temperature, appearing charred, and the air was filled with a pungent burnt smell. You know, Fire Fist is Ace's most commonly used move. It can sink 5 ships with one punch from 10 miles away. It's fast, has a wide range, and has a huge impact. It hurts. Ha ha ha, Captain Ace. It really hurts. Just when Ace thought Teach had been defeated by a single blow, a familiar voice came from the flames. A dark vortex emanated from Teach's body, like a bottomless black hole, instantly absorbing all the remaining flames in his body. However, the scars left by the fire were clearly visible. His clothes were burnt and his skin was covered with black scorch marks. But Teach seemed unconcerned. He patted the wounds on his body, an excited smile on his face, and slowly walked out of the smoke. Nothing. A hint of surprise and disbelief flashed in Ace's eyes. However, before he could react, he saw Teach's right hand slowly raised. Dark water. Following Teach's low shout, a black vortex quickly spun in his right hand, and a powerful suction force instantly spread. Ace only felt a powerful force pulling him, and he flew towards Teach uncontrollably. What's going on? Before Ace could figure out the situation, he felt his shoulders tighten, and Teach's big, strong hands had already grasped him firmly. Ha 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 ha, that's the Devil Fruit's ability, Ace. A smug smile appeared on Teach's face. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly swung his fist and hit Ace with great force. Bang! The force of this punch caused Ace to spit out blood instantly, and his body flew backwards uncontrollably. Boom! A deep mark was left on the ground, and rocks and soil along the way were lifted up before it finally slowly stopped. Ace slowly got up from the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his hand, and his eyes revealed an unprecedented solemnity. He stared at Teach closely, secretly alert in his heart. Teach's move just now was really too weird. What kind of devil fruit ability was this? Ha 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 ha, Ace, you don't understand the power of this devil fruit. Teach's arrogant laughter echoed wildly, and then he raised his right hand again, with his 5 fingers slightly bent. In an instant, the black vortex in his palm spun wildly again, releasing endless gravity, and once again rushed towards Ace. Ace was in this powerful gravitational field, his body swayed involuntarily, and then flew towards Teach. Just as he was about to be pulled in front of Teach by gravity, Ace suddenly spread his arms and flames surged all over his body. Both arms turned into blazing flames, and then the flames quickly changed into the shape of 2 spears. The moment he was closest to Teach, Ace unleashed all his strength, swung his hands violently, and let out a deafening roar. Divine Fire, Shiranui! The 2 flaming spears instantly pierced Teach's body, piercing his clothes and skin in the blink of an eye. However, at the same moment, Teach's fist also hit Ace with great force. Bang! With a muffled sound, Ace spurted out a large mouthful of blood again, flew backwards, and fell heavily to the ground. At the spot on Teach's body where Ace had just pierced him, a black vortex began to spin strangely, and the flames were completely swallowed up. Thief! Ha ha ha! Ace, you're not weak, but it seems like you don't quite understand the gap between us. As soon as he finished speaking, Teach slowly squatted down and touched the ground firmly with his hands. In an instant, endless darkness gushed out from under his hands and spread rapidly. Dark Acupoints. Chapter 70. Teach let out a low shout, and wherever the darkness passed, all objects sank uncontrollably towards the ground and were sucked into the dark acupoints. The rocks, soil, and even the surrounding trees on the ground were all swallowed up in an instant. Ace got up from the ground, his eyes filled with solemnity when he saw this scene, and an unprecedented sense of crisis surged in his heart. He turned around without hesitation and tried his best to retreat, but the gravity of the dark acupointment became stronger and stronger, binding him tightly. Ace felt as if his feet were filled with lead, and his retreat speed became slower and slower. Damn it, what kind of ability is this? I can't just sit there and wait for death. Ace roared in his heart. Then he quickly stretched out his hands, muttering, "Firefly, Fire Daruma." In an instant, Ace's hands emitted light, and many glowing fireballs appeared beside Teach. Boom! 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 A series of violent explosions sounded instantly, and the powerful impact force generated by the explosions shattered the surrounding ground into pieces. Teach's body shook violently in the explosion, and he kept shouting, "It hurts! It hurts! Ha ha ha! But Ace, can you escape?" Even though his body was covered in blood and smoke was coming out of the wounds, he still had a crazy smile on his face. Damn, I can't dodge it. In the blink of an eye, Teach's acupuncture points had touched his body. Ace only felt a powerful force pulling him down, his body began to sink continuously, no matter how he struggled he could not break free from the restraints. His eyes were filled with resentment, and he kept shouting in his heart, "What kind of ability is this?" When Ace's head sank into darkness, the dark acupuncture points seemed to have consciousness and faded away in an instant. Ha 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 ha! Ace, if you weren't still useful, I'd really want to finish you off like this. Liberation! Teach shouted softly, and layers of dark vortexes instantly emerged from his body, rushing straight into the sky like a giant black dragon. Then the objects that had been absorbed were ejected from the vortex like cannonballs. Among them, a figure suddenly flew out. It was Ace. Boom! The powerful impact instantly created a huge deep pit in the ground. Ace lay quietly at the bottom of the pit, motionless, as if he had lost consciousness. Teach also thought that Ace had fallen into a coma. After all, this was the only person he had sucked into the dark acupoints and then released. Even if they were not killed on the spot, they would be completely dying and would have no chance to continue resisting. He swaggered towards Ace, but just when he was about to get close to Ace, a strong sense of crisis suddenly surged in Teach's heart. His pupils suddenly shrank and he instinctively wanted to step back, but it was too late. Flame command, pillar of fire! Ace roared, and he instantly jumped up from the ground, his hands spinning rapidly. The flames around him began to boil, and in the blink of an eye they condensed into a huge, blazing pillar of fire, rushing straight into the sky with the momentum of destroying the world. Teach had no time to defend himself and was completely blown away by the powerful fire force. His body drew an arc in the air and then fell heavily to the ground. After landing, Teach rolled uncontrollably on the ground, raising a large amount of dust. Layers of darkness emerged from his body again, trying to devour the blazing flames, and he continued to scream, "Pain, pain, pain." But Teach quickly got up from the ground, dusted himself off, and slowly looked up at Ace. At this moment, the smugness on his face was gone, replaced by a sinister look. "Ace, you're truly worthy of me," Teach said through gritted teeth. "You're the first person who can attack me after coming out of my dark tunnel. But if it weren't for the fact that you're still useful," Teach said with a playful expression, "you would have died just now, thief, ha ha ha." "So much nonsense, Teach." Ace snorted coldly, and as soon as he finished speaking, he quickly crossed his two index fingers to form a cross and aimed steadily at Teach. Crossfire! With a loud shout, a cross-shaped flame shot towards Teach with a sharp whistling sound. However, Teach's reaction was equally quick. Just as the flames were about to hit him, he dodged and appeared beside him, avoiding Ace's attack. "Ace, I don't really want to play with you anymore," Teach said as he slowly walked towards Ace. With every step he took, a thick black mist emanated from his body. The black ripples spread across the ground at an extremely fast speed, devouring all life wherever they went. Seeing this, Ace was secretly alert. He knew that he could not get close to Teach's dark territory, otherwise he would probably fall into the same predicament again. So he pushed the ground hard with both feet in an instant, jumped high, opened his hands first, and then swung them downwards suddenly, in one smooth movement. Injotsuna! With a roar, flames fell from the sky like a meteor shower, and in the blink of an eye, an indestructible wall of fire was formed to isolate Teach from the darkness. The wall of fire burned fiercely, making crackling sounds, and the heat wave hit people in the face, making it impossible to get close. But as soon as Ace landed, he realized something was wrong. He found that his flames were gradually being swallowed up, and the height and intensity of the fire wall were constantly weakening. Ace knew in his heart that if this continued, the flames would eventually disappear. So he raised his right arm again without hesitation, and flames shot out from his arm like a volcanic eruption. Mirror fire flame! Another wall of fire formed instantly, but this time it was not stationary. The wall of fire quickly moved towards Teach, intending to completely submerge Teach in the sea of fire. However, after the fire attack, the screams that Ace expected did not sound, but Teach's crazy laughter was heard instead. "Ha ha ha! Ace, I just learned a move yesterday and I'm going to use you to experiment with it." Teach suddenly appeared on the fire wall that was tens of meters high. He raised his hands above his head, and in an instant, endless darkness quickly gathered in his hands, and in the blink of an eye it turned into a huge ball of dark energy. This energy ball emitted a strange light, like a bottomless black hole swallowing everything around it. The light ball suddenly burst out with a strong dark light in the air, like an eclipse, and everything around it became dim. The oppressive feeling of the energy fluctuation made people feel suffocated. Teach roared and swung the ball of dark energy towards Ace. Eclipse Dark Light. Chapter 71. Damn it, I have to dodge. Ace looked at the oncoming terrorist attack and was horrified. He could clearly feel the destructive force contained in the surging energy coming towards him. If he was hit head-on, he would definitely not be able to withstand it. In an instant, Ace's figure was like a flash of lightning, leaving a trail of afterimages in the air. He retreated madly at ultimate speed, trying to avoid the fatal blow. At the moment when Ace barely escaped, the dark light of the eclipse, wrapped in endless darkness and destructive aura, slammed down. Boom! A deafening explosion sounded like thunder in the ears, and everything within a radius of dozens of meters where Ace was originally located was instantly wiped out. The land was completely overturned, the rocks were crushed into powder under the powerful impact, and the sky was filled with smoke and dust. Damn it! Ace couldn't help but curse. Although he tried his best to dodge, he still couldn't completely avoid this powerful shock wave. I felt as if my back was hit by a mountain, and a strong impact force instantly ran through my whole body. The whole person rolled uncontrollably in the air, and blood spurted out of his mouth like a fountain. Bang! With a dull thud, Ace crashed heavily to the ground in the distance, stirring up a cloud of dust. Who? Ace was breathing heavily, sweat and blood mixed together on his forehead, dripping continuously. His face was full of resentment, and his eyes were burning with anger and regret. He wiped the blood off his face, gritted his teeth, and used all his strength to struggle to get up from the ground. He had never imagined how powerful Teach was. Before this, he had naively thought that he could handle Teach by himself. Who knew that he would end up in this situation now? Ha 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 ha, it worked. Boss Thor. Teach. I did it. At this moment, Enel on the golden scale ship excitedly waved his hands in the air several times, and then let out a crazy shout. You can see that he is surrounded by a layer of light purple halo, which is enveloping his entire body in slow light. However, when Enel turned around excitedly, he only saw Thor, and the golden scale ship had stopped at some point. With a hint of confusion, he walked up to Thor and asked, Boss Thor, where is Teach? Are we there yet? Thor's eyes fell on Enel, who was wrapped in lavender light, and he nodded affirmatively and said, It seems that you and this devil fruit have a good compatibility. Your training progress is quite fast, and you seem to be so immersed in it. Thor paused and then teased, but if you had reacted a little later, Teach's battle might have been over. Enel touched the back of his head awkwardly and said, I don't know why. When I tried to follow your idea, Boss Thor, I felt like there was only me and the slow light in my world. That's a good thing. Thor first affirmed Enel's performance, then suddenly changed the subject. However, from now on, even when you are training, you must pay attention to the situation outside. Otherwise, you won't know how you died one day, understand? Enel nodded seriously, then scratched his head and said with a smile, Isn't it because I know that you, Boss Thor, are by my side that I feel so relieved? Enel walked to the railing of the golden scale ship, leaned over and looked down, and asked Thor with a curious look. Boss Thor, how long do you think this ace can last in Teach's hands? Thor thought for a moment and replied, How long? That depends on when Teach gets tired of playing. An ace, his strength is still far behind Teach's. At this moment, on Paviro Island, where Ace and Teach were fighting fiercely, everyone was attracted by the powerful movement emanating from this battle. Although they were still quite a distance away from the southern part of Paviro Island, the fiery red energy and dark energy that filled the sky could not be ignored. Tell me, how powerful must this person be to cause such a commotion? A resident looked at the shocking scene in front of him and said to his companion beside him with amazement. His companion frowned, thought for a moment, and then said, If it were pirates, the bounty would have to be over 100 million. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to cause such a terrifying scene. Well, no matter what, I just hope that the battle between these strong men won't involve us. Another person echoed worriedly. Some pirates on the island were also stunned by the scene before them, and some even became incoherent. One crew member, his legs trembling slightly, stammered and asked the captain in front of him, "Captain! Captain, can you cause such a commotion?" When the captain heard this, perhaps because of his pride, he turned his head suddenly with a face full of anger and roared loudly. "Shut up, Laozi! Do you think Laozi looks like that kind of monster? There are plenty of monsters like him in the New World. If you think they're more powerful, you can go find them." "Captain, I didn't, that's not what I meant." The crew member who was scolded trembled slightly, and was so scared that he quickly lowered his head to explain. Ace, who was still fighting with Teach at this moment, had obviously reached a state close to his limit. His body was covered with scars and sweat and blood mixed together, sliding down his skin. Ace slowly raised his head and looked at Teach, his eyes filled with solemnity and an unyielding fire burning in them. "Ha ha ha ha! Ace, is this the extent of your strength?" Teach laughed wildly while moving closer to Ace with steady steps. "A-hole Teach!" Ace roared, and the flames in front of him instantly began to spin wildly, the scorching heat causing the surrounding air to distort. In an instant, a flaming tornado nearly 100 meters high rose from the ground and pounced towards Teach with its fangs and claws bared like an angry fire dragon. Ring of Fire. Chapter 72. Everything was mercilessly burned wherever the fire tornado passed. The scorching heat and powerful energy fluctuations could be clearly felt even from miles away. However, facing Ace's incredibly powerful attack, Teach remained calm and showed no sign of panic. He suddenly opened his hands, threw back his head and laughed, the laughter shaking the air around him. "Ha ha, Ace! Judging from your condition, it seems like you've reached your limit. Dark Devouring." As soon as he finished speaking, a heart-pounding dark aura suddenly burst out from Teach. Endless darkness surged out like a tide, sweeping towards Ace's fire tornado. The power of darkness and fire collided instantly, and the air was torn apart by a violent explosion, deafening. The extremely strong shock wave caused the surrounding ground to begin to crack, and the entire battlefield seemed to be swallowed by a storm, with the surrounding air shaking continuously. Boom! After a deafening roar, the dark aura gradually devoured Ace's flames. The fire tornado gradually shrank under the swallowing of darkness, and the light began to dim. The almost unstoppable fire aura was still defeated by the darkness. How can he be so strong? Ace felt the dark power approaching, and his heart grew heavier. Teach's strength far exceeded his expectations. However, even though Teach's power made him feel oppressed, Ace's belief never wavered. He remembered the responsibilities he carried and the promises he had made to his father and his friends. "I'm going to take Teach back and hand him over to Dad personally." This is what he had promised everyone a long time ago. Fire Fist. Ace swung his right fist without hesitation, and a huge flame quickly condensed and rushed towards Teach with extremely strong attack power. He knew that his physical strength was approaching its limit, but the belief in his heart prevented him from stopping. "At this moment, there is only one thought in my mind: if I really can't hold on, then I will break the limit." However, Teach seemed to be tired of the chase and had completely lost his patience. When Ace's flaming fist was about to touch him, a sneer appeared on Teach's face, and then a black ripple erupted from his body. It formed an energy wall that instantly swallowed up Ace's fire fist. The majestic fire tornado just now had disappeared without a trace. The darkness surrounding Teach gradually dissipated. Through the thick smoke, he stared straight at the beleaguered Ace in the distance and spoke in a low voice. "Ace, I've had enough of this battle. I'm giving you one last chance." As he spoke, Teach walked forward slowly, his right hand slowly raised. In an instant, ink-black energy gathered in his palm. The black energy seemed to be given life and began to spin wildly. The black vortex is like a small black hole, constantly swallowing up the surrounding light. The energy spun faster and faster, the whistling sound of the wind rang in the ears, and finally condensed into a huge black sphere. The sphere continued to expand, emitting a creepy aura, as if it was going to drag the entire world into endless darkness. Ace felt the heavy pressure from Teach's hand, and his breathing became rapid. He exhaled deeply, his chest heaving violently, trying to calm himself. Finally, he raised his hand and pressed down the hat that was already stained with bloodline, and said in a hoarse but firm voice, "Last chance? Thank you so much, Teach." As soon as he finished speaking, countless circles of flames suddenly bloomed around Ace. Those flames were like blooming red lotuses, spreading wildly in all directions with scorching light. Then Ace also raised his right hand high. The originally scattered flames seemed to have heard the call and quickly shrank, all concentrating on his right hand. In the blink of an eye, a huge fireball took shape in his hands, and the dazzling fireball was held in the air by Ace. The fireball continued to grow larger, the flames inside rolled like boiling magma, and the pressure it emitted continued to increase. At this moment, the fireball in Ace's hand formed a sharp and shocking contrast with the dark sphere in Teach's hand. At this moment, Ace and Teach stood facing each other, one was surrounded by endless darkness, while the other was surrounded by blazing flames. The energy in the hands of both men seemed to have reached its limit. The powerful pressure caused the surrounding air to solidify, and even the dust stood still in mid-air, which was chilling. At the same time, the two of them slowly raised their heads and looked at each other. The moment their eyes met, it was as if an invisible electric current passed through them. Then they roared at the same time and swung the huge energy balls in their hands towards each other. Great Flame Ring, Flame Emperor. Big Dark Sky. Two huge energy balls collided violently in mid-air. Time seemed to stand still at this moment, and everything around fell into dead silence. Then, a slight sound of air exploding was heard quietly, like the last bit of calm before the storm. Then, a deafening and violent explosion instantly resounded throughout the world, and the entire Paviro Island shook violently under the impact of this terrifying energy. Huge cracks appeared on the ground, as if it would be torn into countless pieces at any time. The sky was also divided into two completely different colors by these two powerful forces. Half of it is fiery red, like a burning sea of blood, half of it is deep black, like an endless abyss. Boom! The violent explosion shock-wave madly tore everything around it apart. The surrounding area within hundreds of meters was instantly reduced to ruins, the rocks were crushed into powder, no trace of life could survive, and the air was filled with pungent gunpowder smoke and the smell of burning. Finally, after the aftermath of the explosion gradually subsided, Teach's figure slowly emerged from the smoke and dust, with a look of triumph and arrogance on his face. Ace had completely fallen into a coma, lying quietly in the ruins. His face was covered in endless blood and his original appearance was no longer recognizable. The distinctive Whitebeard logo on the back was now torn apart, leaving not a single piece of intact skin on the entire back, making it look extremely miserable. Teach slowly walked up to Ace, squatted down, reached out and grabbed Ace's hair, then lifted his head slightly. Looking at the completely unconscious Ace, Teach showed a smug smile on his face, and then laughed wildly. "Ha ha, Ace! It seems you don't know what's going to happen next. Thief, ha 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 ha." Chapter 73. Bolyabolo Bolyabolo. The Den Den Mushi ringtone suddenly rang out in the office at Naval Headquarters Sengoku. Sengoku, who was processing documents, frowned slightly, put down the pen in his hand and reached out to pick up the Den Den Mushi. The moment the Den Den Mushi was connected, Sengoku's serious and stern face clearly emerged. "Hello, who is this?" "Ha ha ha ha. Marshal Sengoku, I'm Marshal D. Teach." A burst of unbridled laughter came from the other end of the phone. "Marshal D. Teach, the traitor of the Whitebeard pirates. Sengoku's eyes suddenly became sharp. There was unconcealed confusion in his voice. Why do you have my contact information? And what does it mean to contact me? Ha 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 ha, don't worry about it, Marshal Sengoku. Teach deliberately dragged out his tone, his voice full of mystery. I have a big deal to make with you, but you alone might not be enough. You also need to help me contact the world government. Contacting the world government? What's going on? Don't keep me in suspense, Marshal D. Teach. Sengoku's brows were knitted into the shape of a character, and his voice unconsciously rose a few degrees. Thief, ha ha ha, don't worry, Marshal Sengoku. You should contact the world government first. It's very simple. All you need to know is that Roger's son is in my hands. Ha 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 ha, I'm waiting for your reply. As soon as he finished speaking, Teach hung up the den mushi without giving Sengoku any time to react. Only the busy tone of the den mushi echoed in the silent office. 3 days later, the world government and naval headquarters jointly sent out several notices to all corners of the world. Fire Fist Ace, enter Impel Down. Porgas D. Ace, defeated and captured. The captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' 2nd Division was arrested and imprisoned. Marshal D. Teach, invited to become a Shishibukai. Office at Naval Headquarters, Marine Ford, Sengoku. Bang! With a loud bang, the office door was violently pushed open, bringing up a strong airflow. Then Garp rushed in with an angry face, his eyes were bloodshot and the veins on his forehead were bulging. As soon as he reached Sengoku, Garp instantly stretched out his strong hands and grabbed Sengoku's collar. His voice was hoarse with anger. Sengoku. Why did I only know about this now? Garp paused for a moment, his chest heaving violently, as if he was trying hard to suppress the anger in his heart. Finally, he couldn't help but roared, "Why did you hide this from me, Sengoku?" Sengoku first gently slapped Garp's hand away, sighed helplessly, and his eyes revealed a trace of fatigue and helplessness. Garp. This is the world government's arrangement. No one has the power to stop it. Besides, what will it change if I tell you? Do you still want to rescue Fire Fist Ace? He's a pirate. The captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Sengoku's voice gradually rose, with a hint of questioning in his tone. Besides, do you really think no one knows his true identity? How many people do you think you can hide this from? And have you forgotten who you are? You are a marine. Garp. Sengoku grew more and more excited as he spoke, slamming his hands on the table so hard that the papers on it shook slightly. Garp froze in place when he heard Sengoku's roar, the anger in his eyes gradually replaced by loss and confusion. He lowered his head and clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white from the force. After a long moment, Garp finally loosened his fist and looked up at Sengoku. At this moment, Garp's eyes were full of vicissitudes and helplessness, and he murmured, "Yes. I am a marine, and he is a pirate." Then Garp said nothing more, silently smoothed his cloak behind him, and walked out of the office with heavy steps. His back looked extremely lonely, and his aura seemed to have aged a little. At this moment, the traces of time were ruthlessly engraved on his body. Sengoku looked at Garp's departing back, feeling mixed emotions and a myriad of thoughts flooding his mind. He knew that some things were like the wheel of fate, once it started, no one could stop it. Even though he was filled with helplessness and reluctance, he was also swept up in this huge system and had no choice. Just as Sengoku was suppressing the turmoil in his heart and reorganizing the messy documents on the table, a familiar figure walked in gently. "Tsuru, what's wrong?" Sengoku's voice was low, a little tired and hoarse. He shook his head slightly, his eyes full of concern, and said softly, "Sengoku, Garp was impulsive just now, don't take it to heart." Sengoku sighed, his eyes showing understanding and tolerance. "Ah. I can understand Garp. If it were me, how could I remain calm?" Crane frowned slightly, then asked, Sengoku, how will the world government arrange for Fire Fist Ace? Sengoku slowly shook his head, his expression serious, a hint of worry in his eyes. I don't know yet, but in my opinion, it may be the worst possible situation. He paused, as if lost in thought. You don't know yet, it's okay to tell you now. Porghast Ace's true identity is, Gold Roger's child. As soon as he finished speaking, his body shook slightly and he fell silent instantly. A hint of shock flashed in her eyes, and all kinds of information in her mind were wildly intertwined. After a long moment, she sighed helplessly and said softly, "That's really bad. I wonder if Garp will." Tsuru was interrupted by Sengoku before he could finish his words. Sengoku's eyes became firm and serious. "Tsuru, don't forget, Garp's identity is a marine." There was a hint of unquestionableness in his tone. "You have to keep an eye on him too. Don't let him do anything impulsive, understand?" He nodded slightly, a hint of worry and helplessness in her eyes. "I know, I will." Then she turned around and left the office. Ah! Sengoku rubbed his brow, trying to ease the headache that was coming on him and trying to calm his chaotic mood. He took a deep breath, picked up the documents on the table, and prepared to continue working. However, those densely packed words were running wildly in front of his eyes, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't concentrate. All he could think about was Garp's lonely back and lost eyes. In the new world, within the Whitebeard pirate's sphere of influence, the sea breeze whistled through the sails of the Moby Dick, making a rustling sound. Marco was standing on the deck, holding the newspaper in his hand, when his eyes fell on the headline. His eyes froze instantly, and he stood there in a daze, the newspaper in his hand swaying slightly in the sea breeze. Whitebeard was keenly aware of Marco's abnormality. A hint of doubt flashed in his eyes, and he asked, "What's wrong, Marco?" Chapter 74. Marco quickly came to his senses when he heard Whitebeard's voice, walked hurriedly towards Whitebeard, and handed him the newspaper. Whitebeard looked at Marco's solemn expression, and an ominous premonition inexplicably surged in his heart. He slowly took the newspaper, and in an instant his originally resolute face became extremely solemn, and he fell into deep silence. At this time, the crew members on the Moby Dick also noticed something was wrong, and the noisy deck suddenly became quiet. Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked towards Whitebeard and Marco, wondering what was going on. "Hey!" Whitebeard slowly exhaled a breath of foul air. He crumpled the newspaper in his hand into a ball, squeezed it with his 5 fingers, and the newspaper instantly turned into countless pieces that flew away in the wind. "Marco, tell everyone what happened," Whitebeard said in a low voice. Everyone's eyes were focused on Marco, their expressions filled with tension and anxiety, waiting for him to speak. Marco clenched his fists tightly, shaking slightly from exerting too much force, and tried his best to suppress the anger that was about to explode in his heart. He spoke slowly, his voice trembling slightly. "Ace was captured, and Teach became a Shishibukai." As soon as Marco's words came out, Diamond Jaws was ignited and instantly shouted at Whitebeard. "What are we waiting for, Dad? Let's hurry up and rescue Ace." His eyes burned with anger as he continued, "Was he captured by the Marine? Then let's go to the naval headquarters. If we're in Impel Down, we'll just force our way in and rescue Ace. We're the Whitebeard pirates, what are we afraid of?" "Wait." Flower Sword Vista frowned and stretched out his hand to interrupt Jaws's words, a hint of thought flashing in his eyes. "Teach became a Shishibukai? Does this mean Ace found Teach?" But the battle was lost to Teach, and Teach handed Ace over to the Marines and the world government in exchange for the position of Shishibukai. Although this speculation is hard to accept, there is no more reasonable explanation than this at this time. Marco nodded slightly, and the atmosphere on the ship instantly became tense, with flames of anger burning in everyone's eyes. "Damn Teach! He's a damn traitor!" Lakyo waved his fists in anger and shouted at the top of his lungs. "Dad! We must rescue Ace. And capture the traitor Teach. Jaws shouted at Whitebeard again. That's right, Dad. We can't just watch Ace go to jail. He's our family. Vista also echoed from the side, his eyes revealing unquestionable determination. Soon everyone quieted down, all eyes focused on their father, waiting for his decision. Gulp, gulp. Whitebeard picked up the wine bowl and kept pouring wine into himself. The wine flowed down the corners of his mouth and soaked his upper body. Marco stood aside, watching Whitebeard's actions, his heart filled with worry, but he did not try to stop him. He knew that this matter was too big, and no one knew the importance of Ace better than him. As the captain of the first team, he knew that Ace was Roger's child. Crack! A crisp sound broke the silence, and Whitebeard slammed the bowl in his hand to the ground, with fragments flying everywhere. His eyes revealed a resolute look, and then he pulled out all the 4 tubes inserted into his body. Whitebeard slowly stood up, reached out and picked up the Kusugawa kris next to him, swung his arm hard, and the long sword began to spin wildly in the air. Then he stomped his foot on the deck. With a loud bang, the entire Moby Dick trembled slightly. Whitebeard's deep and powerful voice echoed across the deck, "Everyone, prepare for battle. Ace, but they're our family. So what if they're from the naval headquarters? If you dare to attack our family, then be prepared to pay the price of becoming an enemy of the Whitebeard pirates. Oh! Save Ace! Save Ace!" Everyone's emotions were instantly ignited and they roared in anger. They are the Whitebeard pirates, they are fearless. New World, Red Hair Pirates. Shanks stood alone at the bow, holding a newly delivered newspaper in his hand. When he saw the message that Teach became Shishibukai, his eyes instantly became serious. He subconsciously raised his hand and gently touched the 3 shocking scars on his left eye. Looking back, after learning that Ace went to find Teach, Shanks immediately went to find Whitebeard. He was well aware of the dangers of Teach. After all, the 3 scars on his left eye were caused by Teach. At that time, he tried his best to persuade the Whitebeard pirates to take Teach's threat seriously, but no one took his words to heart. Now, looking at the news in the newspaper about Ace's arrest and Teach becoming a Shishibukai, Shanks felt a sense of foreboding. He had a premonition that the sea was about to stir up huge waves again, a storm was brewing quietly, and the sea was about to start to become chaotic again. "Shanks, what do we need to do to prepare?" Ben Beckman's voice came from behind. He slowly walked over to Shanks, folding his arms across his chest, his eyes revealing a hint of worry and thought. With his extremely high IQ, he could naturally think of the series of chain reactions that might be triggered by this incident. Shanks turned his head slightly and looked at Ben Beckman. He shook his head gently, his tone filled with a hint of helplessness and calmness. "Don't worry, it's still unclear how the world government will deal with Ace. Everything is full of variables. We'll wait and see what the world government does, then we'll make plans." At night, the city of 7 Waters. The city is now immersed in the carnival atmosphere of the masked carnival. The colorful lights on the streets are intertwined and flashing, and residents wearing various masks are walking through the streets and alleys. In this lively scene, Teach, wearing a strange mask, came alone to a tavern on the central street of the 7 Waters city. He walked straight to the bar, sat down, and started drinking one drink after another. The wine flowed down the corners of his mouth and soaked his clothes, but he didn't care. As the night deepened, the guests in the pub gradually dispersed, and the originally noisy space became quieter. Finally, Teach was the only one left in the pub. He was still sitting at the bar, shaking the glass in his hand. Gulp, gulp, hey. Teach raised his head again and drank the glass of wine in one gulp, then let out a long breath. With a look of disgust on his face, he said to the tavern owner, "Boss, don't you have Sakura peach pie in this tavern? You don't know how to do business if you don't sell such delicious food." At this moment, the owner of the pub was standing in front of the service counter, wiping the wine glasses attentively. He was tall and burly, wearing a striking yellow Madara shirt, and the two horns in his hair were particularly eye-catching. His reaction seemed a little slow. After hearing Teach's words, it took him a long time to raise his head slightly, with a dazed look in his eyes. He looked at Teach, an apologetic smile on his face, and said slowly, "I'm so sorry, sir. Our tavern's chef has been on leave for the past 2 days, so we're definitely out of Sakura peach pie. But now you are the only guest in the tavern. The rest of the drinks can be considered as my treat, okay?" Hearing the tavern owner's words, Teach couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Thief, ha ha ha. It's such an honor to have a member of CP9 buy me a drink." Chapter 75. Hearing Teach's words, the tavern owner's eyes instantly became sharp, and the aura around him suddenly became heavy. His identity as CP9 has been hidden for many years, and it is impossible for anyone to know it except the world government and his companions. This tavern was where he had carefully created a disguise for his identity. Now that the man in front of him had revealed his identity, how could he not be alert? "Sir, please take off your mask." The tavern owner put down the wine glass in his hand, his voice low and carrying an unquestionable sense of oppression. "Ha ha ha. You're so calm, is it because of your devil fruit? User of the Paramecia Dordor fruit, CP9 Bluno." The moment Teach finished speaking, Bluno's eyes suddenly changed, and he used the shave without hesitation, and his figure instantly appeared in front of Teach. Without saying a word, he reached out his big hand to Teach's face and ripped off Teach's mask. Teach did not stop Bluno and let him take off his mask. "Marshal D. Teach." Bluno's pupils shrank suddenly when he saw Teach's face, and he recognized him instantly. After all, Teach is now Shishibukai, and everyone knows this information. "How do you know my identity? If you don't tell me clearly, even if you are Shishibukai, the world government will not let you go." Bluno's voice was stern, and his finger was pointed at the center of Teach's forehead, ready to use finger pistol to pierce Teach's forehead at any time. "Ha ha ha. Bluno, you're threatening me by pointing your finger at my forehead." Teach's expression suddenly turned stern, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and he continued. "It seems like you are very confident in your own strength. Is it because you can always escape even if you can't win?" As he spoke, Teach slowly raised his right hand, and a black vortex instantly began to spin in his palm. Bluno didn't care about that at the moment. His alertness had reached its peak. He instantly activated finger pistol and his finger rushed towards Teach's forehead. Bang! With a muffled sound, armament haki instantly surged across Teach's forehead, steadily blocking Bluno's attack. Bluno felt as if his finger pistol had hit an iron plate. The recoil made his arm numb. He instantly realized that Teach's strength was far superior to his. At this moment, Teach's right hand had already firmly grasped his body, but Bluno still did not panic. Bluno slowly spoke, "Marshal D. Teach, wait for the summons from the world government." After saying this, a strange light emanated from his body, and he was ready to use the power of the Menman fruit to leave. This was the source of his fearlessness. Any object he touches can be turned into a door and opened at any time, and he can enter and exit freely anywhere. What's going on? However, the moment Bluno used the power of the fruit, his expression froze on his face. Because he found that he couldn't use the ability of devil fruit. "Ha ha ha. Can you still be as calm as before? Bluno." Teach's arrogant laughter rang out again. The moment the words fell, his fist had already landed steadily on Bluno's abdomen. Bang! With a dull thud, Bluno's body instantly flew backwards, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth and spread in the air. At this moment, there was still an expression of disbelief in his eyes. His body fell heavily to the ground and he soon fell into a coma. How come everyone doesn't know their own weight? Ace is no exception, and neither are you. Teach sneered twice, then bent down, grabbed Bluno's ankle, and dragged his body away slowly. At the number 1 dock of Carrera Company in Water 7, the CP9 members hidden in Water 7 gathered quietly here. Rob Lucci, Keiku, Jabra, Fakura, everyone's face was filled with worry, and the conference room was filled with a depressing atmosphere. Soon, the door of the conference room was gently pushed open with a slight creaking sound. Khalifa, the only female member of CP9 with long golden hair, walked in, her eyes also showing anxiety and uneasiness. What's going on with Bluno? Is there still no news? Rob Lucci spoke first. His eyes revealed his usual calmness and decisiveness, but at this moment he could not hide his worry. Khalifa shook his head slightly, frowning and saying solemnly, "We found signs of a fight in his tavern. Tables and chairs were overturned, and wine bottles were shattered all over the floor, but the other person disappeared without a trace, as if he had evaporated from the face of the earth." She paused, a hint of confusion in her tone. "I used Ace Bagu's authority to mobilize the surveillance of the entire 7 Water City. However, all the images, without exception, were completely black. No useful information could be found at all. Someone must have deliberately destroyed the surveillance system." As Khalifa finished speaking, everyone's faces became uglier, and the conference room fell into deathly silence again. After a long moment, Keiku spoke slowly, his voice hesitant, "Lucci, so should we report it now?" He looked at Rob Lucci, waiting for the captain's decision. Rob Lucci frowned slightly and fell into a brief moment of contemplation, his fingers tapping the table lightly, making a rhythmic sound, as he weighed the pros and cons. After a moment, he slowly said, "Wait one more day. If Bluno is not found by then, we must report it. After all, this kind of thing cannot be concealed." His tone was firm, with unquestionable majesty. At this time, Khalifa's voice sounded again, "With Bluno's fruit ability, even if you encounter an enemy you can't defeat, it will not be difficult for you to escape. But now his whereabouts are unknown. It's really weird." A trace of worry flashed in her eyes. "Another point. If Pluton's plan is leaked because of Bluno, all our efforts over the years will be wasted." After hearing Khalifa's words, everyone's expressions became more solemn, and a hint of uneasiness appeared in their eyes. Finally, everyone turned their eyes to Rob Lucci, waiting for his next instruction. Rob Lucci took a deep breath, stood up, glanced at everyone and said, "Now everyone, continue to search for Bluno with all your strength. Remember, don't miss any clues. It'll only take one day. If there's still no news by then, report it immediately. As for how the world government will deal with us, we'll see when the time comes." At this moment, Bluno had already lost his breath of life and lay quietly on the deck of the Golden Scale ship 10,000 meters above the 7 Water City. Bluno's body was completely shrouded in darkness, and squatting next to him was Teach, who was trying his best to extract Bluno's devil fruit. Soon, Teach was seen holding a green apple-shaped devil fruit in his hand. The surface of the fruit had a spiral pattern, which was the Paramecia menmen fruit. Teach turned around excitedly while holding the door fruit and shouted, "Haha, brother Thor, we got it!" Chapter 76. Seeing that Teach had successfully extracted the devil fruit again, before Thor could even speak, Enel couldn't suppress his curiosity. He rushed to Teach in one step, took the menmen fruit from Teach's hand nimbly, and began to examine it. "Is this the space-type devil fruit that brother Thor mentioned as having the best mobility?" Enel said with a pout as he looked at the fruit in his hand. "It's nothing special, just that the green color is a bit eye-catching." "Nonsense, you still expect it to change? Can it even transform into a human form for you?" Teach looked at Enel's nonchalant expression and couldn't help but rolled his eyes and said unhappily. After saying that, Teach quickly reached out, snatched the Vice Admiral Gate fruit from Enel's hand, and handed it to Thor. However, Thor did not reach out to take it, but stood there, looking at Teach calmly. "What's wrong, brother Thor?" Teach asked in confusion, seeing a puzzled look on his face. At this moment, Enel couldn't help but jump out again, with a mocking smile on his face, and said loudly. Stupid Teach, you don't even understand this. You can eat 3 devil fruits. Of course, Boss Thor wants you to eat this devil fruit yourself and maximize its benefits. Listening to Enel's merciless ridicule, Teach did not immediately curse back as usual. He frowned slightly and cast a questioning look at Thor, as if waiting for his confirmation. Thor nodded slightly, a gentle smile on his face, and said in a calm tone. Enel is right. Consider this fruit your second devil fruit. After all, only in you can it not only not affect your combat effectiveness, but also bring its power to the ultimate level. When Teach heard Thor's words, he was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter, ha ha ha. Then I will be disrespectful to you, brother Thor. Thinking of the special ability of the Door fruit, Teach had no intention of refusing. Teach opened his mouth wide and stuffed the whole devil fruit into his mouth, but it got stuck in his throat. Woo woo. Teach's face flushed red, and he kept slapping his chest with his hands, trying to swallow the fruit that was stuck in his throat. Seeing this, Enel couldn't help but step forward to help, although he didn't say anything. He suppressed his laughter and slapped Teach's back hard again and again. With Enel's help, Teach finally succeeded in swallowing the whole devil fruit with a gulp. As soon as he swallowed the fruit, Teach turned around, eyes wide open, and roared at Enel, "UBD Enel! Are you helping me or taking revenge on me? You're so cruel!" Enel knew he was in the wrong, and a trace of embarrassment flashed across his face. He laughed dryly twice and quickly changed the subject. Teach, why did you swallow the whole thing? Aren't you afraid of choking to death? Teach rolled his eyes at Enel and replied matter-of-factly, of course, it's so that I don't have to taste that delicious food, idiot. Damn, is this even possible? Enel's face was filled with regret when he heard Teach's answer. He thought about how he had foolishly chewed the devil fruit slowly and carefully before, and the taste was worse than death. Could relationships be like this? Just as the two of them were talking, Thor interrupted their conversation and said, Teach, do you feel any discomfort? Ha ha ha, of course no problem, brother Thor. Teach replied with a smile. As he spoke, he swung his right hand vigorously in the air. In an instant, a glowing air door appeared out of thin air, and inside the door was a green, other-dimensional space. Teach, let me go in and try. Enel's curiosity was instantly piqued, and he rushed in before Teach could answer. But the moment Enel entered, the air door disappeared with a whoosh, as if it had never appeared. Teach looked at the place where the air door disappeared, a sly smile appeared on his face, and he said to Thor with a smile. Thief, haha, let him be quiet for a while, this guy is too noisy. Thor just smiled and didn't reject Teach's little prank. Thor then said to Teach, Teach, your devil fruit can open doors on anything it touches. Then you can touch all of the golden scale ship first. When I contact you in the future, you can wait for me on the golden scale ship. Teach nodded, and then walked towards the cabin of the golden scale ship. Every time he passed a room, he would reach out and touch it gently. Enel, who was currently trapped in the Teach dimension, flew into a rage the moment he realized he was locked up. His facial features were distorted, and he paced back and forth in the space, cursing Teach at the top of his lungs. UBD Teach! Just wait for me. Once I get out, I'll tear you into pieces. His voice continued to echo in this enclosed space, but no one outside could hear him venting. Soon, Teach returned to Thor's side. The golden scale ship had been marked with his mark. From then on, he could appear on the golden scale ship at any time through the door fruit. Thor looked at Teach and said calmly, Teach, please help me get the lion fruit to Weber first, and then come back to me when I contact you. When Teach heard Thor's words, he nodded first, then a hint of reluctance appeared on his face, and he said, Then I'll leave, brother Thor. As Teach finished speaking, a glowing air door appeared out of thin air in front of him. Teach stepped into it and disappeared. A moment later, another air door suddenly appeared. Before the door was fully opened, Annihil's cursing voice could be heard. "A whole Teach! I won't let you go when I get out. I'll let you know what happens when you piss me off." Annihil rushed out the moment he saw the door, his chest heaving violently, the anger on his face still lingering. He kept scanning the surroundings, searching for Teach, still muttering, "Damn guy, where the hell is he hiding?" However, he looked left and right, and there was no one on the deck except him and Thor. "No need to look for it. I asked Teach to give the lion fruit to Weber." Thor's voice came from the side. When Annihil heard this, he still had an unhappy look on his face and cursed. "You BD Teach! Next time I'll make him taste my slow-motion ray and let him know how powerful it is." Thor looked at Annihil's frustrated look and couldn't help but chuckle and said, "You should save your fruit ability for use on others. Forgot that the devil fruit ability doesn't work on Teach." Hearing Thor's words, Annihil instantly became more irritable. His face flushed red, his hands clenched into fists, and he roared unwillingly. "Teach, that's just cheating. BD. Next time I'll use my physical strength to teach that guy a lesson. I don't believe I can't beat him." Just as Annihil was still cursing, the roar of the golden scale ship was heard, and it started up again. Seeing this, Annihil asked Thor, "Boss Thor, where are we going now?" Thor walked slowly to the lounge chair, lay down lazily, and said slowly, "Marine Ford." Chapter 77. The next day, Naval Headquarters Marine Ford. "Hey, what kind of ship is that? Why, is it made of pure gold?" The sentry's voice trembled as he stared at the huge ship that was slowly approaching on the sea surface. He subconsciously reached out to touch the den mushy at his waist, wanting to report to his superiors immediately. After all, he didn't know whether this ship of unknown origin was a friend or an enemy. At this moment, a rough and powerful hand suddenly reached out and firmly grasped the sentry's wrist. The sentry turned around in astonishment, only to see the old soldier next to him with a serious expression, his eyes revealing some reminiscence and emotion. "Why are you panicking? It's not an enemy. It's the White Dragon Admiral's exclusive golden scale ship." "White Dragon Admiral? That's right, the golden scale ship that hasn't appeared in more than 20 years. The old soldier looked into the distance with a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. "I'm afraid many newcomers don't know him now." Soon, the eye-catching golden scale ship slowly approached the shore, and the news spread quickly throughout the naval headquarters as if it had wings. No matter if they were recruits or veterans, anyone who was free would rush forward eagerly to find out what was going on. The crowd was bustling with people, and discussions were heard one after another, and everyone's eyes were focused on the golden-scaled ship. The moment Thor's figure appeared in everyone's sight, the scene suddenly became quiet, followed by a burst of neat and loud shouts. "White Dragon Admiral! Thor Admiral!" Thor raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a gentle smile, and nodded politely to everyone. Then he turned to look at Annihil beside him, motioned him to follow, and walked straight into the naval headquarters. "Hey, who is that person next to Thor Admiral? I've never seen him before." A recruit couldn't help but poke his companion next to him and asked in a low voice, his eyes fixed on Annihil, full of curiosity and confusion. "How would I know? But since he can follow Thor Admiral, he must have joined the Marine, right?" His companion frowned and guessed thoughtfully. "Wow, everyone, the golden scale ship. I haven't seen it for more than 20 years, and it's still as cool as it was back then." An old soldier was filled with emotion, staring at the golden scale ship without blinking. 2 hours passed in a flash, and Annihil finally put on the Marine uniform as he wished, but his rank was only lieutenant, that is, Marine ensign. Annihil, now in uniform, stood in Thor's office, feeling uncomfortable. He was used to exposing his upper body, and this uniform was like a rope that bound him tightly. But the novelty also made him look at the badge on his cuff and touch the decoration on his collar, his eyes full of curiosity. "Hey, Boss Thor, is it okay for me to take off this marine uniform?" Enel asked innocently, tilting his head. Thor leaned back in his chair with a lazy look on his face. He just shook his head nonchalantly and said casually, "Whatever you want." Just then, there was a knock on the door. Knock. Knock. "Thor Admiral, I'm Ghost Spider." "Come in," Thor replied curtly. As Thor agreed, Ghost Spider pushed open the door and strode in. His eyes fell on Enel, then looked at Thor and asked, "Thor Admiral? Is he your lieutenant?" Thor stood up and said slowly, "Yes, he will be my adjutant from now on." "By the way, Ghost Spider, where is Sakazuki?" Ghost Spider immediately stood at attention and replied respectfully, "Admiral Sakazuki is patrolling the New World, keeping an eye on the Whitebeard pirates to prevent any major moves." Thor nodded slightly, understanding, and then instructed Ghost Spider, "Take Enel around the naval headquarters first and familiarize yourself with the environment. Also, explain the details of Marine to him, including the internal structure and the relationships between important people." "Yes. Thor Admiral." Seeing Thor about to walk out of the office, Enel hurriedly caught up and asked anxiously, "Boss Thor, where are you going?" Thor stopped and looked back at him, then said slowly, "As for me, of course I'm going to visit our marine hero." After saying this, he left without staying any longer. At this moment, Ghost Spider turned around, a friendly smile appeared on his face, and he said to Enel, "Your name is Enel, right? Come on, I'll show you around naval headquarters. Honestly, I envy you enough to be Thor Admiral's lieutenant." Upon hearing this, Enel straightened his back, raised his chin slightly, and said proudly, "Of course, Boss Thor values me the most." Walking out of Thor's office, Ghost Spider lit a cigar, took a deep breath and slowly exhaled a cloud of smoke, then asked casually, "Since you can become Thor Admiral's adjutant, you must be quite powerful, right?" Enel instantly became alert. He sensed a hint of temptation in Ghost Spider's words, and he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and asked, "Why, do you want to try?" Ghost Spider laughed, waved his hands, and said, "Ha ha ha, don't be in a hurry, don't rush to gesture. Let's get familiar with naval headquarters first, and then I'll have a good chat with you about the relationships within the Marine Corps. Finally, if you're interested, let's try again." He walked forward, and Enel hurried to follow. At the same time, Thor had arrived at Garp's office. He raised his hand and knocked on the door. After receiving a response from inside the room, he walked in steadily. "What do you want from me, Thor?" Garp raised his head and looked at Thor, his voice filled with fatigue. It's clear at a glance that Garp has been weighed down by heavy worries since Ace was arrested and imprisoned. The once carefree and smiling marine hero is now shrouded in a haze, and his former spirit is no longer there. "Nothing special, just came to see how our marine hero is doing." Thor looked calm and spoke in a light tone. He then found a chair and sat down, but his eyes were always fixed on Garp. Garp's brow furrowed when he heard this, a hint of displeasure flashing across his face. "Thor, are you here to mock me?" "Mocking? Not really." Thor shook his head slightly and continued, "I'm just curious about how Roger's child survived." As soon as he said this, Garp stood up suddenly, clenched his fists and stared at Thor. Suppressing the turmoil in his heart, Garp asked word by word, "What do you know?" Chapter 78. What do I know? Good question. Thor crossed his legs, swaying rhythmically on his toes, folded his hands on his abdomen, and leaned back slightly. His expression was relaxed yet somewhat scrutinizing as he continued slowly, "I know you're a Marine, but you've done something that goes against the Marine's position. There's nothing wrong with protecting a baby. After all, I agree that the sins of their parents shouldn't be borne by innocent children." Thor narrowed his eyes slightly, his voice low but clear, but, what was wrong with the many other babies on that island back then? What did they do wrong to deserve such a tragic death? Enough! Garp suddenly shouted, interrupting Thor. Veins bulged on his forehead, his face was filled with anger. He suppressed the turbulent emotions in his heart and squeezed out the words almost through his teeth. Those are all orders from the world government. I can't do anything. His voice trembled slightly, filled with both anger and helplessness. Ha 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 ha. When Thor heard this, he immediately raised his head and laughed out loud, which sounded particularly harsh. You can't do anything, you're worthy of being a marine hero, Garp. Thor then stood up slowly, straightened his sleeves, and said calmly. It's been so many years since the incident happened. It seems meaningless to argue about right and wrong now. He paused slightly, his eyes fell on Garp again, a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he said jokingly. But, I remember your grandson is also a pirate, right? Monkey D. Luffy. When Garp heard Thor mention Luffy, his face instantly turned ashen, the veins on the back of his hands bulged, and he walked step by step towards Thor. His body trembled slightly from the effort he put into suppressing his emotions. His voice was hoarse but full of menace. Blaze Thor, if you dare to do anything to Luffy, I will never let you go, even if I die. Snap! Snap! Thor clapped his hands with a faint smile on his face, but that smile did not convey any warmth. Did I hear correctly? A marine hero actually threatens the marine admiral for the pirates. He said while shaking his head slightly. Ha 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 ha, you're really something, Garp. After saying that, Thor turned around and slowly walked towards the office door. Just as he was about to step out the door, Thor paused, as if he suddenly remembered something, and slowly turned around to look at Garp. The voice said calmly, Roger's child, captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, what do you think the world government will do? Thor narrowed his eyes slightly and continued, Luffy and Ace should have a good relationship, right? If something happens to Ace, will Luffy show up? As he spoke, Thor seemed to have a certain image in his mind, and he couldn't help but burst into laughter again. Marine hero. He fixed his eyes on Garp and spoke each word with emphasis. I hope you won't do anything irrational when the time comes. After Thor finished speaking, he left Garp's office without looking back, and his footsteps gradually faded away. Garp looked at Thor's departing back, his body shaking, as if all his strength had been drained away. He had also thought about what Thor said, but the identity and responsibility of the marine behind him were like a heavy shackle that he could not break free from. Thor, what you said, it's better not to happen. Garp murmured softly. He slowly walked over to the table, his eyes empty, images of Ace and Luffy constantly popping up in his mind. After a long silence, Garp could no longer bear the pain and entanglement in his heart, and slammed his fist on the table. Bang! With a dull sound, the sturdy table was instantly smashed to pieces by this punch, and wood chips flew everywhere. Ace, Luffy, Grandpa, what should I do? Garp's voice was slightly tearful, and the veteran's eyes could no longer hold back, and slowly became moist. Half a minute ago, Thor had just stepped out of Garp's office and walked a few steps along the corridor when he saw a familiar figure walking towards him. Hey, Kuzan, good afternoon. Thor was the first to greet. Alala, long time no see, good afternoon, Thor. Kuzan looked lazy as always. Wearing that iconic long marine cape, with his hands casually shoved in his pockets, he responded slowly. The two of them passed each other, but at the moment of crossing each other, Kuzan seemed to suddenly remember something, stopped, turned around and said, Thor. Thor also stopped and slowly turned his head, his eyes slightly narrowed, looking at Kuzan as if he were examining prey, and said slowly, What's wrong, Kuzan? Kuzan raised his head slightly and exhaled a breath of cold air. Did you just go to see Vice Admiral Garp? He stared at Thor, trying to find some answers from the other's face. Yes, after all, his good grandson was caught. It is reasonable for me to go and see him, right? Thor said calmly and in a flat tone. Just when Kuzan was about to say something, suddenly, bang, a loud noise was heard from Garp's office. Kuzan frowned slightly when he heard the sound, and no longer paid attention to Thor. He turned around and walked quickly towards Garp's office. Thor looked at Kuzan's departing back, revealing a meaningful smile. He shook his head slightly as he walked away, muttering softly, "The feelings are really deep." Meanwhile, Ghost Spider was traveling through the naval headquarters with Enel. Along the way, Ghost Spider talked incessantly about the current situation of the Marine, from the division of responsibilities of each department to the deployment of important tasks in the near future, no matter how big or small. Enel listened carefully, nodding occasionally, trying to absorb the information like a dry sponge. Before they knew it, they arrived at the training ground, and the ring in the center of the field looked particularly eye-catching under the sunlight. Ghost Spider's gaze lingered on the ring for a moment, then he slowly turned to look at Enel. A hint of fiery fighting spirit quietly ignited in his eyes, and his aura suddenly became sharp. As a member of Thor's followers, he has an instinctive curiosity about Enel's strength. Since Enel can become Thor's adjutant, his strength must not be underestimated. He can't help but want to find out. Enel instantly grasped Ghost Spider's intention. He raised his head slightly and looked straight at Ghost Spider, not concealing his tit-for-tat attitude. The two people's eyes met in the air, as if invisible sparks were created. "Try it." Ghost Spider raised his chin slightly and looked towards the ring. Enel raised a confident smile and spoke slowly. "Try." Chapter 79. In a flash, Spider Ghost and Enel were standing on both sides of the ring. Their eyes met in the air, and at that moment it seemed as if a materialized electric current flashed through them, and the oppressive atmosphere in the air became increasingly intense. At this moment on the training ground, both the recruits who were sweating profusely in training and the experienced veterans were attracted by the tense atmosphere. They all stopped what they were doing, quickly gathered around, and surrounded the ring. For a while, discussions were heard one after another, and the focus of all topics was the unfamiliar ensign Enel. "Hey, who is that ensign? Judging from the situation, is he going to compete with Vice Admiral Ghost Spider?" A recruit's face was full of confusion, and his tone was full of curiosity and surprise. "Are you kidding me? A mere ensign dares to challenge the Vice Admiral? I don't think he can last even a minute." The other veteran curled his lips, his face full of disdain, as if he already knew the outcome of this contest. 1 minute? That's too much of a compliment. I bet 30 seconds. In 30 seconds, Ghost Spider Vice Admiral can end the battle. Someone else shouted loudly, waving his arms as if to cheer for his own judgment. 30 seconds is more than enough. In my opinion, Ghost Spider Vice Admiral can knock him down with just one move, just one move. Someone in the crowd echoed loudly, causing laughter from all around. Just as everyone was arguing endlessly, a slightly mysterious voice suddenly sounded. "Hey, maybe you don't know this yet, but this guy was brought back by the White Dragon Admiral himself." As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd fell silent for a moment, and then broke out into a more heated discussion. Think about it, if you don't have some real skills, how could you be noticed by the White Dragon Admiral? And you were awarded the rank of lieutenant right after you arrived. It must be something extraordinary. Someone analyzed thoughtfully. Stop arguing, it's about to start." Someone shouted, and everyone realized that Spider Ghost and Enel were about to start. In an instant, the entire training ground fell silent, and everyone held their breath, afraid of missing any exciting moment. Ghost Spider wore a helmet decorated with a double dragon pattern and held a sword in each hand. The sword reflected his sharp eyes, which were fixed on Enel in front of him. Suddenly, Ghost Spider's lips loosened slightly, and the cigar in his mouth fell to the ground of the ring with a click, splattering ash everywhere. This subtle movement instantly attracted Enel's attention, and his gaze subconsciously followed the cigar. In this fleeting moment, Ghost Spider moved. He flashed, unleashed a shaving move, and instantly appeared in front of Enel. "You're distracted, Enel." Ghost Spider's voice was low and cold, and at the same time he raised the sharp blade high in his hands. Two-sword style, Oni slash. In an instant, two sharp blades, carrying a biting aura, slashed towards Enel's chest like angry dragons. However, at this critical moment, Enel slowly raised his head, a mysterious smile appearing on the corner of his mouth. Just as Ghost Spider's knife was about to touch Enel, a layer of light purple energy waves suddenly surged around Enel and enveloped him tightly. The moment Ghost Spider's blade touched the layer of energy fluctuations, he felt a strange force coming towards him. "What's going on?" Ghost Spider was shocked. Because he found himself as if trapped in a sticky quagmire, his body became extremely heavy, and his movements became slow and difficult. "Damn, demon fruit power!" Ghost Spider exclaimed in his heart. He wanted to break free from this strange restraint and fight back. But his body was completely out of control. Every thought he had seemed to be trying to cross an insurmountable chasm, and his movements were so slow that it was despairing. "You're too impatient, Ghost Spider." Enel chuckled, a hint of teasing in his voice. Before he finished speaking, his body instantly jumped up, and then he hung upside down in the air. He suddenly exerted force with his legs, and a powerful hook kick hit Ghost Spider's waist directly. Bang! With a dull and loud sound, Ghost Spider's entire face was instantly distorted due to severe pain, his mouth opened wide, and he let out a painful groan. Boom! Ghost Spider's body slammed heavily onto the ring. The huge impact force directly created a deep pit on the ring, and gravel flew everywhere. At this moment, Enel landed smoothly on the ground and squatted down. He looked at the embarrassed Ghost Spider in the deep pit and slowly said, "Do you want me to pull you up, Ghost Spider? What's going on? Are my eyes blurry?" Ghost Spider Vice Admiral was killed instantly. Among the crowd of onlookers, someone was the first to exclaim, his voice full of shock and disbelief. Fake, right? For a moment, most people stood there in a daze, their minds blank, unable to accept what was happening before their eyes. Is this the monster that can follow the White Dragon Admiral? Someone swallowed hard, his voice trembling slightly with a hint of awe and fear. The atmosphere in the entire training ground froze instantly. After a few seconds of silence, a burst of extremely enthusiastic shouts suddenly broke out. "Oh! Monster Ensign! Ha ha ha! Beat up Ghost Spider Vice Admiral!" As expected of someone who can follow the White Dragon Admiral. People cheered and shouted excitedly. In their eyes, the scene of Ensign kicking Vice Admiral over with one move was an unprecedented feat that made their blood boil. At this moment, all military ranks and levels were thrown out of the window. In this passionate training ground, strength was the master of everything. Listening to the deafening cheers from below the ring, Ghost Spider slowly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, a hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes. He pressed his helmet back on, looked at Enel, and said slowly, "It seems I seem to be underestimated." After saying that, Ghost Spider supported himself on the ground with his hands and slowly stood up from the deep pit. Seeing this, Enel smiled and stood up calmly. In the blink of an eye, Spider-Man and Enel were once again on opposite sides of the ring, and the atmosphere was tense. Ghost Spider reached into his arms, took out a cigar, lit it skillfully, took a deep breath, and thick smoke slowly exhaled from his mouth and nose. He knew in his heart that if the two of them were really enemies fighting for life and death, with the strange ability that Enel had just displayed, he would probably have died in that instant. "In that case, I'll just not touch you." Chapter 80. Ghost Spider murmured softly, and as soon as he finished speaking, his hair grew wildly like weeds. In the blink of an eye, they split into 6 paths, rushed down the ring like a nimble python, and accurately drew 6 long swords from the waists of the onlookers' marine. It's the return of Vice Admiral Ghost Spider's life! Someone in the crowd shouted excitedly. Life return, a physical technique that surpasses the limits of human physical fitness, allows one to freely control every part of the body, from hair to internal organs. As long as one puts his consciousness into it, he can control it at will, and Spider Ghost has even trained his hair to be as flexible as his arms. In an instant, the 6 sharp blades wrapped in his hair, plus the 2 he already had in his left and right hands, a total of 8 blades were pointed at Enel. Oh my, it's really scary. Enel raised the corners of his mouth, with a faint smile on his face. He didn't look scared at all. At this moment, Ghost Spider's voice rang out, 8 swords style, airstream slash. He danced with his hands, causing the 6 swords wrapped in his hair to swing simultaneously towards Enel's direction. For a moment, the airflow caused by the sword was like a surging tide, completely surrounding Enel from all directions. Ghost Spider is not yet a great swordsman and cannot perform flying slashes freely. He could only rely on the powerful pressure generated by the sword attack to form strong air pressure flows that rushed towards Enel. However, what Ghost Spider never expected was that in the face of this overwhelming attack, Enel remained motionless and showed no intention of dodging at all. Just like before, a strange scene happened again. Just when the attack was about to touch Enel, a strange light suddenly emanated from his body. The moment the airflow touched the light, its speed became extremely slow and stagnated. It works even if it's not a physical entity. Ghost Spider's face was filled with shock and disbelief. How could he fight like this? At this moment, Enel suddenly exerted force with his legs, jumped high, then turned in the air and aimed his feet at the Ghost Spider. Tempest Kick Line. In an instant, a slashing wave shot straight towards the Spider Ghost like a deadly ray of light. Bang! With a loud bang, Ghost Spider reacted quickly and instantly crossed the 8 swords in front of him, forming a solid defensive barrier. Even so, his body still retreated uncontrollably, and his feet left 2 deep marks on the ring. Until he retreated to the edge of the ring, Ghost Spider kicked hard, and the stone slabs on the edge of the ring were instantly crushed into pieces, raising a cloud of dust. Enel's attack also dissipated in this violent collision. At this time, Ghost Spider had a solemn expression on his face, his brows were tightly twisted into the shape of the Hyuxia character, and beads of sweat the size of beans kept rolling down his forehead and dripping down his cheeks onto the ring. People couldn't get close to Enel, and attacking Enel was useless. For a moment, they couldn't think of any way to deal with it. Just as Ghost Spider was racking his brains to think of how to crack Enel's strange ability, Enel's voice came slowly. Ghost Spider Vice Admiral, how about we consider today's sparring a draw? When Ghost Spider heard this, he was silent for a moment. A hint of hesitation flashed in his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. Then he slowly walked towards Enel. He stopped only when he reached Enel and said in a low voice. If I lose, I lose. I, Ghost Spider, don't need this little face. Vice Admiral Ghost Spider, gave up voluntarily. Everyone's faces were filled with disbelief when they heard Ghost Spider's words. They all turned to look at the people around them, repeating this sentence, as if wanting to confirm that they had heard it correctly. Vice Admiral Spider Ghost has indeed lost. It's obvious that Vice Admiral Spider Ghost had a hard time resisting the attack just now. Someone in the crowd analyzed calmly. So, this ensign defeated the Vice Admiral so easily. What's this ensign? Don't treat him like an ordinary person. He was brought back by the White Dragon Admiral. Just as Spider-Man and Enel slowly walked down the ring, the crowd's cheers surged again like a tide. The cheers echoed throughout the training ground, and without exception, all the cheers were for Enel. Monster Ensign! Too strong! Enel listened to the cheers and could hardly contain his joy, but he suppressed his excitement and turned to Ghost Spider and said, Sorry, Ghost Spider. Ghost Spider shook his head slightly, a broad-minded smile on his face, and said, "There's nothing to be ashamed of. If you're not as skilled as others, then you're not as skilled as others." As he spoke, he patted Annihil's shoulder and said with emotion, "You are indeed worthy of being Thor Admiral's valued adjutant. I think you are better than Thor Admiral's previous adjutant, Ross." The two of them slowly left the training ground side by side. Along the way, Annihil was full of curiosity and kept asking Ghost Spider about the past of Thor and his adjutant Ross. Ghost Spider also patiently answered them one by one, leaving everyone in the training ground still talking about the competition with great interest. The next day, in the Marineford conference room, the atmosphere was extremely solemn, with Sengoku, Garp, Crane, Thor, Kizaru, and Aokiji sitting around. All the core members of the Marine top management were present, except for Sakazuki, who was on patrol mission in New World, and Zephyr, who was temporarily out at sea. Everyone's expression was serious, especially Garp. His face was so gloomy that it seemed like water could drip out. He clenched his teeth and clenched his hands unconsciously, trying his best to suppress his inner emotions. Because the purpose of this meeting is about the world government's final decision on how to deal with Ace. Garp could foresee the worst possible outcome, but before the world government officially issued the order, he still had a glimmer of hope in his heart. Bolya bolya, the sudden ringing of the telephone bug broke the suffocating silence in the meeting room. Sengoku reached out with a serious expression and connected the video Den Mushi. In an instant, the faces of the five elders appeared before everyone. The five elders' gazes rested meaningfully on Garp for a moment, and then Jagalusha Satan Saint spoke first. "The outcome regarding Porgas Ace has already been discussed." He paused slightly, a hint of imperceptible coldness flashed in his eyes, and continued. "Half a month later, at your naval headquarters Marineford. Broadcast live to the world, execution." Chapter 81. The moment Satan Saint finished speaking, Garp's face instantly turned as dark as ink, and a cold aura seemed to emanate from his body. But the five elders were not going to tolerate Garp. A flash of light flashed from Nesujuro's holy mirror, and he spoke to Garp. "Garp, do you have any opinion on the world government's handling of Porgas Ace?" Garp was silent for a long time, the air seemed to freeze. Then he slowly stood up and said in a low voice, "Opinion? What opinion can I have?" After saying this, he no longer cared about the people in the conference room and left the conference room with heavy steps. This scene made the five elders even more dissatisfied with Garp. Also, Saint Satan continued, his tone unquestionable, "At the time of the execution, announce Porgas Ace's true identity to the world." He then looked at Sengoku. "Sengoku, prepare to fight the Whitebeard pirates." After Sengoku nodded, the video recording Den Mushi on the five elders' side was disconnected with a click. "Everyone, if you have any ideas, please share them." Sengoku took a deep breath and said to the crowd. "That's terrifying. We're about to go to war with the Whitebeard pirates. If that's the case, shouldn't we mobilize some of the Marines' elite forces?" Kizaru said this with a half-smile on his face, seemingly jokingly. "Borsalino, you will be the one to inform everyone about this." Sengoku ignored Kizaru's teasing and spoke with an order that could not be refused. Hearing Sengoku's words, Kizaru instantly felt that he had said too much. He raised his hands exaggeratedly, with a helpless expression on his face, and said in a long tone, "Okay. Allah, if we go to war with the Whitebeard pirates, Marines alone won't be enough. Shishibukai should also play a role." Aokiji exhaled a breath of cold air and spoke slowly. Sengoku nodded and said, "I'll send someone to notify Shishibukai." "Anything else?" Sengoku looked at Thor. As Sengoku's gaze came over, Thor narrowed his eyes slightly, then slowly spoke, "I don't think the Whitebeard pirates are a difficult matter to deal with." He paused, his eyes sweeping across everyone's faces. "Sometimes, internal divisions can be more deadly than external attacks. What do you think, Marshal Sengoku? The moment Thor finished speaking, the atmosphere in the conference room suddenly dropped to freezing point. Aokiji Kyuzen stared at Thor meaningfully and said, "Thor, what do you mean?" he asked with a hint of alarm in his tone. Thor waved his hand nonchalantly, then looked at Kyuzen intently, the corner of his mouth curved as he said slowly, "Don't you understand clearly, Kyuzen?" Seeing the atmosphere becoming tense, Sengoku quickly stood up, put his hands on the conference table, and said loudly, "Okay, I'll take care of the remaining details. Let's end this meeting here." There was a hint of fatigue and helplessness in his voice, but more of a worry about the upcoming war and worry about his old friend Garp. Hearing Sengoku's words, Kizaru stood up instantly, pushed his sunglasses on his face and said slowly, "In that case, Marshal Sengoku, I will be leaving first." After saying that, he disappeared at the door of the conference room in a flash. After Kizaru stood up and left, Thor also stood up and left without staying in the conference room. At this moment, only Sengoku, Tsuru, and Kyuzen were left in the conference room. Sengoku spoke meaningfully to the two of them. "Be sure to keep an eye on Garp then. What Thor said, is all true. You should understand that." In Thor's office, Annihil's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he stared with interest at the cigars that Ghost Spider took out of his arms. "Ghost Spider, this cigar, is it really that good to smoke?" Annihil asked with a hint of eagerness in his eyes. "Of course, Annihil. A real man should smoke a cigar. You haven't met Sakazuki Admiral yet." Ghost Spider patted his chest and said proudly, "Even in the heat of battle, he always has a cigar in his mouth. That's what awe-inspiring." "Then, why doesn't Boss Thor smoke cigars? Isn't he a real man?" Annihil asked with an innocent and confused look on his face. Ahem, ahem. Annihil, I never said anything like that, please don't talk nonsense." Ghost Spider choked on his own saliva and hurriedly waved his hands to explain. "Does Thor Admiral need a cigar to prove himself? He is the epitome of a real man, and his strength is there," Ghost Spider said while giving a thumbs up. While Ghost Spider was busy explaining, Annihil's curiosity had already overcome everything. He couldn't help but pick up a cigar on the table, wanting to experience this legendary real man's enjoyment. "Hey! What are you doing? This is Thor Admiral's office, you can't smoke." Seeing this, Ghost Spider hurriedly reached out to stop him, his voice full of tension and worry. "Oh, that's no big deal. Boss Thor won't care." Annihil waved his hand nonchalantly. After saying that, Annihil flicked his index finger and cut off a little bit of the head of the cigar like a skilled veteran. Then he turned to look at Ghost Spider with a hint of expectation in his eyes, and gestured to Ghost Spider to give him the lighter. Seeing this, Ghost Spider showed an expression of helplessness and panic on his face. He hurriedly collected all the remaining cigars on the table and held them tightly in his arms. Then, he reluctantly handed the lighter to Annihil, and then Ghost Spider walked towards the door without looking back, reminding him as he walked. "Annihil, this is you who is going to smoke a cigar in Thor Admiral's office." There was a hint of gloating and a bit of worry in his voice. "Oh, and if you ask, don't tell me I gave it to you." Ghost Spider had just taken 2 steps when a crisp click sound came from behind him. Annihil successfully lit the cigar. He took a deep breath, the smoke filled his mouth, and then he half lay down in the chair comfortably, deliberately showing an intoxicated expression. When Ghost Spider heard the sound, he unconsciously quickened his pace, and then almost jogged towards the door, wanting to escape from here as quickly as possible. But just as Ghost Spider stepped out of the door, a familiar figure appeared before him. Thor was standing quietly at the door. Chapter 82. Thor Admiral, you're back so soon. Ghost Spider turned pale with fright, and spoke tremblingly, with a hint of bad luck in his eyes. Thor Admiral, has nothing to do with me. Ghost Spider forced an awkward smile on his face and hurriedly explained. Oh? It has nothing to do with you? Then where did Annihil's cigar come from? Thor approached Ghost Spider step by step, and Ghost Spider could only keep retreating. At this moment, Annihil was still immersed in his own cigar experience. Looking at the two people returning to the office, he seemed not to notice that the atmosphere was wrong. He even said to the two of them, "This cigar doesn't taste very good. Why do you all like to smoke it? What's with the saying that real men smoke cigars? That's all a lie," he said with a hint of disappointment and dissatisfaction in his tone. Seeing this, Ghost Spider closed his eyes helplessly, complaining in his heart, "This Annihil is simply here to annihilate me." Thor pointed at Annihil and continued to say to Ghost Spider, "Didn't you tell him that smoking is prohibited in my office?" Then Thor grabbed Ghost Spider, and the two of them appeared in front of Annihil in an instant, so fast that Annihil had no time to react. Annihil looked at Thor's cold expression, and an ominous premonition rose from the bottom of his heart. He silently put out the cigar, then slowly said, "Boss Thor, this cigar is not easy to smoke." There was a hint of caution in his voice, trying to lighten the atmosphere with these words. Thor nodded, a small smile on his face as he agreed, "It's okay, cigars are hard to smoke, as long as you two can smoke them." Bang! Bang! Two dull sounds were heard, followed by a series of creepy screams coming from Thor's office. From the screams, one could vaguely hear Ghost Spider roaring at Annihil, "It's all your fault, you're the one causing me such bad luck." 15 minutes later, Annihil and Ghost Spider were lying on the floor of Thor's office like two puddles of mud, with looks of despair on their faces. The two men were in exactly the same condition. Their faces had been beaten so bloated that they were completely unrecognizable. Thor stood aside, rubbing his slightly red right hand. He glanced at Annihil lying on the ground and said slowly with a hint of teasing, "Annihil, is the cigar good?" Annihil was trembling, his teeth chattering, his voice as weak as a mosquito, "It's not. It's not good to smoke. I won't smoke again." At this moment, a sudden bolya bola bolya bola sound was heard. Thor frowned slightly, a hint of displeasure flashed in his eyes, and then he reached out and answered the den den mushi. In an instant, the face of Zgalusha Satan Shang emerged from the den den mushi. "Blaze Thor, there's no one around you right now." Thor subconsciously glanced at the Ghost Spider and Annihil lying on the ground, and said slowly, "No one, what's wrong?" Satan Sei's voice continued on the other end of the den den mushi, "When executing Ace, if Garp behaves in any unusual way, you can attack him." Hearing this, Thor couldn't help laughing. He sat leisurely on the chair, crossed his legs, and said slowly, "That's my colleague, Saint Satan." The moment Thor finished speaking, the den den mushi fell into a dead silence, and then the gloomy voice of Saint Satan sounded. "Blaze Thor! What do you mean? Have you forgotten what you said in Marie Joyce?" The words are full of threats and questions, warning Thor not to challenge the authority of the world government easily. Thor remained unhurried. He reached out and gently adjusted his collar, then said slowly, "Yes, but it occurred to me that I have Newgate to deal with. I don't have time to bother with Garp anymore. What do you think, J. Galaxia Sartan?" When Ghost Spider, who was lying on the ground, heard these words, his heart suddenly shrank and he subconsciously covered his mouth tightly, fearing that he would accidentally make a sound. Annihil, on the other hand, looked indifferent and turned over with difficulty. After all, he didn't care about the internal affairs of Marine. At this moment, Satan's voice came out of the den den mushi again, with obvious displeasure, "Blaze Thor, are you bargaining with us?" Thor chuckled and continued slowly, "Of course not, Saint Satan, I am only telling the truth." At this moment, the den den mushi's appearance suddenly changed, slowly transforming into the bald-headed topman Vouchurase. Immediately afterwards, Saint Voculi roared like thunder, "Blaze Thor, what are you going to say? Don't keep us in suspense." Listening to Saint Vokuli's roar, Thor slowly smiled and continued to speak slowly. Well, I'll take care of both Garp and Newgate, but, give me 2 months' supply of potions first. He narrowed his eyes slightly and continued, I really don't want to breathe Marie Joya's air so often. How about it? After Thor finished speaking, the 5 elders fell into a thoughtful silence. After a moment, Saint Vokuli's voice was heard again, okay. Then the call from the 5 elders was directly hung up. Thor played with the den mushi in his hand, and an elusive light flashed in his eyes. He silently calculated the time in his mind. The remaining medicine in his body would be completely eliminated from his body in at most half a month. Asking the 5 elders for 2 months of potions is just to temporarily paralyze them. After all, 2 months is enough for him to accomplish a lot of things. Meanwhile, the Holy Land of Marie Joyce. The atmosphere in the 5 elders' meeting hall was so solemn that it was suffocating. Saint Satan was the first to break the silence. He frowned slightly and slowly said, I have a vague feeling. Blaze Thor is a little out of control now. Chapter 83. Peter Saint then added, I didn't expect that he would be like this even after we injected the drug into his body. He shook his head slightly, a look of annoyance on his face, and continued. Originally, we thought that having a high-end combat force in the Marines that obeyed our orders would be a huge benefit with no drawbacks. After all, this is a good thing for both us and Blaze Thor. But now it seems that this guy doesn't seem to value his own life. Nasujiro Sheng snorted softly, his face showing an indifferent and disdainful expression. He raised his head slightly, turned down the corner of his mouth and said, what a waste of our time, this guy. It seems like releasing him was a mistake. Marcus Maz Saint sat nearby. He leaned forward slightly, crossed his hands on the table, and said with a strange glint in his eyes. Give him the potion first. The importance of this war goes without saying. He paused slightly, his eyes sweeping across everyone's faces before continuing, however. I think it's better not to spare someone this uncontrollable. I propose, that after 2 months, we stop giving Blaze Thor any antidote and let him die. Saint Satan frowned slightly upon hearing this suggestion, a trace of worry flashing in his eyes. Then how can we prevent Blaze Thor from repeating the events of 21 years ago? After all, Blaze Thor beat Marie Joyce 21 years ago, and this incident was like a scar deeply engraved in the hearts of each of them. Upon hearing this, Saint Maz gently waved his hand, a confident smile on his face. When the time comes, he will realize that we didn't give him the potion. We'll just have to try to keep him stable. Once the potion starts taking effect, how much fighting power will he have left? He narrowed his eyes slightly and continued, even if he's in his prime, so what? He failed 21 years ago. Can he succeed this time? There's no need to worry too much. Second. At this moment in Thor's office, Spider Ghost looked panicked and walked towards Thor with unsteady steps. He rubbed his hands nervously in front of him, and hesitated for a long time before speaking, Thor Admiral. Is this something I can listen to? After saying that, Ghost Spider looked at Thor cautiously, waiting for him to speak. Thor raised his head and looked at Ghost Spider calmly, and said slowly, why, you are not worthy of my trust. When Ghost Spider heard this, he seemed to be injected with strength, and his originally hunched back straightened instantly. His chest puffed out as he spoke in a resounding voice, I, Ghost Spider, am absolutely worthy of Thor Admiral's trust. That's all. Thor waved his hand indifferently, with a hint of imperceptible satisfaction in his eyes. At this moment, Enel came forward like a curious baby, and asked with an expectant look on his face. Boss Thor, are we just going to wait here until Ace's execution? Wait? There's still half a month left. Do you want to be so bored? Thor raised his eyebrows with a hint of ridicule in his tone. After hearing Thor's words, Enel shook his head like a rattle and asked anxiously, what should we do next? Wait for the world government to deliver the medicine first, then I'll take you to see the most luxurious place in the new world. Thor leaned back in his chair and folded his hands behind his head, saying comfortably. Annihil's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he said excitedly, New world is the most luxurious. You're so arrogant. At this moment, Ghost Spider instantly understood what place Thor was talking about. He opened his mouth to confirm, Admiral Thor, are you going to Gulan Tzalo? Thor nodded lazily and said, go collect some gold over there. We're in dire need of it lately. Hearing Thor's words, Annihil immediately thought of the gold all over the ground in Shandora on Sky Island, and couldn't help but wonder, lack of gold? However, he had just been beaten, so he didn't dare say anything that would displease Thor. He could only swallow his doubts silently. But 2 hours later, a rapid knock on the door broke the silence of the office. Knock knock knock. The crisp knocking sound echoed in the room. After getting Thor's consent, 2 CP members walked in. The leader had long orange hair that fluttered like flames and a look of arrogance on his face. The second person had short black hair. He looked polite on the surface, but there was a hint of caution in his eyes. Suddenly, there was a loud bang, and the CP member with long orange hair walked up to Thor and slammed the suitcase heavily on the table. Then he said in a cold tone with a hint of arrogance, Blaze Thor, this is what Saint Satan asked us to give to you. This rude attitude instantly made Ghost Spider and Annihil look unhappy, and Ghost Spider clenched his fists unconsciously. Annihil's eyes were flashing with anger, but seeing that Thor didn't say anything, the two of them could only suppress their anger and remain silent. Thor shook his head helplessly, then he put his legs on the table, leaned back, glanced lazily at the people in front of him, and asked, What's your relationship? The man with long orange hair didn't even raise his eyelids and said coldly, No comment. Then he turned around and acted ready to leave at any time. Immediately afterwards, the CP member with short black hair behind him also placed the suitcase on the table in front of Thor. His movements were gentle and obviously much more polite than the person in front. After placing the suitcase on the table, he bowed slightly and said respectfully, Thor Admiral, this is for the 2nd month. Saint Satan also asked me to tell you not to forget what you promised them when the time comes. As he spoke, the CP member pointed at the person with long orange hair next to him, then pointed at his head and shook his head helplessly. It seemed to be telling Thor that his companion was not very smart and he should not bother with him too much. Then the 2 CPs prepared to leave, and the one with long orange hair took the lead, striding in front as if this was his territory. At this moment, Thor winked at Annihil, and Annihil understood and instantly stood in front of CP. The man with long orange hair turned his head suddenly, looked at Thor with a puzzled expression and said, Blaze Thor, we are CP, we are not under the control of your marines, what do you mean by this? Chapter 84. Hearing this heaven-defying speech, the man with short black hair couldn't help but look up at the ceiling, groaning inwardly. Before coming, he told this person that Blaze Thor was different from others and he should not act as arrogant as usual. But obviously, this person did not listen to his advice. At this moment, he could only pray in his heart that he would not be implicated later. Sometimes, stupid teammates are more damnable than powerful enemies. Hearing the question from the orange-haired CP member, Thor couldn't help but burst out laughing. Thor then looked at the member with short black hair and asked, What about you? What do you think? The man with short black hair understood immediately what Thor said. This was Thor giving him a way out. A look of gratitude appeared on his face, and he said politely, Marine CP should all help each other and assist each other. Even as he spoke, he did not forget to quickly move away from his companions, as if he had sensed the impending storm and did not want to be caught up in it. Thor slowly spoke to Annihil, Annihil, I don't like his hair. Oh, and his mouth too. Annihil instantly became excited, a smile flashing across his face as he shouted, Okay, Boss Thor. Then he walked towards the man with long orange hair. He didn't care whether you were a couple or not. In his heart, Thor's words were everything. Blaze Thor. We are a CP directly under the control of the world government, not your subordinates. The man with long orange hair was still shouting, looking extremely dissatisfied. Hearing his companion still making the heaven-defying speech, the man with short black hair couldn't help but sigh helplessly, then distanced himself further from him, his eyes full of speechlessness. At this moment, Enel's fist had already reached the long-haired CP man. Seeing this scene, CP's usual arrogance made him completely unbearable. In an instant, his fist also went towards Enel, and it seemed as if he wanted to knock Enel away with one punch. Just as their fists were about to touch, Enel's slow beam had already touched him. Suddenly, his movements became extremely slow and he became extremely panicked. He had no idea what was going on. But then he realized that Enel's fist did not fall on him, but he heard Enel's voice. Boss Thor, please don't make a mess in the office. I'll take it out and deal with it. Then he could only watch Enel drag his body away with extremely slow movements, but he was unable to offer any resistance. The man with short black hair was a little overwhelmed by this scene, with a look of panic on his face. He asked Thor, Admiral Thor, how should I explain this when I get back? Thor spoke slowly, just tell the truth. Thor slowly stood up as he spoke and added, it's not uncommon to find someone so proud of being a dog, but it's rare to find someone so ignorant. I'll just be kind and help those 5 elders deal with it. After all, it wouldn't be worth it if it causes a disaster later, don't you think? The short-haired couple nodded quickly when they heard Thor's words, with a flattering smile on their faces, and said, yes, yes. As he spoke, he pointed to the door, then. I'll leave first. I promise, I will report all his actions well. He was afraid that Thor would not understand what he meant, so he emphasized the word well. You are quite sensible. Go ahead. Thor nodded towards the door and added, you don't have to say anything nice. Just say what you need to say. Okay, okay. Seeing this, the short-haired couple immediately fled Thor's office, fearing that any accident would implicate them. After the CP members left, arcs flashed on Thor's fingertips, and blue electricity jumped on his fingertips. There was an instant crackling sound of electricity, and the 2 suitcases on the table turned to ashes, leaving only a wisp of green smoke floating in the air. Seeing this, Ghost Spider was very confused. With confusion written all over his face, he asked Thor, Thor Admiral, isn't this the antidote? However, Thor did not explain anything, but just shook his head and said lightly, come on, let's go and see how Enel handles it. Seeing this, Ghost Spider said no more and followed Thor closely. But he couldn't help but secretly think in his heart, could it be that Thor Admiral solved the world government's potion problem? The more Ghost Spider thought about it, the more excited he became, and his pace unconsciously quickened. Thor felt Enel's breath and said slowly, we've walked quite far. As soon as he finished speaking, he grabbed Ghost Spider's shoulder and the 2 of them disappeared in an instant. When Ghost Spider came to his senses, he found that they were now on the beach west of Marineford. There were usually not many people here, and it was dead silent at this moment. Even if there were people here originally, they all left after seeing what Enel had done. After all, everyone knows that Enel is Thor's man, and no matter what heaven-defying things he does, it is no one else's business. Ghost Spider swallowed unconsciously at the scene in front of him. He saw the previously arrogant CP member lying in front of Enel. At this moment, he no longer had any of his previous arrogance, and was simply like a devil crawling out of hell. His long, bold orange hair was gone, his scalp had been brutally torn off, and blood was flowing onto the sand, forming a pool of blood. The mouth was torn open horizontally, with only a little fascia barely connected. The skin and flesh were rolled up, and the teeth and mouth were clearly visible. He couldn't make any complete roar, and could only squeeze out intermittent woo-woo groans from his throat. He used all his strength to scratch the sand with his fingers, leaving crooked and irregular marks. That was him begging for mercy from Enel, praying for a little mercy. Hey, boss, Thor is not happy with your hair and mouth, but I think your hands are pretty annoying now too. Enel had a bloodthirsty smile on his face, and he pointed his finger at the man's wrist as he spoke. In an instant, two dull puff sounds were heard, and then the man's entire wrist was completely broken. Blood splattered from the broken part, splashing onto Enel's face, but he was completely unaware. At this moment, the CP member could no longer endure this excruciating pain. His eyes rolled back and he fell into a coma, his body limp like mud on the sand. Tisk, you can't hold it anymore? Your endurance is even worse than Foxy's. Enel curled his lips, his face full of boredom, and then he turned his gaze to Thor. Thor looked at the scene before him and said in a cold voice, "Bury it." Chapter 85. When Enel heard Thor say to bury the man directly, he took action immediately without any hesitation. At first he planned to bury the man directly with sand, but then he thought, this guy has not died completely yet, what if he crawls out again later? Be more careful in your next life. Enel had just finished speaking when a fierce tempest kick was swung out with a swish, cutting off the man's head cleanly. Boom! With a loud bang, Enel kicked the ground hard, creating a hole in an instant. He threw the body into the pit and then covered it tightly with sand around it. After doing all this, he jumped twice on the sand pile to make sure the sand was compact enough. There's no need to go through so much trouble. When the tide comes in, the waves will naturally clean this place up. Ghost Spider couldn't help but remind people while watching from the side. Oh, okay. Enel responded nonchalantly. Then the three of them slowly walked towards the port of Marineford. On the way, Enel suddenly remembered something and asked Thor curiously, "Since we are so close to the sea, why don't you just throw him into the sea, Boss Thor?" "Well, I wouldn't have remembered this if you hadn't mentioned it." Thor was stunned for a moment and said slowly, "Enel. Ghost Spider." Not long after the three of them left, Sengoku appeared in front of them. "Thor, Enel just killed a CP member?" Sengoku asked directly. Apparently, a marine witnessed what Enel did and reported it to Sengoku. "Yeah, that guy's mouth is so foul that it's unbearable." Before Thor could speak, Enel said indifferently. Sengoku was not angry because Enel killed the CP members. He looked at Thor with a deep and searching gaze and continued. "Are you completely going to turn against the world government? You have to know that you still have." Sengoku's meaning was clear. Thor still had the world government's potion on him, so his behavior was really unreasonable. Thor shook his head nonchalantly and said in a light tone, "Marshal Sengoku, you overthink it. The five elders are not that stingy. After all, I'm just helping them clean up the trash out of kindness, right?" After saying that, Thor strode away without staying any longer. As he passed by Sengoku, Thor added, "Thank you for your concern, Marshal Sengoku. Oh, by the way, I have to go to the New World for a while. I'll be back before Ace's execution, Marshal Sengoku." Sengoku looked at Thor's departing back, frowned slightly, stood there in thought for a moment, then turned and left. Just as Thor said, the five elders were not angry about the death of a useless CP, and not even a curse was heard. The next day, there were only 14 days left until Ace's execution. For strategic reasons, the world government and the Marine Corps have not yet made this news public. However, Marine has already acted in an orderly manner according to the world government's call, and started to notify the Shishibukai one by one. To ensure that the news was not leaked, the naval headquarters arranged for the Vice Admiral to personally deliver the notice. Make sure all Shishibukai arrive at the naval headquarters on time before Ace's execution. At this time, New World is around the Whitebeard pirate's sphere of influence. Sakazuki is wearing a cloak of justice, and a group of elite marines are standing by, ready for battle. Admiral Sakazuki, Doberman quickly walked up to Sakazuki, gave a standard military salute, and reported. The Whitebeard pirates haven't made any major moves yet. Everything seems to be as peaceful as usual. Sakazuki narrowed his eyes slightly, a trace of thought flashed in his eyes, and then he slowly exhaled a puff of smoke and spoke in a low voice. Return to naval headquarters. From now on, ignore the Whitebeard pirates. Yes. Without any hesitation, Doberman immediately turned around and began to arrange the evacuation of each fleet. The fleet, which was originally on high alert, began to turn around in an orderly manner and head towards the naval headquarters in a short period of time. Sakazuki and others had already received the notice of Ace's execution yesterday. Everyone knew that the real battlefield was at Naval Headquarters Marineford, and there was no point in defending here now. At this moment, on the Moby Dick of the Whitebeard pirates, the sunlight shines on the wide deck, but it cannot dispel the tense atmosphere. Marco, with a sturdy figure, walked a few steps to Whitebeard and said, "Dad, Sakazuki's marine fleet has all retreated." Whitebeard sat in the huge chair. Upon hearing Marco's report, a fierceness flashed in his eyes, and the haki around him surged slightly. "Marco, has everyone been notified? Get ready for a battle with naval headquarters. We must rescue Ace. At any cost. Rescue Ace. Rescue Ace." The roars of the crew members instantly resounded through the sky, one wave after another. Their eyes burned with a fiery flame, a sign of loyalty to their companions. Each of them exuded a fearless aura. Although the execution notice for Ace has not been issued yet, based on his identity, Whitebeard couldn't think of a better ending. The Whitebeard pirates were never ones to retreat, always ready to charge towards the naval headquarters Marineford and fight for Ace's life with their lives. At this moment, the golden-scaled ship where Thor was located was flying close to the sea surface at an astonishing speed. The sea breeze whistled past my ears, and wherever the golden scale ship passed, the waves were split into two high water curtains. The pirate ships encountered by the golden scale ships were reduced to ashes, leaving no trace of debris. Night fell quietly, the inky sky was dotted with stars, and the golden scale ship finally came to a slow stop. Enel looked ahead impatiently, and saw a small island emitting dazzling golden light slowly moving on the sea. Chapter 86. Looking closely, the lights are brilliant, people are bustling about, and the noise can be faintly heard from a long distance away. It is extremely prosperous and luxurious. This is the Gulantizalo, a giant ship 10,000 meters, 10 kilometers, long and made entirely of gold. There is also a town built on it, which is the world's largest entertainment city. It is also an independent country and demilitarized zone recognized by the world government, and enjoys the honor of absolute sanctuary. The world government cannot take action against it at will. My goodness, Boss Thor, Enel's face was full of shock, his mouth was wide open and he couldn't close it for a long time. I originally thought that our golden scale ship was invincible. What's going on now? His voice trembled slightly with excitement, and he stared at Gulantizalo without blinking. Thor slowly stood up and continued to control the golden scale ship to slowly approach Gulantizalo. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly and he whispered, "Do you like it, Enel?" Enel was so excited when he heard this that he kept nodding his head frantically, and kept saying, I like it so much." At this moment, Thor looked forward and said slowly, "Let's see if we can defeat him tonight." "No. No kidding, Boss Thor, win this all." Enel's voice rose unconsciously, and he thought Thor was just joking, so he hurriedly confirmed it again. Thor had a faint smile on his face and calmly turned the ring in his hand. Then he looked at Enel and said slowly, "I don't like jokes, Enel." There was no trace of joking in the tone, which made Enel realize instantly that Thor was serious. Soon, the golden scale ship slowly approached Gulantizalo. Seeing Thor preparing to disembark without hesitation, Enel hurriedly asked, "Boss Thor, then, are we just going there empty-handed?" If we want to play, shouldn't we prepare some chips? He frowned and looked puzzled. In his opinion, to defeat such a huge Gulen Tesoro, one must have an astonishing amount of chips. Thor just smiled softly when he heard that. He slowly raised his left hand and showed Enel the gold ring that Ross had given him. Isn't this it? In the building at the center of Gulen Tesoro, soft lights pour down, rendering the entire space exceptionally magnificent. Guild Tetzalo stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, admiring the night view, gently shaking a glass of ruby-red wine in his hand. His grey-green hair was neatly combed back, and he was wearing a well-tailored pink suit. The purple sunglasses in his hair added a bit of unruly temperament. Tetzalo, the world's leading business genius, completed an amazing counterattack from a penniless slave to the world's richest man in just 12 years. He owns 20% of the world's berry, and has connections in both the black and white worlds. The power of money is used in his hands to ultimate, and he can even manipulate celestial dragons and mobilize the power of world government. In the underground world, he is the Golden Emperor who controls everything with money. His power is like a huge spider web, covering every corner of the world. He is respected as the Golden Emperor by people, and he is the user of the gold fruit. Just as Tetzalo was immersed in this moment of tranquility, leisurely savoring the red wine, there was a bang and the tightly closed door was pushed open. Two men hurried to his side and whispered the situation in his ears. Tetzalo's relaxed expression disappeared, his brows furrowed slightly, and he subconsciously stopped shaking the red wine in his hand. But he quickly recovered and continued to shake the red wine glass slowly, muttering softly, "Here comes a truly remarkable fellow." After a moment, Tetzalo instructed his men, "Tell Bakura to give them a good reception. I only have one request, make sure they have a good time." When his men received the order and were about to leave, Tetzalo suddenly stopped them again. His expression became slightly more serious, and he spoke word by word. "Remind Bakura not to use her fruit ability. This guest is not one we should offend. We must ensure that the guest returns with a full load. Do you understand?" "Understood." The two men nodded seriously with a bit of awe on their faces, then hurried away to convey Tetzalo's order. Tetzalo looked at their departing backs, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes, and he whispered to himself. "Blaze Thor! How could someone like you come to my place? Thankfully, there aren't any celestial dragons here today." After saying that, he took another sip of red wine and looked out the window again, as if thinking about Thor's purpose in coming here. "If you are short of money, Tetzalo has plenty of it, so letting him return with a full load will be a small token of his appreciation. If there was anything else, then Tetzalo would have to think carefully. After all, no one wanted to mess with a madman who dared to kill celestial dragons." At this moment, Thor and Enel were walking slowly towards the city center along the bustling streets. The streets of Gulen Tesoro are always crowded with people even at night, and the shops on both sides are full of dazzling goods. Enel's attention was attracted by everything in front of him, and there was a glint of amazement in his eyes. Even he, who was used to seeing gold, couldn't help but sigh. "Boss Thor, even though our Sky Island is also full of gold, it can't compare to here." Enel raised his head slightly and looked at the exquisite golden buildings on both sides of the street. Although Shandora is also a golden city, its architectural refinement and elegance pale in comparison to Gulen Tesoro. Every building, every fountain, and every sculpture here seems to be created by a top artist, exuding a unique artistic charm. Thor shook his head nonchalantly and said, "It's okay. We can just ask the owner of this place to decorate Sky Island for us later." At this moment, another cry with a crying tone suddenly broke the lively atmosphere around. "One more round, don't stop me, I'll play one more round, I can definitely turn the tables." A man's voice, filled with despair and madness, echoed over the street. "Wait a little longer for what I owe you. I'll pay it back to you as soon as I win. Give me a little more time, just a little time, please. Otherwise, my life will be ruined."